Are we safe? Song Wei also heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes to rest. He nodded and said, I can only say that we're safe for now. Song Wei, you should rest too. Song Wei sat down beside Xia Ruofei and said gently, I'm sorry. If I didn't run around, I wouldn't have triggered that mechanism. Xia Ruofei laughed. It has nothing to do with you. In fact, we were trapped in a trap array the moment we entered the corridor. However, the array had been brewing its killing intent. Moreover, I'm not very experienced. So I've been treating it as an ordinary trap array. The formations you're talking about sound so magical. Song Wei asked, curiously. This is the crystallization of the wisdom of our ancestors. It's not a simple feudal superstition. Xia Ruofei said. Yes, I believe you. Song Wei said, many things that science cannot explain actually exist. In the field of archaeology, one would more or less come into contact with some supernatural events. There were also many rules and taboos in this field, which could not be generalized by feudal superstitions. We can't find the entrance we came in from. Song Wei continued, what do we do now? Naturally, Xia Ruofei had to continue searching for the world stone. However, Song Wei had come here purely to accompany him, yet she had fallen into such a dangerous situation. This made Xia Ruofei feel a little apologetic. We'll definitely be able to find a way out, but before that, I need to find something, he said. Song Wei also knew that Xia Ruofei must have come for something important. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk. Therefore, she understood and nodded, I'll go with you. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Since we're already here, you have to come with me. Otherwise, I'll be worried about your safety. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, we've rested enough. Let's continue deeper. Xia Ruofei continued to follow the guidance of the jade leaf and groped around the dark underground palace. Of course, he was on high alert all the time, and the probing of his spiritual power did not stop. This was to prevent himself from falling into the formation like before. The underground palace's corridors were like a maze, and it felt the same no matter where they went. At first, Song Wei tried to remember the route. However, after a while, she realized that her efforts were in vain. She gave up and followed Xia Ruofei. In any case, the cave they had just entered from was inside the trap and kill array. Unless they really could not find another exit, they would not want to go into the array again. What? Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. Song Wei also noticed the abnormality immediately and could not help but widen her eyes. At the end of the corridor in front of them, a green stone door appeared. It looked simple and heavy. The corridor ended at the stone door, and there were no other forks. This was the first time they had seen a building other than the corridor and the statue after entering the underground palace. No matter what was behind the stone door, it was better than nothing. With the lesson from the trap and kill array, Song Wei did not charge forward immediately. Instead, she turned around and asked, Are you Ruofei? Is there any danger ahead? I don't think so, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Let's go and take a look. As they neared the green stone door, Xia Ruofei could feel the heat of the leaf increasing. He was secretly happy in his heart. It seemed like he was getting closer and closer to the world stone. However, at the same time, Xia Ruofei was also very cautious. The unknown poison seemed to have come from the realm stone. If there was a realm stone behind the stone door, it was very likely that the unknown poison existed. Xia Ruofei walked to the front of the green stone door and observed it carefully with the help of the flashlight. This stone door looked ordinary, and there were no decorative patterns carved on it. Moreover, the marks of knives and axes could be vaguely seen. The style was very rough. This was the end of the corridor. It was like a dead end. Only by opening the stone door could one find a new path. Otherwise, they could only turn back. Xia Ruofei was here for the world stone. Now that he could feel the jade leaf's heat, he would definitely not give up at this time. I have to find a way to open the stone door, Xia Ruofei said. Song Wei observed from the side and asked, how do I open it? Let's look around for any traps. Wasn't that how wuxia novels were written? Maybe it's an unremarkable protrusion, and the door will open if you press it. It won't be that easy. Xia Ruofei laughed. His eyesight was much better than Song Wei's. He had already looked carefully when he was walking towards the stone door. He had basically ruled out the possibility of any hidden mechanisms. Song Wei was still unwilling to give up and continued to search for the hidden mechanism with her strong flashlight. Xia Ruofei stood quietly in front of the stone door and released his spiritual power to investigate. At such a close distance, any trace would be exposed under the investigation of his spiritual power. Xia Ruofei quickly noticed that the marks on the stone door were not simple. There was a faint Dao aura. However, the charm was too vague and Xia Ruofei could not find any pattern. Of course, Xia Ruofei had noticed something. Under the cover of his spiritual power, he found that there were two faint palm prints on the stone wall beside the stone door. These palm prints were very shallow, and with the tempering of time it was very difficult to see them with the naked eye. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and pressed his hands on the handprints. He was just giving it a try. After all, it was unusual for two palm prints to appear on the stone wall. However, just as his hands came into contact with the palm print, he felt a huge suction force coming from it, firmly sucking his hands on it. Immediately after, he felt that the true qi in his body seemed to be circulating a little uncontrollably, and it was constantly being absorbed into the stone wall through his hands. Xia Ruofei was shocked. This palm print was too strange. However, it was already impossible to withdraw his hand at this time. He used all his strength, but he still couldn't do it. He could only watch as the true qi in his body was sucked out strand by strand. Xia Ruofei's expression turned ugly. At this rate, the true qi in his body would be exhausted in less than 5 minutes. If the suction force continued, he might be sucked dry. Song Wei did not notice Xia Ruofei's strange behavior. As he was covered in the protective suit and had a gas mask on, she could not see his expression. She was curious when she saw Xia Ruofei pressing his hands on the stone wall. However, Song Wei soon heard a creaking sound. The stone door seemed to have trembled. Song Wei shone her flashlight on the door and noticed that there was a small crack at the bottom of the door. The stone door moved. Song Wei exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had unspeakable bitterness. He really couldn't even open his mouth to speak. With the infusion of his own genuine qi, the stone door began to slowly rise as it trembled. However, it was too slow. Xia Ruofei did not know if his essential qi could last until the stone door was fully opened. He also did not know if the suction would continue after the stone door was opened. Now, he could only hold on. Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei with admiration. She had been searching for a long time but could not find any mechanism. She did not expect Xia Ruofei to open the stone door by pressing on the stone wall so lightly. She did not know that Xia Ruofei was under such great pressure. The stone door slowly rose, and now there was a gap of 20 to 30 centimeters at the bottom of the stone door, and a faint light could be seen through the gap. Xia Ruofei wanted to remind Song Wei to be careful. After all, the inside might be filled with unknown poison. However, he could not speak at all. Once his genuine qi was exhausted, he could not even resist the invasion of the unknown poison, let alone protect Song Wei. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The genuine qi in Xia Ruofei's body was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. The stone door was also slowly and steadily rising. Soon, Xia Ruofei found it difficult to continue. At this time, the stone door was still 30 to 40 centimeters away from the top logo. Song Wei finally realized that something was wrong with Xia Ruofei, because Xia Ruofei's body had started to tremble. Even though his expression could not be seen through the gas mask, it was obvious that Xia Ruofei was in pain. "Are you okay? What's wrong?" Song Wei asked in concern and quickly walked to Xia Ruofei's side. She wanted to reach out to support Xia Ruofei, but before she could touch his body, she felt a strong repulsive force. Her entire body was pushed away, and she hit the stone wall heavily, groaning in pain. Xia Ruofei could not even speak. Although he was worried about Song Wei's condition, he could not even protect himself and could not escape. There wasn't much genuine qi left in his dantian. Xia Ruofei felt the meridians in his body ache. It was a sign of overusing his genuine qi. However, the heavy stone door was still rising slowly. It seemed that it would not be in place for a while. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. Ever since he had obtained the spirit map scroll, everything had been smooth sailing for him. This time, he had entered the ancient tomb a little too rashly. If he still couldn't get out after exhausting his true qi, he wouldn't be far from death. Without his protection, Song Wei would never be able to walk out of the underground palace alone. It was his overconfidence that had caused her to be in trouble. The stone wall continued to absorb the genuine qi in Xia Ruofei's body tirelessly. Even though the genuine qi had turned from a vast river into a trickle, the suction force did not decrease. Xia Ruofei felt as if his soul was about to be sucked out. His consciousness started to blur, and countless images started to flash through his mind. There were scenes of him serving in Lone Wolf, as well as the sweet moments he had with Ling Qingxue. There were even images of Lu Yu, Feng Rao, Song Wei, and the others. At this moment, Xia Qing's voice suddenly sounded in Xia Ruofei's mind. "Master, quickly use the petals of the spirit heart flower." The voice was like an epiphany that made Xia Ruofei regain his senses. Like a drowning person who had found a life-saving straw, Xia Ruofei quickly reacted. In fact, Xia Qing had been paying attention to the situation outside, but he didn't notice anything unusual at the beginning. After all, the flow of genuine qi was in Xia Ruofei's body, and his divine sense couldn't keep an eye on his master all the time. It was only when Xia Ruofei's body started to tremble that Xia Qing realized something was wrong. It was already very dangerous. Xia Qing even felt the entire spirit map world begin to tremble. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur, and that was that the host's life was in great danger. Xia Qing then realized that Xia Ruofei was already at the end of his rope. He quickly reminded Xia Ruofei. In fact, Xia Ruofei had misunderstood the situation. He had never thought of using the petals of the spirit heart flower to recover his true qi. After he came back to his senses, he quickly used his spiritual will to explore the spirit map space. At this time, Xia Qing had already opened the box containing the petals of the spirit heart flower. At this time, it was too late to use the diluted solution of the petals of the spirit heart flower. The only way was to use the whole petal. After more than a year of accumulation, the number of spirit heart flower petals in the box had reached more than 100. Xia Ruofei did not think too much. With a thought, the invisible spatial force wrapped around the two petals and disappeared from the spirit map space. This was the first time he had been so extravagant. However, as long as he was alive, there was hope. Even if he had to use up all the hundreds of petals, Xia Ruofei would not feel the slightest bit of heartache. The petals of the spirit heart flower appeared in Xia Ruofei's palm. These petals were very strange. As long as they came into contact with a person's skin, they would be rapidly absorbed. However, it was different this time. As soon as the two petals appeared, the suction force on the stone wall seemed to increase. The stone wall had actually absorbed a lot of the petals. Xia Ruofei felt that he had only absorbed half of it. After the components of the spirit heart flower petals entered his body, the effect was immediate. Xia Ruofei immediately felt a dull pain. His nearly dried-up meridians were suddenly nourished. All the acupuncture points in his body seemed to start producing true qi. His empty dantian was also slowly filling up. After the stone wall absorbed the petals of the spirit heart flower, the speed at which the stone door rose suddenly increased by a large margin. Although the stone wall was still absorbing Xia Ruofei's vital energy, the petals of the spirit heart flower were also replenishing it. Before the effects of the medicine ran out, the income and expenditure were basically balanced. Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was really dangerous this time. Without any hesitation, he took out 2 more spirit heart flower petals. The stone wall also absorbed more than half of the petal. The remaining half of the petal entered Xia Ruofei's body to help him recover quickly. The stone door was still rising with a rumble, at a much faster speed than before. Finally, the heavy stone door rose to the top, and with the sound of a machine operating, the stone door slowly stopped. At that moment, Xia Ruofei felt the suction force from the stone wall disappear. He quickly pulled back his hands and leaned against the stone wall, panting heavily. After he had recovered, Xia Ruofei quickly stood up and looked in Song Wei's direction. Logo. Song Wei, how are you? Xia Ruofei asked anxiously. He heard Song Wei's weak voice from his earpiece. I'm fine. I just bumped into something and felt my breath hurt. Ruofei, what happened just now? When Xia Ruofei thought of what had just happened, he felt a lingering fear. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's nothing. It's all in the past." Song Wei, the stone door is open, let's get ready to go in. You're really fine? Song Wei asked with concern, why do I feel like you're particularly tired? I'm really fine. Xia Ruofei said, I'm just a little exhausted. Song Wei couldn't understand. Xia Ruofei was just standing there with his hands on the stone wall. How did he lose all his energy? However, there were too many things that she could not understand tonight. For example, the mysterious and terrifying trap and kill array. She vaguely felt that this was a field that she had never understood before. Xia Ruofei must know more than she did, so she did not get to the bottom of it and only nodded silently. Xia Ruofei was not stingy with the petals of the spirit heart flower. He took out 2 more petals from the spirit map and placed them in his palm, with the protective gloves blocking her view. Songwei naturally couldn't see anything. The true qi in his body was recovering rapidly, and his dantian was full of vitality again. Xia Ruofei then took off his backpack and searched inside. He took out a bottle of mineral water and passed it to Songwei. He smiled and said, "Have some water." This was naturally the spirit heart flower petal solution that he had taken out from the spirit map space. Furthermore, it was the kind with a rather high concentration. Xia Ruofei was filled with guilt when Songwei was pushed out by the repulsive force and hit the stone wall so hard. After the intense scene just now, Songwei also felt her mouth was dry. She nodded and said, "Thank you. It should be fine if I take off my gas mask now, right?" Xia Ruofei immediately took off his gas mask. At the same time, he released his vital energy around the 2 of them, forming an invisible protective shield. "It shouldn't be a problem for a short time," he said. "I'm going to take it off for some fresh air." Songwei couldn't wait to take off her gas mask. Girls love to look pretty. After putting on the gas mask, she looked like a pig's head. If it wasn't necessary, she wouldn't be willing to wear it all the time. Songwei gulped down more than half of the bottle of water. The petals of the spirit heart flower naturally started to repair the places where she had been injured. Even her exhausted physical strength was slowly recovering. Songwei also felt that she had recovered a lot. She tidied her hair and smiled. "Let's go in." Xia Ruofei glanced at the stone door and nodded. "Good. Be careful and follow me closely." Songwei was a little nervous, but at the same time, she nodded with anticipation. "Understood." Earlier on, Songwei had already noticed the faint light coming from the stone door. However, she had focused all her attention on Xia Ruofei. Now that the stone door was completely open, she immediately noticed the faint yellow light coming from the stone door. The 2 of them looked in the direction of the stone gate. There seemed to be something vague, but they couldn't see it clearly. Xia Ruofei had used a few petals of the spirit heart flower in a row. By now, he had recovered to his peak condition. He did not know if it was because he had overused his true energy just now, but he felt that his cultivation level had improved by a lot. It had not been long since he had broken through to Qi Disciple level 5. Under normal circumstances, he would need at least a few months to make a breakthrough. However, just now, he had already faintly felt a bottleneck. It seemed that it would only be a matter of time before he broke through to Qi Disciple level 6. Could it be that the extreme state is beneficial for the growth of cultivation? Xia Ruofei said in his heart. However, Xia Ruofei did not want to experience the feeling of almost dying again. It was fine to try it under controlled circumstances. Xia Ruofei released his spiritual power to explore the area in front of him. At the same time, he released his genuine qi to protect him and Songwei. The 2 of them stepped up the steps and walked through the stone door. After walking in, Xia Ruofei realized that it was a 6 to 7 meter long tunnel. There were oil lamps on both sides of the tunnel, 1 meter apart from each other. They were giving off a dim yellow light. This, Xia Ruofei and Songwei were both shocked. No one knew how long this underground palace had existed. Even according to the experts' speculations, it was at least a building from the Ming dynasty. The oil lamps on both sides of the corridor were still lit. Could it be that the lamp oil could not be used up? And how could there be so many things to burn in this underground palace? This is an eternal flame. Song Wei said excitedly, I didn't expect the eternal flame to really exist. According to modern science, the eternal light was actually spontaneously ignited when the later generations opened the tomb, and the tomb would be extinguished due to the lack of oxygen when it was closed. However, the oil lamp in the corridor was obviously not the case. Xia Ruofei looked at the oil lamps and felt a strange feeling. In fact, this underground palace was full of strangeness. And he couldn't help but be more vigilant. Let's go in and take a look, Xia Ruofei said. He reached out to hold Song Wei's hand. In fact, Xia Ruofei did this subconsciously when he felt danger. However, Song Wei's heart was beating wildly. She glanced at Xia Ruofei quickly, but did not withdraw her hand. Logo. The two of them walked through the tunnel, and soon, they had covered a short distance of 6 to 7 meters. When they got close, they found that the tunnel had turned right here. They did not hesitate and continued to walk along the tunnel. After turning the corner, the two of them advanced another 10 meters. They stopped. At the same time, their eyes revealing an extremely shocked expression. In front of them, to be precise, there was a huge square under their feet. It was as big as 2 or 3 football fields. The tunnel stopped here. The square was about 10 meters below the tunnel, as if the ground had caved in. Besides, Xia Ruofei also noticed that there were many dark tunnels on the opposite side of the mountain wall. There seemed to be many similar tunnels, all leading to this huge square. Xia Ruofei stood at the entrance of the tunnel and looked up. He couldn't see how high the ceiling was, but he could vaguely see many bright spots, like stars in the sky, which illuminated the entire square below. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue. The scale of this underground palace had exceeded his imagination. Furthermore, he had only descended 3 to 4 meters from the ground before reaching the corridor where the trap and kill array was located. Previously, he had been walking on flat ground without any ups and downs. However, the top that he saw now was a conservative estimate of tens of meters away from him. This was simply too miraculous. Could it be that we had unknowingly gone deep underground? Xia Ruofei had this thought. The sensing jade leaf he kept close to his body was already boiling hot. This meant that the world stone was very close to him. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and immediately decided to go down to the square. This tunnel was about 10 meters from the square below. If Xia Ruofei was alone, he could easily go down. But if he had to bring Song Wei along, he would have to go through a lot of trouble. He was definitely not at ease leaving Song Wei in this tunnel. Xia Ruofei took off his backpack and placed it on the ground. He searched around and found a military dagger. Without saying a word, he started to dig into the stone wall of the tunnel. The rock was very hard, but Xia Ruofei used his genuine qi to quickly dig a hole in it. He continued to dig and soon carved out a hollow part of the stone wall that looked like a doorknob. Then he dug a deep groove under the hollow. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei found another bundle of rope from his backpack. He threaded the rope through the hole and tied a firm climbing knot. Xia Ruofei tried it out and confirmed that the structure could bear the weight of 2 people. Let's go down and take a look, he said to Song Wei. Song Wei looked at the 10-meter drop and a hint of timidity flashed in her eyes. However, she quickly nodded and said, "N." Xia Ruofei took out a band from his backpack and tied both of their backpacks to the end of the rope. Then, they went down the rope. He wrapped the bandage around his waist and smiled. "In order to ensure our safety, you have to be tied to me. Don't worry, I'll bring you to a safe landing." Song Wei blushed and walked to Xia Ruofei. "Tie him up." Xia Ruofei carefully tied her to himself with a bandage. Their bodies were very close to each other. Her soft and delicate body made Xia Ruofei's heart flutter. He calmed himself down and sat down at the edge of the tunnel. With Song Wei, he grabbed the rope and said, "Go." Xia Ruofei kicked lightly, and the two of them were thrown out of the tunnel. Song Wei was so scared that she hugged Xia Ruofei's waist tightly and did not even dare to open her eyes. With the help of the rope, the two of them started to move back and forth. Xia Ruofei stepped on the mountain wall skillfully and started to descend rhythmically. Soon, the two of them stepped on solid ground and arrived at the ground of this huge square. Song Wei only opened her eyes when Xia Ruofei let go of her bandage. She could not care less about her shyness and immediately started to observe the huge square, curiously. Logo. Standing in this huge square, Song Wei finally felt how small she was. The square was the size of 3 football fields, surrounded by smooth circular stone walls. The stone walls were distributed with countless holes like beehives, and each hole corresponded to a tunnel. Above them was a chaotic ceiling, and the light above it was like stars. In such an environment, anyone would feel like they were in a dream. Soon, Song Wei realized that the floor of the square was as smooth as a mirror. There were no cracks on the ground, as if it was a hole. She did not know what the ground was made of, but it had a warm jade texture. If it was such a big piece of jade, it would be too terrifying. Song Wei could not imagine where on earth could produce such a large piece of jade. Compared to Song Wei, Xia Ruofei's focus was different. He had always been on high alert because the faint sense of danger in his heart had not dissipated. As soon as they arrived at the square, Xia Ruofei noticed a stone platform in the center of the square. The round stone platform was located in the center of the square. There were stone steps in all 4 directions, and there were 8 stone pillars on the stone platform. From a distance, it looked like a boxing ring. "Song Wei, let's go and take a look," Xia Ruofei said. Then, Xia Ruofei held Song Wei's hand and walked towards the stone platform. Song Wei seemed to be used to such intimate contact. She did not feel uncomfortable and leaned closer to Xia Ruofei. The two of them walked towards the stone platform step by step. Xia Ruofei had been releasing his spiritual power the entire time and using his genuine qi to form an invisible protective shield around the two of them. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. He could sense that the atmosphere in the square was very chaotic, and he was not sure if there would be any traps along the way from here to the stone platform. He could only maintain the highest alert and respond to any changes with no changes. However, the accident that Xia Ruofei was worried about did not happen. The two of them walked safely in the empty square and soon arrived at the bottom of the stone platform. It was only when he got closer that he could see that the stone platform was about 10 meters in diameter. It was made of the same material as the square's ground, and under the light from the ceiling, it looked extremely warm. Xia Ruofei could feel the heat from the jade leaf, but he could not detect the invisible poison that had once poisoned Song Wei. "Song Wei, take off your gas mask," he said. Song Wei trusted Xia Ruofei. Although she was still afraid of the poison, she took off her gas mask quickly. Xia Ruofei naturally took off his gas mask and stuffed it into his bag. It was indeed a little suffocating to keep wearing a gas mask. Let's go up and take a look, Xia Ruofei said. Song Wei nodded and held Xia Ruofei's arm nervously. The two of them walked up the stairs together. Xia Ruofei was very careful when he landed, but nothing happened. The two of them stood firmly on the steps. They looked at each other and continued to walk up the stairs. Soon, they arrived at the stone platform. As they got closer, Xia Ruofei saw that the 8 stone pillars surrounding the stone platform were carved with lifelike embossed. Xia Ruofei could tell that the 4 corners were the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. As for the other 4 corners, they were also carved with strange beasts. However, Xia Ruofei had not studied them much and could not tell what they were. In the middle of the stone platform, there was something that looked like an altar. On it, 9 golden dragons were cast. These 9 golden dragons were like stars surrounding the moon, holding a stone plate. On the stone plate, there was a black stone. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. World stone. After going through so much trouble on this trip, he had finally found the world stone. No wonder the jade leaf was so hot. The world stone was actually here. Song Wei seemed to have sensed Xia Ruofei's emotions. She turned to look at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Is that what you're looking for?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. I'm here for this." With that, Xia Ruofei stepped forward to retrieve the world stone. However, after taking one step, Xia Ruofei stopped. He realized that something was not right. He and Xia Qing had analyzed the presence of the realm stone in this ancient tomb through the poisonous aura in Song Wei's body. However, their judgment then was that the realm stone should have been infected by something cold. Yet, the realm stone in front of them did not have any cold aura at all. Xia Ruofei's mind power could not detect any trace of poison either. Xia Ruofei's mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of many possibilities. For example, there might be other world stones in this underground palace. However, in the end, he still decided to take the world stone away first. No matter what, there was already a world stone in front of him. How could he not take it? As for the existence of other world stones or the location of the cold objects, he could explore further in the future. Xia Ruofei thought about it and said to Song Wei, "Song Wei, wait for me here. I'll go and take that stone down." "I'll go with you," Song Wei said. "It might be dangerous over there." Xia Ruofei said, "I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect you when the time comes. It's just a few steps away. You just have to stand here and wait for me for 2 minutes." Song Wei thought for a while and said, "All right then. Please be careful." After all, she did not want Xia Ruofei to be distracted. She also understood that she was basically a burden to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded and let go of Song Wei's hand. He walked towards the altar in the center of the stone platform. He maintained a high level of vigilance and pushed his spiritual power to the extreme, almost covering the entire stone platform. Once there was any sign of trouble, he would be able to react immediately. From his position to the center of the stone platform, it was only about 5 meters, a distance of 7 or 8 steps. 1, 2, 3. Xia Ruofei's heart tightened. Song Wei clenched her fists and looked at Xia Ruofei's back nervously. Finally, Xia Ruofei arrived at the altar safe and sound. The realm stone was right in front of Xia Ruofei. As long as he stretched out his hand, he would be able to get it easily. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to check the altar. He did not find any danger or traces of an array. He finally made up his mind. Taking a deep breath, he stretched out his hand to grab the world stone. Everything seemed to be calm, but Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of danger. Just as his hand was a few centimeters away from the realm stone, he stopped. However, an invisible whirlpool seemed to have appeared on the world stone. The moment Xia Ruofei's spiritual power came into contact with the whirlpool, it was immediately dispelled as if it had been swallowed by a black hole. Then, Xia Ruofei felt as if there was a gentle breeze. He felt as if his body was being scanned from inside out. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Before Xia Ruofei could react, the entire stone platform started to shake violently. Xia Ruofei's expression changed drastically. He gave up on the realm stone without hesitation and turned around to run towards Song Wei. However, the shaking of the stone platform suddenly increased in intensity. Xia Ruofei fell to the ground from the impact. Immediately after, the 8 stone pillars began to collapse, and a shocking crack appeared on the smooth ground. The inside of the crack was pitch black, and a terrifying aura seeped out. Xia Ruofei only had time to look at Song Wei, who was also sitting on the ground, from the corner of his eye. Then, the entire stone platform started to collapse inward, and he was sucked in by the expanding crack. Xia Ruofei was extremely anxious. Song Wei had no cultivation at all. She was in danger. However, he couldn't do anything now. His body fell uncontrollably, and he could only hear the sound of the wind. The only thing Xia Ruofei could do was to release his genuine qi to protect his body. As for his mind power, he had already tried it. Just like the world stone just now, as long as his mind power went out of his body, it would immediately be swallowed silently, and he would not be able to detect the surrounding situation at all. Xia Ruofei kept falling in the pitch black darkness. After a long time, he finally landed on the ground. The moment he touched the ground, Xia Ruofei reacted instinctively. He rolled forward to dissipate some of the impact. However, even with his quick reaction and the protective Zhen Qi, he still felt his internal organs shake violently, as if they had all shifted positions. He even felt something sweet in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Xia Ruofei knew that he was injured, and it was not a light injury. But he couldn't care about himself. He struggled to sit up and shouted, "Song Wei! Song Wei!" His voice echoed in the darkness, but all he got in return was silence. Xia Ruofei did not give up and released his spiritual power. Again. Just like before, he could not use his spiritual power here. As long as it came out of his body, it would be devoured completely. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty. He then took out a Zippo lighter from the spirit map space and started it. Since he couldn't use his spiritual power here, he could only use his eyes to search. Xia Ruofei judged that if Song Wei had fallen down like him, she would probably be unconscious by now. After all, Song Wei did not have any protective Zhen Qi and had not received any unloading training from a high altitude. With the help of the yellow light from the vibrating Zippo, Xia Ruofei fumbled around in the dark space, trying to find Song Wei. However, he found nothing. There seemed to be only Darkness here, and the entire space was as silent as death. What Xia Ruofei did not expect was that Song Wei was still standing on the stone platform safe and sound. She did not experience the earth-shattering scene just now. However, Song Wei's face was filled with panic and helplessness. She saw Xia Ruofei's hand stop for a moment when he was reaching for the black stone. Then, he disappeared into thin air without any warning. This was completely beyond her understanding. Most importantly, she was the only one left in this vast and dead, silent underground square, logo. Being in such an empty and quiet underground square, and having witnessed Xia Ruofei disappear into thin air, Song Wei's helplessness was imaginable. Her delicate body trembled slightly. The light from the sky shone on the stone pillars and the altar, forming black shadows that looked like monsters in her eyes. Song Wei could no longer go back. Even if she had a rope, she would not be able to climb up the 10-meter height. Even if she did, how could she find the way out of the maze-like corridor? Besides, Xia Ruofei had disappeared without a trace, and Song Wei would not leave him alone. Song Wei bit her lower lip. She was having an intense internal struggle. There were 3 paths in front of her, and she had already rejected the option of going back. The only other option was to wait at the same spot. The other option was to walk to the altar like Xia Ruofei did. Xia Ruofei had disappeared there. If she walked there, would she be able to go to the place where Xia Ruofei had disappeared? However, Song Wei did not know what kind of danger she would face if she did that. She stood at the edge of the stone platform and hesitated for a long time. In the end, she made up her mind and slowly walked towards the altar in the center of the stone platform. Instead of sitting here and waiting for death, it was better to take a gamble and maybe meet up with Xia Ruofei. She walked carefully to the side of the altar and looked at the black stone on the stone plate in the center. She gritted her teeth and reached out her hand just like Xia Ruofei. Before her hand could even touch the world stone, a ray of light flashed and Song Wei disappeared from her spot. Xia Ruofei held the Zippo lighter and moved forward in the dark. Xia Qing, did you see what happened to Song Wei just now? Was she injured? He used his divine sense to communicate with Xia Qing. Master, Xia Qing said with some surprise, I only noticed a flash in front of my eyes, and then you came here. I didn't see Miss Song's situation. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, a flash? Didn't the entire stone platform collapse just now, and I fell into the crack? I clearly saw Song Wei fall to the ground too. How could you not see anything? Xia Qing also felt a little incredulous. I really didn't see anything. Xia Ruofei fell into deep thought. Everything that happened tonight was strange. Now, he was separated from Song Wei. The situation seemed to be out of his control. Master, Xia Qing said at this time, the suppression of spiritual will is getting stronger and stronger here. Xia Ruofei also clearly felt that Xia Qing's divine sense voice transmission seemed to have become a little empty, as if she was speaking from a very far place. His expression changed slightly, and he tried to contact the spirit map space with his mind. After trying, he realized that his connection with the spirit map space had weakened a lot. How did this happen? Xia Ruofei was a little anxious. Xia Qing's voice also became urgent. Master, this place's suppression on spiritual force and divine sense is too strong, and it seems to be getting stronger and stronger. I can't sense the outside world anymore. I'm worried that you'll soon lose contact with the spirit map. world. Xia Ruofei's mind was racing. He was already used to the existence of the spirit map space. Many things were placed inside and could be used at will. If he were to lose the connection to the spirit map space for the time being, then Xia Ruofei didn't need Xia Qing's reminder. He quickly realized what his priority was. With a slight thought, he immediately took out the box containing the petals of the spirit heart flower from the spirit map space. In addition, he also took out a military dagger and a pistol. This gun was taken out from the bedside table when Lu Yu was in danger at the bar. When Xia Ruofei went over to save her, Master Luo had taken it out. After Xia Ruofei subdued Master Luo, he naturally kept this pistol of unknown origin into the spirit map space without hesitation. When he was retrieving the items, he could clearly feel that it was much more difficult than usual. His communication with the spirit map space was also continuously suppressed. Xia Ruofei took advantage of the fact that they could still contact each other and said to Xia Qing, take good care of the space. You don't have to worry about the matters of the outside world. If I don't come in again for a long time, Master, it definitely won't happen. Xia Qing said, with your current strength, you can definitely turn danger into safety. I hope so, Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. He realized that his connection with the spirit map space was getting weaker and weaker, so he stopped talking and focused on dealing with the current situation. He inserted the military dagger into a position on his greave that could be reached at any time, then stuffed a few magazines full of bullets into his shirt pocket, and then loaded the bullets with a click. Xia Ruofei held the pistol tightly in his right hand and the Zippo lighter in his left hand as he continued to search. After walking for a while, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of danger. He subconsciously moved to the side. Xia Ruofei squinted his eyes at the dazzling light. When he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but tremble. He was like a statue, standing in place with a dumbfounded look. He found that the place he was in had completely changed. He was now standing in a tropical forest. The scorching sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, and the air was filled with a familiar moisture. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with this environment. When he was in the Lone Wolf Assault Team, he had carried out missions in the tropical forest many times. Logo. However, he was clearly in an ancient tomb that was deeply buried underground. How did he suddenly appear in a tropical forest? Could it be that spatial teleportation could be performed in that strange place? Xia Ruofei was so shocked that he could not think. It wasn't that he didn't consider the possibility that this was an illusionary formation. But everything was so real, including the sunlight, the rainforest, and the snakes, insects, rats, and ants that could be seen everywhere in the jungle. No matter if it was an illusion array or not, they had to get out of it. Xia Ruofei wanted to leave the rainforest first before making any plans. So he clenched the gun in his hand and pushed away the thorns in the jungle and walked forward. As a member of the special forces who had undergone special training, Xia Ruofei did not feel uncomfortable in such an environment. Instead, he was like a fish in water. His speed was quite fast. However, after a few hundred meters, Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped. His eyes were alert, because he saw a person standing quietly in front of him. The man was wearing Southeast Asian clothes. He had a machine gun on his shoulder and 2 bullet belts on his body. Xia Ruofei quickly removed the safety of his gun and pointed it at the man with both hands. He said in a deep voice, "Don't move." Put the gun on the ground, then slowly turn around. The man did not seem surprised by Xia Ruofei's appearance. He cooperatively threw the machine gun on the ground, then held the back of his head with both hands. And slowly turned around. When the man was facing Xia Ruofei's eyes narrowed and his body trembled. He knew the person in front of him, or to be more precise, this person had become the most unforgettable part of his memory, and he might never forget. The man's name was Mamba, a small drug lord in Southeast Asia. Of course, this was not the main point. The reason why Xia Ruofei had a deep impression of this person was because he had once met Mamba during a mission. Furthermore, that was Xia Ruofei's first actual combat mission after joining Lone Wolf and going through strict training and examinations. This mission was to encircle and annihilate the Mamba gang that came to our country's border for trade. At that time, Xia Ruofei's performance was outstanding. After the mission was completed, there was an additional third-class merit form in his file. The reason why he was able to get his first military merit was because he had killed a person on his first shot in this mission. This was the first time Xia Ruofei had killed someone. He clearly saw through his crosshair that his targets had been shot through. After firing the shot, he could not help but retch. The person he had killed was Mamba. A dead person suddenly appeared in front of him alive. The shock was simply indescribable. Xia Ruofei could even see a bloody hole on the Mamba's forehead, from which blood and brain matter were flowing. Mamba's eyes were lifeless and his face was pale. He stared straight at Xia Ruofei and muttered, "I'm in so much pain. So much pain." Xia Ruofei felt his hair stand on end, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. It must be an illusory formation. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, all of this is fake. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and said to himself, you killed him with one shot when he was alive. Now that he's dead, you're afraid of him? At most, I'll just beat him to death again. After he had calmed down, Xia Ruofei pulled the trigger without hesitation. The crisp sound of a gunshot rang out in the forest, and blood bloomed from Mamba's chest. He clutched his chest and said, You're so cruel." As the Mamba slowly fell to the ground, Xia Ruofei felt the world spinning and a strong wind blew in the forest. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the scene had changed. This time, he was in a desert. Not far in front of him, an all-terrain vehicle was burned to the ground, leaving only its skeleton. Seeing this scene, Xia Ruofei did not even need to recall anything to immediately recall the scene back then. That was his second actual combat mission with the team. In this mission, he accurately hit the fuel tank of the all-terrain vehicle that the terrorists were in while constantly moving. The vehicle caught fire and exploded on the spot, and the 4 terrorists on the vehicle also died on the spot. As expected, he soon saw 4 figures appear in front of him. The 4 of them were all burnt black. One of them had a broken arm and it was hanging by his side, covered in blood. They dragged their feet and walked towards Xia Ruofei with blank eyes, leaving 4 blood-red footprints in the desert. Xia Ruofei's eyes were cold as he fired without hesitation. Pa! 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 The crisp sound of gunfire continued to ring out, and the 4 terrorists fell to the ground without any suspense. Then, the scene kept changing. Different people kept appearing in front of Xia Ruofei. Some of these people were extremely vicious ruffians, some were cunning drug lords, and some were cold-hearted killers. They all had one thing in common, which was that they had either been killed or captured by Xia Ruofei. Those who were captured alive basically couldn't escape the death penalty. Therefore, these people were actually dead. Xia Ruofei could feel the anger in his heart building up. He knew that everything was fake, but the people he had killed before had appeared in front of him one by one, and they were all in terrible states after their deaths. This had a huge impact on his heart. Logo. Most importantly, even if Xia Ruofei knew that this was an illusion, he did not know how to break it. Was he going to keep repeating this forever? How was he going to get out? As the scene changed, Xia Ruofei's expression changed again. This time, he was not looking at the enemy he had killed, but his own comrade. The lone wolf assault team often carried out missions for dangerous people, and there would be a reduction in manpower at any time. In Xia Ruofei's career in the army, he had experienced many comrades, in arms, sacrificing their lives. The first person who appeared in front of him was the leader of a team. During a border mission, a soldier of a team stepped on a trigger mine. In order to save the soldier, the leader of the team was seriously injured on the spot and died before the rescue helicopter landed. Blood kept flowing out of the captain's mouth. He looked at Xia Ruofei with a bitter smile and said, "Blood wolf, it's really not a good feeling to be bombed by a landmine." Xia Ruofei kept panting heavily. The string in his head was so tight that it seemed like it would break at any moment. Xia Ruofei could kill the people who had died under his gun, but what about his former comrades? Even if he knew that everything was fake, it all looked so real. How could he do it? Just as Xia Ruofei was at a loss, one figure after another appeared beside him. He would never forget these people. There was the sniper of the 4th Squad, Little Zheng. He had been discovered by the enemy sniper during a mission, and when he was sacrificed, the powerful sniper bullet had almost blown half of his head off. Xiao Mao, the communications soldier of the 2nd Squad, was shot in the face during a jungle battle and died on the spot. The squad leader, Old Luo, who had died on the mission at the Three Mountains, also appeared in front of him. These people surrounded Xia Ruofei. Some were reminiscing about the past while others were talking about how they felt when they sacrificed themselves. Xia Ruofei felt as if his head was about to explode. His entire body trembled and he panted heavily. His eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's eyes suddenly narrowed and he revealed a complicated expression. He urged Hu Zi to appear in front of him. Lin, whose signature frivolous smile was still on his face. He carried his Type 95 automatic rifle in a very irregular posture and raised his eyebrows at Xia Ruofei. "Blood wolf, you're rich now. You're already a big boss," Lin Hu said to Xia Ruofei with a smile. Lin Hu and Xia Ruofei were soldiers of the same year. They were both selected as lone wolves and had gone through life and death together. In the end, he had sacrificed himself to protect Xia Ruofei. One could imagine Xia Ruofei's mood when he saw Lin Hu under such circumstances. He clearly saw that, although Lin Hu was talking with a smile, there were shocking bullet holes in his chest and thighs. The jungle camouflage was already soaked in blood, and blood was still gurgling out as he spoke. Xia Ruofei knew that everything was fake, but he still couldn't help but say in a trembling voice, "It's all my fault. I didn't notice the sniper, or you wouldn't have." Xia Ruofei did not address Lin Hu by his codename Wild Wolf. Lin Hu smiled and said, "Ruofei, we're comrades." "What do comrades do? Aren't they just people who block bullets from each other on the battlefield?" Xia Ruofei could not help but tear up. He could no longer tell what was real and what was fake. Who, after you left? I contacted Auntie and Xiao. I treated them like family and did my best to take care of them, he said. I know. No, Lin Hu smiled and said, brother, you're so thoughtful. No, I haven't done enough, Xia Ruofei said. I promised you that your mother will be my mother from now on, Lin Hu did not let Xia Ruofei continue. He waved his hand and said, all right. Ruofei, it's time for you to make a move, Xia Ruofei was stunned. The corner of Lin Hu's mouth curled up and he said, we're all dead, don't tell me you forgot. Shoot. Shoot us, and you'll be able to leave. No. Xia Ruofei's voice trembled. I can't do it, his hand that was holding the gun was trembling, and he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Lin Hu, squad leader Luo, Xiao Jing, Xiao Mao, and the captain of the 1st Division were all trying to persuade Xia Ruofei to shoot. A cacophony of noises entered his ears. Xia Ruofei felt as if his head was about to explode. If Xia Qing could still sense the situation outside, she would find that Xia Ruofei had been standing in the same place with his hands holding his head. His whole body was trembling and he was mumbling to himself. He was extremely agitated. In fact, Xia Ruofei was in a very dangerous situation. This illusory formation was very powerful. From a single enemy to multiple enemies, and finally to Xia Ruofei's sacrifice of his comrades, everything was done step by step. No matter how calm Xia Ruofei was, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. This was the best time for the inner demon to take advantage of the situation. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to lose control and lose control, the great Tao technique in his body suddenly started to operate on its own. Rays of light interweaved on Xia Ruofei's body. Xia Ruofei, who was in the illusory formation, suddenly felt a cool sensation in his head. All the noise seemed to have disappeared. Then, Xia Ruofei felt a flash before his eyes and he was back in the darkness. Even though it was pitch black here, Xia Ruofei felt a sense of security. He took out his Zippo lighter and looked at it. He realized that he had been standing still the whole time. There were more than a dozen bullet shells scattered under his feet. It was obvious that he had shot the enemy in the illusion array in reality. Xia Ruofei could feel that his clothes were already drenched in sweat. This illusory formation was too real and too terrifying. He didn't even know how he had walked out at the last moment, nor did he know that the great Tao arts in his body had actually activated on their own at the most critical moment. No matter what, he had finally walked out of the illusory formation. Xia Ruofei gathered his emotions and continued to walk forward with the Zippo lighter in his hand. He had only taken 5 or 6 steps when he suddenly stopped. He saw a white figure within the range of the Zippo lighter. The white figure had her back to him and was standing quietly not far in front of him. From the back, it should be a woman, because she had long hair that reached her shoulders. Perhaps she had heard Xia Ruofei's footsteps. The woman slowly turned around. She turned around very slowly and silently, giving people a strange feeling. Xia Ruofei looked at the white figure warily and clenched his gun. Soon, Xia Ruofei saw a white figure with the help of the Zippo lighter. The figure had turned around and his face was pale. However, when Xia Ruofei saw the face clearly, he was not afraid. Instead, he was overjoyed. Logo. The woman in white was Song Wei, the one that Xia Ruofei had been worried about. The moment he saw Song Wei, Xia Ruofei's tensed heart relaxed. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Song Wei. Song Wei, I finally found you. Xia Ruofei said. You don't know how worried I was for you just now. Song Wei's face was pale. She stared at Xia Ruofei and said, why are you doing this to me? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said, I'm sorry, Song Wei. I didn't know that the altar would change like that. I was caught off guard and fell in here. I didn't mean to leave you behind. Well, let's not talk about this, let's talk about you. How did you get here? What happened outside? Just now? Facing Xia Ruofei's question, Song Wei's expression remained cold. I'm not talking about that, she said. Ah? Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei in confusion. Under the flickering light of the Zippo, he couldn't see clearly. He only felt that Song Wei's face was extremely pale, and she must have been frightened. Song Wei stared into Xia Ruofei's eyes and asked, I'm asking. Why did you shoot me? Xia Ruofei was stunned. Could it be? He thought of a possibility. When he was trapped in the illusion array just now, he kept shooting at the illusionary enemies, and in reality, he also found the bullet shells on the ground, which meant that he was actually shooting randomly on the spot. As for Song Wei, she was so close to the place where he was trapped earlier. There was a high possibility that she would be hit by a stray bullet in the dark. Xia Ruofei panicked and quickly asked, You're injured? Where are you hurt? Are you okay? At this moment, Song Wei let go of her hand that had been covering her waist. Xia Ruofei immediately saw a shocking patch of red. Xia Ruofei's expression changed. He quickly took off his backpack and took out the box containing the petals of the spirit heart flower without hesitation. Song Wei, don't be afraid, he said as he opened the box. I can definitely cure your injuries. When Xia Ruofei was opening the box, he glanced at Song Wei's feet from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he had an idea. He picked up a petal with a pair of tweezers and said, Don't be angry with me. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was trapped in an illusory formation just now. I met some enemies in the formation, so I shot you. With our relationship, how could I deliberately shoot you? That's hard to say. Song Wei snorted. Maybe you've met another vixen? Xia Ruofei laughed awkwardly and said, How is that possible? Don't let your thoughts run wild, I'll help you apply the medicine. After he finished speaking, he picked up a petal of the spirit heart flower and brought it close to Song Wei's wound. Song Wei's eyes flickered as she gathered strength in her hands. However, just as she was about to attack, Xia Ruofei, who was bending over to apply medicine on her, suddenly took a wrong step and placed a military dagger on Song Wei's neck. Song Wei's expression changed. She looked aggrieved and scared as she said, Are you Ruofei, you? What are you doing? Xia Ruofei's lips curved up and he said, You're not Song Wei. What nonsense are you talking about? Song Wei's eyes flickered. You don't even recognize me? It seems that you still don't understand the principle that the more you talk, the more likely you are to lose. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I tested you a little and you really gave yourself away. I don't understand what you're saying. Song Wei said. All right. I'm not even in a relationship with Song Wei, how could she say those things? Xia Ruofei said, Are you still going to continue acting? Speak. Who are you? When Song Wei heard this, the aggrieved look on her face disappeared. She sneered and said, I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. I'm just curious, when Did you start to be suspicious? It's not good to be too curious. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but since you want to know, I'll tell you. Song Wei is just an ordinary weak girl. If she was hit by a stray bullet, even if she didn't fall to the ground, she wouldn't be able to stand as steadily as you did just now. Her legs didn't even tremble. Even a well-trained special forces soldier wouldn't be able to do that. After Song Wei heard Xia Ruofei's words, she revealed a ferocious expression and said, so what if you saw through me? Since you dare to come in, don't even think about leaving alive. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly retreated, and at the same time a wisp of yellow smoke came out of her body. Xia Ruofei looked calm and composed, but he was already on full alert. The moment Song Wei moved, he immediately followed her like a shadow. At the same time, the dagger in his hand cut through her neck without hesitation. Song Wei groaned and rolled on the ground, turning into a small yellow beast. It looked like a weasel, but it had 3 tails. There was a wound on the little yellow beast's body. Xia Ruofei had just made a cut, but it was not on the fatal neck. It seemed that when it transformed into a human, it had deliberately avoided the fatal part. Logo. The little yellow beast was as fast as lightning as it tried to escape into the darkness. Xia Ruofei's movements were also very swift. The dagger in his hand flew out and shot towards the little yellow beast like a bolt of lightning. The military dagger stabbed into the little yellow beast's hind leg, causing its body to suddenly stop moving. It was not that Xia Ruofei's flying dagger had lost its aim. The main issue was that the little yellow beast was too fast. It would be difficult to kill it in one shot. As Xia Ruofei threw out his military dagger, he did not hesitate to pull out the loaded pistol from his waist. Without a word, he fired in the direction of the yellow beast. The bullets landed on the ground and created sparks. The little yellow beast's body kept changing. There was no pattern to its movement. Xia Ruofei could only rely on his senses to keep shooting until he ran out of bullets. The Zippo lighter had already fallen to the ground, but its excellent performance ensured that it continued to provide light. With the help of the weak light, Xia Ruofei could see that he had shot the little yellow beast at least twice. One of the shots had been shot through its neck. It must have been seriously injured as its footsteps had slowed down. Unfortunately, even though Xia Ruofei reloaded his gun very quickly, the little yellow beast still managed to escape into the darkness and took his military dagger with it. Xia Ruofei understood the principle of not giving chase to a cornered enemy. Moreover, he was in a strange environment. Naturally, he would not give chase rashly. Xia Ruofei stood still, panting. It was too dangerous. This little yellow beast could actually transform into a person he was familiar with, and there were almost no flaws. After experiencing the mental torture in the illusory formation, he finally escaped from it. This was the moment when he was the most relaxed. At this moment, the little yellow beast changed into Song Wei's appearance, and Xia Ruofei almost fell for it. Just as Xia Ruofei was feeling a wave of lingering fear, Xia Qing's surprised voice suddenly rang in his mind. Mirage beast? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and then said in surprise, Xia Qing, you can send out your divine sense now? As he asked, he quickly felt around and found that he could connect to the spirit map space again with his mind. He immediately felt a lot more at ease. Xia Qing replied, Master, I've been trying to communicate with the outside world with my divine sense. It's just that I've always been suppressed. Just now, I felt that the power of suppression had disappeared. This is a good thing, Xia Ruofei said and then asked, what magical beast did you just say? What the hell is this? It's that little yellow beast that just escaped, said Xia Qing. I released my divine sense to the outside world and just happened to find that it had escaped. So, that thing is called a magical beast. Xia Ruofei exclaimed, it can actually change into Song Wei's appearance. That's too scary. Xia Qing said, this is an innate ability of magical beasts. They can change into any shape. This magical beast only has 3 tails. If it can evolve to 9 tails, it will be even more terrifying. An illusory formation that can be arranged with a wave of the hand can even trap a Jindan expert. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This magical beast was actually so powerful. He counted on his fingers. Qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir. He was only at Qi refining level 5 now. He was still 108,000 miles away from golden elixir. The 9-tailed mirage beast could actually trap a Jindan expert by casually setting up an illusion array. Fortunately, I only met third last today, Xia Ruofei thought to himself. Xia Qing continued, Master, the innate skill of the mirage beast is the Tao of illusion. In addition to being able to change their appearance to pass off as the real thing, they are also natural experts in the field of illusory formations. Moreover, they themselves are the core of the illusory formation, which is equivalent to a moving formation I. It is very difficult for ordinary people to break it. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I understand. I've experienced a terrifying illusory formation before, and it turned out to be created by that little beast. When he saw that the illusory formation could not do anything to me, he personally came out and changed into Song Wei's appearance to confuse me. He wanted to take advantage of my unguarded state to attack. That should be the case, Xia Qing said. That's why after the mirage beast was seriously injured by its master, the illusory formation boundary it had set up was naturally broken. That's why my spiritual sense was no longer suppressed. This thing is too scary. Xia Ruofei felt that it was a little unbelievable. Xia Qing said, Master, this also explains one thing. Either this magical beast had already discovered you before you came in, or Miss Song had also entered this place. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to change into Miss Song's appearance. Xia Ruofei felt strange and said, that's not right. In the illusionary array, I met many of my former enemies and comrades. But the illusionary beast had never seen them before. Xia Qing explained, everything in the illusory formation is actually Master's own imagination. Those people originally existed in your mind, so it's not wrong to say that they're inner demons. The illusory formation is only to stimulate these negative things. But the magical beast can't read your memories, it must have seen her before to be able to change into Miss Song's appearance. Xia Ruofei's expression changed. Oh no, Song Wei has no cultivation at all. If that's the case, she's in danger. Maybe the mirage beast could sense the scene on the stone platform. Xia Qing consoled him, Master, you don't have to worry too much, no matter what, we have to find this beast and kill it. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Xia Ruofei said. Xia Qing smiled and said, I also agree with this point. Destroying the magical beast is also beneficial to Master. Oh? What kind of benefits? Xia Ruofei asked. You'll know when you find it and destroy it. Xia Qing said with a smile, the biggest threat of a mirage beast is its ever-changing form. But it's already injured, and it can't become your acquaintance to confuse you. As long as we can find it, it shouldn't be difficult to kill it. You actually kept me in suspense, Xia Ruofei mumbled. Then, he picked up the Zippo lighter that was still on fire. Before, he was a little worried that he would fall into complete darkness after running out of oil, but now that he had restored his connection with the spirit map space, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. There was an entire bottle of lighter oil in the misty space. Xia Ruofei first put the box containing the petals of the spirit heart flower, the mountaineering bag, and other things into the spirit map space. Then, he held a gun in one hand and a lighter in the other as he fumbled forward. There were still strange blue bloodstains left behind by the mirage beast on the ground. Xia Ruofei followed the trail of blood and ran forward. Now that he had the spirit map space and Xia Qing's assistance, Xia Ruofei was more confident. He walked in the dark for more than 10 minutes and didn't encounter any danger along the way. Perhaps the magical beast was seriously injured and had no way to come out and cause trouble. The blue bloodstain continued to extend forward. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself, "You can run. He's been shot twice and stabbed with a knife, but he's still able to hold on this far." He continued to move forward for a few dozen meters, and the blue blood disappeared into a dark hole. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be a little stunned. The hole was only about 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem for the mythical beast to get in, but he was a living person. No matter what, he couldn't get in. Xia Qing. This is the mirage beast's nest, right? Xia Ruofei used his spiritual will to tell Xia Qing, "What should we do if it hides in this rat hole and doesn't come out? We can't do anything to it." Xia Qing muttered to herself for a while and said, "Master, please wait. I might have a way." "Okay, you think of a way as soon as possible. I'll watch over the cave entrance. Don't let it get away again," Xia Ruofei said. After a short while, Xia Qing said, "Master, I've prepared something for you. Please take it out." Xia Ruofei's mind entered the spirit map space and saw Xia Qing holding a bag in her hand. He directly brought the bag to the outside world. Xia Ruofei opened the bag and saw some dried herbs. "What is this?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Logo. Master, this is a thorny vine root." Xia Qing said, "Didn't you store some medicinal herbs at the Archean realm in the past?" "Coincidentally, there are still some rattan roots left. This thing can draw out the mirage beast?" Xia Ruofei asked in disbelief. After Xia Qing's reminder, he also remembered that among the Chinese medicinal herbs he had hoarded in the past, there seemed to be an herb called thorny vine root. However, this was just an ordinary herb. Just this thorn vine root alone could make the mirage beast come out obediently? Xia Ruofei felt that it was a little unreliable. Xia Qing smiled and said, "Master, it's not to lure them out, but to force them out. Magical beasts hate the smoke from burning the thorny vines. If you light the thorny vines and let the smoke enter the cave, it definitely won't be able to stand it." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "There's no other way. Anyway, so this is the only way. I hope there's no other exit." With that, Xia Ruofei poured out all the thorny vines from the bag and piled them up at the small hole. Then, he lit them up with the Zippo lighter. The thorny vine roots were extremely dry, and they almost caught fire. These intertwined wild vines quickly produced smoke after burning. Xia Ruofei sniffed it and didn't feel any difference from the smoke from ordinary firewood. However, he was still very confident in Xia Qing's judgment, so he didn't care too much. He directly added a true energy shield on top of the pile of burning bramble roots, not letting a trace of smoke leak out. Then, he used his true energy to force all the smoke into the cave. Master, be careful of it escaping. The speed of a magical beast is still very fast. Xia Qing reminded. Understood. Xia Ruofei grinned. After the illusory formation lost its effect, Xia Ruofei felt that the suppression of his spiritual power was not as strong as before. Hence, after he was forced into the smoke, he had already released his spiritual power and was fully focused on the situation in the cave. In less than a minute, Xia Ruofei felt some movement in the cave. His spirit was roused, and he focused his energy to guard the entrance of the cave. As long as the mirage beast dared to come out, he would make it a one-way trip. Suddenly, Xia Ruofei felt his vision blur, and a yellow shadow jumped out of the hole. He subconsciously reached out and accurately grabbed the rear leg of the magical beast. Then without thinking, he swung the magical beast and heavily smashed it to the ground. With a muffled sound, the mirage beast was thrown to the ground by Xia Ruofei. Master, use that hidden weapon of yours. Xia Qing said, the mirage beast's skin is rough and its flesh is thick. We can't hurt it like this. As expected. Before Xia Ruofei could finish his sentence, the mirage beast had already rolled up from the ground. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to take out a pistol from the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei's movements were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. After a second, the bullet was accurately shot at the magical beast. The magical beast ran forward quickly while changing its trajectory left and right, hoping to avoid Xia Ruofei's hidden weapon. Unfortunately, it was no longer able to set up an illusion array after it was injured. Besides, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was not suppressed by the array. Under the cover of his spiritual power, its movement trajectory could not be hidden. Even though it was only a second and the beast had already disappeared into the darkness, Xia Ruofei could still see its figure clearly with the help of his spiritual power. His bullets chased after the mirage beast, and soon a bullet hit the leg of the mirage beast, causing its speed to drop by a large amount. Xia Ruofei struck while the iron was hot. He did not hold back on his bullets at all as he fired at the mythical beast. Master, don't hit the head. Xia Qing reminded him again with some urgency. Xia Ruofei's gun slightly lowered. The bullet that was supposed to hit the beast's head went straight into the beast's neck. This shot was fatal. After the mirage beast's legs kicked a few times, it died in a pool of blue blood. You ambushed me, and still want to run? Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself as he carefully approached the mythical beast with his gun. At the same time, his mind power had almost enveloped the magical beast. If the magical beast was faking its death or had other conspiracies, it would be hard to escape Xia Ruofei's detection. The mirage beast was really dead. Xia Ruofei came closer and realized that the magical beast was not moving. He stretched out his leg and kicked it a few times, but there was no movement. Only then did Xia Ruofei relax, but he was still holding the gun tightly. Master, the beast is already dead. Xia Qing said, there's a tuft of hair under its neck, and it has now turned completely white. This means that its life force has completely dissipated. Xia Ruofei observed for a while and found a tuft of white fur under the neck of the magical beast. This magical beast was yellow in color. Xia Ruofei felt that it was quite fresh, but he knew that Xia Qing would not lie to him, so he was completely at ease. This was the most dangerous time for Xia Ruofei since he got the spirit map. Especially when the magical beast changed into Song Wei's appearance, Xia Ruofei almost fell for it. That was why he hated the magical beast to the bone. Now that he had finally destroyed the magical beast with his own hands, he felt quite relieved. Now that he had killed the mirage beast, Xia Ruofei was ready to go and find Song Wei. In this underground palace, where danger lurked everywhere, Song Wei, who had no cultivation at all, was definitely in a very dangerous situation. Xia Ruofei was also very anxious at this moment. However, just as Xia Ruofei was about to leave, Xia Qing said, "Master, don't be in such a hurry to leave, the magical beast's treasures haven't been taken yet, Logo." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said, "There's a treasure hidden on the mirage beast? Why didn't I see it? But I can't get my military dagger back." Xia Ruofei's military dagger was a spoil of war from his mission. It had been with him for many years. When the magical beast came out of the cave, it did not bring the dagger with it. It must have been taken down by the magical beast after it returned to the cave. The cave was so small that Xia Ruofei would not be able to retrieve his military dagger if it was in there. He felt that it was a pity. "Master," Xia Qing said with a smile, "if the magical beast didn't have any treasures on it, why would I call you over to hunt it? Isn't it for revenge?" Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, "I remember now. Just now, you said that killing the magical beast would be good for me. Now that the magical beast has been killed, tell me what the good is. Don't keep me in suspense." "Yes, Master," Xia Qing said, "didn't I just remind Master not to hit its head? The beast's treasure is in its head, Master, please cut its head open." "All right," Xia Ruofei said. He took out a saber from the spirit map space. Although the military dagger was lost, there were still a few sabers in the space. The body of the dead magical beast was not completely stiff, so Xia Ruofei easily cut open the beast's head. "Master, you need to find a piece of the skull," Xia Qing said. "It's very different from ordinary skulls and is easy to distinguish. There are many natural Dao patterns on this skull. It's a pity that this illusionary beast is only at the three-tailed realm. If it was nine-tailed, that Dao pattern would be even more precious." Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, "If it was nine-tailed, would I still be alive?" "That's true," Xia Qing said with a smile. With Xia Qing's guidance, Xia Ruofei's efficiency was naturally very high. Of course, it was also because the skull's target was very obvious. Very quickly, he found the skull with the natural Dao pattern. In order to find it, Xia Ruofei had to search for it, and his hands were covered with blue blood. He placed the Dao bone of the illusionary beast to the side and took out a bucket filled with spirit pond water from his space. He first washed his hands and then placed the Dao bone into the bucket to wash it. After pouring the water away and putting the bucket back into the medium, Xia Ruofei took the Taoist bone and asked, "Xia Qing, what is the use of this skull? To think that you would call it a treasure." "Master, you can use your spiritual power to sense those Dao patterns, and you'll know," Xia Qing said with a smile. "So mysterious," Xia Ruofei mumbled as he released his spiritual power. "Eh?" Xia Ruofei could not help but raise his eyebrows. When his mind power came into contact with the natural Dao patterns, he immediately felt a mysterious aura. blowing in his face. He couldn't help but immerse himself in these mysterious patterns. After a long time, Xia Ruofei finally broke away from this mysterious state. He suddenly realized that his realm had increased by another level and was very close to Qi Disciple, level 6. So magical. My cultivation has obviously improved. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim. He wasn't in a state of cultivation at all just now. He was just sensing those Tao patterns, and it actually increased his cultivation. This was simply unheard of. Master, the improvement in cultivation is only a small aspect. Xia Qing laughed and said, this mirage beast's Tao bone is naturally passed down. It will be very helpful for your comprehension of the array Tao if you study it frequently. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. Soon, he realized that his understanding of array Tao had improved by quite a bit, especially in the illusion array Tao. It was a whole lot higher than before. The knowledge of arrays had been transferred to Xia Ruofei's mind through the jade talisman of inheritance. Although he did not need to spend much effort to digest all these insights, he now felt that his understanding of arrays had always been very shallow. Many parts that he did not understand before had suddenly become clear. Xia Ruofei even felt that he could easily set up an illusion array now. If the quality of the materials was good enough, the power would not be low. It's really a treasure, Xia Ruofei said. Master, you can take out this Tao bone of the illusionary beast frequently to comprehend. Xia Qing said, not only will it be helpful to your array Tao cultivation, but it will also be of great help to your cultivation comprehension. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, got it. Xia Qing, it's all thanks to your profound knowledge, or else I would have missed out on this treasure. Xia Ruofei had the urge to sit down and comprehend it again. The feeling of being completely immersed in the natural Tao pattern was wonderful. However, he also knew that the most important thing now was to find Song Wei. Thus, he hindered his reluctance and put the Tao bone into the spirit map space to store it properly. This trip to Xiangnan province had been full of twists and turns. However, after obtaining this Tao bone of an illusionary beast and not finding a single world stone, Xia Ruofei felt that this trip had not been in vain. Xia Ruofei continued to explore in the dark. This corridor was different from the previous one. Although it was dark, there were not many forks and turns. Xia Ruofei just walked in one direction. Unconsciously, Xia Ruofei felt that the darkness around him seemed to have lightened. At first, he thought it was an illusion. When he put the lighter away and closed his eyes for a while, he opened them again and slowly raised his hand. Sure enough, he found that he could see a faint outline of Yingying's face. It had been completely dark just now, and he couldn't even see his fingers. Xia Ruofei decided not to use the lighter to light up the place and continued to walk forward. Because the suppression of his spiritual power was much weaker now, he could still release his spiritual power to explore the way so he could still see the way. After moving forward for a while, Xia Ruofei realized that the darkness had faded. Now, he could vaguely see his own legs. Although he did not find the source of the light, Xia Ruofei felt that it was getting brighter as they walked. This meant that they should be out of the dark environment soon. Just like that, Xia Ruofei walked forward for a full half an hour. The environment was not dark anymore. It was a little like an evening environment where one could see the road clearly. But it was not the kind where the sun was shining. Just as Xia Ruofei quickened his pace, he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind. At the same time, Xia also reminded him, Master, be careful. In fact, Xia Ruofei had already sensed the danger, so he dodged to the side at once. A flash of light flashed in front of his eyes. If he had reacted half a second slower, he would have been beheaded. Xia Ruofei finally saw clearly. A big man in ancient clothes was holding a ghost head blade. He came out of nowhere and launched a fierce attack without saying a word. Master, that's a puppet. Xia reminded him, you must be careful. Xia Ruofei's expression couldn't help but turn serious. Fortunately, Xia had warned him. Otherwise, this puppet that could pass off as the real one would really be in danger. After all, if it was a human, some attacks could be fatal, such as the heart. However, puppets were different. Their chests were not necessarily their fatal spots. If Xia Ruofei had heaved a sigh of relief after hitting its heart, he might have been in danger of death the next moment. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to be slow. He held a dagger and rushed forward. Compared to a human, a puppet's agility was not as good. Xia Ruofei fought with ease. The puppet's attack seemed sharp, but it could not even touch Xia Ruofei's clothes. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, quickly found an opportunity and stabbed the puppet's heart. If an ordinary person was stabbed in this part, they would definitely die on the spot. However, the puppet was completely fine. It felt no pain or fear. What was even more strange was that the puppet's chest had been deeply pierced by a knife, but not even a drop of blood flowed out. There was only a shocking wound. Master, try to break his head. Xia said. Understood. Xia Ruofei said calmly. He continued to fight with the puppet, relying on his agile movements to move around the puppet. In the blink of an eye, the puppet had been hit many times, but its combat power had not decreased at all. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to stab the puppet for the 5th time, a pistol suddenly appeared in his hand when he was close to the puppet. Xia Ruofei pointed the gun at the puppet's temple and pulled the trigger, logo. With a bang, the puppet fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw that the puppet's head had been shot by a bullet at close range. Although there was no blood flowing out, it was likely that the core had been destroyed, so it naturally lost its ability to move. Xia Ruofei felt much more at ease now that he could deal with the puppet with a pistol. Although he had cultivated a top-notch technique like the great Dao arts, he had not dabbled in any techniques that involved fighting between cultivators. Just like when he was fighting with the puppet, he relied more on his strong physical fitness and special forces combat skills. In this case, it was not a big problem to protect himself, but it was also difficult to cause damage to the rough and thick-skinned puppet. In comparison, Xia Ruofei had more confidence in using guns to solve the problem. After being in the special forces for a few years, Xia Ruofei was familiar with all kinds of firearms, not to mention this standard pistol. In addition, he still had a lot of bullets stored in his interspace. Even if he encountered multiple puppets, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Xia Ruofei checked the bullets in his magazine and then squatted down to check the puppet. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, why does this golem look so much like the sculptures on the 2 sides of the corridor? Don't tell me those sculptures, when he thought of the dense sculptures on both sides of the corridor when he first entered the underground palace, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If these sculptures were all fearless puppets, what a terrifying force it would be. Xia Ruofei felt that the underground palace was getting more and more mysterious. He started to doubt Song Wei's speculation that it was a Ming dynasty tomb. Even if it was the tombs of the nobles or even the imperial tombs, it was impossible for there to be mythical beasts or puppets, right? At this moment, Xia Ruofei felt a strong gust of wind. He was still crouching on the ground to check on the puppet, so he quickly rolled forward. At the same time, he quickly scanned the surroundings from the corner of his eye, and sure enough, he saw another puppet appear. This time, the two puppets attacked him together, one from the front and one from the back. Xia Ruofei looked at the clothing and facial features of the puppets. He felt that they were the statues on the two sides of the corridor. Perhaps they were usually in a petrified state. He did not know what triggered them to wake up and start attacking the intruders. Xia Ruofei used his agile movements to deal with the two puppets while thinking quickly. In his mind, if all the statues were to wake up, Song Wei would be in even more danger. Xia Ruofei was a little anxious. He didn't want to continue fighting. He took the opportunity when he passed by the two puppets and rushed forward. The two puppets were obviously not like Xia Qing, who had a certain level of self-consciousness. When they saw Xia Ruofei escape, they didn't say a word and flashed in Xia Ruofei's direction. As Xia Ruofei was charging forward, he saw two more puppets appear in front of him. They formed a pincer attack with the previous two puppets. Xia Ruofei frowned. It seemed like he couldn't just hide. If he did that, he would attract more and more puppets. Even if he had a gun, he might not be able to deal with them. Xia Ruofei made up his mind. Since that was the case, he would kill one if one came, and kill two if two came. After he made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. As he ran, he raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Although he was running at a high speed and did not aim at all, Xia Ruofei's marksmanship was not that simple. He had been trained to shoot tens of thousands of bullets every year. One of the 2 bullets directly blew up a puppet's head, and the other shot missed because the puppet stopped in its tracks by accident and hit its neck. The puppet whose head had been blown off fell to the ground, but the puppet whose neck had been shot looked as if nothing had happened. A fatal injury to a normal human had no effect on the puppet. His eyes were red as he surrounded Xia Ruofei with the 2 puppets behind him. At this moment, the 2 puppets had already caught up to him. Xia Ruofei could even feel the sharp killing intent behind him. He was very calm and didn't even look back. He raised his hand and fired a shot behind him while his body moved sideways. The puppet in front of Xia Ruofei was pouncing towards him. After losing its target, it could not change its direction. The puppet behind him happened to pause after being shot, so the 2 puppets collided and fell to the ground at the same time. Although it did not cause any harm, Xia Ruofei was waiting for this fleeting opportunity. 2 of the puppets fell to the ground, and the path of the other puppet was blocked. Xia Ruofei had won a few seconds. For a special forces elite like him, a few seconds could do a lot of things. Xia Ruofei raised his gun and aimed at the only puppet that was standing. He took a quick aim and fired. Bang! Bang! The bullet accurately entered the puppet's forehead and flew out from the back of its head. There was only a small hole on the puppet's forehead, but there was a large hole on the back of its head. The puppet maintained its forward charging posture, but its upper body involuntarily leaned back under the impact of the bullet, and it fell to the ground face up. Logo. After Xia Ruofei fired, he did not care about the puppets anymore. He was 100% confident in his marksmanship. He immediately turned his gun and aimed at the two puppets that were clumsily getting up from the ground. Bang! 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 Without a doubt, before the two puppets could even get up, they were killed by Xia Ruofei's spear. Xia Ruofei blew at the muzzle of his gun and ignored the few puppets that had been completely destroyed. He continued to walk forward. The surroundings grew brighter and brighter. Xia Ruofei realized that he was in a 10-meter-wide tunnel that extended straight ahead. He had no idea where it led to. He couldn't find the way out, and he didn't know where Songwei was. He could only follow this path and move forward. Along the way, Xia Ruofei encountered many puppets. Fortunately, he had good marksmanship and enough bullets, so he passed them easily. In just 10 minutes, he had destroyed at least 40 to 50 powerful puppets, all of which were headshot with one shot. As they walked, Xia Ruofei's sharp senses detected something approaching. He raised his gun subconsciously. However, unexpectedly, the opponent's speed was extremely fast this time. Xia Ruofei felt a white light flash by. He had no time to shoot and could only subconsciously dodge to the side. Xia Ruofei felt a gust of wind blow past his face. Then, two more puppets appeared in front of him and were charging towards him. Xia Ruofei couldn't be bothered to think about what that white light was and quickly fired 2 shots. This time, the pursuing puppets seemed to be much more agile than the ones he had encountered before. They dodged at the same time, and one of the bullets missed slightly and brushed past the face of one of the puppets, blowing off one of its ears. The other bullet missed. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. At this time, the two puppets had already arrived in front of him. Xia Ruofei quickly lowered his body and swept his leg. With a bang, Xia Ruofei felt as if he had kicked an iron plate. The puppet only shook a little, but did not fall. Fuck! Xia Ruofei cursed. At this moment, the two puppets had already swung their hard fists at him. Xia Ruofei's center of gravity was very low, so he rolled on the ground and dodged the fierce attack. At the same time, he fired another shot. One of the puppets lost its balance after missing the shot and staggered forward. Xia Ruofei's bullet arrived just in time and accurately penetrated its forehead. Pfft! A hole appeared in the puppet's head. However, to Xia Ruofei's shock, the puppet was not completely dead. It only moved a little slower, and its behavior seemed to be a little abnormal. It directly attacked its companion beside it. Xia Ruofei did not have time to think. He took the opportunity when the two puppets were fighting and fired a few more shots. This time, he didn't hold back on his bullets and fired several shots in a row. After the gunshots stopped, the two powerful puppets finally lay on the ground and stopped moving. Xia Ruofei stood up with some lingering fear. He glanced at the two puppets that were obviously much stronger than the others. If the next puppets they encountered were all this powerful, it would be a bit difficult to deal with them. At this moment, Xia Ruofei thought of the white light that had just appeared. He could not help but look in the direction that the white light had flown in. Xia Ruofei's eyes widened. He saw a pure white little beast staring at him with its black eyes. The pure white little beast looked a little like a civet cat. It was a little afraid of Xia Ruofei's pistol, and there was a trace of fear in its eyes. Xia Qing, what animal is this? Xia Ruofei clenched his gun and looked at The little beastie vigilantly while asking Xia Qing with his divine sense. He had almost fallen for the magical beasts trap before, so he didn't dare to take this kind of small and cute animal lightly. Master, I can't tell what kind of creature this little beast is, Xia Qing said with some uncertainty. Xia Ruofei did not feel the little beast's murderous intent and felt slightly relieved. He walked towards the white beast. The little white beast quickly retreated, its eyes filled with fear. As long as Xia Ruofei had the intention to hurt it, it would run away without hesitation. Xia Ruofei noticed that its hind legs seemed to be injured. Its white fur was stained with blood and it was limping as it retreated. Even after the little white beast was injured, its speed was still so fast. Xia Ruofei did not see anything clearly at all. He only saw a white light flash past his eyes, which made him speechless. Sensing the little white beast's fear, Xia Ruofei smiled gently and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." Xia Ruofei had a strong affinity with the beast and the little white beast seemed to have a high level of intelligence. It could feel that Xia Ruofei did not have any hostility towards it, so its guarded look gradually disappeared. Xia Ruofei continued, "You seem to be injured. If you don't mind, I can help you treat your injuries." Xia Ruofei said as he walked towards the little white beast. Soon, he was in front of it. Being so close to Xia Ruofei, the little white beast started to show fear again. Xia Ruofei squatted down and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to check your injuries." With that, Xia Ruofei took out a small box of ointment from the spirit map space. It was an ointment concocted with the petals of the spirit heart flower and was very effective for external injuries. Logo. Upon closer inspection, Xia Ruofei realized that there were 3 deep claw marks on the little white beast's hind leg. The base of its hind leg was already split open and blood was seeping out. Xia Ruofei comforted the little white beast with his words while using a clean bamboo piece to pick out some black ointment and carefully applied it on the little white beast's wound. The little white beast trembled a little, and then its vigilance disappeared completely. It showed a trace of comfort. The effect of the ointment added with the petals of the spirit heart flower was immediate. It could already feel that the pain in its wound had reduced a lot, and the blood was no longer flowing. It also felt very cool. The little white beast had confirmed that Xia Ruofei really had no ill intentions towards it. It looked at Xia Ruofei more affectionately. Xia Ruofei smiled and carefully applied the ointment on the little white beast's wound. Then, he took out medical gauze and tape from the medium and skillfully bandaged it. Soon, Xia Ruofei stood up and said in a relaxed tone, "All right, little guy, your injuries should be fine in a while." "Gggg," the little white beast barked at Xia Ruofei, as if it was thanking him for his help. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "No need to thank me. It's fate that brought us together. Besides, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." He had just seen the little white beast being chased by the puppet, and the wound on the little white beast had clearly been left behind by the puppet. Xia Ruofei did not know if the little white beast understood him, but it raised its 2 front legs and put them together. It bowed to Xia Ruofei like a human bowing. Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, "I already said you don't have to thank me. Little guy, you can go. If you encounter those puppets again, you'd better be smart and run. You're so fast, they shouldn't be able to catch up to you." With that, Xia Ruofei kept the ointment, gauze, and other things back into the medium and was ready to leave. He didn't notice that when Xia Ruofei kept the items, the little white beast seemed to have felt a spatial fluctuation and its eyes lit up. Xia Ruofei took 2 steps forward and realized that the little white beast had followed him. It bit his pants and pulled him in one direction. What's going on? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask. Master, it probably wants to take you somewhere. Xia Qing said, you might as well follow it and take a look. I don't think it has any ill intentions. Xia Ruofei nodded and smiled. All right, stop pulling. I'll go with you, all right? The little white beast was indeed very intelligent. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, it let go of Xia Ruofei's pants and started to lead the way. Soon, they passed through the straight passage. The path ahead was similar to the trap and kill array that Xia Ruofei had used when he first entered. There were more forks in the path, and there was no pattern to it. However, the little white beast seemed to be very familiar with the environment. It led Xia Ruofei through many turns and walked for a full 20 minutes. Along the way, they encountered many puppets, including the 2 puppets that were as powerful as the ones that had chased after the little white beast. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had a gun, which was a powerful weapon, so they were safe. Finally, they arrived at a place. It was a smooth stone wall, but there was a layer of colorful light on the surface. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to sense it and cried out in surprise, this is a formation, logo. Xia Ruofei's guess was right. The complicated patterns on the smooth stone wall were an array, and it was a rather advanced array. With Xia Ruofei's current level of array Dao, he could not figure it out at all, let alone solve it. The little white beastie cried out a few times and stretched out its front legs to gesture at the stone wall. You want me to break this formation? Xia Ruofei asked, half confused. The little white beast could actually understand Xia Ruofei's words. It immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. However, it was so small that it looked like a miniature civet cat. It was very cute to do such a human-like action. Is there a great benefit to you in undoing this formation? Xia Ruofei was confused again. The little white beast nodded even more frequently, and a sense of urgency could be seen in its eyes. Xia Ruofei jokingly said, but what good does that do me? I'm in a hurry to find my friend. Where would I find the time to help you break the formation? With that, Xia Ruofei made a gesture to leave. The little white beast saw this and quickly ran over to bite the bottom of Xia Ruofei's pants. Its eyes revealed a pleading look, and at the same time, it barked and gestured at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could barely understand what it meant and asked, you're saying that I'll benefit a lot from cracking the formation? GGG. The little white beast nodded repeatedly. Actually, Xia Ruofei's decision to leave was half true and half false. On one hand, he was really worried about Song Wei's safety and wanted to find her quickly. On the other hand, he was also very curious about this stone wall, as this formation was not simple. Most importantly, the sensing jade leaf hanging on his chest was burning frighteningly. This meant that if he could break the formation, he might be able to find the world stone he needed. Instead of leaving the mysterious stone wall alone and searching for Song Wei cluelessly, it was better to try and see if he could solve this formation. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, then I'll try. However, I can't take too long. If I really can't crack it, I can only tell you that it's a pity. I Lost my friend and I have to find her as soon as possible. The little white beast nodded and gestured at the stone wall a few more times. Xia Ruofei's expression turned serious, and he asked urgently, "You're saying that if I break the formation, I might be able to find my friend?" The little white beast shook its head and gestured as it called out. However, Xia Ruofei did not understand what it meant. However, he could tell from the little white beast that if he wanted to find Song Wei's whereabouts, it would be best for him to undo this array first. Regardless of whether the little white beast was telling the truth or not, Xia Ruofei had already decided to stay and try it out. Hence, he did not hesitate and immediately focused his attention on the stone wall. The lines on the stone wall crisscrossed, and dazzling light spots swam quickly on the lines, looking more beautiful than computer special effects. When Xia Ruofei's spiritual power covered it, he immediately felt that the complexity of the array was on the level of hell. After cracking the Earth Jade Talisman, Xia Ruofei had specially studied the array Dao. The array Dao books that could be sealed in the Jade Talisman were undoubtedly the best of the best. There were many classic array patterns in these books, but in terms of complexity, none of the classic examples that Xia Ruofei had seen could be compared to the array patterns on the stone wall. Xia Ruofei tried to analyze the nodes of the array pattern one by one. At first, he felt that he was getting an idea. However, as the number of nodes increased, he began to come to a completely different and contradictory conclusion. All the previous analysis seemed to have been useless. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He rubbed his temples. He couldn't help but feel helpless in the face of this array. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, "I don't believe this. How can there be an unbreakable formation?" After a short rest, he focused his attention on the stone wall. The little white beast lay quietly on the ground, its eyes looking at Xia Ruofei from time to time with a hint of anticipation. Xia Ruofei overcame his impetuous state of mind and gave up on the idea of taking a shortcut. He began to focus on studying this complicated array. He started to analyze the formation from its most basic structure, from the function and principle of each formation pattern, and then slowly assembled more formation patterns. Soon, he was immersed in the wondrous world of arrays, even forgetting the passage of time. Xia Ruofei had entered a very mysterious state. He did not even realize that in such a deep state, his array Dao level was also increasing unconsciously. Reverse 5. Elements. Nesting. Kuan position shift, Xia Ruofei mumbled analyzed. The little white beast had been waiting quietly the entire time. Xia Qing, who was in the spirit map space, seemed to have realized that Xia Ruofei was fully focused on analyzing the formation, so she also remained silent. They had already cleared out all the puppets on their way here, so no puppets came out to interrupt Xia Ruofei's comprehension. Time passed silently. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, a whole 4 hours had passed. Xia Ruofei did not even move a single step. Other than his pair of quick, witted eyes turning from time to time, he stood in front of the stone wall like a statue without moving an inch. Unknowingly, the formation on the stone wall became clearer and clearer in Xia Ruofei's eyes. Those seemingly messy and complicated array patterns also gradually became organized. He had to admit that the array knowledge he had obtained from the Earth character Jade Talisman was extremely precious. Perhaps the array techniques involved were not as advanced as the array techniques on the stone wall, but it had made Xia Ruofei's array foundation extremely solid. It was on this solid foundation that Xia Ruofei had the capital to analyze the formation. Otherwise, even if he looked at it for 100 years, he would not be able to see the hidden meaning. Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened. He even started to simulate the formation in his mind. The Great Tao was simple. After analyzing the essence of those complicated array patterns, everything seemed to become simple. After more than 5 hours, Xia Ruofei finally moved. His eyes were filled with confidence as he took a step forward to the stone wall and pressed his hand on it. The little white beast couldn't help but close its eyes, as if it couldn't bear to look. It had tried many times, but it couldn't even touch the stone wall. As long as it got close enough, it would be blocked by the array. This formation was like a mirror. If one tried to break it with brute force, the backlash would be very strong, and the little white beast had even been injured by it. It felt that Xia Ruofei would definitely suffer if he went up so rashly. However, it did not hear Xia Ruofei's screams. The surroundings were still silent. The little white beast couldn't help but open its eyes in curiosity, and a look of disbelief appeared on its face. Xia Ruofei's hand had already passed through the layer of brilliant array runes and entered the array directly. It was as if there was no obstruction as he pressed it against the stone wall. The little white beast's eyes lit up and it stared at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's hand turned into a finger and quickly drew on the stone wall. Genuine qi passed through his fingertips to the stone wall, forming a pattern that looked like flowing light. These flowing light runes quickly merged into the original runes, and in an instant, the runes on the entire stone wall emitted a dazzling light. The little white beast couldn't help but squint its eyes. Streams of light flew quickly through the formation patterns. The light on the surface of the stone wall became brighter and brighter. The light kept accelerating, and finally, the formation patterns could no longer be seen clearly. The 7 colors on the surface of the stone wall began to merge and converge. Xia Ruofei finally showed a satisfied smile. He easily retracted his hand. This was the first time he had cracked a complicated array in the truest sense of the word. Although he did not realize that his array skills had advanced another level in the short few hours. The sense of achievement from cracking such a high level of array was still incomparable. After the 7, colored, flowing light on the surface of the stone wall completely gathered together, a crack appeared in the middle of the stone wall. Then, the stone wall split into 2 and slowly opened to both sides. The crack grew bigger and bigger. The little white beast let out a cry of joy, and its body flickered as it entered the crack. Unfortunately, joy begets sorrow. The 7, colored light was like a tough protective shield, and after the little white beast crashed into it, it was as if it had hit a trampoline. It immediately bounced back at an even faster speed, and then heavily crashed into the mountain wall behind it. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. He said, "Little fellow, you can't eat hot tofu if you're impatient. The formation hasn't been fully activated yet." The little white beast squeaked twice, and a depressed look appeared in its eyes. Xia Ruofei was very fond of this intelligent little white beast. He smiled and walked over to stroke its smooth fur. "Are you hurt?" The little white beast raised its head with a proud look on its face. Then, it shook its head again, as if to say, "How could I be injured by such a powerful impact?" Xia Ruofei laughed. He carried the little white beast and walked to the stone wall. The little white beast was also very classito Xia Ruofei and did not reject his embrace. It just looked at the hole in the stone wall with a trace of eagerness. Finally, both sides of the stone wall had disappeared into the mountain walls. Xia Ruofei shot out a stream of vital energy towards the colorful light and accurately hit a note of the formation pattern. Then, the 7-colored light burst like a soap bubble, turning into spots of light and disappearing into the air. As soon as the protective light barrier was broken, Xia Ruofei immediately felt the sensory jade leaf in front of his chest tremble. The little white beast couldn't wait to get out of his arms. Its body shot out like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into the hole. Xia Ruofei couldn't wait any longer and quickly followed. It was not a big cave, and it looked ordinary. However, when Xia Ruofei stepped into the cave, he could not help but feel invigorated. At the same time, he revealed a look of disbelief. Logo. Rather than a cave, it was more like a stone room. After Xia Ruofei stepped in, his eyes first fell on the platform in the middle of the stone room. Then, he could not take his eyes off it. There was a pile of black stones neatly placed on the stone platform. A conservative estimate would be more than 10 of them. These black stones were all realm stones that Xia Ruofei could not find. It was no wonder that even though they were separated by the formation, the induction jade leaf was so hot that it seemed like it was about to explode. After entering the cave, the sensory jade leaf was frighteningly hot. Xia Ruofei had to use his spiritual power to completely isolate it from the outside world. Xia Ruofei's heart was trembling. With so many world stones, how many levels could the spirit map space level up? What would the space look like after the upgrade? However, his excitement only lasted for 2 seconds before his expression changed. That was because the little white beast that had entered the cave earlier than him had also targeted the pile of world stones on the stone platform. The speed of this little white beast was astonishing. Xia Ruofei didn't even have time to react before he saw a white flash. Then, the white beast pounced on the pile of realm stones. The next scene made Xia Ruofei's heart turn cold. The little white beast impatiently used its forelimbs to pick up a world stone and stuffed it into its mouth. Then, it began to chew with crunching sounds. While Xia Ruofei was still in a daze, it had already devoured the entire realm stone at an extremely fast speed. Down. 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 Just as the little white beast picked up the second realm stone without any hesitation, Xia Ruofei finally regained his senses. His heart ached as he cried out, "Stop. No. Shut up." Xia Ruofei sprinted over and pounced on the pile of realm stones. His posture was extremely unsightly, like a dog protecting its food. It was not that Xia Ruofei did not think of storing the world stone into the spirit map space. However, after trying it out, he realized that the space around the world stone seemed to be locked and he could not retrieve it from a distance. At this moment, the little white beast had already started eating the second world stone. That was why Xia Ruofei had lost his composure. The little white beast was enjoying its meal and was startled by Xia Ruofei's sudden pounce. When it saw Xia Ruofei's actions, it realized that Xia Ruofei was going to snatch the world stone from it. Instantly, all the fur on its body stood up and it bared its teeth at Xia Ruofei, looking extremely fierce. However, the little white beast had witnessed Xia Ruofei's powerful combat ability along the way. The puppets that had chased it were often killed by Xia Ruofei with a single wave of his hand. The little white beast weighed its options and felt that it was no match for the black hidden weapon. Hence, its fierce expression immediately changed into a look of grievance. It whined and gestured at Xia Ruofei. Of course, even though it was negotiating with Xia Ruofei, it did not forget to gobble up the second world stone. This was a delicacy that it had been looking forward to for a long time. For the sake of these world stones, it had wandered around this underground palace for over a month. There were a few times when it had almost lost its life from being chased by the puppets. Even so, it was reluctant to leave. Now that they had finally entered the cave, how could they bear to give these realm stones to Xia Ruofei? Xia Ruofei glared at the little white beast. No way. I've spent so much effort just to find world stones, and you actually want to eat them? Isn't this a waste of heavenly resources? It was at this moment that Xia Qing, who was in the spirit map space, suddenly cried out, Master, I know what this little white beast is. It's a realm fox. Now, only the space around the world stone had been locked. Xia Ruofei's connection with the spirit map space was still normal. A realm fox? What the hell? Xia Ruofei said unhappily, I don't care what kind of fox it is. I won't allow it to snatch my world stone. Xia Qing explained, Master, the realm fox is an extremely rare beast. Its kind is naturally very sensitive to spatial power. I think this realm fox must have been attracted here by the aura of the realm stone. You're saying this little fellow is an enlarged version of the sensing jade leaf? Xia Ruofei asked hesitantly. Under Xia Ruofei's fierce gaze, the little white beast did not dare to touch the third world stone. That was why Xia Ruofei had the time to ask. Xia Qing said, Master, the world fox's favorite food is the world stone. They are very sensitive to the world stone. Even if they are 1,000 miles away or buried deep underground, they can still find it. This is because they grow by eating things with spatial attributes. All the world foxes have spatial attributes. This world fox should still be a cub, so it is only outstanding in speed. If it continues to evolve, it might even be able to master the ability of spatial teleportation. This is their innate talent. In other words, this realm fox was also attracted here by these realm stones and didn't originally live in the underground palace? Xia Ruofei asked. The possibility is very high, Xia Qing said. When the white realm fox saw Xia Ruofei mumbling to himself, it couldn't help but secretly reach out its forelimbs to a realm stone. However, the sharp-eyed Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to open its front leg and said, Little guy, don't be greedy. You've already eaten 2 pieces. So at least leave some for me. There were at least 10 to 20 world stones in the pile. However, they were too important for the upgrade of the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei's heart ached even if one world stone was missing. The white realm fox protested and chirped a few times, gesturing at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was half guessing and half confused, but he still managed to understand what it meant. Xia Ruofei was both angry and amused as he said, You're saying that you discovered these world stones first? I'll go. Do you still have any shame? If I didn't spend so much effort to break the formation, would you have been able to enter? I think even if you wander outside for 100 years, you can only drool at the sight of these world stones. The little white beast felt that Xia Ruofei's words made sense. It had indeed relied on his help to enter the cave. Otherwise, the puppets outside would have been enough to deal with it, let alone enter. However, these world stones were all extremely delicious in its eyes, so how could it bear to give them to Xia Ruofei? The white fox made a gesture at Xia Ruofei pitifully. This time, Xia Ruofei understood. He smiled and said, You're saying that we should split this batch of world stones? I'll reluctantly agree to this. However, you've already eaten 2 pieces. I feel that it's not bad for you to get 2 pieces according to the amount of effort you put in. Therefore, the remaining world stones are all mine. Xia Ruofei then emphasized, don't think that I can't find this place without you leading the way. I've come here to find the world stone, and at such a close distance. I have my own way of sensing the location of the world stone, so even without you, I can still find them. As for you, if I hadn't cracked the formation, you wouldn't even be able to enter the door. Xia Ruofei did not lie to the white realm fox. Although the range of the jade leaf could not be compared to the realm fox's sensing ability, Xia Ruofei would be able to find this place sooner or later with the help of the jade leaf. It was just that he might take a few detours. The white realm fox was naturally unwilling to accept Xia Ruofei's harsh distribution plan. It stretched out its forelimbs and gestured while chirping, as if it was trying to argue with him. At this time, Xia Qing suggested in the space, Master, why don't you give it a few more? The realm fox is very sensitive to spatial type items. If it is willing to follow you in the future, it will be much easier for you to find the realm stone. After Xia Ruofei heard Xia Qing's words, he thought for a moment and said, all right, just tell me how to distribute it. Little guy, don't ask for too much. The white fox immediately made a gesture. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, 30 to 70? Although you want 30% is a little too much, who asked us to be fated? 30. 70 it is. Let me calculate, there were originally a total of 21 world stones here, so 30% would be 6. You just ate 2, so I'll give you 4 more. The white fox panicked and gestured a few times. Xia Ruofei saw this and shouted, what? 70% for you and 30% for me? Why don't you just rob someone? It's impossible. The white realm fox changed its hand gesture again. 50 to 50? No. Xia Ruofei said, you didn't do anything. Why did you take half of it? The man and the beast continued to haggle in the cave. In the end, both parties agreed to a 40 to 60 split. The white realm fox would get 40% and Xia Ruofei would get 60%. Although Xia Ruofei's heart ached for the world stone, since Xia Qing had suggested to give the white realm fox some benefits, he might as well be generous and accept 40. 60. After coming to an agreement, the white realm fox immediately pulled the 7 world stones in front of it and looked at the remaining world stones longingly for a long time. Then, it protected the 7 world stones tightly, afraid that Xia Ruofei would snatch them away. Xia Ruofei did some calculations and couldn't help but laugh. Damn, isn't 40% 8.4 yuan? According to the rounding calculation, you should have 8 yuan. Including the 2 you ate, you can only take 6. The white realm fox didn't care about the cost and protected its realm stone tightly, not willing to give another one out. Xia Ruofei saw this and smiled. Forget it, I'll give you an extra piece. Who asked me to be so kind? However, the remaining world stones are all mine. The white realm fox looked at the remaining 12 world stones and almost drooled. However, it still nodded unwillingly. Xia Ruofei immediately grabbed the 12 world stones. He was extremely excited. Ying had really reaped a great harvest this time. Although he had lost 9 world stones for no reason, this was still the biggest gain he had ever gained from the spirit map space. He just didn't know how many levels these world stones could upgrade the space. Xia Ruofei said in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the spatial seal around the world stones had disappeared. He quickly kept all 12 world stones into the spirit map space. Now, Xia Ruofei's control over the spirit map space was far better than before. Without Xia Ruofei's instructions, these world stones would not be immediately absorbed even if they were put into the space. Now that Xia Ruofei was in this dangerous underground palace, he could use the spirit map space at any time. Hence, he did not let the spirit map space absorb the world stones immediately. After all, the process of upgrading might take time, and he could not use the spirit map space during this time. Xia Ruofei did not notice that when he was storing the realm stones into the space, the white realm fox, which was very sensitive to spatial fluctuations, had also noticed it. Its eyes could not help but shine. Logo. After Xia Ruofei had kept all 12 world stones, the white realm fox also eagerly gathered the small pile of world stones that belonged to it and began to chew on them. Just like how the realm fox felt when it saw Xia Ruofei put away the realm stone, Xia Ruofei's heart ached when he saw the realm fox eat the precious realm stone. However, since both parties had agreed on it, Xia Ruofei would not stoop so low as to snatch it from the mouth of the realm fox. The realm fox chewed on the realm stone as if it was chewing on ice. Xia Ruofei started to size up the small cave. The moment Xia Ruofei entered the cave, all his attention was drawn to the pile of boundary stones on the stone platform. Now that he looked around carefully, he realized that other than the most conspicuous stone platform, there was a statue at the innermost part of the cave. The sculpture was about 3 meters tall and had the image of a middle-aged man with a beautiful beard. The middle-aged man wore red armor and held a long halberd in his hand. He had an awe-inspiring aura. Especially that pair of eyes, no matter which angle one looked at it from, it had a kind of soul-stirring feeling, as if this wasn't a sculpture, but a real person. In front of the statue, there were 2 boxes, one big and one small. Xia Ruofei tried to use his spiritual power to investigate, but found that once his spiritual power touched the surface of the box, it would be immediately repelled. It seemed that the box had the effect of shielding spiritual power. Xia Ruofei's interest was piqued. He carefully used his spiritual power to examine the surroundings of the sculpture, but he did not find the existence of any array. There was not even the most basic array pattern. Hence, Xia Ruofei strode towards the sculpture and squatted down in front of the slightly larger box. The box was made of wood, but it was hard to tell what kind of wood it was. The dark brown box was glowing and looked very strong, giving people the feeling that it was made of ironwood. The box was not locked. Xia Ruofei carefully reached for the handle and lifted it up. The box was opened without any accidents. What Xia Ruofei saw were pieces of crystal-like objects that were neatly arranged. Each piece had a standard diamond-shaped structure and looked crystal clear. Xia Ruofei was slightly disappointed at first because there were no new world stones as he had expected. However, on second thought, if there were realm stones here, the realm fox would not have remained indifferent until now. Even when he walked over, the realm fox did not even bat an eye and continued to enjoy its delicious food. Then, Xia Ruofei grew interested in these diamond-shaped crystals. To be able to be stored in a box and protected by such a complicated formation, these crystals should not be ordinary. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to ask Xia Qing, who was in the spirit map space, couldn't help but exclaim, "Crystals! It's a spirit crystal." Xia Qing was only a soul puppet, but Xia Ruofei could feel the strong surprise in his voice. Spirit crystals? Xia Ruofei asked in confusion. Xia Qing, what are spiritual crystals? Are they spirit stones? How can spirit stones be compared to spirit crystals, master? Xia Qing asked. Let's put it this way. Spirit stones are only stones that contain a certain amount of spiritual qi and are helpful for cultivators' cultivation. Although they are relatively rare, spirit stones with slightly less spiritual qi can still be found. What about the spirit crystals? Xia Ruofei asked. Spirit crystal. It can be said to be a spirit stone with 100% spirit qi. Xia Qing said, in fact, spirit crystals are formed when the spirit qi is extremely dense. The spirit qi in the spirit map world has already reached the extent of turning into mist. If the concentration continues to increase on this basis, it will form liquefied spirit qi, so, spiritual crystals are products of extremely high concentration of spiritual qi, which causes the spiritual qi to solidify. Xia Ruofei's voice trembled. Yes, I am. Xia Qing said excitedly, after the spiritual energy is solidified, it will definitely form a rhombus shape. Every piece of spiritual crystal contains a huge amount of spiritual energy. For example, if we extract all the spiritual qi in our spirit map world and compress it, we can only form 1 or 2 spiritual crystals at most. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. He was very clear about the concentration of spiritual qi in the spirit map space. Every once in a while, he would go into the space to cultivate. The reason was that the spiritual qi concentration in the space was too high compared to the barren environment outside. He had once dreamed that one day, he would be able to cultivate in such an environment all the time, and his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. He didn't expect that such rich spiritual qi could only form 1 or 2 spiritual crystals. The box in front of him was full of crystals. With a casual glance, one could tell that there were at least 100 spiritual crystals inside. This was simply an incomparably huge amount of wealth. In fact, it was even more than the 12 world stones he had just obtained. Xia Qing, are these spirit crystals good for the spirit map world? Xia Ruofei asked in a trembling voice. Xia Qing said, Master, the spirit map world can't directly absorb external spiritual energy, but it is very beneficial to Master's cultivation. The cultivation environment now is extremely poor. Even if Master cultivates at midnight and dawn, the effect is not obvious. If you hold a piece of spirit crystal while cultivating and directly extract the spiritual energy contained in it to cultivate, the effect will naturally be different. In this way, you don't have to wait for midnight and dawn every day. With spiritual crystals in hand, you can cultivate at any time. Logo. I understand. Xia Ruofei's breathing became chaotic and he was very excited. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the white realm fox. The little fellow was eating happily. Perhaps it felt Xia Ruofei's gaze, it turned its head and looked over. Its eyes even swept past the box of crystals, but it showed a disdainful expression. It was not interested in them at all. Xia Ruofei also heaved a long sigh of relief and said, It seems like I made the right decision to come here. I've gained a lot this time. With that, Xia Ruofei was ready to put all the spiritual crystals into the spirit map space. At this time, Xia Qing reminded him, Master, I suggest that you put this box in as well. If I'm not wrong, this box should be made of 1,000-year ebony. It can shield spiritual power and is a pretty good treasure. Moreover, the spiritual crystals can be stored in boxes made of 1,000-year ebony to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Understood, Xia Ruofei said. Then, he closed the box and put the entire box into the spirit map space with a thought. His spiritual force sensed that the box had appeared out of thin air in the spirit map space. Only then did he feel completely at ease. These precious spirit crystals truly belonged to him now, and there were no side effects. Xia Ruofei then turned his eager gaze to the other slightly smaller box. The smaller box was also made of 1,000-year ebony. The big box had already given Xia Ruofei such a big surprise. What kind of treasure could there be in this small box? Xia Ruofei was filled with anticipation. He reached out to open the box that was also unlocked and looked up impatiently. What is this? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself. 8 small flags lay quietly in the small box, each with a different pattern drawn on it. These patterns looked a little like formation patterns, and the seemingly messy lines formed a mysterious pattern. Xia Ruofei said with uncertainty, could this be an array flag? He had just learned about array Dao, and when he was cracking the array on the stone wall at the entrance, his array Dao level had also improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, the first thing he thought of was array flags. The array flag was also a tool for setting up arrays. It was specially made by array masters to set up special arrays. However, this method was relatively ancient and had gradually been lost in later generations. Hence, the array books that Xia Ruofei had come into contact with only mentioned it but did not introduce it in detail. Hence, Xia Ruofei could only guess. The Array Path ancient book in the Earth character Jade Talisman didn't have a detailed introduction, so Xia Qing naturally didn't know what these small flags were. Everything could only be explored by Xia Ruofei. He picked up one of the small flags and looked at it. There was no doubt that it was an array pattern. However, this array pattern was different from all the basic array patterns that Xia Ruofei had learned. It seemed to be of a completely different system, making Xia Ruofei unable to study it even if he wanted to. The material of the small flag was neither silk nor cloth. It felt a little rough to the touch, but it was very tough. It must not be an ordinary item. Xia Ruofei picked up another small flag. At this moment, his eyes narrowed. He put down both small flags and searched the box. Then, a jade talisman appeared in his hand. It turned out that the jade talisman was at the bottom of the box and was hidden by the 8 small flags. Xia Ruofei did not notice it at first. Xia Ruofei had only noticed it when he picked up the second flag and revealed a corner of the talisman. Xia Ruofei was no stranger to such jade talismans. Essentially, it was no different from the human jade talisman and the earth jade talisman. They were all used to store information and were equivalent to the mobile hard disk of the cultivation world. The only difference was that there were no lines on the jade talisman. Xia Ruofei tried to inject his spiritual power into the jade talisman and immediately read the information inside. This jade talisman must be the standard version, while the human and earth talismans he had come across before were probably custom-made. The purpose was to prevent people with insufficient spiritual power cultivation from encountering danger when accepting the inheritance. The lines were equivalent to a threshold. Xia Ruofei read the information in the jade talisman and the joy on his face grew. Through the introduction of the jade talisman, Xia Ruofei found out that these 8 small flags were a set of array flags. With them, 1 could set up a very magical array. The only use of this formation was to change the flow of time. To Xia Ruofei, this kind of array that could change the flow of time was extremely profound. In fact, the spirit map space was an enclosed space with a time array. With Xia Ruofei's current level of fairy Dao, he could not even understand the basic array patterns of this array, let alone successfully set it up. However, with these 8 array flags, Xia Ruofei only needed to set up the array flags according to the directions in the Jade Talisman. And he would be able to set up the time formation. This formation could accelerate time by 100 times. At most. Xia Ruofei even wondered if the effects could be stacked if he used these 8 array flags in the primal realm. If he could, that would be too terrifying. The time flow at the Archean realm was already 30 times faster than normal. If a time array was added to it, the time flow would reach a terrifying 3,000 times. In other words, a day in the outside world was nearly 10 years in the array. Of course, this was only the maximum effect that 8 array flags could achieve. In fact, the effect of setting up a time formation with this set of formation flags was inversely proportional to the range of the formation. The time formation set up by these 8 formation flags could cover a radius of 2 miles at most. Of course, in this case, the time inside the formation could only be accelerated by 10 times. However, if the area of the formation was only about 3 feet in radius, it could basically reach the limit of 100 times the time flow. This was very useful to Xia Ruofei. First of all, if he were to plant any spiritual medicine that required a large amount of time to grow, this time formation would simply be a super ripening agent. In addition, this time formation could also be used in the outside world, which made it even more meaningful. What was even more amazing was that if the positions and methods of setting up the 8 array flags were slightly changed, they could instantly become a time decelerating array with the opposite effect. It could be said that if used properly, the effect of this set of array flags could be simply too great. Treasure. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. He put the array flags and jade talismans into the wooden box without any hesitation. He then waved his hand and the wooden box was also kept into the spirit map space. Using array flags to set up an array also required a certain amount of practice. However, Xia Ruofei obviously did not have the time to familiarize himself with it now. It was better to keep it first. It would not be too late to study it slowly after leaving the underground palace. Xia Ruofei did not expect that other than the world stones, his harvest this time would be so great. He turned his gaze to the statue holding the halberd, and even thought of taking the statue with him. However, Xia Ruofei subconsciously felt that this statue was very dangerous, especially its eyes, which seemed to be able to see through one's soul. If one looked into its eyes, he felt as if his soul was going to be sucked away. Taking a step back, the 2 boxes that Xia Ruofei had received today should be related to this statue. Since he had obtained such a great benefit, Xia Ruofei would naturally not be disrespectful to this statue. He bowed 3 times in front of the statue and said, "Thank you for your gift, Senior. I'll definitely treasure these cultivation resources and work hard to reach a higher realm." Xia Ruofei looked at the white fox after he finished speaking. The remaining world stones had already been eaten by it. Xia Ruofei really could not imagine that this world fox looked like a little kitten. How could its stomach contain so much food? After eating all the world stones, the realm fox's stomach only bulged slightly, and it didn't look like it was full at all. Moreover, after eating so many Realm stones, the white realm fox did not show any signs of evolution. It was just smacking its lips as if it had not had enough. Xia Ruofei walked in front of the white fox and asked, "Little guy, now that I've helped you get what you wanted, can you help me find my friend? Do you know where she is?" Logo. The white fox looked at Xia Ruofei in confusion. Xia Ruofei's face was slightly bitter as he said, "You weren't lying to me before, were you? Didn't you say that you could find my friend by breaking the formation? Now that the array has been broken and you've eaten so many world stones, where are my friends? Where is he?" The white realm fox seemed to have indigestion from eating too much. After it burped, it was stunned for a moment before it finally understood what Xia Ruofei meant. It lazily stretched out its forelimbs and gestured a few times, indicating that Xia Ruofei should follow it. It then jumped off the stone platform and walked out of the cave unhurriedly. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes wide and said, "So cracking the formation has nothing to do with my friend. You're too cunning." The white fox turned around and looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could clearly see the disdain in its eyes, as if it was saying, "Didn't you also get so many benefits?" Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't do anything to this realm fox. Since the white realm fox had been in the underground palace longer than him, it must be very familiar with the environment. Moreover, it was so fast. It might really know where Song Wei was. After the white fox was full, it slowed down and walked in front at a steady pace. Xia Ruofei did not dare to rush it too much as he was afraid that this little ancestor would quit and he would have to try his luck again. As he followed the white fox, Xia Ruofei was lost in thought. This underground palace was strange everywhere. He was clearly in that huge square, and then he inexplicably came here with the world collapsing. So where was he now? Was it under the square? Or did he simply go to another space? Xia Ruofei could vaguely feel that this underground palace was extremely dangerous. Now that he had obtained the world stone and even obtained some extra rewards, he was in a hurry to leave this place. However, his priority was to find Song Wei. Just as Xia Ruofei was lost in his thoughts, the white fox suddenly stopped. Xia Ruofei quickly stopped in his tracks and looked in the direction that the white realm fox's forelimb was pointing at. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. There was a stone room about 10 meters ahead. The door of the stone room was left ajar. Through the door, he could clearly see a woman lying quietly on a stone bed. Although he could not see her face from this angle, from her clothing, it should be Song Wei. Xia Ruofei's heart was burning with anxiety. Could it be that Song Wei was already in danger? He exerted force on his feet and dashed toward the stone room like lightning. The white leopard cat cried out twice and tried to stop Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei's speed was beyond its expectations. It could not stop him at all, and Xia Ruofei had already passed by it. After rushing into the stone room, Xia Ruofei had a clearer look. The woman on the bed was Song Wei. The moment he entered the stone chamber, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel a cold aura permeating the entire room. He could also sense an unknown poison that contained a trace of world stone. The concentration of this cold poison was very high and most of it was blocked in the stone chamber. Only a small amount of poison had escaped. "Song Wei, what's wrong?" he asked anxiously. As Xia Ruofei spoke, he had already rushed to the stone bed. He reached out and grabbed Song Wei's wrist to check her pulse. Xia Ruofei had come into contact with this poison before and knew that it could cause people to faint. From the looks of it, this stone room was the source of the unknown poison. Song Wei and her team members had only been infected by a small amount of poison that had escaped from here. Xia Ruofei was anxious and apologetic when he thought of how long Song Wei had been in such a poisonous environment and how she was still unconscious. If he had not insisted on walking to the altar alone, Song Wei might not have been separated from him. She could imagine how helpless Song Wei must have felt when she disappeared from the altar. Xia Ruofei was praying that Song Wei's life force had not completely disappeared. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to check on Song Wei's condition. However, something that made Xia Ruofei's jaw drop happened. The moment his spiritual energy touched Song Wei's wrist, it bounced off. The huge repulsive force even bounced off Xia Ruofei's hand. He did not even have the ability to resist. What was going on? Xia Ruofei released his spiritual power again. This time it was the same as before. Once his spiritual power touched the surface of Song Wei's body, there was a huge repulsive force that completely isolated his spiritual power. Xia Ruofei was even more anxious. This was definitely not a good thing for Song Wei. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to take out the petals of the spirit heart flower from the medium to try and wake Song Wei up, Song Wei's eyelids twitched and she slowly opened her eyes. Song Wei, you're awake. Although Xia Ruofei did not know why Song Wei suddenly woke up, he still called out in surprise. Song Wei's gaze fell on Xia Ruofei, causing his heart to skip a beat. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. At that moment, Xia Ruofei almost thought that the Song Wei in front of him was still a magical beast. However, Xia Ruofei also knew that since the white leopard had brought him here, the Song Wei in front of him should not be a fake. But why did Song Wei's eyes suddenly become so unfamiliar and so scary? And she doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Xia Ruofei couldn't understand. The white fox seemed to be very afraid of this stone room. It stood at the door and did not dare to come in. It only cried anxiously at Xia Ruofei and waved its forelimbs, indicating for Xia Ruofei to leave quickly. Unfortunately, Xia Ruofei's attention was all on Song Wei. He did not care about what the realm fox was doing. Furthermore, even if Xia Ruofei had seen it, he would not have left just like that. Song Wei's situation seemed to be very bad. How could he leave her behind? Song Wei, I'm Ruofei. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei and said, You don't recognize me? Song Wei's eyes were emotionless. She stared at Xia Ruofei for a few seconds before she slowly sat up from the stone bed. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of extreme danger. Almost at the same time, Xia Qing also shouted in the space, Master. Be careful. Even Xia Qing, who was in the space, could sense the extremely dense killing intent. Xia Ruofei's vision blurred. Song Wei, who was sitting on the stone bed just now, seemed to have turned into a white light. Xia Ruofei's cultivation was now at the advanced level, but he could not see Song Wei's movement at all. He did not even have the time to think about blocking before he felt a huge force hit his chest. His entire body involuntarily flew to the side and back, heavily crashing into the stone wall. Xia Ruofei felt as if his internal organs had shifted. There was a sweet taste in his throat and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In fact, the instinct of a special forces soldier made him full of true energy the moment he hit the stone wall. Even with such protection, he was still injured and spat out blood. It could be seen how terrifying the power of the blow was. Master! Quickly leave this stone room! Xia Qing shouted madly in the space. Xia Ruofei also knew that the crisis was not over yet. So after he hit the stone wall, he rolled over almost subconsciously and then pounced towards the door of the stone chamber. However, Song Wei's speed was even faster. Xia Ruofei could only feel the dangerous aura behind him in an instant. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and stomped on the ground with all his might. He released genuine qi from his feet and the reaction force increased his speed. Even so, Song Wei's palms still landed heavily on Xia Ruofei's back. Xia Ruofei couldn't take it anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. Fortunately, he also borrowed the force of this attack to speed up a lot more, finally leaving the stone room in a sorry state. Let's go! Xia Ruofei shouted at the white fox. However, he felt his legs go soft, as if he had lost most of his strength. He couldn't use any strength at all. Xia Ruofei looked at the white fox again. Although it was looking into the stone room with fear, it did not run away. Xia Ruofei looked back thoughtfully. Song Wei was standing at the door of the stone room. It was as if there was an invisible barrier blocking her. She just stood there and looked at Xia Ruofei coldly. Then, as if nothing had happened, she turned around and went back to the stone bed. She doesn't dare to come out, or she can't come out? Xia Ruofei muttered in his heart. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei let out a sigh of relief. At least his safety was temporarily guaranteed. He could not imagine what would happen to him if Song Wei could leave the stone room and chase after him. No matter how he thought about it, Xia Ruofei felt that he would not be able to survive if that happened. But how did Song Wei become like this? Xia Ruofei looked at the white fox and asked, "Little guy, what's going on?" The white fox was making gestures and meowing, but Xia Ruofei had no idea what it was trying to say. However, he thought of a possibility, and his expression changed drastically as he asked, She couldn't have been possessed, right?" After speaking, Xia Ruofei stared at the white fox. The white fox nodded its head. But just as Xia Ruofei's heart sank to the bottom, it immediately shook its head. Xia Ruofei was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Is it or not? Give me a definite answer. If Song Wei's body was really taken by someone else, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Besides, he did not know how to face Song Qiming and his wife. The white fox chirped a few times, then pointed at Song Wei in the stone room. Xia Ruofei, who was so upset, did not understand what it meant. At this moment, Xia Qing suddenly spoke. Logo. Master, I don't think Miss Song is being possessed. Xia Qing said. Xia Ruofei felt as if he had found a life-saving straw and quickly asked, Xia Qing, do you know what's going on? According to my judgment, there must be a spirit body that has entered Miss Song's body and seized control of her body, Xia Qing said after a moment of silence. Isn't that a possession? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but call out anxiously. It's not that easy to take over someone's body, Xia Qing said calmly. Moreover, it is impossible for an external spirit body to be completely compatible with a body that doesn't belong to him. This requires a very long process. From what I see, Miss Song's situation is more like her soul is being suppressed. Then, Xia Qing changed the topic and said, Of course, the current situation is also very dangerous. We must get rid of that spirit body as soon as possible. Otherwise, Miss Song's soul will die sooner or later. Xia Ruofei stared at Song Wei, who was lying on the stone bed quietly. He was filled with guilt. The reason why Song Wei was in such a dangerous situation was because she wanted to accompany him to the underground palace. If he had been by her side to protect her, she might not have fallen into his trap. He took a deep breath and walked towards the stone room. With staggering steps, the white fox rushed over and bit Xia Ruofei's pants, trying to stop him from moving forward. Xia Qing also anxiously shouted, "Master, you can't go in. What's the difference between going in like this and seeking death? Do you want me to watch Song Wei's soul get devoured?" Xia Ruofei roared. You. At least wait until your body recovers," he said. Xia Qing sighed and said, "Master, you are seriously injured now. Even if you go in, you can't help Miss Song." Xia Ruofei then realized that every inch of his skin was in extreme pain. Song Wei's two merciless attacks had caused his internal organs to suffer from a violent shock. When he hit the mountain wall, a few of his bones were broken. If someone else had suffered such a heavy injury, they might have fainted immediately. Only Xia Ruofei's body was as strong as an ox's, so he could hold on. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and knew that Xia Qing's words were not without reason. He was so weak now that he might not even be able to defeat an ordinary person. If he were to rush in like this, it would indeed be no different from courting death. He nodded and took out the petals of the spirit heart flower from the spirit map space. The recovery speed of the diluted petal solution was too slow. Song Wei's condition was so critical now, so Xia Ruofei naturally would not care about a few petals. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. A total of 5 petals of the spirit heart flower were used. Xia Ruofei's injuries were also recovering rapidly. His broken bones were restored one by one, and his internal bleeding organs were also recovering quickly. Some of his other external injuries were also recovering at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The white realm fox, who was watching from the side, was in a daze. It couldn't help but come closer, its eyes very eager. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Go, go, go. You're not even injured, why are you joining in the fun?" The white realm fox immediately acted as if it was on the verge of death, as if it would die at any moment. Xia Ruofei was angry and amused at the same time. He was not in the mood to joke with the realm fox, so he directly carried it up and put it aside. Then, he walked towards the stone room. The white fox rolled up from the ground and wrinkled its nose at Xia Ruofei. It had a look of dissatisfaction on its face, as if it was calling Xia Ruofei a miser. Xia Ruofei ignored the GLE. He walked towards the stone room without hesitation and said to Xia Qing, "Do you have any suggestions to deal with this kind of spirit body that has taken over other people's bodies?" Xia Qing muttered, "Master, I don't have any good ideas. In theory, if you attack Miss Song's body, you can also hurt the spirit body. When the body is injured to a certain extent, the spirit body might be forced out." Xia Ruofei immediately shook his head and said, "How can that be? This is Song Wei's body. Now, Miss Song's soul has been suppressed. The one controlling this body is that powerful spirit." Xia Qing said, "There's no other way. If your spiritual power's realm far exceeds the spirit body, you can directly attack it. But the current situation is that you can't even break through its surface defense." Xia Ruofei nodded. "I understand. I'll try." If he wanted to attack Song Wei's body, he would have to use a gun. If he used other means, Xia Ruofei would definitely not be her match. Besides, Xia Ruofei had a certain level of confidence in his control of the gun. He could basically shoot wherever he pointed to, causing serious damage, but not fatal. More importantly, Xia Ruofei still had more than 100 petals of the spirit heart flower. This gave him some confidence. Even if Song Wei was seriously injured, he was confident that he could save her as long as he could get rid of the spirit. Xia Ruofei took out the pistol from the spirit map space and loaded it into the fully loaded magazine. Then, he held it tightly in his hand and stepped into the stone room with gritted teeth. As soon as Xia Ruofei entered the stone room, Song Wei, who had been lying quietly on the stone bed, stood up. He looked at Xia Ruofei coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Song Wei opened her mouth for the first time, and her tone was as cold as an ice mountain. I've already let you off just now, and you still dare to come in? It seems like you're tired of living. The body you're occupying belongs to my friend, Xia Ruofei grinned. So what? Song Wei said coldly, it's her honor to be chosen by me. Wrong, your mother. Xia Ruofei suddenly cursed. Then, he raised his hand without any hesitation and fired a shot without even aiming. To be honest, Xia Ruofei's heart trembled when he fired the shot. After all, the person standing in front of him was Song Wei. Even though he knew that the soul of a 1,000-year-old demon had occupied this body, he still felt weird. Furthermore, if the shot was not accurate and hit the heart or any other fatal spot, Xia Ruofei would not be able to save the situation no matter how capable he was. This was equivalent to Xia Ruofei killing Song Wei. This kind of pressure could be said to be quite great. Of course, Xia Ruofei's ability to withstand stress was also very strong. The training of the Lone Wolf Assault Team had given him a big heart. So even if he was a little flustered, his hands were still very steady when he fired. Even though he didn't aim, the bullet still accurately flew towards Song Wei's abdomen. The spirit that had taken over Song Wei's body had never seen a gun before. She did not even try to dodge and just looked at Xia Ruofei quietly. She even had some doubts in her heart. What was this person trying to do by holding this black piece of iron to her? When firing at such a close distance, the bullet would reach the target almost instantly. No matter how fast a person's reaction was, it would be very difficult to avoid it, not to mention that this spirit body was still in a daze. The bullet hit Song Wei's abdomen accurately. Her body trembled as she revealed a look of disbelief. She stared at Xia Ruofei and slowly reached out to cover her stomach. Xia Ruofei's spirit was lifted the moment he entered the stone room. The other party did not make a move, giving him the chance to shoot. He did not expect to injure the other party so easily. However, a scene that made Xia Ruofei's jaw drop appeared. The spirit that controlled Song Wei's body slowly raised her hand. Her thumb and index finger held a bullet that was still stained with blood. She held it in front of her eyes and observed it. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be shocked. He knew very well that if anyone was shot at such a close distance, the bullet would definitely go into the abdomen. The high-speed rotating bullet would even cause great damage to the internal organs. However, the scene in front of him clearly showed that the bullet had only penetrated the surface of his body before it was quickly stopped. Could it be that this spirit body could block bullets with its physical body? Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a sense of despair. If a pistol was useless, then he had no way to deal with this powerful spirit body. Ding! Ding! The spirit body threw the copper bullet on the ground and slowly turned its head to look at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei noticed that the wound on her abdomen was very small and there was not much bleeding. It had completely stopped. This meant that the shot just now did not cause her any substantial harm. Xia Ruofei looked at the spirit body alertly, wary of her sudden attack. At the same time, his mind was spinning quickly, trying to think of a solution. Unless he shot her in the head, Xia Ruofei would not dare to do so. Even if he could expel the spirit, Song Wei would be dead. Just as Xia Ruofei was thinking of a plan, the spirit body moved. Xia Ruofei felt a beam of white light shooting towards him. Without thinking, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he raised his hand and fired a shot in the direction of the white light. The spirit body was prepared this time. It changed its direction easily. Song Wei's body drew a beautiful arc and dodged the shot easily. She did not slow down and continued to pounce on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was in a hurry. He could only run the Great Dao technique like crazy. Genuine qi poured into his palm. He gritted his teeth and met the attack. With a loud bang, Xia Ruofei's figure was sent flying. Just like before, he was sent flying and hit the stone wall again. Xia Ruofei vomited a mouthful of blood, and his spirit suddenly weakened. Motherfucker! A few more bones were broken. Xia Ruofei cursed in his heart. Master! Quickly run! Xia Qing madly roared. I can't leave. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and stood up. Song Wei will be finished if I leave. The spiritual body that was controlling Song Wei's body did not attack immediately. She felt that Xia Ruofei's true qi was a little strange and could not help but look at Xia Ruofei deeply. However, that little fear was quickly thrown to the back of her mind. Even if the cultivation technique seemed to be able to restrain her, Xia Ruofei's cultivation was too weak. This absolute difference in cultivation level could not be made up. 4. Hence, she only hesitated for a moment before she flew towards Xia Ruofei with a cold murderous intent. Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with madness. He used all his strength to run the Great Dao technique. The genuine qi in his body flowed rapidly in his meridians. The originally calm river suddenly became a roaring river, and countless genuine qi gushed through it. At the same time, an idea came to Xia Ruofei's mind. He quickly gathered all the essential qi in his body and kept the gun in the medium. At the same time, he took out the 8 array flags that he had just obtained from the cave logo. Xia Ruofei waved his right hand and the 8 small flags flew accurately in 8 different directions. They even directly stabbed into the hard stone ground. At the most critical moment, Xia Ruofei had a flash of inspiration and thought of using a time formation. His own understanding of array Dao had already reached a very high level. In addition, the operation of these array flags was not complicated. With the help of his powerful spiritual power, setting up an array was something that could be done in an instant. The moment all the array flags were in place, Xia Ruofei immediately saw Song Wei, who was flying towards him, slow down. He could not see her figure and movement trajectory at first, but now, she was as slow as a movie. Xia Ruofei had set up a time slowing formation. Moreover, he had tried his best to reduce the range of the array. This array only covered a small area where he was, so the effect was almost maximized. Now, the time inside the formation was at least 80 to 90 times slower than outside. In other words, a second inside the formation was equivalent to 1 to 2 minutes outside. Hence, no matter how fast the spiritual body that was occupying Song Wei's body was, it was as slow as a snail in Xia Ruofei's eyes. Xia Ruofei could not be bothered to use the petals of the spirit heart flower to heal his injuries. He immediately took out the gun from the spirit map space, aimed at Song Wei's knee, and fired a shot. When the spiritual body saw Xia Ruofei throw out the array flag, she did not pay much attention to it at first. However, when the array flag returned to its position, she suddenly realized that Xia Ruofei's movements had become many times faster. With her cultivation level, she could only see an afterimage. She could not help but be shocked. Following the sound of a gunshot, the spirit body did not think twice and accelerated to dodge. However, Xia Ruofei had already predicted the spirit body's movement when he fired the shot. In his eyes, the spirit body was moving very slowly. It was not difficult to predict its movement and direction. Therefore, it would have been fine if the spirit did not dodge. Once it dodged, it was as if it had sent itself to the front of the bullet. The bullet accurately hit Song Wei's knee. The spirit's speed slowed down. Even though the bullet did not have the lethal effect that Xia Ruofei had expected due to her powerful cultivation, it still caused her kneecaps to be injured from the shock. After all, this was an ordinary person's body. It was not as strong as the spirit's body when it was alive. As a result, the spirit body's speed was even more affected. Furthermore, she was extremely furious. She looked at Xia Ruofei with undisguised killing intent. Xia Ruofei did not give the spirit a chance to catch his breath. He kept firing, and the spirit tried his best to dodge. However, Xia Ruofei had the advantage with the help of the time formation. No matter if it was the speed of firing, the speed of turning the gun, or the prediction of the trajectory, they were all beyond the spirit's imagination. In just a short while, the spirit body had been shot several times. Under Xia Ruofei's control, the shots were all aimed at the hands, feet, lower abdomen, and other parts of the body. In addition, the spirit body had a strong cultivation, so it did not cause any serious injuries. However, this still caused a lot of trouble for the spirit body. She could not get close to Xia Ruofei for a while. After all, she had not reached the level where she was invulnerable. She still had to dodge Xia Ruofei's shots. Every time she was close to Xia Ruofei, she would be forced back by Xia Ruofei's shots. The spirit body suddenly stopped and said coldly, "It seems like you don't care about your friend's body." Xia Ruofei stared into the spirit's eyes and said, "If you leave, I'll naturally stop the attack." The spirit body sneered. "I've waited 200 years for a suitable body. You want me to leave just because you want me to?" it said. "Then I'll beat you up until you leave." Xia Ruofei snorted. The spirit body laughed and said, "Little guy, do you really think I'm afraid? I don't mind telling you, if you use that strange hidden weapon to attack me again, I won't dodge or resist. At most, this body will be destroyed, and I won't lose anything. Just wait a few more days." "But I'm afraid your friend, you don't need to worry about this," Xia Ruofei said coldly. Then, he raised his gun again and fired another shot at Song Wei's body without hesitation. At this time, the spirit body had already retreated to a relatively far position. She should have had time to react, but as she said, she did not dodge at all. With a playful smile on her face, she stood on the spot and took the shot. This time, Xia Ruofei aimed at her leg. After the gunshot, Xia Ruofei's eyes narrowed. He saw that the spirit did not have any luck to resist. Song Wei's calf was hit by the bullet. A bloody hole appeared and blood started to flow. Xia Ruofei's heart trembled. Although he had always wanted to hurt the spirit, he could not help but tremble when he saw Song Wei's body bleeding. At this time, Song Wei's mouth revealed a mocking smile and said, "I won't stand still." Next time, Xia Ruofei did not understand, but what the other party said next made his expression change. Because the spirit body said, "I'll put the vital parts on it," like here, the spirit body pointed at Song Wei's heart and said jokingly, "If this place is hit by your hidden weapon, do you think your friend will still be alive?" Logo. Xia Ruofei's face turned ugly. What he was most worried about had happened. Once the spirit body gave up on Song Wei's body, he would have to be cautious. Moreover, the spirit body's cultivation was much stronger than Xia Ruofei's. If it was not for the time formation, he would not be a match for it. The situation was even worse now. After the spirit body finished speaking, it approached Xia Ruofei with a murderous look. Xia Ruofei's expression changed slightly. If the spirit charged at him, he would be in trouble. If he shot rashly, he might cause fatal damage to Song Wei's body. Even if the spirit could not accurately hit the fatal spot, Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that she would not be in danger if she dodged randomly. If he didn't shoot, Xia Ruofei would have no way to resist the spirit body after it charged into the formation. Xia Ruofei's mind was racing. He decisively waved his hand and kept the array flag. Then, he dashed towards the door of the stone room. Based on his previous experience, the spirit did not seem to dare to leave the stone room. In this situation, Xia Ruofei could only ensure his own safety. Otherwise, he could not save Song Wei. The spirit body revealed a mocking smile and said, "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" With that, she moved in a flash and blocked Xia Ruofei's escape route with her absolute speed. She stood between Xia Ruofei and the door of the stone room. Xia Ruofei could feel the undisguised killing intent from the spirit body. His heart sank. He could neither run away nor fight. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The spirit body's eyes shot out a cold glint as it slowly approached Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei secretly sighed. He frantically circulated the Great Tao technique and was prepared to fight to the death. At this moment, a heavy sigh suddenly sounded in the stone chamber. The spirit body that was approaching Xia Ruofei stopped in its tracks. Its expression changed and it turned its head to stare at a certain direction in the stone chamber. Xia Ruofei was stunned and followed the spirit body's gaze. The smooth stone wall actually slowly split apart, revealing a square cave that was about 2 meters wide and 3 to 4 meters deep. There was a huge bronze coffin in the cave. There were complicated patterns carved on the coffin, which made people feel a chill. "Old man, you're not dead yet?" The spirit body said hatefully with a hint of fear in its voice. "Even a scourge like you isn't dead, so how can I die?" The voice seemed to come from all directions. Although it sounded old, it was sharp and caused Xia Ruofei's eardrums to hurt. The spirit body snorted coldly and said, "So what if you're not dead? Do you think you can stop me?" The old voice calmly said, "After so many years, you still can't let go of your obsession? Your physical body has already been destroyed. So why do you still insist on it? It's not your place to meddle in my affairs." The spirit body said sternly, "If it wasn't for you, old fart, I wouldn't have ended up in this state. You should know that." Your soul is only able to survive until now, because I've been merciful. The old voice said. The spirit body sneered and said, if I remember correctly, you were also seriously injured at that time and couldn't even leave that coffin. If you had the ability to kill me completely, would you have let me live for another 200 years? The old voice sighed, leave the woman's body and let the young man in front of you go. You can still keep your spirit body, bullshit. The spirit body cursed, living like that is worse than death. It's better to have your soul scattered. It wasn't easy for me to find a suitable body, and you want me to give up with just a few words from an old man? Simply dreaming. And this brat, he's ruined my plans time and time again. If I don't kill him, how can I still have face? You're so stubborn. The old voice said, it seems that I can only help the heavens walk the path again. As soon as the voice fell, the copper coffin began to creak. The sound was very horrifying, making people feel as if their teeth were aching. Xia Ruofei watched helplessly as the lid of the coffin was slowly pushed open. Then, a pale, bony hand reached out from the coffin. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Was this a human? Or a ghost? Would a zombie appear later? The spirit body's expression also changed greatly. It subconsciously took 2 steps back and stared at the bronze coffin. Have you suppressed the injuries in your body? She knew how terrifying her opponent was. The reason why she was fearless just now was that she also knew that her opponent had been seriously injured in the great battle 200 years ago and had to suppress his injuries in a place of extreme Yin. This stone room was originally a place where Yin Qi gathered, and the copper coffin was even more so arranged with a powerful Yin gathering formation. If her opponent's injuries had recovered and he could even leave the coffin, she might not be his match. The old voice directly answered the spirit body's words with action. The other hand also reached out of the coffin. Then, a person, or more accurately, a dried corpse, slowly emerged from the coffin. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a deep breath. Was this really the same person? The dried corpse in front of him was in tatters. It was the kind that was only skin and bones in the true sense. From a distance, it was basically no different from a skeleton. If it were not for the deep eye sockets and the pair of cloudy eyes that occasionally showed a bit of life, Xia Ruofei would really think that it was a skeleton. He was shocked. From the conversation between the dried corpse and the spiritual body, the dried corpse must have been lying in the coffin for 200 years. To think that it was still alive after 200 years. Furthermore, it was 200 years without eating or drinking. Even though Xia Ruofei had come into contact with cultivation, he still found it unbelievable. Compared to Xia Ruofei's curiosity and surprise, the spirit body was even more shocked. Her eyes revealed a trace of fear, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. I don't believe you'll dare to leave the coffin. The spirit body said sternly, do you not want to live anymore? The upper body of the mummified corpse had already peeked out of the coffin. He grinned, which looked rather terrifying to Xia Ruofei. You know my strength. The mummified corpse said indifferently. I have no problem killing you before I die. The spirit body gritted its teeth and asked, Old man, what's your relationship with these 2 people? Is it worth your effort to protect it? The mummified corpse said, no matter whose body you've taken, I won't let you have your way. We've already wasted 200 years. How can I watch you succeed in taking over the body and continue to wreak havoc in the world? Don't talk to me like that. The spirit body said disdainfully, I don't believe that an old man like you would give up your life for the sake of so-called righteousness. The dry corpse looked at Xia Ruofei meaningfully and said, why? Don't you try and see if you believe me? I know you're constantly eroding that woman's soul, so don't even think about stalling for time. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. If you don't leave that woman's body after 10 breaths, I'll kill you even if I have to give up my old life. The spirit body trembled slightly and stared at the dried corpse. Old man, you're meddling too much. Even if I successfully possess this body, it's impossible for me to leave this place. Your reason is not valid at all. You have 7 breaths to make a decision, the mummified corpse said lightly. How about we make a deal? The spirit body said, if you don't stop me from possessing you, I'll tell you the whereabouts of that thing. The mummified corpse's expression changed. Xia Ruofei, who was beside him, also looked nervous. He knew that this was a critical moment. Xia Ruofei didn't know why the dry corpse wanted to help him in some way, but Xia Ruofei was clear that the dry corpse was tempted. If he didn't care about this matter anymore, it would be difficult for him and Song Wei to escape. Xia Ruofei and the spirit body stared at the dried corpse nervously. After a while, the dried corpse finally spoke. Logo. You still have 3 breaths of time, the dried corpse calmly said. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief, but the spirit body's expression changed. She said hurriedly, you even 2 breaths. The mummified corpse interrupted the spirit body and spoke without any emotion. The spirit body's face revealed a struggling expression. It was obvious that its heart was fluctuating violently. At this moment, the mummified corpse sitting in the copper coffin began to glow with a circulating light, especially its pair of withered hands, which emitted a kind of metallic luster. The spirit body's expression changed. And he shouted, stop. I give up. Obviously, the spirit body had already realized that the mummified corpse was gathering power. She had no doubt that once the time was up, the mummified corpse would jump out of the coffin without hesitation. At that time, it would be a situation where they would fight to the death, and there was a high probability that both of them would end up dead. The spirit body had been suffering in this cold stone room for 200 years, and she had lived in the state of a pure soul. It could be seen that she also cherished her life very much. Under such pressure, she did not dare to take the risk. Mummified seemed to have expected this outcome. He smiled and said, don't try to stall for time. Leave the woman's body immediately. The spirit body glared at the dried corpse and then turned back to glare at Xia Ruofei with killing intent. It then nodded unwillingly. Xia Ruofei stared at Song Wei's body and saw a black mist coming out of her forehead. Then, it quickly entered an 8-trigram pattern in the corner of the stone room and disappeared in an instant. After the spirit body left, Song Wei's body suddenly went limp and she fell to the ground with her eyes closed. Xia Ruofei quickly went over to help her up. At the same time, he looked up at the dried corpse in the coffin and said, many thanks for Senior's rescue. The corpse stared at Xia Ruofei with its cloudy eyes for a long time before it grinned and said, you're his successor, I can't just sit by and do nothing. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked, Senior, may I ask who is the he you are talking about? The dry corpse was not surprised at all. He chuckled and said, that guy is still the same as before, always trying to be mysterious and keep people in suspense. However, since he didn't take the initiative to reveal it, I can't bring him down. It's better for you to slowly find out in the future. This Xia Ruofei's mind was filled with thoughts. Alright, the dried corpse in front of him seemed to have some connection with Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei could not be sure who the he that the dried corpse was referring to was. Could it be the previous owner of the spirit map? If that was the case, how did he see through it? The dry corpse seemed to have guessed Xia Ruofei's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Boy, stop guessing. The cultivation technique of your lineage is very special. I could clearly sense it even when I was hiding in the bronze coffin. It's just that that crazy woman didn't have much contact with your lineage, so she only felt a little afraid and didn't discover anything." Xia Ruofei immediately understood. The dried corpse must be referring to the great Dao formula. However, this great Dao chant was recorded in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. He didn't know if it was the cultivation method of the previous master of the spirit map world or if he had collected it from somewhere. From the tone of this corpse, it seemed that the lineage that inherited the great Dao arts was not simple. Xia Ruofei had too many questions in his mind, but the dried corpse did not seem to want to delve into this topic. He said directly, "Alright, little guy. Your cultivation is too low. It's better for you not to know many things. You'll naturally know when it's time for you to know in the future. Also, I can't open the coffin for too long. This place is still too dangerous for you. It's not a place you can come to now. I'll send you out now." "Senior," Xia Ruofei quickly said. "My friend, she's fine," the mummified corpse said. "However, there will definitely be damage to the soul. I don't know if that crazy woman did anything sneaky before she left. Your bloodline is very good at nourishing the soul. You should be able to handle it." Xia Ruofei was confused. He was good at nourishing souls? Why didn't he know about it? How could he wake Song Wei up? Xia Ruofei was confused by the dried corpse's words. However, before he could ask for more advice, the dry corpse said, "You guys should leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei felt a flash in front of him and closed his eyes subconsciously. Then, he felt a pulling force, as if the world was spinning. Even with his cultivation, he had no room to resist. Xia Ruofei heard the dry corpse's voice. "Remember, don't come here again before you break through to the nascent soul realm, or your life will be in danger." Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this underground palace was full of unknown dangers. What he and Song Wei had seen might only be the tip of the iceberg. He naturally listened to this senior's warning. Furthermore, he had already gotten what he wanted this time. He had also unexpectedly obtained a lot of spiritual crystals and time array flags. It could be said that he had exceeded his mission. Therefore, before he broke through to the nascent soul realm, he would definitely not take the risk to go to the underground palace. Logo. Very quickly, when the sound of the dried corpse died down, Xia Ruofei felt that the pulling force had disappeared. The feeling of spatial disorder had also disappeared. Then, he felt a piercing light and couldn't help but squint his eyes. The light was warm and Xia Ruofei immediately understood. He had been sent outside by the senior in the coffin. This was the sunlight from the outside. Xia Ruofei had entered the underground palace in the middle of the night. He did not know how long he had been in there, but at least he had spent 5 to 6 hours breaking the stone wall array. It should be the next day by now. Xia Ruofei felt someone lying beside him. He squinted his eyes and turned around. It was Song Wei, who was unconscious. At this moment, Xia Ruofei heard a heart-wrenching voice. Ghost. Fang Laosan was a farmer from Gom province. He had been working for a security company in Yuezhou for the past few years. 2 months ago, he was assigned to guard Mount Yu. Fang Laosan heard that this place used to be an ancient tomb, but it was later sealed off. Except for some problems. The government paid for a security company to send people to guard it. His hometown was near Mount Longhu, and he had heard many stories about strange powers and gods since he was young. He was actually a little afraid of this mission. However, the security company also took into account the harsh environment of the wilderness, so they sent people here with extra bonuses. In addition, there were several co-workers who worked with them. Fang Laosan didn't go back during the spring festival. He wanted to make more money to demolish and rebuild his old house at the end of the year, so after weighing the pros and cons, he still had the courage to come to Yushan. After a period of guarding, nothing happened, and Fang Laosan gradually dispelled his fear. They patrolled by themselves during the day and only patrolled in groups at night. Today, it was his turn to patrol the vicinity of the ancient tomb. As soon as he turned around a small hill, he saw 2 pale-faced people lying on the blocked entrance of the ancient tomb. Their bodies were also stained with blood. Fang Laosan's hair stood on end, and he felt as if all the blood in his body was rushing to his head. Even if it was broad daylight, Fang Laosan was still scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. He had just patrolled this place 3 minutes ago, but he had not seen a single person. How could 2 people appear out of thin air after he had just made a round? Moreover, they were at the entrance of the ancient tomb, and their faces were completely pale. They looked like ghosts. Fang Laosan howled and frantically ran away. The security guards who were not on patrol duty heard Fang Laosan's wailing and rushed out of the mobile house. When they saw Fang Laosan's pale face, they all went up to ask about the situation. Fang Laosan couldn't even say a complete sentence. He just kept mumbling, "Damn it. Damn it." In the end, under everyone's comfort and questioning, Fang Laosan finally told them what he had just seen with lingering fear. No one believed him and thought that Fang Laosan was being paranoid, so they suggested going out to check it out. Fang Laosan was not willing to go there again. The security guards had no choice but to ask for the location and came to the hill together. As expected, they didn't even see a ghost. This made everyone think that Fang Laosan was hallucinating because he was too nervous. The security guards all thought it was a farce and returned to the mobile house one after another. What they didn't expect was that Fang Laosan had already packed his luggage and called the head of security, asking for a change of position. If he couldn't change, he would resign and not even ask for his salary for the past few days. The security guards watched as Fang Laosan left the station with his luggage without looking back. They couldn't help but look at each other, and they felt a little scared. Xia Ruofei didn't know that he had been mistaken for a ghost, a malicious ghost that could appear in broad daylight. After he was discovered by the security guard, he immediately carried the unconscious Song Wei on his back and quickly ran into the forest. Xia Ruofei looked at the group of security guards who came to check on the situation from afar. After they left with nothing, he carried Song Wei on his back and went around to the entrance to the underground palace that they had cleared out last night. The rope was still quietly hanging down the hole. Xia Ruofei looked at the dark hole, but did not have the courage to go down again. He placed Song Wei under a tree and let her lie flat. Then, he untied the rope and threw it into the hole. He took out a shovel and quickly filled up the hole. Finally, he found some branches and weeds to cover up the traces. He believed that as long as there was a heavy rain in the next few days, and the weeds here grew again, even if someone came here again, they would not be able to see anything. After settling everything, Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, and felt worried. The old senior in the coffin didn't finish his sentence. He didn't know how to wake Song Wei up. Xia Ruofei knew that it was hard to recover from damage to the soul. Even if he went to the best hospital and used the best equipment for a check-up, there would be no problem with his body. However, he would remain unconscious. That senior had said that their lineage was very good at nurturing the soul, but he had only cultivated the great Tao arts. How would he know how to nurture the soul? Just as Xia Ruofei was scratching his head, he heard a chirping sound. Xia Ruofei turned around and realized that the white realm fox was following him. This little guy was probably sent out of the underground palace by that senior. It was just that Xia Ruofei had been discovered by someone and was in a hurry to bring Song Wei away. Moreover, the realm fox's target was very small, so he did not notice it at all. Xia Ruofei did not expect this little guy to follow him. Xia Qing had also reminded Xia Ruofei that this white, colored world fox was naturally a pet of space. Furthermore, it had a unique ability in finding world stones. Hence, Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Little guy, you've been sent out too? If you don't have a place to go, why don't you follow me?" The white fox stared at Xia Ruofei for a while. It liked the aura that Xia Ruofei exuded after he had cultivated the great Tao technique. More importantly, Xia Ruofei seemed to have a very profound spatial fluctuation, which made it want to get closer to him. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, the white fox nodded. The realm spirit agreed so readily that Xia Ruofei felt a little surprised. Previously, in the underground palace, when they were splitting the realm stone, both parties did not give in an inch. This realm spirit did not seem to be so easy to talk to. Hence, Xia Ruofei tried again. Then you'll be in charge of searching for the world stones in the future. We'll retrieve them together, and we'll split the harvest 50-50. How about it? The realm fox chirped twice, but still nodded its head readily. Xia Ruofei was in disbelief. He was well aware of how attractive the world stone was to the white realm fox, yet it had agreed to a 50-50 split so easily? One must know that without the realm fox's detection ability, Xia Ruofei's search for the realm stone would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, not every place with a realm stone would encounter such a huge obstacle like the underground palace. In that case, the realm fox would be at a loss if they split it 50-50. You're not planning something, right? Xia Ruofei looked at the fox and asked. A look of disdain flashed across the eyes of the realm fox. It squeaked twice, turned around, and was about to leave. Wait! Xia Ruofei quickly shouted. Wait a minute. I'm just saying, why are you so angry? The white fox stopped in its tracks and turned to look at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed drily and said, Then you'll be by my side from now on. If we find a world stone, we'll work together to excavate it. We'll split it 50-50 according to our agreement. The white fox nodded with a look of disdain. It walked to Xia Ruofei's side and lay on the ground lazily. After Xia Ruofei and the white fox reached a gentleman's agreement, he started to worry about Song Wei's Situation. Nurturing the soul. Could it be? Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. Logo. A thought flashed across Xia Ruofei's mind. He had consumed the spirit nourishment soup many times. It might be beneficial to Song Wei's recovery. After all, the spirit nourishment soup could help with her spiritual power cultivation. In essence, it was a form of nourishment for her soul. Xia Qing, quickly brew a portion of spirit-nurturing soup. Xia Ruofei used his divine sense to communicate with Xia Qing. Xia Qing, who was in the space, said with a bit of difficulty, Master, I'm still lacking one more medicinal herb to make the spirit nourishment soup. How could there be a missing medicinal herb? Xia Ruofei asked in confusion. Didn't I prepare a lot of these commonly used herbs? Xia Ruofei bought a lot of the Chinese herbs needed to make body-tempering soup, pregnancy soup, heart-nourishing soup, and jaded skin ointment and stored them in his storage space. And with the improvement of his cultivation, the supplementary effect of the soup on his spiritual power cultivation was getting smaller and smaller, so he hadn't taken it much recently. Why did he suddenly run out of medicinal herbs? Xia Ruofei was also very curious. I had enough medicinal herbs, Xia Qing said with a bitter smile. But last night, in the underground palace, they were all used up. You mean the thorny vine root? Xia Ruofei immediately shouted. He suddenly remembered that the magical beast was hiding in a narrow cave at that time. Xia Qing thought that the smoke from burning the thorny roots could force the magical beast out, so she took out a lot of thorny roots for him to use. Xia Ruofei also knew that the thorny vine roots were one of the ingredients needed to make the spirit nourishment soup. He just didn't expect Xia Qing to be so honest and take out all the thorny vine roots in the stock, not leaving a single one. Xia Qing said with some embarrassment, Master, I was also worried that the dosage wasn't enough to force out the mirage beast. Thus, I gave you all the thorny vines stored in the Archean realm. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, It's okay. Thorned vine root isn't a precious herb anyway. This kind of common Chinese medicine can be bought in any pharmacy. Yes, Master. Xia Qing said, Miss Song's soul injury shouldn't worsen in a short period of time. But Master, it's better to treat your own injuries as soon as possible to avoid any lingering effects. Just now in the underground palace, Xia Ruofei had entered the stone room for the second time and was severely injured by the spirit body. He did not even have time to deal with it and hurriedly set up a time formation to deal with the spirit body. After that, when the senior in the coffin appeared, Xia Ruofei was in a very nervous state the entire time. Only now that Xia Qing reminded him did he feel pain all over his body. There was no doubt that at least a few of his bones were broken, and his internal organs were somewhat displaced. Xia Ruofei did not dare to let his guard down. He immediately took out 2 spirit heart flower petals from the space and absorbed them into his body with his palm. Then, he took out a bottle of the spirit heart flower petal solution and gulped it down. He was a little thirsty, so he might as well use the spirit heart flower petal solution as a drink to speed up his recovery. If this small bottle of highly concentrated spirit heart flower petal solution was poured into the farm's water tower, it could at least provide enough water for the entire farm to irrigate for a month. Xia Ruofei drank it directly like it was a drink to quench his thirst. Only he had the confidence to be so extravagant. After all, there were still hundreds of spirit heart flower petals in the medium. Xia Ruofei did not notice that when he took out the item from the spirit map space, the white sector fox, which had been lying lazily at the side, immediately perked up and raised its head to look at him with a burning gaze. The white fox could feel the familiar spatial fluctuations. This was one of the reasons why it was willing to stay by Xia Ruofei's side. Xia Ruofei didn't seem to notice it. After drinking the petal solution, he kept the bottle back in the medium, not wanting to waste it. The white realm fox was originally lying on the ground, but now it could not help but stand up. Xia Ruofei looked at the realm fox strangely, but he did not take it to heart. Master, the realm fox must have sensed the existence of the spirit map world, Xia Qing suddenly said. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but jump in shock. He quickly asked with his spiritual will, no way? I've never taken out the painting. The realm fox is very sensitive to spatial fluctuations, Xia Qing said. I noticed that every time Master saves and collects items from the spirit map world, the realm fox would react. Fuck. I was too careless, Xia Ruofei said. He then asked, Xia Qing, is there any danger of the spirit map world being exposed? Xia Ruofei knew that although the realm raccoon looked like a raccoon, it was actually very intelligent. If it could speak after it evolved, there was a chance that it would reveal its secret. The spirit map space was Xia Ruofei's top secret. He couldn't even reveal it to his family, so he was very concerned about this secret. Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, as long as the realm fox is always by Master's side, there should be no problem. The world fox is very sensitive to the power of space, and the spirit map world is a space of its own. I think the reason why it is willing to stay is probably because of the spirit map world. Xia Ruofei glanced at the realm fox and revealed a malicious look. He asked with his divine sense, Xia Qing, is there a contract that allows the spirit beast to recognize a master and not betray it for life? For example, with a thought from the master, the spirit beast will bleed to death from its 7 orifices. Xia Qing couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before she forced a smile and said, Master, how can there be such an overbearing contract? It's not that there's no such thing as a spirit beast recognizing a master, but it must be of the spirit beast's own free will. Moreover, this kind of soul contract only makes the spirit beast extremely loyal, and the spirit beast's master can't simply decide the life and death of the spirit beast. Logo. Xia Qing also felt very strange. Where did her master hear about this kind of messy contract? Moreover, spirit beasts that could recognize a master were the most important companions of cultivators. How could the master bear to? Xia Ruofei was a little disappointed. He laughed dryly. It seems like the rumors were wrong, he thought to himself. It's all those cultivation novels' fault. Then, Xia Ruofei glanced at the realm fox with a strange look and asked with his spiritual will, since there's no chance of master recognition, I'm afraid there's the danger of leaking the secret. If we let it go. Should we? Xia Ruofei and Xia Qing had been communicating with their divine thoughts and did not speak. However, during this period, they had looked at the white realm fox several times with malicious eyes. This made the white realm fox reveal a trace of vigilance and intentionally or unintentionally increased the distance between Xia Ruofei and it. Xia Qing, who was in the spirit map space, quickly said, I cannot. No. Master, the realm fox is a rare beast, and it is extremely sensitive to the realm stone. It will definitely be of great help to Master. Xia Ruofei was a little depressed. This won't do. That won't do. What should we do? Xia Ruofei did not expect this little guy to become a hot potato. Xiaqing muttered to herself for a moment. Before she said, Master, actually, it's not convenient for you to keep this world fox by your side. You can put it in the spirit map world. Before Xiaqing could finish her sentence, Xia Ruofei shouted, No. In a moment of desperation, he did not use his divine telekinesis to transmit his voice. Instead, he said it out loud. This also gave the white realm fox a shock, and it subconsciously took a few steps to the side. Xia Ruofei calmed himself down and continued to use his spiritual sense to say, Didn't you say that this little guy's spatial talent is extremely strong? Put it in the space. What if he causes damage inside? Xiaqing smiled and said, Master, you're underestimating the spirit map world. Although the realm fox is the darling of space, the space of the spirit map world is personally constructed by that person. Not to mention that this realm fox is still young. Even if it had evolved into an adult, it would not be able to destroy the stability of space. Xiaqing paused for a moment before she continued. Furthermore, Master's current level of spiritual power cultivation is enough to control the spirit map world to a high degree. As long as the realm fox is in the spirit map world, Master can control it with a single thought. What is there to worry about? Really? Xia Ruofei asked. Then, he noticed a key piece of information in Xiaqing's words and immediately asked, Who is the person that constructed the spirit map world that you mentioned? Master, this you'll naturally find out in the future. I'm sorry, I can't reveal it now, Xiaqing said after a moment of hesitation. It's that damn rule again? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Please forgive me, Master, Xiaqing said. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, It's not your fault. Xiaqing, you can continue. Yes, Master. Xiaqing said, The realm fox should be unable to resist the temptation of the spirit map world. The spatial structure of the spirit map world is brand new, and there is also a time array. It will definitely be willing to enter. In addition, even in the spirit map world, it doesn't stop the realm fox from finding the world stone. If a world stone appears within its ability, it will still sense it in the spirit map world. Xia Ruofei pondered for a while and said, So you're saying that there are only benefits and no harm? Yes, Master, Xiaqing said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I understand. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei turned to look at the realm fox, his eyes becoming much gentler. The white fox was even more alert now. It meowed at Xia Ruofei as it retreated and waved its forelimbs threateningly. However, looking at its posture, it was clear that this little fellow was also acting tough on the outside but was actually a coward on the inside. It was simply prepared to quickly escape into the forest once something went wrong. Although the true energy emitted by this young man was very attractive to it, and there was also that mysterious spatial aura, how could all of this be more important than its life? Xia Ruofei smiled gently at the realm fox and said in a seductive tone, Little guy, are you curious about the spatial fluctuations on my body? The white realm fox was stunned and looked at Xia Ruofei in confusion. Xia Ruofei smiled and summoned the spirit painting from his palm. He had already checked the surroundings before, and there was not a single shadow around. He did not have to worry about anyone spying on him. When the scroll appeared in Xia Ruofei's hand, the realm fox's eyes suddenly narrowed. Its pouty little mouth opened involuntarily, staring at the scroll and unable to look away. As a natural, born pet of space, the realm fox sensed the strange fluctuation hidden in this seemingly ordinary scroll almost immediately. It was different from any fluctuation it had previously grasped, but it was certain that it was a kind of spatial fluctuation. Xia Ruofei saw the look on the Jieli's face and acted like a weird uncle who was trying to deceive a kindergartner. He struck while the iron was hot. Do you want to take a look inside? The space here is very different from the outside world. And I can even allow you to live there. Who asked us to be fated? Hearing this, the realm fox immediately nodded its head like a little chick pecking at rice. As Xia Qing had said, the temptation of the new spatial fluctuation was something it could not resist. It did not even consider its own safety. Of course, it could also be that the realm fox was very confident in its attainments in space. Xia Ruofei's evil plan had succeeded. He did not care what the realm fox was thinking. With a gentle smile on his face, he said, "Then I'll let you in. Remember, don't resist," he said. The realm fox nodded repeatedly. Hence, with a thought from Xia Ruofei, the realm fox completely relaxed its resistance. Xia Ruofei easily moved it into the spirit map space. The spirit map space was at the primal realm. As soon as the realm fox appeared, it immediately revealed a look of great joy. The spirit chi here was extremely dense, to the point that it had already formed a mist in the sky. Even if it didn't rely on absorbing spirit chi, and instead relied on eating world stones to grow, living in such an environment was still more comfortable than living in the outside world where the spirit chi was barren. In addition, the spatial fluctuations here were extremely profound. They were different from all the spatial laws it had come into contact with, but they were extremely stable. At the same time, the realm fox also keenly sensed that the flow of time here was different from the outside world. This was undoubtedly the best place for the realm fox, who was obsessed with the rules of space. So as soon as it entered, it closed its eyes impatiently and quietly comprehended the rules of this space. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's voice rang in the air. "Oh, I almost forgot about the flow of time. Little guy, this place is not suitable for you. I'll find you another place." As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, the realm fox felt an irresistible pulling force. It was involuntarily pulled into an invisible space vortex. If the realm fox had resisted in the outside world, Xia Ruofei would not have been able to keep it in the space. But now that it was in the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei was the only master of this space. Naturally, it would be easy. In the next moment, the realm fox found itself transported to another independent space. The boundary fox protested and waved its forelimbs at the sky. However, it did not receive any response, so it could only give up gloomily. Of course, the most important thing was that the laws of space here were basically the same as the space just now. The only difference was that there was no time formation. To the realm fox, just the comprehension of the spatial laws alone was already unfathomable. It did not matter whether it had a time formation or not. As for Xia Ruofei, he was mainly concerned about how fast time passed at the Archean realm. He did not know how long a realm fox's lifespan was. If he died after staying for a few days, it would not be worth it. Even if the realm fox had a long life, Xia Ruofei did not want it to use the time formation to improve rapidly before he could truly establish a close working relationship with it. Although Xia Qing had said that with the realm fox's strength, even if it evolved into an adult, it wouldn't be able to cause any waves in the space, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. When it came to the core benefits of the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei had to do his best to ensure that nothing went wrong. The realm fox protested symbolically for a moment before it started to comprehend the rules that had been set up in the spirit map space. Logo. Xia Ruofei gave it a few instructions not to touch anything in the space. He also told Xia Qing to look after the realm fox, especially not to let it come into contact with his precious world stone. In fact, these world stones were all at the Archean realm. Even if the world fox had the ability to turn the world upside down, it could not return without Xia Ruofei's permission. Xia Ruofei was also confused because of his concern. After successfully swindling a precious realm fox, Xia Ruofei started to worry about the unconscious Song Wei. Xia Ruofei wasn't sure if the soup would work. The biggest problem now was that they were in the wilderness, and one of the herbs needed to make the soup was missing, so they had to go back to the city, to buy the medicine. But the problem was he really going to carry such an unconscious beauty down the mountain? Although they were in the wilderness, they would enter the scenic area if they went further down the mountain. Even if there were not many tourists, there were still some surveillance cameras on the roadside. Besides, it was not convenient to bring Song Wei along. There was no way to explain staying in a hotel, and he might even be called the police as a criminal. Xia Ruofei thought of this and asked with his spiritual will, Xia Qing, with Song Wei's current condition, she shouldn't be able to wake up on her own, right? Master, Xia Qing said, it's very difficult to heal the damage to the soul. At least, Miss Song won't wake up in a short time. I see. Xia Ruofei nodded. He had already made up his mind and brought Song Wei into the spirit map space. Naturally, Song Wei could not be placed in the Archean realm where time flowed 30 times faster than normal. Hence, Xia Ruofei sent her directly into the stone chamber in the Mountain Sea realm. There was a stone bed there. Xia Ruofei used the invisible force in space to place Song Wei on the stone bed. At the same time, he moved the jade futon over and placed it under Song Wei's head. This jade futon was very helpful for the recovery of mental power. It should be able to more or less nourish her soul, or at least stop the damage to her soul from worsening. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei checked his own condition. His injuries had almost recovered, at least 60 to 70% of his usual strength. Unless he encountered the spirit body in the underground palace last night or an abnormal master like Senior Copper Coffin, Xia Ruofei's current state was enough to deal with anything. Xia Ruofei turned around and looked at the underground palace for a long time. Then, he turned around and ran into the forest. Half an hour later, Xia Ruofei found the off-road vehicle that he had parked in the bushes the night before at the foot of the mountain. Although it had only been a night, Xia Ruofei felt like it was a lifetime ago. After driving to the city, Xia Ruofei first found a Chinese medicine pharmacy. Thorned vine root was a common herb and Xia Ruofei could get it easily. Although the staff of the Chinese medicine shop felt that it was strange that Xia Ruofei only bought one herb and asked for a large amount. There was no reason to reject business. Besides, the thorny vine root was not a special medicinal herb and had nothing to do with synthetic drugs. It would not be a problem to sell a truck full of it to Xia Ruofei. Why not make money? Hence, Xia Ruofei had successfully bought almost all the thorn vines in the store. After he returned to the car, he put the big bag of thorny vines into the medium and asked Xia Qing to start brewing the spirit nourishment soup. Of course, he had also specifically instructed Xia Qing to brew the spirit nourishment soup in the Mountain Sea realm. Xia Qing also needed to watch over the realm fox to prevent it from causing any damage. Xia Ruofei could not possibly split a strand of his divine sense to pay attention to the situation in the space at all times. After buying the thorny vine root, Xia Ruofei drove to the Tianhao Hotel and booked the presidential suite. As soon as he entered the room, Xia Ruofei immediately used his spiritual power to cover the entire room and checked it thoroughly. After making sure that there was no audio or surveillance equipment, he went straight into the bedroom, locked the door, and drew the curtains. Xia Ruofei took out the spiritual map and entered the space. He went straight to the mountain sea realm. Xia Qing was at the entrance of the cave, concentrating on brewing the spirit nourishment soup. Not far away from Xia Qing, the realm fox seemed to be lying there lazily, but it was actually comprehending the rules of the spirit map space. Even when Xia Ruofei suddenly appeared out of thin air, it only raised its eyes, then closed them again, to comprehend. Seeing the realm fox in this state, Xia Ruofei's worry was greatly reduced. Previously, he was afraid that the realm fox would run around in this space. There were many treasures in this space, such as the precious cordyceps, truffles, abalones from the sea, and even herb gardens. These were all from the mountain sea realm. Now, it seemed that the realm fox had no time to cause trouble, so he was relieved. Xia Ruofei didn't disturb Xia Qing, who was concentrating on brewing the medicine. He directly entered the cave and walked into the stone room. Song Wei was still lying quietly on the stone bed. Her expression was very calm, as if she was sleeping peacefully. However, Xia Ruofei knew that if her damaged soul was not repaired, she would continue to sleep like this. If she could not maintain her bodily functions, she would die soon. Xia Ruofei sighed. He walked forward and grabbed Song Wei's wrist. Of course, he did not want to do anything bad to her when she was unconscious. He just wanted to check her body. After Song Wei's body was taken over by the terrifying spirit, she had been in the stone chamber in the underground palace. The stone chamber was filled with cold air and unknown poison that had killed the archaeologists. Song Wei had been in there for a long time, so there was a high possibility that the poison would take advantage of her logo. As expected, after Xia Ruofei's spiritual power entered Song Wei's meridians, he quickly found the poison in her body. He was very familiar with this poison. It even had the aura of the realm stone. It could be said that he was right on the mark. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to use the Great Way of Tao and transferred his qi into Song Wei's body. With the cooperation of his spiritual power, the poison was naturally exposed and was quickly burned into nothingness by the qi. Just as Xia Ruofei was circulating the great Tao chant, the white realm fox outside the cave seemed to have sensed something. It opened its eyes and looked into the cave. However, it did not get up. It was not that it was not interested in the pure qi, but it had already sensed that there was an invisible spatial barrier at the entrance of the cave. Only Xia Ruofei could pass through it easily. Without Xia Ruofei's permission, no one else could enter the cave, not even the realm fox, the darling of the space. The realm fox quickly closed its eyes and began to comprehend the strange space rules. Xia Ruofei used his true qi to clean Song Wei's body and used his spiritual energy to check repeatedly to make sure that nothing had escaped. When Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to check on Song Wei, he felt that something was wrong. However, he could not find anything. Xia Ruofei shook his head in confusion and mumbled to himself, perhaps I'm being too sensitive? He let go of Song Wei's hand and walked out of the cave with a tired look on his face. Master, the spirit-nurturing soup is ready. Xia Qing immediately said respectfully. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, thank you. He picked up the bowl of herbal soup with the fragrance of the spirit heart fruit and walked back to the stone room. He put the soup aside first, then went over to help Song Wei up and let her lean against the bed. Xia Ruofei tested the temperature of the soup and fed it to Song Wei. People who had lost their minds could not be fed medicine like this because they would not be able to swallow it under such circumstances. However, Xia Ruofei had his own way. He only needed to release a small wisp of essential qi to wrap the medicine and send it directly into Song Wei's stomach. After feeding her the medicine, Xia Ruofei carefully laid Song Wei flat and observed her condition. Song Wei was still lying on the stone bed, motionless. The bowl of medicinal soup was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no movement at all. Xia Ruofei could only wait. The theory of the soul was vague, but Xia Ruofei had been cultivating for a long time. He knew that the soul existed. When one's cultivation was strong enough, even if the body was destroyed, the soul could still survive independently under certain conditions. For example, the spirit that tried to possess Song Wei. Unfortunately, Xia Ruofei's cultivation was still too low. He could not even check on the situation, let alone help Song Wei recover her soul. According to the common knowledge in the world of cultivation, a person's soul existed in the sea of consciousness. As an ordinary person without any cultivation, Song Wei's sea of consciousness was quite fragile. Moreover, her soul was damaged. If Xia Ruofei were to investigate rashly, there might be an unpredictable accident. If the soup did not work, Xia Ruofei really did not know what else to do. He sighed and walked out of the cave. Master, what's the situation? Xia Qing asked. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. There's no change. Xia Qing, other than the gestation soup. Do you know of any other methods to help recover from soul injuries? The pregnancy soup could only be used once every 7 days. Xia Ruofei did not dare to let Song Wei take it continuously. One of the main herbs used to make the pregnancy soup was the spirit heart fruit. If consumed alone, it would be highly toxic. Who knew what would happen if it was consumed continuously instead of 7 days? However, he found it hard to accept that Xia Ruofei had to wait for 7 days and then try his luck with a bowl of pregnancy soup. Song Wei was going to start school soon. She had left the house on the pretext of traveling. If she did not contact her family for a long time, Song Qiming and his wife would definitely notice that something was wrong. The power of a vice minister was not to be underestimated. Once Song Qiming used all his connections to find Song Wei, there was no way to hide the fact that he and Song Wei were in Xiongnan province. Even Song Jingping knew about it. There was no way to keep it a secret. At that time, the situation would become difficult to deal with. Moreover, Xia Ruofei could not accept letting Song Wei continue to be in a coma. Xia Qing's face showed that she was in a difficult position. Master, the effect of the spirit nurturing soup in the aspect of nourishing the soul is already very good. The main reason is that we have sufficient raw materials. As for the other methods, the spirit herbs that can nourish the soul are very rare. Now that the outside environment is deteriorating, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to find. Xia Ruofei looked disappointed and said, So there's no other better way? Master, Xia Qing said, actually, the spirit-nurturing soup should be effective. It's just that Miss Song's soul injury might be a little serious. 1 or 2 doses of medicine are definitely not enough, that's the problem. Xia Ruofei said, you can only take the soup once every 7 days, but Song Wei can't be away for too long. There's not enough time now. At this point, Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped and mumbled, there's not enough time. Then, he smacked his head and said, how could I have forgotten about this? If he didn't have enough time, he could just accelerate time. At the Archean realm, time could be accelerated by 30 times. If Song Wei was placed inside for 5 hours, outside world time, she would have spent 7 days in the Archean realm. After that, she could continue to consume the spirit nourishment soup. He didn't even need to reach the Archean realm. Xia Ruofei still had array flags that could accelerate time even more quickly. If the small area around Song Wei was covered by the time formation, it would be accelerated by at least 90 times. This way, it would only take slightly more than an hour. Xia Qing. Xia Ruofei said to Xia Qing, immediately make another portion of the pregnancy soup. Yes, master. Xia Qing quickly responded. Xia Ruofei turned around and returned to the cave. With a thought, he sent the array flag from the Archean realm over. At the same time, he brought a few bottles of flower petal solution. Song Wei's body definitely could not last 7 days without eating or drinking. Hence, she still needed these flower petal solutions to maintain her vitality. Xia Ruofei first fed Song Wei half a bottle of the petal solution. He still used his essential qi to wrap the petal solution and send it directly into her stomach through her esophagus. After waiting for a while, he checked on Song Wei's condition and found that she was still alive. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate any longer. With a thought, he appeared on a flat grassland outside. Beside him, there were array flags and a porcelain bottle that contained the solution of the spirit heart. Flower petals. Song Wei was also moved out of the stone room in the cave. He carefully laid her flat on the grass. Then, Xia Ruofei grabbed the array flags and waved them. The 8 array flags immediately occupied 8 positions around Song Wei and accurately stabbed into the soil. The next moment, Xia Ruofei felt the difference in the flow of time. He stood outside the formation to monitor Song Wei's situation. After about 15 minutes, Xia Ruofei teleported Song Wei out of the formation. 15 minutes in the outside world meant that Song Wei had spent more than a day in the formation. Xia Ruofei needed to replenish her energy. He carefully fed Song Wei half a bottle of the spirit heart flower petal solution. After 2 minutes, the components of the spirit heart flower petal were completely absorbed. He then sent Song Wei into the array. Just like that, every 15 minutes or so, Xia Ruofei would move Song Wei out to replenish the solution of the spirit heart flower petals and then send her back to the formation. Although it was complicated, Xia Ruofei did it seriously. Before he knew it, more than an hour had passed. Xia Ruofei did a quick calculation. Song Wei had actually been here for at least 7 days, maybe even 8. He glanced at the cave entrance on the mountainside, not far away, and asked with divine telekinesis, Xia Qing, is the spirit nurturing soup ready? Logo. Spirit map world, mountain and sea realm. Xia Ruofei's face was pale. Song Wei was lying quietly on the grass, not showing any signs of waking up. It had been more than 8 hours since Song Wei first drank the soup. In these 8 hours, Xia Ruofei did not rest at all. He kept sending Song Wei into the time formation. Song Wei had also consumed a total of 7 bowls of soup. However, there was no effect after he had consumed so much of the soup. If not for the fact that the essence of the herbs in The soup was immediately absorbed by the body. Song Wei's stomach would have burst. Fortunately, Song Wei's metabolism was extremely slow in her unconscious state. Besides, she did not eat anything other than the petals of the spirit heart flower. Hence, even though she had already been in a coma for 40 to 50 days, she did not need Xia Ruofei to help her relieve herself. Otherwise, it would be really awkward. Although it wouldn't affect a person much if they aged more than 50 days than normal, the key question was, when would this end? If there was no effect after drinking so much soup, would it be effective if he continued to drink it? Not to mention Xia Ruofei, even Xia Qing's tone became uncertain. Xia Ruofei wanted to curse. The senior in the coffin must have had a way to wake Song Wei up, but he refused to say anything. Xia Ruofei was helpless. We're all experts. This arrogant? Xia Qing, is there really no other way? Xia Ruofei asked, frowning. Actually, Xia Qing hesitated for a moment and said. Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened. He grabbed Xia Qing's shoulder and said anxiously, you must have a way. Right? Hurry up and tell me. Xia Qing revealed a very difficult expression. Xia Ruofei immediately understood. Like a deflated ball, he asked weakly, it's that damn rule again? Xia Qing silently nodded. Xia Ruofei let go of his hand dejectedly. He knew how the rules were binding Xia Qing. No matter how he ordered or begged, Xia Qing would never be able to go against the supreme rules. This was like the famous 3 laws of robotics. After a long while, Xia Ruofei still asked, Xia Qing, I know you can't tell me, and I won't force you. But, can't you give me a hint? Just a little bit. Xia Qing also revealed a conflicted expression. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, while Xia Ruofei looked at Xia Qing nervously. He did not reject her, which meant that there might still be a chance. Finally, Xia Qing raised her head and said, Master, I really can't tell you. But you've obtained so many world stones this time. Why don't you let the spirit map world absorb them first? I don't have the time to care about the world stone now. Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped mid-sentence and stared at Xia Qing's eyes. Then he said, I understand. Let's try to see if we can upgrade the space first. Xia Ruofei knew that Xia Qing wouldn't speak without thinking. Just now, they were clearly discussing Song Wei's soul injury, but Xia Qing suddenly brought up the world stone. This change of topic was too stiff and illogical. The only explanation was that there might be an opportunity to heal Song Wei after the space was upgraded. Xia Qing could not say it directly due to the rules, so she could only hint to him. After all, Xia Ruofei had obtained the world stone. It was normal for Xia Qing to suggest him to upgrade the spatial realm. This was not against the rules. However, if she told him what he would gain after upgrading the spatial realm and that the gain might be helpful to Song Wei's soul injury, then it would be against the rules. It must be like this. Xia Ruofei was certain. At this time, the White Realm fox, which had been concentrating on comprehending the space rules at the entrance of the cave on the mountainside, suddenly opened its eyes. Then, in a flash, it flew down from the mountainside and ran in the direction of the herb garden. The White Realm fox's speed was too fast. In addition, Xia Ruofei was discussing with Xia Qing about treating Song Wei's soul injury, so he did not notice it. Hence, by the time Xia Ruofei reacted, the White Realm fox had already run into the herb garden. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He saw the white fox waving its forelimbs a few times. And suddenly, a few herbs were uprooted. Everywhere it passed by was a mess. Xia Ruofei was shocked and angry. He quickly shouted, "Stop." This herb garden was painstakingly opened up by Xia Qing. A large portion of the herbs planted here were provided to the manufacturing factory to produce heart-nourishing soup and jaded skin ointment. Many of them were very precious Chinese herbs. Seeing these herbs destroyed by the realm fox, Xia Ruofei's heart ached. After letting out a cry, he immediately used the invisible force of space, without hesitation, to imprison the white fox. The realm fox wanted to struggle, but with its current weak cultivation, it was unable to compete with the power of the entire spirit map space. It was as if it had been frozen, unable to even move its toes. Only its black eyes showed a look of fear. With a thought from Xia Ruofei, the white fox was lifted by an invisible force and brought in front of him. "Little brat. Are you crazy?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Do you know how precious those herbs are?" The white fox had an innocent look on its face. In fact, it had just gained some insight when it was comprehending the rules of space and wanted to go to one of the space nodes to verify it. And that space node just happened to be in the medicine garden logo. In its eyes, precious herbs were no different from ordinary weeds. Since they were blocking its way, it would naturally destroy them. It did not expect Xia Ruofei to have such a big reaction. "Do you still dare to run around?" Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "You still dare to ignore me? It seems like you're not repenting even if you die." "Master," Xia Qing said weakly, "you've confined him. He can't move at all." "I'm so angry that I'm confused." Xia Ruofei smacked his head and relaxed the restriction a little. However, he still restricted the white fox to a certain area. "Do you still dare to run around?" Xia Ruofei asked with a vicious expression. The white fox kept shaking its head. Its two forelimbs were cupped together, making it look pitiful. Seeing the white realm fox acting cute, Xia Ruofei couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. However, he still said with a straight face, "Remember, it's fine for you to comprehend the laws of space here, but you can't damage a single grain of sand, stone, grass, or tree. Otherwise, don't blame me for imprisoning you. Do you understand?" The white realm fox shook its head out of habit, but it immediately came to its senses and nodded its head like a chick pecking at rice. "Go." Only then did Xia Ruofei let go of the white fox. "Remember, do not destroy those herbs." The white fox ran towards the herb garden as if it had been pardoned. This time it did not dare to run around recklessly. It carefully avoided the herbs and soon arrived at a spatial node it had found. It then closed its eyes and began to comprehend. Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly and asked, "Xia Qing, when the spirit map world is absorbing the world stone, do we need to take that little fellow out first?" Xia Qing said, "Master, every time the seal of the spirit map world is unlocked, the spatial fluctuations are at their most intense. You should just let it stay inside. This will be very beneficial for its comprehension of the spatial laws." "Don't worry," Xia Qing said. "I'll take good care of it." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Okay. But I have to bring Song Wei out." With so many realm stones this time, the spirit map space could definitely be upgraded if nothing unexpected happened. Xia Ruofei did not know what would happen when the space was upgraded. With Xia Qing and the realm fox's cultivation, it would not be a big problem to stay in the space. However, for safety reasons, it was better to let Song Wei leave the space. With a thought, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei left the Spirit map space. He first settled Song Wei on the bed in the bedroom, then picked up the ancient spirit painting scroll and used his mind to establish a connection with the space. The spirit map space was at the primal realm. A box containing 12 world stones automatically opened, and one of the world stones slowly floated up. An invisible force wrapped around the world stone. Under the faint light that it emitted, the world stone slowly became smaller and finally turned into nothingness. Soon after, the second world stone slowly floated into the air and soon bloomed with a dazzling light. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. At the mountain and sea realm, the white realm fox, which had lost itself in comprehending the laws of space, suddenly opened its eyes. Even though it was in a completely independent space, it could still keenly sense the aura of the world stone. Moreover, it could easily discover that the world stone was disappearing one by one. The white realm fox's face showed a pained expression, but it quickly changed. This was because it sensed that the spatial fluctuations in the entire spirit map world had suddenly become active. The space rules that were originally a little obscure became even clearer. The white realm fox had no idea what was going on, but it naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to comprehend the rules. Therefore, it immediately concentrated and began a new round of comprehension. In the hotel room outside, Xia Ruofei also felt that the spirit map space had finally begun its upgrade process after absorbing 5 world stones. He didn't let the spirit map space continue to absorb the world stones. Instead, he kept the spirit map scroll in his palm. And then looked at Song Wei, who was lying quietly. The upgrade of the spirit map space required some time, and Xia Qing would naturally inform him after it was completed. Looking at Song Wei, who seemed to be sleeping soundly, Xia Ruofei felt a deep sense of guilt. He also secretly decided that no matter what price he had to pay, he would make Song Wei recover. I hope I can find a way to cure Song Wei after the realm upgrades, Xia Ruofei thought to himself. The sky outside the window had already darkened. Xia Ruofei had come out of the underground palace in the afternoon. On the way, he went to buy medicine, check into a hotel, and then stayed in the interspace for more than 8 hours. It was already night. Xia Ruofei did not eat or drink for the entire day. However, he was not in the mood to eat. In fact, at his level of cultivation, not eating for 1 or 2 days would not affect him at all. Xia Ruofei stayed by Song Wei's side. After more than an hour, Xia Qing finally informed him that the spirit map space had been upgraded. Xia Ruofei took out the spirit map scroll without hesitation and entered the space. The concentration of spirit qi in the spirit map space had increased once again. Clouds appeared in the sky. These clouds were all formed by the condensation of the liquefied spiritual energy. When these clouds gathered to a certain scale, they would even form spiritual liquid, which would fall on the ground like rain. This was pure spirit rain. One could imagine that anything that was planted in such an environment would definitely grow well. There were no other changes to the Archean realm. It had stopped expanding a long time ago. Xia Ruofei immediately went to the mountain and sea realm. Unsurprisingly, the area of the mountain and sea realm had expanded greatly once again. Now, Xia Ruofei's control over space was much stronger than before. He didn't even need to patrol. With a slight thought, every blade of grass and tree in the entire mountain sea realm would be under his control. As for the area of this space, Xia Ruofei didn't need to measure it as he already knew it in his heart. 8,000 mu. The land and sea area of the entire mountain sea realm had reached 8,000 mu, which was double the size of the previous realm. By now, the mountain sea realm was already larger than the entire area of Paradise Farm in Australia. The ocean was also expanding. Now, one could no longer see the space membrane at a glance. It was already as vast as the outside world. Of course, with Xia Ruofei's eyesight, he could still easily see the space membrane at the end of the sea. The land had also expanded by more than twice its original size. The mountain and sea realm, which was originally filled with a large number of herb gardens, along with a breeding ground for hornets, and a garden for cultivating cordyceps, had once again become empty. The mountain peak with the stone chamber had almost doubled in height, and had become a steep peak from the original small hill. Standing at the foot of the mountain, the cave had become a small black dot. A waterfall also appeared on the peak of the mountain. It was as if white silk fell from the sky, flowing into the surging river that had also widened. Xia Ruofei was not very interested in the changes in the space. He was more concerned about the injury of Song Wei's soul. After a brief inspection, he turned his eyes to Xia Qing. Xia Qing's expression was a little awkward, and she said weakly, "Master, it seems like the world stones we obtained this time have not been used up." Xia Ruofei was stunned. Xia Qing's meaning was clear. It was not enough to upgrade the space by one level. It might need to be upgraded again. He was stunned for a while before he said, "I know." Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and left the spirit map space with a thought. After returning to the outside world, he didn't want to waste any time. He immediately used his mind to connect to the spirit map space, allowing the newly upgraded space to start absorbing world stones again. There were 7 world stones left. Hopefully, they could last until the realm leveled up again. Xia Ruofei paid attention to the absorption of the world stones as he prayed in his heart. Logo. This time, the space upgrade had used up 5 world stones, and it was based on the surplus space energy from the previous upgrade. According to Xia Ruofei's experience, the spirit map space's difficulty increased with each upgrade. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not sure if the remaining 7 world stones would be able to upgrade the realm again. All he could do was to pray to the heavens. The Jade Emperor, Tathagata the Buddha, Taisheng Laojun, Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Xia Ruofei prayed to all the gods he could think of, and soon, the 7 world stones were completely absorbed. When the last world stone was absorbed by the space and turned into nothing, Xia Ruofei was stunned. Then, his heart sank. There was no movement in the spirit map space. Clearly, 7 world stones were not enough to upgrade the realm to the next level. This was an awkward situation. The mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei and Xia Qing stood at the foot of the mountain. In the herb garden in the distance, the white realm fox was greedily comprehending the wonderful spatial rules. "Do I have to level up again?" Xia Ruofei asked. Xia Qing nodded silently. He couldn't say too much, but his meaning was clear. Xia Ruofei nodded and waved his hand. A huge invisible force immediately enveloped the white realm fox, who was seriously comprehending the laws of space. It was then carried out of the herb garden and flew to Xia Ruofei. The white realm fox was immersed in the mysterious space rules. It was naturally very unhappy that Xia Ruofei had interrupted it. "Little fellow, do you have any way to find new world stones in the shortest time possible?" Xia Ruofei asked. The white realm fox was stunned for a moment and then shook its head repeatedly. In its heart, it was filled with disdain. For Xia Ruofei. Do you think realm stones are like cabbages? If I could find it so easily, why would I stay in that dark place for more than a month and not bear to leave? Aren't you very sensitive to world stones? Xia Ruofei's eyes widened as he asked, hurry up and sense it. I have an emergency. The realm fox chirped a few times and gestured at Xia Ruofei with a look of disdain. What does it mean? Xia Ruofei turned around and asked. Xia Qing smiled bitterly and said, Master, world stones are extremely rare in any era. It's already very lucky that we were able to obtain so many world stones at once. Even a world fox wouldn't be able to find them so easily. Then what use do I have for you? Xia Ruofei looked at the white fox and said, I provided you with such a good place for free to comprehend the space rules, but you're so lazy at the critical moment. You can't help at all. The white realm fox panicked, afraid that Xia Ruofei would drive it out of the spirit map space. The rules of space here were extremely attractive to it, and it was impossible to come into contact with them in the outside world. Xia Ruofei looked at the white fox and said, Little guy, don't act pitiful with me. I don't buy it. I'm really in need of world stones right now. Quickly, help me think of a way. The white realm fox seemed to be struggling, as if it was having a mental struggle. One had to lower one's head when one was under the roof. In the end, the white fox opened its mouth in pain and spat out a black stone. Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened. He was extremely familiar with this aura. It was undoubtedly a world stone. You still have stock? Xia Ruofei said. Master, the world stones that the world fox can't finish absorbing are stored in the body first. Xia Qing explained. But I clearly saw it biting those world stones into pieces. Xia Ruofei said. Right now, they were looking at a complete world stone. I guess it's temporarily unable to absorb so much, so it swallowed some whole. Now, it's storing them in its body. Xia Qing said after thinking for a while. The white realm fox nodded its head quickly. It was feeling very depressed. It had only been in this place for a short while, and it had already paid a protection fee of a realm stone. It was really too expensive. As long as Xia Ruofei had the realm stone, it was fine. He didn't care if the realm stone was disgusting when it was spat out from the realm fox's body. Nor did he care how it was left behind. He immediately threw the realm stone into the air and with a thought, the invisible force of the spirit map space immediately enveloped the world stone and began to absorb it rapidly. The white realm fox looked at the shrinking realm stone in the sky with heartache. Immediately, it closed its eyes and began to comprehend. When the surrounding space absorbed the realm stone, the spatial fluctuations would become more distinct. This was a good opportunity that could not be missed. Xia Ruofei simply stayed in the space and stared at the world stone that was being absorbed. He was filled with anticipation and apprehension at the same time. The spatial dimension was absorbing the world stone at an extremely fast speed. The black world stone was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was completely absorbed in a short while. Xia Ruofei's eyes, which were full of anticipation, suddenly dimmed. The space still showed no signs of upgrading. The world stone was like a small stone thrown into the sea, not causing any waves at all. Xia Ruofei immediately turned to look at the white fox. The white fox was so scared that it took a few steps away and looked at Xia Ruofei with vigilance. Hee hee. Little fellow. Do you still have any more world stones? Xia Ruofei looked at the white fox with ill intentions and said, "Can you give me another 8 or 10 yuan for emergency use? I'll just take it as I borrowed it from you. I'll return it to you the next time I get it." The white realm fox shook its head frantically. What? A joke? That was the last piece, and it had saved it up by scrimping. Where was it going to find 8 or 10 pieces now? Logo. You really Don T? Xia Ruofei squinted his eyes and asked, "Upgrading the space will be good for you too. You'll be able to better comprehend the spatial laws, right?" GG. The white realm fox looked as if it was not afraid of death. It firmly expressed that there were no more extra realm stones. Since the temptation was not effective, Xia Ruofei tried to threaten it. He said that if there were really no world stones, he would throw it to the outside world so that it would never be able to come into contact with such profound spatial laws again. Even Xia Qing couldn't stand it anymore. Ying Luo was facing such a cute exotic beast. Her master was really ruthless. However, the white fox remained unmoved, and Xia Ruofei had no choice. He couldn't really throw the white fox out. He wasn't such a heartless person. Even if he was, he couldn't bear to abandon such a rare beast that could help him find the world stone. It seemed like the white realm fox really did not have any more realm stones, and the space had not been upgraded. Xia Ruofei was a little at a loss. "Master, why don't you try the spirit nourishment soup again?" Xia Qing asked carefully. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Forget it. The soup is not effective. I'd better think of another way to upgrade the space." Then, Xia Ruofei asked, "Xia Qing, you should be able to level up once more, right?" Xia Qing hesitated for a moment, but she still nodded. Xia Ruofei knew in his heart that if another level up was not enough, then he really had no other way. Since it wasn't realistic to find the world stone in a short period of time, he could only use other methods. Before the appearance of the world stone, the spirit map space had to absorb jade to level up. Now, Xia Ruofei could only use this stupid method. Although the spirit map space had developed to its current scale, if it were to upgrade using this method, it would require a huge amount of jade. However, the most important thing for Xia Ruofei was to heal Song Wei's soul. Nothing else was important. Xia Ruofei didn't mind even if it would cost him a lot of money. Furthermore, this space had already absorbed 8 world stones. Perhaps it had already reached the critical point of leveling up. Perhaps it wouldn't need too many jades to level up. Xia Ruofei's body flashed and he left the spirit map. Xia Qing sighed and also turned to walk to the medicine garden. Xiu had a lot of daily maintenance work to do every day. The white realm fox heaved a sigh of relief. This fierce-looking guy didn't seem to be too bad. At least he didn't really drive it away. The white realm fox quickly flew toward the spatial node in the herb garden and seized the time to comprehend the rules of space. After Xia Ruofei returned to the outside world, she checked on Song Wei's condition before sending her back into the medium. He directly placed Song Wei in the stone room of the cave. There was a natural space barrier here, and without his permission, even Xia Qing couldn't enter. Moreover, the jade futon in the stone room was more or less helpful in nourishing the soul. Then, Xia Ruofei tidied up his things and threw them into the space. He took his car keys and went downstairs to check out. It was already midnight. Xia Ruofei had checked in the afternoon, so the hotel staff was a little surprised to check out at this time. However, since it was the guest's request, they had nothing to say. After checking the room and making sure there were no problems, they checked Xia Ruofei out. Xia Ruofei left the hotel in the rented SUV and headed straight for the provincial capital of Hunan, Tanzhou. Although the car rental agency allowed people to return the car from a different place, Xia Ruofei still had to go back to Tanzhou first, because there was an airport in Tanzhou. No matter where he went, it was the most convenient transit station. As the car sped along the highway, Xia Ruofei took out his phone. This time, he wanted to buy a large amount of jade, but he didn't have any channels himself. The best way was naturally to ask for help from the Ma family. After all, they were in the jewelry and jade industry and had a lot of resources in the industry. Although it was already midnight, Xia Ruofei did not bother to disturb his rest. He called Ma Jiming directly. Hong Kong. In fact, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin had just fallen asleep not long ago. After Ma Jiming's unspeakable secret had been cured by Xia Ruofei, he had been abstinent for a period of time. He had just been released not long ago. Only after losing it would one know how to cherish it. During this period of time, the frequency of Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin's early bedtime had increased significantly. They would hand little Huan Huan over to the nanny to coax her to sleep early and then return to their own bedroom. Today, the two had just finished making love. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Ma Jiming's mobile phone rang not long after he fell asleep. In fact, Ma Jiming's work phone was turned off at night. Only a few relatives, trusted subordinates, and a few important friends had the number of this phone. Ma Jiming opened his tired eyes and fumbled to turn on the bedside lamp impatiently. Then, he picked up his phone in a daze. After seeing the name on the caller ID, the dissatisfaction and sleepiness on Ma Jiming's face disappeared without a trace. He glanced at Tian Huixin, who was sleeping soundly, and carefully got out of bed. He took the phone and walked to the study next door, then picked up the call. "Nice to meet you, Xia Sheng." Xia Ruofei said apologetically, "Mr. Ma, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night." No, Xia Sheng, you're too polite. Is there anything I can do for you?" Ma Jiming quickly asked. Ma Jiming's gratitude and respect for Xia Ruofei came from the bottom of his heart, because Xia Ruofei had done too much for his family. He had pulled his father back from the brink of death, cured his precious daughter's autism, and even he himself had to rely on Xia Ruofei's miraculous hands to regain his manliness. All of these incidents, no matter which one of them was mentioned, were enough to make Ma Jiming extremely grateful, not to mention that there were so many of them. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's Paradise Corporation was now a relatively important partner of the Ma family's Hengfeng group. Therefore, Xia Ruofei's matter was definitely Ma Jiming's top priority. "Mr. Ma, I'm in urgent need of a batch of jade," Xia Ruofei said. "No problem," Ma Jiming said without thinking. "I'll check the company's inventory right away and transfer it to you from the nearest warehouse. Mr. Ma, I may need a large amount this time, and I need it very urgently." Xia Ruofei said, "So I want to ask if you have any reliable channels in the origin of the raw materials. I hope to buy them directly from the origin." The Ma family's jewelry and jade industry was huge. Their company's inventory of raw materials must be a lot, but the demand was also very large. They needed to constantly carve various grades of raw materials into finished products. If they took too much at once, it would inevitably affect their normal business. "I see," Ma Jiming pondered for a moment and said, no problem. What Xiaoxing needs is jade, right? I'll contact them first and give you a call later. Then. I'll have to trouble Mr. Ma. Xia Ruofei said, I'm in Xiangnan province now. If it's convenient, I hope that you can book me as soon as possible so that I can buy a plane ticket. No problem. Ma Jiming said. Then asked, is Xiaoxing in Tanzhou City in Xiangnan? Yes, I am. Xia Ruofei replied, my phone will be on at all times. Mr. Ma, call me if you have any news. All right. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei turned the volume of his phone to the maximum and placed it on the dashboard. Then, he split a part of his consciousness to check on Song Wei's situation in the medium. He then focused on driving the SUV to Tanzhou. There weren't many cars on the highway in the second half of the night. Xia Ruofei drove at the speed limit. When the car was about 80 kilometers away from the exit of Tanzhou, the phone on the dashboard rang. It was a call from Ma Jiming. Logo. Xia Ruofei quickly put on his Bluetooth and answered the call. Mr. Ma. Xiaoxing, I'm sorry. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ma Jiming said, it's mainly because it's a little late, so it's not convenient to contact friends. Xia Ruofei smiled. I should be the one to say sorry. It's already so late. I'm still disturbing you and your friend. Xiaoxing, don't be so polite. Ma Jiming quickly said, Xiaoxing, I've contacted a few good friends, and one of them happens to be participating in the public jade bid in Ruizhou City in Dian Province. Ruizhou is close to the China-Myanmar border, so it's very convenient to buy jade there. My friend is quite popular in Ruizhou, and he will help you settle the matter of raw jade materials. I'm really grateful. Xia Ruofei said, Mr. Ma, thank you so much for this. To be honest, Xia Ruofei was very touched that Ma Jiming could be woken up by a phone call in the middle of the night and immediately spare no effort to ask his friend for help. You're welcome, Ma Jiming said with a smile. I'll send you the contact information of my friend later. It just so happens that there's a rather large public jade bid in Ruizhou these few days. If Xiaoxing is interested, you can go and have a look. Alright. Xia Ruofei said, then I'll fly directly to Spring City tomorrow. Ma Jiming quickly said, Xiaoxing, the nearest airport to Ruizhou City is not in Chen City, but in Hangzhou. I just checked the flights for you. There's a direct flight from Tanzhou to Hangzhou at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I've already booked a ticket for you. You can go directly to the airport tomorrow. This, Xia Ruofei was so touched that he didn't know what to say. This service was too thoughtful. My family's plane just so happens to be in use, otherwise I would have been directly transferred to Tanzhou to serve you tonight. Ma Jiming explained. No, Mr. Ma, I'm already embarrassed. Actually, I can book my own ticket, Xia Ruofei said. Ma Jiming laughed and said, Xiaoxing, you don't have to be so polite with me. By the way, do you have any friends who want to go with you? I'll help you book the tickets. No, I'm alone. Xia Ruofei quickly said. Alright, I'll send you my friend's contact information later. Ma Jiming said. Alright. Mr. Ma, then you should rest early too. Xia Ruofei said. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei took off his Bluetooth headset and threw it in front of the dashboard. He felt a wave of emotion in his heart. The Ma family really had nothing to say about him. Whether they were doing it to repay his kindness or for other reasons, Xia Ruofei was still indebted to him. When Xia Ruofei arrived at Tanzhou, it was already 2:30 in the morning. He decided not to look for a hotel and parked his car near the car rental office. Then, he took out a blanket from the spirit map space and got into the back seat to sleep for a while. The main reason was that he had already placed Song Wei in the spirit map space. There was no need for him to go through all that trouble alone. Speaking of which, these conditions were already very good. When Xia Ruofei was a soldier, he would often wear a raincoat in the wilderness and sleep soundly. Xia Ruofei woke up at 8 in the morning. He took out some toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a towel from his interspace. He also fetched a basin of spiritual pond water and got out of the car to wash up by the roadside. Then, Xia Ruofei packed up his things and put everything in the car into the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei looked at the time. The car rental office should be open for work, so he drove over and returned the car as fast as he could. After finishing the procedures, Xia Ruofei hailed a cab at the door of the car rental office and headed straight to Tanzhou Airport. The flight that Ma Jiming had booked for him would take off at 10:35. It was just 9:30 when he arrived at the airport, so he had plenty of time. Xia Ruofei went straight to the check-in counter to change his boarding pass. As expected, Ma Jiming booked him a first-class seat. Very soon, a dedicated attendant led Xia Ruofei through the security check through the VIP passage and brought him to the VIP lounge. There was still some time before boarding. Out of habit, Xia Ruofei took out his phone to check the news. Just as he was about to light up his phone screen, he suddenly thought of something. It had been more than a day since Song Wei had entered the underground palace. During this time, her family and friends might contact her. If she did not reply, they would be worried. If Song Qiming found out that he had lost contact with his precious daughter, he would definitely use his connections to look for her. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei could not sit still. He furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment before he made a decision and sent his divine sense into the spirit map space. Mountain Sea Realm, in the stone chamber in the cave. A phone slowly appeared from Song Wei's pocket and floated beside her. She used an invisible force to touch the power button and the phone screen lit up. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, luckily, Song Wei's phone has good battery life. Of course, what made Xia Ruofei even happier was that Song Wei's phone could be unlocked with a fingerprint. If it was unlocked with a password, he could only stare at it helplessly. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, Song Wei, this is an emergency. Please don't blame me for taking your phone. As he thought, he controlled the invisible spatial power logo. In the stone room of the cave, Song Wei slowly raised her left hand and held the phone up to one of her fingers. After trying it a few times, he successfully unlocked the phone when he reached the index finger of his right hand. Xia Ruofei put his hand into his pocket and took out his phone from the spirit map space. He held it in his hand and then took it out of his pocket. He took a look at the battery and realized that there was only about 10% left. Luckily, Song Wei was using an iPhone, which was the same as his phone charger. This saved Xia Ruofei the trouble of rummaging through Song Wei's luggage for the charger. Xia Ruofei reached into his bag and took out his charger from the spirit map. Every seat in the VIP lounge had a charging socket. Xia Ruofei plugged in the charger and charged Song Wei's phone as he checked. As expected, there were more than 10 new messages from Song Wei. Xia Ruofei opened it and browsed through it quickly. Some of them were probably from his friends or classmates. He did not reply to messages like "inging" a few days later. It would not be a problem even if he did not reply. There were 3 other messages from a person named Mother. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and open the chat window. Wei Wei, be careful when you travel. Also, it's cold in the south these 2 days. Don't catch a cold. This girl, she doesn't even reply to her mom's WeChat messages when she's out playing? Wei Wei, why aren't you replying? The 3 messages were sent at different times. The first one was sent at 10 o'clock the night before, the second one at 9 o'clock the day before, and the last one at 8 o'clock the night before. Judging from the text, Song Wei's mother was already worried when she sent the last message. Xia Ruofei was a meticulous person. He looked through the chat history and found that Song Wei had not only called her mother in WeChat. Thank God I didn't reply to her just now. If not, Song Wei's mother would be suspicious. Xia Ruofei broke out in a cold sweat. He mimicked Song Wei's tone and replied to her message. The gist of it was that he was in Xiongnan province with his university classmate, Su Yuan. They went to the mountains for a trip yesterday and their cell phone had no signal. Song Wei's mother replied in a second. She sounded like she was complaining that Song Wei had too much fun outside and wanted her to go home early. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to reply, saying that he was traveling to Dian province with his classmates. The plane was about to take off and the stewardess had asked to turn off her phone. Xia Ruofei's information was half true and half false. Even if he used his phone to locate her, there would be no flaws. Xia Ruofei was about to turn off Song Wei's phone after he replied. He sighed. This was not a long-term solution. He had to help Song Wei recover from her soul injury as soon as possible. Otherwise, her family would definitely be suspicious in a few days. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to turn off his phone, his hand accidentally touched the note icon on the home screen. Before Xia Ruofei could react, the notebook had already opened. Xia Ruofei quickly reached out and wanted to close it. After all, this could be a private message from Song Wei. It was not appropriate to open it on his own. However, he still saw the content on the screen from the corner of his eye. His finger that was already on the home button paused for a moment and he didn't press it. It seemed to be Song Wei's diary. She had written it 3 days ago, so it should be the most recent one. I'm going to Yuezhou with that guy tomorrow. He actually found out the location of the ancient tomb from Su Yuan's husband. But he's so smart, how can he not see my feelings for him? Do men become slow when it comes to this kind of question? Sigh. No matter what, I'm really looking forward to going through an adventure with him. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. No matter how slow he was, he could tell what the girl's secret was. He was stunned for a few seconds, then he hurriedly closed the notebook and quickly cleaned up the background. He didn't even bother to charge the phone and sent the phone back into the spirit map space like a child who accidentally got into trouble. Then, Xia Ruofei sat on the sofa in a daze, his mind in a mess. It was the hardest to enjoy a beauty's favor. Whether it was Lu Yu or Song Wei, or even Lu Yu's cute best friend Jiang Yu, they were all rare beauties. However, to Xia Ruofei, this represented a lot of love debts. Especially Song Wei. If things were the same as before and they didn't interact much, Xia Ruofei wouldn't have any psychological burden. However, the current situation was that Song Wei had gone through so much danger with him in the underground palace, because of him. In the end, because he did not take good care of her, the two of them were separated and Song Wei's soul was damaged. Xia Ruofei was already filled with guilt. Now that he had accidentally discovered Song Wei's secret, he felt even worse. Xia Ruofei had been sitting there in a daze. He did not even hear the announcement that the flight to Hangzhou had started boarding. It was only when a waiter in the VIP lounge came to remind him that he woke up from his dream and quickly got up to go to the gate. Soon, Xia Ruofei boarded the plane through the covered bridge. As he sat in the first-class cabin and waited for the plane to take off, he was more anxious than ever. Xia Ruofei had also made up his mind. No matter how much jade he needed to upgrade the realm, he would buy it at all costs, even if it meant that he had to clear all his assets. The Airbus A320 he was on was finally allowed to take off. After taxiing to the end of the runway, it stopped for a while and quickly accelerated to take off. After about 2 hours of flight, the flight landed smoothly on the runway of Hangzhou Airport at around 12 noon. Xia Ruofei carried a simple backpack and walked out of the departure hall. As soon as they walked out of the restricted area, Xia Ruofei saw a man in his 30s with a crew cut holding an A4 paper with his name printed on it. Hence, Xia Ruofei walked over quickly. Before he could say anything, a middle-aged man with a big belly next to buzzcut smiled and asked, "You must be Mr. Xia Ruofei." "I am." Xia Ruofei looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "You must be President Yu." "I'm Yu Mingdong." "Mr. Xia, please take care of me." The fat middle-aged man smiled like a Maitreya Buddha and even handed over his business card with both hands. Xia Ruofei took the name card and smiled gently. "I don't dare. I've decided to buy a batch of jade at the last minute, so I've caused you trouble." "Where?" "It's just a small matter since Chairman Ma has personally instructed it." Yu Mingdong quickly said politely, "Mr. Xia, let's go to Ruizhou first. The car is just outside." "All right, I'll listen to President Yu's arrangements when we're here," Xia Ruofei said. The three of them walked out of the airport together. On the way to the parking lot, Xia Ruofei and Yu Mingdong had a brief chat. He found out that the man with the crew cut was called Shirley. He was Yu Mingdong's driver and bodyguard. He was also a retired Special Forces soldier and was very skilled. Yu Mingdong smiled and said, "This area is close to the border. The people here are tougher. Some places are even quite chaotic. I will feel more at ease with Lazy." In fact, almost all of the jade owners who came to Dian province brought bodyguards with them. On the one hand, rich people cherished their lives more, and on the other hand, Ruizhou and Hangzhou were really chaotic. Yu Mingdong brought a Mercedes-Benz business car over. After the three of them got in the car, Yu Mingdong smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, it's time for lunch. I've made a reservation at the Juanhao Hotel in Hangzhou City. How about we have a simple meal before going to Ruizhou?" Xia Ruofei didn't want to have these social events, but it was indeed almost 8 o'clock. He couldn't let Yu Mingdong and Shirley accompany him on the road, right? "Then I'll have to trouble you, Director Yu," he said with a slight nod. Xia Ruofei continued. "Director Yu, I need this batch of jade materials urgently. Can you take me to the supplier directly after dinner, Logo?" Yu Mingdong's face suddenly showed a hint of embarrassment. He said carefully, Mr. Xia, it's like this. The public jade bid in Ruizhou will officially begin this afternoon. This public jade bid is more important to me, you. Mingdong looked at Xia Ruofei carefully and said quickly, Mr. Xia, don't worry. I've already contacted the supplier. You'll get the goods by tomorrow morning at the latest. If everything goes well at the public jade bid, we can even do it tonight. It was obvious that Ma Jiming had a very important place in Yu Mingdong's heart. He even had some respect for Ma Jiming. Therefore, Yu Mingdong did not dare to neglect the task that Ma Jiming had entrusted to him. He was also very careful when he spoke to Xia Ruofei. Although Xia Ruofei was anxious, he didn't want to force her. He nodded and said, yes, it's more important for President Yu to do your own things well. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Xia. Yu Mingdong then explained, in fact, the supplier also has to participate in the public jade bid, so even if I don't go to the public jade bid this afternoon, we may not be able to buy the jade material. President Yu, you don't have to explain. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I've already caused you a lot of trouble by coming over this time. How can I delay your important business? You're too kind, Mr. Xia. Yu Mingdong heaved a sigh of relief and continued, Mr. Xia, this must be your first time in Ruizhou. In fact, the public jade bid is also very interesting. Mr. Xia, you may want to go and have a look in the afternoon. By the way, I've hired a very good stone gambling consultant this time. I'll ask him for advice. Mr. Xia, you can also buy a few stones to play with. Just treat it as entertainment. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, sure. Then I'll go with President Yu to gain some experience. The car quickly drove from the airport to the Juanhao Hotel in Hangzhou City, which was also the most high-class hotel in Hangzhou. Because they had to rush to Ruizhou in the afternoon to participate in the public jade bid, this was really a casual meal. Yu Mingdong had already ordered a few local signature dishes in advance. As soon as everyone arrived, the dishes were served immediately. The three of them did not drink any alcohol. They quickly finished lunch and continued to drive on the road. The distance from Hangzhou province to Ruizhou province was over 90 kilometers. After more than an hour, the three people had arrived at Ruizhou province. It was probably not Shirley's first time accompanying Yu Mingdong here. He was also very familiar with the roads of Ruizhou. He skillfully drove the Mercedes-Benz business car through the streets and alleys of Ruizhou and soon came to the end of a street. There was a large parking lot near the end of the street. After the car drove in, Xia Ruofei saw that there were many luxury cars parked in the parking lot. Yu Mingdong said, Mr. Xia, that's the Jade Street in Ruizhou. The public jade bid is in the middle and back of the street. We have to walk in. After Shirley parked the car, the three of them got off and walked into the jadeite street of Ruizhou. This was a pedestrian street. The shops on both sides of the street were all selling jade, and most of them were selling raw stones. Many shops had signs with the words stone gambling hanging outside. Although stone gambling had the word gambling, it was actually legal. The essence of stone gambling was actually a transaction of raw jade stones. As the surface of the jade was covered by a layer of weathered skin, the inside of the jade could not be seen, and no instrument could detect it. Therefore, people could only infer that there was supreme, grade jade inside by the external characteristics of the shell. Most raw jadeite stones were traded in this way, which was commonly known as stone gambling. Yu Mingdong saw that Xia Ruofei was quite interested in the raw stones displayed at the entrance of these shops and laughed. Mr. Xia, these shops are all small and full of tricks. It's okay to play with them occasionally, but there's a public jade bid these days, so there's no need to waste time in these small shops. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. It seems that the scale of this public bid is not small? Yu Mingdong said, the scale of the annual public jade bid is naturally not small, but jade is also a non-renewable resource. In recent years, jade has been quite hot, and Myanmar a little over mining. Both the scale and quality of the raw stones have declined a lot compared to previous years. Yu Mingdong sighed and said, this year's competition will definitely be very intense. I wonder how high the price will be. This line of work is getting more and more difficult. Xia Ruofei had seen Yu Mingdong's business card and knew that he was the boss of a jade company. He could not help but smile and ask, President Yu, isn't the high price a good thing for you? Yu Mingdong smiled bitterly and said, in theory, if the price of raw stones is high, the price of jade products will also rise. But for a small company like us, the financial pressure is a bit big. And if I'm wrong, I might lose everything. It seems that no industry is easy. Xia Ruofei exclaimed. Who said it wasn't? Yu Mingdong looked at the shop next to him and said, those who do raw stone transactions are more stable. As long as they have a channel to get the goods from Myanmar, they will definitely make a profit. The two of them chatted as they walked forward. Shirley followed behind them quietly and never interrupted them. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the public jade bid in Ruizhou. Logo. This place looked more like a large warehouse. It looked rather simple and crude. There was no gorgeous decoration. The roof was made of colored steel tiles. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a simple warehouse. It was very different from what Xia Ruofei had imagined. What gave people a sense of local tyrants was the constant flow of well-dressed people walking into the warehouse. In addition, there were 7 or 8 escort vehicles parked side by side at the door, and even a few sentries holding guns. Yu Mingdong smiled and explained, these are all gun permits. They were invited by the conference organizer from a security company. After all, some of the raw stones inside are worth a lot. At this time, an old man with a head full of silver hair, wearing a dark red tang suit, walked towards Yu Mingdong from not far away. His face even showed a trace of dissatisfaction. President Yu, the public jade bid is about to start. Why are you only here now? Yu Mingdong smiled and said, I'm sorry, old he. I was delayed on the road. Then, Yu Mingdong immediately introduced, Mr. Xia, let me introduce you. This is the honorary director of the Dian Province Jade Association, He Ping, old master, He's a stone gambling consultant that I've specially invited. Old master, he has a lot of experience in the appraisal of raw stones. Yu Mingdong turned to He Ping. Elder He, this is Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia. He is a friend of Mr. Ma. From Hong Kong. Initially, He Ping didn't pay much attention to young people like Xia Ruofei, but when he saw Yu Mingdong introducing him in such a serious manner, he didn't think much of it. However, when he heard Yu Mingdong say that Xia Ruofei was Hong Kong's Mr. Ma's friend, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. His expression softened a little and he nodded at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei also smiled gently and said, Old he, please give me your guidance. Mr. Xia, you're too kind, He Ping said indifferently. Even if he was Ma Jiming's friend, He Ping wouldn't show as much enthusiasm as Yu Mingdong. He only responded with a sentence and immediately said to Yu Mingdong, "President. You, let's hurry up and enter the venue. The bidding for the first batch of raw stones today ends at 5 in the afternoon. We don't have much time left." "Good, good, good. I'll leave it to old he. Later," Yu Mingdong said with a smile. He was someone who did business, and he paid particular attention to amiability. To make money. Moreover, he also knew that experienced stone gambling experts like He Ping were all a little prideful. So he naturally wouldn't fuss over the problem of the other party's attitude. The group of people came to the entrance. After He Ping showed his invitation to the public jade bid, he also went through a strict security check before he was allowed to enter the public jade bid. After entering, Xia Ruofei realized that this warehouse actually took up a large area. It was much larger than the parking lot at the end of the street. In addition, although the roof was made of colored steel tiles, there were many lighting devices installed, so the entire public square was as bright as day. As far as the eye could see, rows of black and yellow raw gemstones of different sizes were densely packed, giving the feeling that there was no end in sight. These raw gemstones were placed in different positions according to their size and appearance. The smaller ones were placed on display, while the larger ones were placed on the ground. Each raw stone had a number, and in front of them was a bidding box with the same number. When they entered, everyone received a stack of 2-way slips that had been prepared in advance. Each 2-way slip was printed with a unique number. If you liked a raw stone, you just had to write your price on the first page of the 2-way slip and put it in the bidding box. After the bidding closed, the lists in the bidding boxes would be counted up immediately, and the highest bidder would naturally obtain the right to purchase the raw stone. At that time, as long as the second of the two lists was used to pay the purchase fee, they would be able to receive the raw stone. The rules were very simple, but in the face of such a vast amount of raw stones, it was naturally everyone's eyesight that had to be tested. Of course, unlike open auctions, this kind of auction also involved psychological games. One had to guess how much the competitor would pay, and at the same time, calculate the price one could afford to give an appropriate price. Of course, the starting price of the corresponding raw stone was also attached to each bidding box. Any bid lower than this price would naturally be invalid. There were so many raw stones here that it was impossible to count them. Of course, many of them could produce jade. After all, the raw stones that could be sent to the public jade bid were also selected. However, being able to cut out jade didn't mean that one could make money. Some of them might not even be worth the starting price, and some of them didn't even have a single piece of jade. In the end, it all depended on one's eyesight. This was also the reason why experienced stone gambling consultants were so popular. Xia Ruofei was lagging behind just now and had secretly asked Shirley. Yu Mingdong had asked He Ping to help him take a look. The reward for 3 days was 2 million. If the raw stones bought increased in value, there would be an additional bonus. Perhaps it was because Ma Jiming's reputation was big enough, but Yu Mingdong still attached great importance to Xia Ruofei. After entering the public jade bid, he had been introducing the situation to Xia Ruofei. After all, Xia Ruofei's entrance was like Granny Lu's entrance to the Grand View Garden. It was obvious that it was her first time at the public jade bid. He was also worried that Xia Ruofei would be affected by the atmosphere and lose everything in the heat of the moment. If that happened, he would have a hard time explaining to Ma Jiming Mr. Xia, don't be fooled by the number of people here. In fact, there aren't many people who are here to gamble on stones. Yu Mingdong laughed and said, most of the people here are in the same line of business in the domestic jade industry. Everyone is here to participate in the public bid to hoard as many raw materials as possible. After all, the price of jade has been rising in recent years. Xia Ruofei nodded. That is to say, even if the price rises, they will keep the jade that they cut out for themselves. Yup. Yu Mingdong smiled and said, it's the same for my company. We've always been short on raw materials. We're counting on old He's help this time too. Buy a few more pieces of good material. Otherwise, we'd really be out of stock. While he was chatting with Xia Ruofei, he did not forget to flatter He Ping. The silver-haired He Ping also looked like a master from beyond the world, and he was still indifferent to Yu Mingdong's compliments. The group walked past many display shelves, but did not stop. Xia Ruofei asked curiously, President Yu, there are so many raw gemstones here, won't you be dazzled by the selection? Although he did not know much about stone gambling, he had seen it once at the Three Mountains. Those people who gambled on stones could turn a raw stone over and over for half a day. Even if they were experienced, their efficiency would not be too high. This batch of raw stones has already been exhibited for 2 days. Today is the deadline for the bidding. It can be said that everyone basically already has an idea of which raw stones to choose. Yu Mingdong smiled and said, we're just doing a final confirmation in the afternoon. We also need to weigh the strategy of bidding. No wonder, Xia Ruofei said in his heart. Yu Mingdong must have already decided which pieces to compete for, so he and He Ping went straight for their target. President Yu, I don't think the price of this raw stone is low. How will the person who wins the bid trade? Xia Ruofei asked again. After the bidding, the qualification to win the bid will be reserved for half an hour. The organizer of the public bid has a special payment office. Cash, credit card, bank transfer, or check are all available. Yu Mingdong said, the local government supports every public auction. The bank will send people to work on the spot. Precious raw stones can also be directly entrusted to security companies to escort. Even the hospital will send doctors and ambulances over. Every year, there are people who can't take the public auction because it's too exciting. Speaking of this, Yu Mingdong couldn't help but laugh. This was really not a joke. Stone gambling was known as one knife to the poor, one knife to the rich, one knife to the linen. It could make a poor person become a millionaire in the blink of an eye, and it could also make tens of millions or hundreds of millions of funds evaporate in an instant. The degree of excitement was no less than real gambling. After Xia Ruofei had a brief understanding of the situation, he had an idea of what was going on. He turned around and looked at the dense raw stones. His heart was burning, logo. In fact, when Xia Ruofei found out that there was a large-scale public bid for raw jade stones in Ruizhou, he was already slightly moved. Although there was no equipment that could see through the stone skin and detect the jade content inside, Xia Ruofei had a way to determine whether there was jade and how much jade content there was in a raw stone. He could even roughly judge the quality of the jade. This method was naturally to use the spirit map scroll. Xia Ruofei had used this trick when he was at the Three Mountains. As long as he touched the raw jade stone with his hand, the scroll would tremble slightly if the raw jade stone contained the jade needed for the spirit map scroll. the more jade it contained and the higher the quality, the more intense the reaction would be. In fact, Xia Ruofei had also obtained the world stone by accident. This was also the time when the spirit map scroll had the most intense reaction. He did not even need to touch the world stone and the scroll would tremble on its own. It seemed to be very urgent. As the saying goes, even the gods can't see through an inch of jade. Even an experienced stone gambling consultant like He Ping could only make an estimate based on the appearance, color, cracks, or the window of the material. At most, the probability of winning was just a little higher than the average person. Even the best stone gambling consultant couldn't guarantee 100% accuracy. If it was really so magical, who would be a consultant for others? Wouldn't he be rich if he bought it? On the other hand, Xia Ruofei's spiritual map scroll was like a cheating device. Even if he knew nothing about stone gambling, he could still win every bet. Those stone gambling experts and stone gambling consultants could not compare to him. Take a good gamble. This thought became even more intense after Xia Ruofei entered the public jade bid. Buying jade and raw stones was the same. In comparison, the raw materials that had already been cut out were much more expensive. Moreover, gambling on raw gemstones was likely to be a bargain. Perhaps he could get enough jade to upgrade the spirit map space with a small amount of money. Xia Ruofei's mind was still filled with the idea of upgrading the space as soon as possible. After all, Song Wei was still unconscious. There were still more than 2 hours before the bidding would end. Although there were countless raw gemstones on the spot, Xia Ruofei did not need to think about it. He could get the answer immediately by touching the raw gemstones. A raw stone could be appraised in less than a second, so there was still enough time. As for using one's hands to touch the raw stone, naturally, no one would care. The stone gambling experts had to use a spray bottle, wet cloth, and a strong flashlight. They all wished they could lie on top of the raw stone. To appraise a raw stone, contact was naturally necessary. These raw stones were not precious antiques. As long as they were not taken away secretly, the security guards at the scene would definitely not interfere. The only problem now was that these raw gemstones were not being sold through bidding. Instead, everyone would write down their own prices and put them in the bidding box. There was a great deal of coincidence in this. It was very likely that the raw stone that Xia Ruofei had high hopes for would also be favored by many people. It would be hard to say if it would win the bid. After all, Xia Ruofei knew nothing about this line of work. He did not understand the people in the industry at all. He could not judge the price at all, and could not guess the approximate price others would offer. If Xia Ruofei also had a stone gambling consultant, it would be fine. After all, there was someone who knew the industry to provide professional advice. However, he was alone now, and he couldn't let He Ping help him to help Yu Mingdong. Time was a little tight. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei quickly thought of a solution and this problem was solved. He stood in front of a bidding box and tried to use his spiritual force to check it out. He immediately revealed a trace of joy. The list in the bidding box was completely red. Naturally, the price written on it could not escape Xia Ruofei's spiritual force. This was like opening another cheating device. Nothing could stop Xia Ruofei from stirring up trouble at the public jade bid. Today, Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said to Yu Mingdong, "President Yu, you guys are helping you. I'm just looking around. Yu Mingdong's mind was also filled with the few raw stones that He Ping had his eyes on. So he immediately nodded and said, "Good. Mr. Xia, if you want to buy a few pieces to play with, don't bid so easily. I'll ask Goldie to help me check." "No need, no need." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're so busy. Even if I wanted to buy something, I'd just buy it for fun. I don't want to trouble old he." Yu Mingdong and He Ping really didn't have time, so said readily, "That's fine, but you'd better not compete for raw stones that are too expensive. The waters in this industry are very deep." Xia Ruofei knew that Yu Mingdong had good intentions. He smiled and nodded. "I know, President Yu." Yu Mingdong continued, "Mr. Xia, if there's really a raw stone that you like, you should sell it. The organizer of the duelists has already registered it. I have already paid the deposit. You just have to fill it out and put it in the bidding box. It will definitely be valid. In fact, to participate in the public jade bid, one had to pay a certain amount of security deposit. This was to prevent people from bidding maliciously and disrupting the order of the trade." Yu Mingdong was very thoughtful. When he entered the door just now, he specially took an extra double order book and registered it under his name. It was prepared for Xia Ruofei. Anyway, even if Xia Ruofei could not afford it, Mr. Ma from Hong Kong would not let him suffer a loss. Logo. Understood. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After that, Xia Ruofei did not walk with Yu Mingdong and the rest anymore. Instead, he strolled in another direction. Yu Mingdong looked at Xia Ruofei, who was walking further and further away. He saw that Xia Ruofei was indeed like a rookie who was participating in a public bid for the first time. Along the way, he touched the raw stones in front of him from time to time, his eyes filled with curiosity, but he never stopped in front of a single raw stone for a moment. Yu Mingdong smiled and said to He Ping, "Old he, let's continue." After leaving Yu Mingdong and the rest, Xia Ruofei was not very conspicuous in the crowd. As he strolled along, he couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. Throughout the journey, the spirit maps and paintings had almost no reaction. Only a few pieces would tremble slightly. This meant that the raw stones that didn't react contained very little jade, or even no jade at all. Xia Ruofei even stood in front of a raw stone that had no reaction in the painting for a while and used his spiritual power to check the situation inside the bidding box. This was because the starting price of this raw stone was not low. It was 80,000 yuan. In the end, Xia Ruofei found that there were already more than a dozen orders in the bidding box. The highest price was 200,000 yuan. In other words, if no one else made a higher bid, then the highest bidder would have used 200,000 to buy an ordinary stone. Even if this stone came from old Kung, it was still too much of a scam. There were many of such raw stones, which showed how high the risk of stone gambling was. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. He continued to stroll around the public jade bid as if nothing had happened. He would touch every raw stone he passed by, intentionally or otherwise. Occasionally, Xia Ruofei would stop in his tracks and jot down notes in a small notebook. There were quite a few people like him in Shushu's field, so his actions were not eye-catching. Naturally, only the spirit paintings had a huge reaction to Xia Ruofei's presence. He was mainly recording the number, position, and the highest bid price of the raw gemstones. Although the public jade bid was huge and there were a lot of raw stones, Xia Ruofei's efficiency was high. He spent almost an hour to appraise all the raw gemstones. Although some people noticed Xia Ruofei, who was strolling around, they only thought that he was a young man who came out to see the world with his family elders and did not pay much attention to him. No one knew that Xia Ruofei's little notebook was now filled with notes. Similarly, Xia Ruofei could not see the inside of the raw gemstone. He was making a comparison and judgment based on the reaction of the spiritual map in his body. Hence, in these records, there were many special symbols that only Xia Ruofei could understand. These symbols represented different levels of priority. Besides, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had already reached the stage of the palpitations. His brain was more developed than the average person's. Even if he couldn't remember everything he saw, it wasn't too far off. If an ordinary person's brain was like a normal home computer, Xia Ruofei's brain's analytical ability was at least a large server or even a normal supercomputer. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly sorted out the data. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had already identified 8 targets. These were the results of Xia Ruofei's continuous selection. After all, there were too many raw stones in the public bid. And many of them contained jade. No matter how big Xia Ruofei's appetite was, it was impossible for him to eat all of them in one go. Whether he had enough money or not was secondary. The key was that if he did this, the raw stones that others bought would all be a pile of waste stones. Once this strange situation happened, even a fool would know that there was a problem. Even if he bought a raw gemstone and did not open it on the spot, the organizer would keep a record. By then, other than him buying a large number of raw gemstones, if everyone else lost, it would definitely be noticed by people with ulterior motives. Therefore, being too greedy was not good. In addition, to be honest, Xia Ruofei did not have enough money. Xia Ruofei was considered to have some assets, but in this public jade bid, there were a few giant raw stones with the potential to be the king bid. The starting price was easily tens of millions. Even if he had a big appetite, he could not buy all of them. Therefore, he had to make a choice. First of all, Xia Ruofei eliminated those that would definitely have jade but would not have a high jade content. Secondly, although some of the spirit paintings also had intense reactions, they had already opened up a window. Their performance was quite good. And the starting price was ridiculously high. Xia Ruofei had to bear the pain and rule out those. The reason was simple: they were not cost-effective. Xia Ruofei bought the raw stones for the realm to absorb and upgrade. He was not going to sell them for a higher price after opening them. He would not open them on the spot. Therefore, in a situation where he had many choices, he naturally excluded those that cost too much. Xia Ruofei's main focus was on the raw stones that the organizers and stone gamblers did not think highly of, but were actually of high quality. To put it bluntly, he was picking up scraps. Naturally, there were not many opportunities to pick up the scraps. However, with the support of the huge number of pieces, Xia Ruofei still found a few. Out of the 8 raw gemstones that he had finally decided on, 7 of them were the kind that did not show off. Some of them were even ignored by almost no one, but the reaction of the spirit paintings was very obvious. Logo. Most importantly, these 7 raw stones were quite cheap. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to look into the bidding box. The highest bid for the 7 raw stones so far was only slightly more than 3 million. In other words, as long as he seized the opportunity, he could win it for more than 3 million. Even if Xia Ruofei didn't want to make it too obvious and just happened to be above the highest price. The total price would not exceed 3.5 million. Although Xia Ruofei could not calculate the exact value of the jade contained in these 7 raw gemstones, he could tell from the reaction of the spirit painting scroll that it was more than 10 times the value of the other raw gemstones. It was definitely a business with a high profit. As long as he did it well, Xia Ruofei could buy jade worth 30 to 40 million yuan with only 3 million yuan. With so much jade, it might even be enough for the spirit map space to upgrade. All Xia Ruofei wanted to do now was to quickly upgrade the realm, so he was also tempted. As for the last raw stone among the 8 he had chosen, it was not cheap. The starting price of this raw stone was 5 million yuan. Although it was a raw stone that was completely gambled on, it was still very popular. First of all, this raw jade stone was quite big. Judging from its size, it could be ranked at least in the top 15 of the public jade bid this time. It was almost the size of an 8-seater table. A conservative estimate of its weight was more than 1,000 pounds. It would probably take a forklift to move it. Perhaps it was because of its good appearance, but Xia Ruofei did not understand. However, there were many stone gambling experts who had been observing the raw stone carefully, which explained the problem. When Xia Ruofei was shopping, there were already dozens of bids for the raw stone number 1896. Xia Ruofei carefully checked and found that the highest bid was 8.3 million. There was still an hour or so before the bidding deadline, and the price might be updated again. Although this raw stone was very popular and the price was terrifyingly high, Xia Ruofei was not willing to cross it out of the book after much consideration. The reason was simple. This raw gemstone was capable of causing the spirit painting scroll to tremble violently. The intensity of the reaction was at least among the top 3 raw gemstones present. As for the other 2 raw gemstones, which had a stronger reaction, Xia Ruofei gave up without much hesitation. Both raw stones were semi-gambled, and the starting price was higher. The competition was more intense. There were at least 200 to 300 bids in the bidding box for the raw stone in the first place, and the highest bid was 70 to 80 million. If everything went as expected, that raw stone would be today's highest bid. In fact, from the reaction of the spiritual map, the jade contained in this quasi-mark king was definitely not 10 times that of the raw stone that Xia Ruofei had left behind. Let alone 10 times, it would probably be difficult to even double or triple. Therefore, the raw stone that might cost 8 to 9 million yuan to buy was the most valuable. Xia Ruofei thought about it for a long time and felt that he would not be willing to give up any of the 8 raw gemstones. He finally made up his mind to try to get them all. So, he took out his phone and transferred $10 million from an overseas account. Then, he began to pay attention to the 8 raw stones that he had his eyes on. He was ready to write down the most suitable price to invest before the bidding deadline. Logo. The 7 raw gemstones that Xia Ruofei had chosen were not as popular, so there were fewer bidders. Xia Ruofei kept an eye on this situation in the bidding boxes as he strolled. On the other hand, the big, rough stone with the lowest starting price of 5 million yuan was more popular. People had been looking at it carefully, especially as it was approaching the bidding deadline. From time to time, people would put in their written forms. Hence, Xia Ruofei's main focus was on this raw stone. Yu Mingdong and He Ping were also nervously paying attention to the few targets they had chosen. Among them, there were a few pieces that had not been decided on. The final price, so naturally, they had no time to care about Xia Ruofei. Time passed by. When the live broadcast indicated that there were 10 minutes left before the bidding deadline, Xia Ruofei started to act. He quickened his pace and came to the first raw stone he had chosen. After using his spiritual power to probe it, he quickly wrote down a price and tore the first couplet off before putting it in. Xia Ruofei did not stop and continued to walk towards the other raw stone he had chosen. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had thrown the first 7 raw stones. If he could get all 7 raw gemstones as he wished, Xia Ruofei would have to pay about 3.3 million. In the end, Xia Ruofei returned to the front of the largest raw stone. Of course, he had been paying attention to the first 7 raw gemstones. He would be a little nervous when someone passed by the raw gemstones. Fortunately, these 7 raw gemstones were really unpopular, so no one bid for them in the last few minutes. As for the large raw stone that Xia Ruofei was most concerned about, there were still new orders coming in the last few minutes. Hence, Xia Ruofei's main focus was still on this side. Fortunately, this bidding model was not an open bidding, so everyone had their own judgment on the value of the raw stone and the bidding strategy of potential competitors. Therefore, although there were many people competing, the highest price would not be too outrageous. Xia Ruofei was standing right next to the raw gemstone. His spiritual power was covering the bidding box, so he knew everyone's bid. It was like other people were fighting a battle of wits and courage in this bidding model, while Xia Ruofei was facing a completely open and transparent card. There were still 3 minutes before the bidding deadline, and the highest bid for the raw stone was 8.52 million. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He wrote a price of 8.6 million yuan, tore off the first couplet, folded it, and stuffed it into the bidding box. There was no rule that one could only bid once, so Xia Ruofei first wrote a price to ensure that he would win the bid. If someone else offered a higher price in the last 3 minutes, he would raise the price again. After Xia Ruofei threw the stone, he stood near the stone and observed the 8 stones he had chosen. The 7 raw gemstones were still uninterested, but there were still people who came to bid for the largest stone in the last few minutes. The performance of this raw stone might really be good, and there were many people who thought highly of it. However, people in the industry had a general standard of judgment, and this was a raw material that was all gambled on, so everyone's bid was not too outrageous. Up until the bidding deadline, no one had offered a price higher than 8.6 million. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the announcement and the staff came to maintain order. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have all 8 raw gemstones. The organizer's staff began to clear the venue. They needed to put all the bidding boxes together and calculate the bidding situation under the supervision of the notary. Xia Ruofei quickly found Yu Mingdong and the rest. Yu Mingdong had a relaxed smile on his face and looked very confident. Mr. Xia, let's go find a place to have dinner. Yu Mingdong laughed and said, at 7:30 p.m., the bidding results will be announced one after another. We'll come again then. All right, I'll follow your arrangements, President Yu. Xia Ruofei smiled. Except for the organizers' cars, special vehicles such as escort vehicles and ambulances, no other cars were allowed to enter Jadeite Street. Therefore, the bosses with assets worth hundreds of millions walked out. Xia Ruofei and the rest chatted as they walked. Mr. Xia, what do you think of the public jade bid? Yu Mingdong asked with a smile. It's my first time here, so I can't really describe the feeling. But the scale is really quite big. Xia Ruofei said. That's right. This is one of the largest public jade auctions in Dian province, and all the jewelers and jade businessmen in the country are gathered here. Yu Mingdong said with a smile, and then asked, casually, did Mr. Xia bet a few pieces to play? I did. Join in the fun and place a few orders for fun, Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. Yu Mingdong asked with some interest, oh? How much did Mr. Xia invest? Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, more than 20 million. I didn't calculate the exact number. He had made a higher bid because he was sure that the 8 raw stones he had invested in would definitely win the bid after spending about 12 million yuan. Otherwise, if he said that he had invested more than 12 million yuan and won the bid for every piece, it would be a little hard to explain. What Xia Ruofei did not expect was that the number he reported would give Yu Mingdong a big shock. More than 20 million. Yu Mingdong was speechless. He had only invested less than 40 million yuan today. After all, a small and medium-sized jade merchant like him could not compare to the Hengfeng Group. Logo. The Ma family's Hengfeng Group had a stable supply channel, and they often purchased goods in the hundreds of millions. For example, they simply didn't send anyone to participate in the Ruizhou public auction this time. For Yu Mingdong, more than 40 million was not a small number. After all, this was a gamble. If he was unlucky, more than 40 million might be lost. The possibility of losing everything was low, but it was normal for the capital to shrink by 10 or 20 times. He did not expect that Xia Ruofei, who knew nothing about stone gambling and was only here to watch the show, would dare to invest more than 20 million. Yu Mingdong was even a little worried for a moment. After all, Xia Ruofei's bid was registered under his name. If Xia Ruofei really won the bid and couldn't pay the money, he wouldn't be able to get back the security deposit he paid. However, this was just a thought that flashed through Yu Mingdong's mind. As long as he thought about how Ma Jiming had personally called in the middle of the night to help Xia Ruofei contact and buy jade, the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. Birds of a feather flocked together. How could a person who had such a close relationship with Mr. Ma from Hong Kong not be able to pay 20 million? Moreover, even if Xia Ruofei really did not have the money to pay and caused his security deposit to be deducted, Mr. Ma would definitely not ignore it. However, Yu Mingdong still felt that Xia Ruofei was too bold. Mr. Xia, he could not help but say, the risk of stone gambling is still very high. You don't know much about this industry. If you invest so much rashly, He Ping, who was at the side, could not help but shake his head. To him, Xia Ruofei was just a rich young master. He knew nothing about this industry, yet he dared to throw money like this. He was really ignorant and fearless. Xia Ruofei chuckled. President Yu, it's just a bid. We don't even know if we'll win. That's true, Yu Mingdong nodded. He felt a little more at ease, because he knew that the price of the raw stone was difficult to grasp even for people in the trade. The starting price might not be of any significance, so it was not surprising that the winning bid price was several times higher than the starting price. After all, this was not a public auction. Xia Ruofei had invested more than 20 million in the order. It was hard to say how much he would win in the end. If Xia Ruofei only used the starting price as a reference, the probability of winning the bid would be very low. However, Yu Mingdong still reminded him and said, Mr. Xia, you have to be more careful in the future. Actually, you can ask old he and me for our opinions. In the business of stone gambling, it's hard to figure out the way without rich experience. Xia Ruofei smiled. Okay. Thank you for the reminder, Director Yu. Yu Mingdong saw Xia Ruofei's nonchalant look and guessed that Xia Ruofei probably didn't lack money at all. He didn't care about 10 or 20 million at all, so he didn't say anything more. Because the bidding results would be announced at 7 o'clock, the group did not go far. After they got their cars, they found a well-decorated restaurant nearby, ordered a few dishes, and hurried back to the Jade Public Square after eating. In a short 2 hours, the public jade bid had been completely renewed. The area where the raw gemstones were originally placed had been isolated. A long service desk had been set up at the forefront, and all the staff were in place. The huge screen at the most eye-catching position on the venue was also turned on. In a while, the bidding results would roll on the big screen and be announced. Since there were more raw gemstones to be traded this time, the bidding results that had already been announced would be posted at the venue. In addition, the organizer had provided a few computers so that customers could also check the bidding status of the raw gemstones of a certain number through the computers. When Xia Ruofei and the others arrived at the public jade bid, many people had already arrived. Everyone was waiting anxiously, and many people were craning their necks to look at the empty big screen. After a while, there was a commotion in the crowd. He's out. It's out. It's in serial number. I have a raw stone with a number that's quite close to the front, quickly match it. Guanyin Bodhisattva, please bless me. You must let me get a few pieces. There's no rice in the factory to go into the pot. Xia Ruofei also looked up at the big screen. As expected, the latest bidding information began to appear. The information was in the form of a table. There were 3 very simple columns, which were the raw stone number, the winning bid price, and the corresponding winning bid ticket number. Yu Mingdong also looked at the big screen nervously, and from time to time, he took out his notebook to look at it. Out of the 8 raw gemstones that Xia Ruofei had chosen, 2 of them had the first 100 numbers. At this rate, the bidding information would probably appear on the next few screens. However, Xia Ruofei was very confident and was not very anxious. Instead, he was interested in the reaction of the people around him. Although stone gambling was a legal raw stone trade, the people who participated in the trade were really like gamblers. At the moment, they all widened their eyes, stretched their necks, and stared at the big screen. To be more precise, these people were more like the stock investors in the stock exchange center who paid attention to the market before the internet became popular. I got one. Cool. I wrote 20,000 yuan less, and it was actually taken away. I've been looking at raw stone number 36 for more than an hour. That's a conservative bid, logo. The people around him cheered or sighed from time to time. Xia Ruofei looked at Yu Mingdong beside him and realized that he was also extremely nervous. He held the little notebook tightly in his hand and stared at the big screen without blinking. Soon, the results of Xia Ruofei's bidding for the 2 raw stones with the smallest numbers were out. Without a doubt, Xia Ruofei had made the right choice. He had already memorized the number of the raw stone and the bidding list in his heart. He didn't need to look at his little notebook from time to time like Yu Mingdong and the others. Someone had already walked to the service desk, showed the second couplet of the bidding slip, and started to swipe his card for the transaction. In the area where the raw Stones were placed, the staff began to get busy. They shuttled back and forth, picking up a piece of raw stone from time to time and returning it to the service desk. A few small forklifts were also moving around the area to pick up the larger raw stones and move them to the service desk. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He decided to wait until all 8 of his raw stones were opened before settling the bill. The largest raw stone was numbered 1896. It was also the largest one among the 8 raw gemstones. It would take a long time to drive out more than 1,000. At this moment, Xia Ruofei realized that Yu Mingdong, who was beside him, had clenched his fist tightly. His face revealed a trace of joy. "President Yu, you bought it?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Old he is very optimistic about this raw stone. I'm 10% higher than the normal valuation, and I've finally won it. Yu Mingdong said happily, "I've already missed 2 raw stones in front." "Congratulations," Xia Ruofei said. "I hope it'll be a good result after it's opened," Yu Mingdong laughed. "Mr. Yu, which one is it?" Xia Ruofei asked, casually. Yu Mingdong smiled and said, "Number 633. This raw stone was not small. Its appearance and performance are also very good." Xia Ruofei remembered immediately. He had some impression of raw stone No. 633. It was about the same size as raw stone number 1896 that he had chosen at the end. At that time, the spirit map scroll also reacted to raw stone number 633, but it was much less than the reaction of raw stone number 1896. It was almost the same as the reaction of the basin-sized raw stone he had previously chosen. The price-performance ratio was too low, so Xia Ruofei quickly excluded number 633. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei could not help but look at the big screen. At this time, the information on the screen just happened to scroll to the screen of raw stone number 633. He looked at the bid price. Minus 21.35 million. Xia Ruofei's face twitched. It was so high. He was sure that the value of the jade contained in this raw stone was definitely not comparable to that of the raw stone number 1896 that he was about to buy with 8.6 million yuan. At best, it was about the same value as the other small raw stone that he was going to buy. Xia Ruofei had only spent 350,000 yuan on the basin-sized raw stone, which was a fraction of the price of raw stone number 633. Although Xia Ruofei didn't know much about jade, he could still make a good judgment. He looked at the happy Yu Mingdong and said in his heart, "This guy might be screwed today." However, he couldn't say it out loud. He didn't know how to help Yu Mingdong recover his losses, so he could only wish him good luck. Soon, Xia Ruofei turned his attention back to the big screen. In a short while, the bidding results for the raw stones that Xia Ruofei had chosen were out. One by one. Number 708 won the bid. Number 836 won the bid. Number 992 won the bid. After waiting for more than half an hour, the bid for number 1896 finally appeared. Winning bid, 8.6 million HXB. Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had won all 8 raw stones with less than 12 million yuan. To Xia Ruofei, the results were clear. He took out a small stack of second couplets of bidding slips from his pocket and walked towards the service desk that had already begun to get busy. Yu Mingdong, who was beside Xia Ruofei, saw this and quickly asked, "Mr. Xia, where are you going?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "I was lucky. I bought a few pieces." I'm going to pay for the goods. Yu Mingdong was stunned for a moment and felt a little surprised. He quickly smiled and said, let's go together. I still have a few pieces with lower serial numbers, so I can't get them out so quickly. Logo. Mr. Xia, how many did you win? Yu Mingdong asked with a smile as he walked. Until now, he still treated Xia Ruofei as a newbie who did not know anything about stone gambling. This newbie might be rich. But in this public bid where there were so many experts, even if he won, it would probably be a blind cat's luck, or he would only get 1 or 2 raw stones that did not look good. Xia Ruofei smiled. Let me see. If I'm not mistaken, it should be 8 pieces. Oh, 8 pieces, not bad, Yu Mingdong said casually, then his eyes widened and he shouted, what? 8 pieces. You actually managed to hit 8, then? Yu Mingdong asked nervously, how much is it in total? Not much, about 12 million. Xia Ruofei said casually, there are still a few raw stones that I didn't manage to get. Actually, Xia Ruofei had only invested these 8 yuan, but he had to say it. Yu Mingdong was a little dumbfounded and a little worried at the same time. Many of the raw stones on the public bid were uncertain. Even he didn't dare to make a decision easily, so he hired He Ping as a consultant with a high salary. It was no exaggeration to say that even a jade merchant like him, who had been in the business for many years, could lose everything here if he was not careful. Previously, when Xia Ruofei said that he had invested more than 20 million, Yu Mingdong was only a little surprised. After all, he might not win even if he invested, so he did not say much. But now that he had actually won, he would have to pay real money. That was 12 million yuan. Yu Mingdong felt that Xia Ruofei probably didn't understand the tricks behind this, so he invested an outrageous high price. That was why he could win the bid among so many people in the industry. If Xia Ruofei were to lose a few million at the public bid, it would be hard for Yu Mingdong to explain to Ma Jiming. Yu Mingdong suddenly felt a headache. Mr. Xia, which raw gemstones did you choose? He asked urgently. Although Zhongdu had won and it was too late to say anything, Yu Mingdong still wanted to understand the situation. To be precise, he wanted to evaluate Xia Ruofei's losses. Xia Ruofei told her the serial numbers of the raw gemstones that he had won the bid for. Among these 8 raw stones, the first 7 were very unremarkable, and there were thousands of raw stones of various sizes in the entire public bid. Yu Mingdong naturally had no impression of these numbers. However, when Xia Ruofei reported the number of the 8th raw stone, number 1896, his eyes could not help but shine. So, you got number 1896? Yu Mingdong said, if I remember correctly, the winning bid was 8.6 million yuan. This raw stone was also the focus of Yu Mingdong's attention. However, after many comparisons with He Ping, he felt that the possibility of a big increase was not high. He Ping believed that number 633 had more potential. Although number 633 starting price was higher and the competition was more intense, Yu Mingdong still decided to take a gamble in the end. In the end, he got his wish and won the raw stone at a price of 21.35 million. As for whether it was a profit or a loss, Xia Ruofei was the only one who knew. Yu Mingdong thought about it. Number 1896 was not bad. The price of 8.6 million was much higher than he had expected. After he had discussed with He Ping, he felt that 7 million was the upper limit. If it went any higher, there would be no profit. In addition, the competition was more intense, so he gave up. But in any case, it was unlikely that this raw stone would suffer a huge loss. Even if he was unlucky, according to the current performance of this raw stone, he should be able to get an imperial jade worth 3 to 4 million yuan. When he thought of this, Yu Mingdong also heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Ruofei said that he won 8 pieces for a total of 12 million. However, this number 1896 had already cost him 8.6 million for one piece. This meant that the other pieces were very cheap. Even if he lost all of them, he would not lose much. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Yep. I thought this raw stone was good at first glance, and I saw that many people were interested in it, so I simply set a higher price. I didn't expect to really win. Yu Mingdong was speechless. This was more than 8 million yuan, not 800 yuan. He didn't understand stone gambling at all and had actually placed his bid so casually. However, it was already a foregone conclusion. Xia Ruofei seemed to be quite happy, so he probably wouldn't go back on his word. Besides, even if he lost money, it wouldn't be a big loss. Yu Mingdong didn't say anything more. Xia Ruofei didn't know that he had already become a silly but rich second generation in Yu Mingdong's heart. The two of them walked to an empty service desk. At this time, many people who won the bid had already come over to pay and hand over the goods. The staff was also busy shuttling back and forth in the raw gemstones display area. When Xia Ruofei and Xia Xiafei arrived, a good-looking staff member immediately welcomed them with a smile. Xia Ruofei first showed the second couplet of the 8 biddings. After the staff checked it on the computer, he immediately smiled and said, "Sir, congratulations on winning the bid. I also wish that the number of raw stones you buy will increase greatly." "Thank you," Xia Ruofei said. And asked, "Can I use my card?" "Of course, please wait a moment," the staff member said. She quickly calculated the total amount of the transaction and took the bank card from Xia Ruofei. She swiped the card swiftly. Xia Ruofei entered the password and signed. 12 million was spent without even blinking. "Please wait for a moment. Our staff will send your raw stone over very soon." Logo. Xia Ruofei nodded. He suddenly had an idea and asked, "By the way, I have a rather large raw stone. I'd like to leave it with you for the time being. Is that all right?" "It can be done. May I ask which one is it?" the staff member asked. "Number 1896. "All right, please wait a moment." The staff member operated the computer and changed the status of the stone from trade completed, immediate purchase to temporary storage. Then, he sent Xia Ruofei a storage slip. She said, "Sir, please keep this list. The public jade bid will end in 3 days. We will keep it for you for free for 3 days. You can pick up the goods with this list at any time during these 3 days. I need to remind you that we only recognize the receipt, not the person, so you must not lose it." "I know, thank you," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Yu Mingdong still had a few raw stones that the bidding results had not yet come out, so he was not in a hurry to trade. He just waited at the side. After a while, 2 staff members pushed a small cart to the information desk. The cart was carrying the 7 raw stones that Xia Ruofei had his eyes on. Yu Mingdong took a look and saw that they were indeed small raw stones, with average appearance. He was even more certain that Xia Ruofei did not know how to identify jade raw materials. These 7 raw stones also cost more than 3 million yuan. Yu Mingdong estimated that this 3 million yuan might have been wasted. If he was lucky, he might be able to get 1 million yuan worth of jade. If he was unlucky, he might have used more than 3 million yuan to buy 7 pieces of useless stones. However, since Xia Ruofei was in such high spirits, he could not pour cold water on him. "Sir, these are the 7 raw stones that you won the bid for just now. Please check them," the staff said. Xia Ruofei had already memorized the appearance of the 7 raw gemstones clearly. However, he still held each one in his hand and looked at it seriously. He also used the spirit map to verify it. Although it was unlikely that there would be any tricks in such a big public jade bid, Xia Ruofei was still very cautious. The spirit painting still had a strong reaction, which meant that the item had not been switched. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and said, "No problem. There's free equipment for cutting stones next door," the staff said enthusiastically. "You can go there directly." Xia Ruofei said, "I don't plan to unseal these raw stones for the time being. I want to take them away directly. By the way, I saw people from the escort company at the entrance. Can I ask them to help me transport them to the hotel?" When Yu Mingdong heard Xia Ruofei say that he didn't plan to cut the raw stone immediately, he was slightly relieved. He was also worried that there would be no green in the raw stone. Qianqian's raw stone number 1896 was still fine, but he really didn't have high hopes for these black raw stones. "Yes," the staff replied. "If you need it, I can help you contact them, but you'll have to pay for it yourself." "Alright, I'll have to trouble you then," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he turned to Yu Mingdong and said, "Chief Yu, I plan to bring these raw stones to the hotel first. I have a friend in Spring City, he can help me find a way to transport it back to the southeast." Yu Mingdong was also a little surprised. By right, a young master like Xia Ruofei would definitely be eager to cut the stone after buying it. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to not only not be in a hurry to cut the stone today, but also to bring it back directly. Xia Ruofei had also guessed Yu Mingdong's thoughts. He smiled and explained, "I have a friend in the 3 mountains who is very interested in the mysterious stone gambling. It just so happens that these raw stones are not big, so I want to bring them back and cut them with her to satisfy her curiosity." Xia Ruofei winked at Yu Mingdong after he finished. Yu Mingdong suddenly came to a realization and said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, you must be a female friend, right?" Xia Ruofei smiled but did not say anything. Yu Mingdong knew what Xia Ruofei was thinking. Ying Luo just wanted to show off in front of women. A few million to buy a few stones to cut for fun. How domineering. If there was some jade inside, he could give it to that woman directly. And maybe he could get close to her. This was mainly because Yu Mingdong had already assumed that Xia Ruofei was the kind of rich young master. That was why he was unknowingly misled by Xia Ruofei. He laughed and said, "I understand." He understood. Anyway, these raw stones aren't very big. If your friend has connections in civil aviation, it'll be very convenient for him to fly back by air. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Mr. Xia," Yu Mingdong said, "I've already booked a hotel room for you in advance, before you came. I still have to keep an eye on you here, so I won't be going back with you." After he finished speaking, Yu Mingdong waved his hand and called Shirley over. He said, lazy, accompany Mr. Xia back to the hotel. Xia Ruofei quickly said, no need. No need. Just give me the room card. Aren't there people from the escort company here? Yu Mingdong was a little hesitant. The people of the escort company were only responsible for delivering the things to the place. They wouldn't help you guard them all the time. In fact, Ruizhou was quite chaotic. No matter how much the real value of those raw stones was, they still spent more than 3 million yuan. However, on second thought, there should not be an open robbery in a 5-star hotel. Besides, Xia Ruofei said that he had contacted his friends in Spring City in advance and they would be here to transport the raw stones very soon. He also needed Shirley to follow him. If anything happened, Shirley could protect him. So, he agreed with Xia Ruofei's suggestion. Yu Mingdong asked Shirley to pass the room card to Xia Ruofei. The people from the escort company had already arrived at the service desk after receiving the notice. 5 or 6 escorts, all armed with guns and carrying boxes that looked like money, carrying boxes, quickly packed the 7 raw stones. The distance from here to the hotel was at most 3 to 4 kilometers, and the escort fee was 3,000 yuan. Fortunately, the organizer of the public jade bid collected the fee on his behalf. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei would not have so much cash. After he swiped his card, he said goodbye to Yu Mingdong and Shirley, and followed the escort out of the public auction site. Xia Ruofei took the escort car of the escort company and arrived at the 5 States Hotel, which Yu Mingdong had booked in advance, in less than 10 minutes. The journey was calm and there were no accidents. The escort carried the box and sent Xia Ruofei straight to the hotel room. He took the raw stone and left politely. In just 15 minutes, he had received 3,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. This money was too easy to earn. After the escort left, Xia Ruofei immediately locked the door. This was a small suite. Other than the bedroom, there was a small living room. Xia Ruofei went straight to the bedroom, locked the door and pulled the curtains. Then, he immediately released his spiritual power to check the entire room. After confirming that there were no problems, Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit map scroll in his palm. He silently prayed in his heart, then with a thought, he put all 7 raw gemstones into the spirit map space. Although the jade in the raw stone had not been cut out, it did not affect the absorption of the spirit map space. You must level up, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. The jade contained in these 7 raw stones was more than all the jade materials he had absorbed into the spirit map space. In addition, he had absorbed so many realm stones. If he still could not upgrade the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei would have to get the largest raw stone back. He sent his mind into the spirit map space, and the invisible spatial force wrapped around the first raw stone. Soon, the jade essence inside the raw stone was rapidly absorbed by the space, and in less than a minute, the raw stone was reduced to a pile of powder. The jade contained in it had not even had the time to show its peerless beauty to the world before it was completely absorbed. There was still no reaction from the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei's expression was calm as he continued to aim for the second raw gemstone. 2, 3, 4. He quickly absorbed the 7th piece, but there was still no movement in the spirit map space. Just as Xia Ruofei's face showed a trace of disappointment, he suddenly felt the space around him tremble. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. He knew that the space was on the verge of upgrading. At this time, the 7th raw gemstone had not been fully absorbed yet. The spirit map space was still greedily absorbing the jade essence within the raw gemstone. Even though it was not a problem to upgrade the space, Xia Ruofei did not want to run out of jade at the last moment. He had to go to the public jade bid again to bring back the largest raw stone, which would cause a lot of trouble. Hold on. They must have enough. Xia Ruofei shouted in his heart as if the last raw stone could hear him. Logo. The raw stone seemed to have heard Xia Ruofei's thoughts. Although it was riddled with holes under the absorption of the spirit map space, it was still very strong and did not break into pieces. The spirit map space had already reached the critical point of upgrading, but it was still greedily absorbing the jade essence in the raw stone. Through the hole in the raw stone, one could even see a touch of intoxicating green through it. Out of the 7 raw gemstones, this one had the most intense reaction from the painting. Xia Ruofei had purposely left it at the end. Finally, just as the jade in the rough stone was about to be completely absorbed, the spirit map space began to shake violently. Even Xia Ruofei, who was sensing the situation in the space outside, could feel the power of the shaking. In the mountain and sea realm, the white realm fox, which had been quietly comprehending the laws of space, finally opened its eyes and looked at the distant spatial membrane. As the mountain and sea realm trembled, another earth-shaking transformation occurred, and the dimensional membrane began to expand outward at an incredible rate. The spirit map space had finally been upgraded again. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. He put the painting in his palm, then went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water. He then went to the window of the room and lit a cigarette, quietly waiting for the space to upgrade. About half an hour later, Xia Ruofei finally received Xia Qing's notice. The spirit map space's upgrade was completed. Xia Ruofei could not wait to close the curtains. He summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and entered the medium. The concentration of spiritual qi in the space had increased again. Once he entered the space, Xia Ruofei felt refreshed. He suspected that if he continued to upgrade, the space might be able to produce spiritual crystals. Other than that, there were no obvious changes in the Archean realm. Xia Ruofei had expected this, and he quickly arrived at the mountain and sea realm. The most obvious change in the mountain and sea realm was naturally the expansion of the area. Furthermore, it was an expansion that was multiple times larger. The entire mountain sea realm was already close to 20,000 mu in area. This was a vastness that one could not see the end of. The mountain peaks grew taller, the rivers widened, and the seas expanded. The entire mountain sea realm was filled with a vibrant vitality. Xia Ruofei had no doubt that if a person lived in such an environment for a long time, their lifespan might be extended by 10 to 20 years. He didn't have the mood to check it carefully at this time. He directly flashed to Xia Qing's side and asked, "Xia Qing, now that the spirit map world has risen 2 levels in a row, where is the opportunity to cure Songwei? You can tell me now, right? Master, have you noticed that the mountain sea realm has gained something new?" Xia Qing asked with a smile. What's extra? Xia Ruofei was confused. Didn't the territory get bigger like before? I don't feel anything extra. Please take a closer look, Xia Qing said, as she pointed in a direction. That was the direction of the space ocean. Xia Ruofei looked in the direction that Xia Qing was pointing at and suddenly saw a black silhouette in the spiritual mist. That's Xia Ruofei asked doubtfully, a small island? Xia Qing nodded with a smile. Xia Ruofei suddenly became alert and asked, "You're saying that there's something on the island that can cure Songwei?" "Master, why don't you go and take a look first?" Xia Qing said. Xia Ruofei didn't blame Xia Qing for keeping him in suspense. He knew that it might be due to the damn Supreme Law's restriction. He was in a hurry to save her, so he didn't think about anything else. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Originally, Xia Ruofei was the supreme ruler of this space. He could appear at any place he wanted to, and the rules of space could be fully exerted here. However, to Xia Ruofei's surprise, when he reappeared, he was above the sea, and the island was more than 100 meters away. Xia Qing's voice rang in his ears, "Master, the space within 300 feet of Spirit Map Island is sealed. You can't teleport in directly." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "Then how do we get in?" "You." Xia Qing only said one word. Xia Ruofei was speechless. There was such a weird setting? He didn't know that this was only because he was the master of the spirit map space. If it was someone else, the space within 300 feet of the spirit map island would be completely sealed off. No matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to enter. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He took out his phone and other items, let them float on the sea, and then fell into the sea. When Xia Ruofei was in the army, he would participate in the sea training every year. This distance was a piece of cake for him. Although the waves on the sea were quite big, Xia Ruofei was like a dolphin. He used the standard breaststroke posture and quickly approached the island. The breaststroke was also the standard swimming style for armed swimming in the army. Although it was not as fast as freestyle, it was better at hiding. Although there was no need to hide in the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei still chose to do the breaststroke out of habit. The distance of more than 100 meters was covered in no time. Xia Ruofei felt the soft sand under his feet. He stood up from the water and waded towards the island. Looking at it from a close distance, the island was full of lush vegetation. On Xia Ruofei's side, there was a white beach. In addition, the spiritual qi in the space was very rich. It was definitely a good place for a vacation. Logo. However, Xia Ruofei was the only one in the space, so it was a little quieter. This island had only appeared after the upgrade, and the space here had been sealed off. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not dare to be careless. He walked onto the beach, while maintaining a high level of vigilance. Xia Ruofei noticed that the island was covered with common rainforest vegetation. After crossing the beach, he went straight into the forest. The island wasn't big. Xia Ruofei could easily find an unusual place. About 10 to 20 meters into the forest, Xia Ruofei saw a man-made garden. Through the fence, Xia Ruofei could clearly see that there were many plants that he could not name. Some of them even had colorful flowers. "Master, you should have seen the herb garden on Spirit Map Island, right?" Xia Qing used her divine sense to contact Xia Ruofei. This is a medicine garden?" Xia Ruofei was a little excited. To be able to be planted in this herb garden, they should all be very precious. "Spirit herbs, right?" "Yes," Xia Qing said. "Most of the spiritual herbs in the herb garden should not be ripe yet. But one of the heart, concentrating grass, should have already matured. Master, you can look for it." Then, Xia Qing described the appearance of the heart-concentrating grass to Xia Ruofei in detail and taught him how to pick it. Xia Ruofei strode into the herb garden. There was a semi-transparent protective barrier around the herb garden. But it did not hinder Xia Ruofei, the owner of the space, and he walked in easily. Xia Ruofei walked carefully in the herb garden. He knew that although most of the spiritual herbs were not mature, they must be very valuable. He was afraid of stepping on any of them. In a short while, Xia Ruofei found the heart concentrating grass that Xia Qing had mentioned in a corner of the herb garden. This heart concentrating grass was as green as a carved jade. There was even a faint light flowing on each leaf. One look and one could tell that it was not ordinary grass. Xia Ruofei paid special attention. The bottom of the heart, concentrating grass, was already slightly red. This was what Xia Qing had said earlier, a sign of the heart, concentrating grass. Maturity. Xia Qing, I found it. Xia Ruofei said excitedly, the heart, concentrating grass, has ripened. Master, then just follow what I taught you just now and pick it. Xia Qing said. Xia Ruofei carefully followed Xia Qing's instructions. He took out a small knife and gently cut off the leaves of the heart, concentrating grass 3 centimeters above the bottom. Then, he quickly put them into the jade box. According to Xia Qing, the heart, concentrating grass, was a bit like leeks. It would grow again after being harvested, but its growth cycle was much longer than that of leeks, at least more than 10 years. Xia Ruofei found it strange too. Since these spiritual herbs took so long to mature, why weren't they placed in the Archean realm? There was a time formation there, so wouldn't it greatly shorten the time needed to harvest? However, Xia Ruofei's main focus was to wake up Song Wei, so he didn't have the time to ask Xia Qing. He thought that the previous owner of the spirit map space was so powerful, so it should be reasonable for him to arrange this. After obtaining the heart, concentrating herb, Xia Ruofei did not bother to take a closer look at the herb garden and the island. He walked straight out. He took the jade box containing the heart concentrating grass in his hand and swam out of the range of the space blockade in a rather awkward posture. Then, with a thought, his figure disappeared from the sea and appeared next to Xia Qing in the next moment. As for his mobile phone and other personal belongings that had been floating on the surface of the sea, they were naturally moved over in an instant. I brought the thing, how do we wake Song Wei up? Xia Ruofei asked. At this moment, he felt that the jade box in his hand was very heavy. This was an opportunity he had obtained after his space had advanced 2 levels. Moreover, he had also noticed that there was only one mature heart concentrating grass in the entire medicine garden. Xia Qing hesitated for a moment before she said, Master, this heart, concentrating grass is a precious spiritual herb that is very helpful in nourishing the soul. If a cultivator were to use it, it can greatly improve their spiritual power cultivation. After saying this, Xia Qing looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Actually, we can continue to try the spirit nourishment soup. Perhaps it will have an effect after drinking it a few more times? This heart, concentrating grass is really too precious, and it's also very helpful for master's cultivation. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted Xia Qing, say no more. I have to wake Song Wei up as soon as possible. I'm willing to pay any price. Let's just use the heart, concentrating grass. Xia Qing let out a sigh. He still felt a little regretful. However, since Xia Ruofei was so determined, he would definitely obey his orders. Therefore, Xia Qing quickly said, there are many ways to use the heart, concentrating grass. The simplest way is to take it directly. However, I know a way. to maximize the medicinal properties of the heart, concentrating grass. However, this requires the cooperation of several other herbs. Is there any in the space? Xia Ruofei asked. They are all common herbs. They are used as medicine catalysts. Xia Qing said, the medicinal herbs that master purchased previously can be matched. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Xia Ruofei said and then asked, Xia Qing, after using the heart-concentrating grass, what are the chances of Song Wei's soul recovery? Xia Qing smiled bitterly. Even a rare spirit herb like the heart-concentrating grass is used. Unless the injury to her soul has reached the point where her soul is about to scatter, she will definitely be able to recover. Moreover, it will be very beneficial to her soul. Xia Qing had always felt that it was a pity. At the same time, she also felt that the lady named Song Wei was very lucky. Her master had used the heart-concentrating grass on her without hesitation. If she were to walk the path of cultivation in the future, at least she would have an advantage over others in terms of spiritual power. Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, Xia Qing, I'll have to trouble you then. Quickly prepare the medicine. Yes, master. Xia Qing sighed and quickly said. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, then let me know when you're ready. I'll go out first. Yes, master. Xia Qing said. Hence, Xia Ruofei went to the stone room to check on Song Wei's condition. Then, he returned to the outside world. He sat on the sofa in the living room and smoked a cigarette. He heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. Since Xia Qing said so, it meant that she was still very confident. As for the precious heart-concentrating grass, Xia Ruofei only felt a slight heartache and did not feel that it was a waste. Just then, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. It was Yu Mingdong. President Yu. Xia Ruofei answered the call. Mr. Xia, have you dealt with those raw stones? Yu Mingdong asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He smiled and said, I've already given them to my friend. In that case, would Mr. Xia be interested in coming over? Yu Mingdong asked, I'm in luck today. I want a few raw stones. I'm going to open them tonight. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that Yu Mingdong had spent more than 20 million to buy the raw stone, which was likely to be a loss. Then, Xia Ruofei remembered that he still had a raw stone that he had spent more than 8 million on. Now that the spirit map space had been upgraded, he naturally had no use for that raw stone. His mind whirred, and then he said with a smile, all right. I haven't seen a stone being opened before. It's not a bad idea to come and gain some knowledge. That's good. I'll get lazy to come and pick you up. Yu Mingdong said. Today, he was lucky enough to win a few raw gemstones that he had high hopes for, so he was in a good mood. No need, no need. It's not far from Jadeite Street. I'll take a taxi. Xia Ruofei said, but President Yu, you can open the stone when I'm here. I still have another raw stone that I want to open. No problem. Yu Mingdong promised. Xia Ruofei contacted Xia Qing with his spiritual sense and asked her to keep the medicine after he had made it. He would wait until he returned to the hotel. Then, Xia Ruofei took the deposit slip, went out, took a taxi, and went straight to the Jadeite Street logo. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the public Jade bid again, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. However, The place was brightly lit, and the atmosphere was very lively. There were many people gathered at the stone cutting site that was one wall away from the public square. The roar of the cutting machine never stopped, and there were cries of alarm from time to time. Mr. Xia. Yu Mingdong waved at Xia Ruofei from afar. His face was full of smiles, and he seemed to be in a good mood. President Yu, it seems like you've gained a lot, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. My luck is pretty good, Yu Mingdong said happily. It's all thanks to old he. He suggested that I raise the bidding price for several raw stones at the last minute. Otherwise, it's really hard to say what the result would be. At the side, He Ping smiled reservedly, but he was also very proud in his heart. Xia Ruofei didn't think much of it. He didn't know the standard of this stone gambling consultant, but he knew that Yu Mingdong spent more than 20 million to buy that raw stone. He was most likely going to lose money. Yu Mingdong asked again, Mr. Xia, don't you still have a raw stone here? Why don't we just open them together today? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, sure. It's good that you experts are here. When the time comes, we'll need President Yu and Elder He's advice. Mr. Xia also hit the bullseye? He Ping asked, somewhat surprised. Yu Mingdong smiled and said, Mr. Xia, you're really generous this time. I won a total of 8 pieces. He Ping was even more surprised. He couldn't help but take another look at Xia Ruofei. However, when he heard Yu Mingdong say that 7 of the raw stones had only cost him a total of 3 million, he immediately lost interest. Yu Mingdong felt that there was no possibility of Xia Ruofei's 7 raw stones increasing in price. However, that number 1896 stone should be pretty good, so he smiled and said, old he, other than the 7 stones. Mr. Xia also won a good raw stone, number 1896. You should remember it, right? He Ping could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask, number 1896. What's the final price? Xia Ruofei smiled. I invested 8.6 million. I didn't expect to win the bid. He Ping couldn't help but take another look at Xia Ruofei, and then said indifferently, it's too expensive. Yu Mingdong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He didn't expect He Ping to speak so bluntly, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's only a few million. It doesn't matter even if I lose money. I felt that the raw stone was very suitable for me the first time I saw it. Yes, yes, yes. It's hard to buy a good heart with money. Yu Mingdong quickly echoed. He Ping also thought that Xia Ruofei was one of those silly rich second-generation kids. However, since Xia Ruofei and Ma Jiming were good friends, he didn't make any more sarcastic remarks. He just smiled lightly and didn't say much. Mr. Xia, Yu Mingdong said, then you go and take out the raw stone. Let's go and cut the stone together. All right, please. Wait a moment, Xia Ruofei said readily. He went to the public auction site, found an empty service desk, and showed the deposit order. Soon, a staff member sent the raw stone over with a small forklift. When they heard that Xia Ruofei was going to cut the stone next door, the staff of the public bid said that they could help Xia Ruofei send the raw stone over. Hence, Xia Ruofei followed the forklift and left the public square empty-handed. The public jade bid provided free stone cutting equipment, so many people would choose to cut the stones on the spot after winning the bid. If a few raw stones rose in price, it would also be a good publicity for the public jade bid. Yu Mingdong brought Xia Ruofei to the next room. the raw stones that he had bought were already stacked together. There were 7 or 8 pieces. The biggest one was raw stone number 633, which he had spent more than 20 million on. Shirley was guarding the raw stones with all his heart. When he saw Xia Ruofei and the others, he quickly walked up to them and helped the staff unload Xia Ruofei's raw stone. Mr. Xia, why don't you open your raw stone first? Yu Mingdong asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei looked at Yu Mingdong's pile of raw gemstones. The largest one, raw gemstones number 633, was naturally the most eye-catching. He pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Let's go first, President Yu. I also want to gain some experience, alright." Yu Mingdong said readily. "Then I won't be polite." He was also somewhat eager to open up his own raw stones. After all, the factory was still waiting for his harvest. From the public bid, Yu Mingdong looked at He Ping and said politely, "Old He, I'll have to trouble you then." He Ping nodded slightly, signaling Shirley to move one of the raw gemstones out. Xia Ruofei had been paying attention to the situation over here. He smiled to himself when he saw this. It was just as he had guessed. He Ping had chosen a smaller raw stone as the most expensive piece. Number 633 should have been reserved for the last. He Ping took out a strong flashlight and carefully examined the condition of the raw stone. Then he took out a pen and began to draw lines on the surface of the stone. It was human nature to watch the fun, not to mention such an exciting stone cutting. So many people saw that the stone was ready to be cut and also came over. Very quickly, He Ping drew the line. He let Shirley and the stone cutter master, who was waiting at the side, move the raw stone to the cutting machine. "Let's cut it according to this line." He Ping pointed at the raw stone and said, "If there's no green, start wiping from the incision logo." "All right," the master of cutting stones said with a smile. The masters who were invited by the organizer of the public bid were all very experienced. They had cut countless raw jades in their hands, so they were naturally familiar with the operation. Although the stone cutting equipment was provided by the organizer for free, the stone cutting masters were paid. Compared to the profit of selling raw jade, the labor cost was nothing. In addition, once the price rose, the owner of the raw stone would definitely give a red packet to the master of cutting stones. So, at the annual public auction, countless masters of cutting stones would fight to come here to work. The cutting machine roared. The master's hand was very steady. In the midst of the flying stone chips, he accurately cut the raw stone along the line that He Ping had drawn. Without waiting for He Ping to say anything, the stonecutter brought over a wet cloth and wiped away the stone chips from the cut. Everyone immediately saw a touch of green, and the surrounding people immediately began to discuss. "It looks like it has increased. This water source is pretty good. Old Yu, what a good start." Yu Mingdong's face was also red, and he cupped his hands in thanks. Xia Ruofei took a closer look and realized that after the raw stone was cut in half, one side of the cut had a clear green color, while the other half had almost no green color. It could be seen that He Ping's line was quite accurate, under the premise that he couldn't detect the internal situation at all. He could do this to this extent purely based on experience. He did have some ability. He Ping's face also could not help but reveal a trace of pride. After that, there was no need for He Ping's guidance. The stone-cutting master naturally knew what to do. cut, rub, grind. All kinds of different techniques took turns. In a short while, a piece of jade the size of 2 fists was presented in front of everyone. Yu Mingdong took the imperial jade happily. President Yu, congratulations. This one should have increased by a lot, right? Xia Ruofei asked. With a smile. The waterhead is not bad, but the quality is a little bad, Yu Mingdong said happily. It's a small profit. At this moment, a jade stone boss who was familiar with Yu Mingdong said, Old Yu, this is a small profit. If I'm not wrong, you spent 800,000 yuan on this raw material. If you don't like the material, you can transfer 2 million to me. Yu Mingdong held the jade and said, Old Zhu, you're bullying me because I don't know anything. This piece of material was worth at least 2.3 million. Besides, I'm short of materials in my own factory. How could they open it and sell it? Xia Ruofei was speechless. No wonder so. Many people were interested in stone gambling. The value of the stone that was bought for 800,000 yuan had tripled in the blink of an eye. And from Yu Mingdong's tone, it was only a small increase. The first raw stone had already gotten a good start, so Yu Mingdong naturally continued to work hard and immediately began to cut the second raw stone. He Ping received Yu Mingdong's pay and did his job well, sparing no effort in the work of technical guidance. When they heard that the raw gemstones here had increased in price, more and more people gathered to watch. While everyone was discussing, Xia Ruofei just watched quietly from the side. Indeed, he did not have much professional knowledge and could only watch the show. However, from everyone's discussion, Xia Ruofei roughly knew that Yu Mingdong had earned a lot today. He opened 3 raw gemstones in a row, and all of them rose in value. From everyone's envious looks, Xia Ruofei knew that it was rare to see 3 consecutive increases in value. It was not until the 4th piece that everyone sighed. This one had lost. It was said that the raw stone that was bought for more than 1.2 million only had a few fragments in the end. It was estimated that he could not even earn back a fraction of the money. However, Yu Mingdong didn't care too much. He was already very surprised that the price increased by so many stones. This was how stone gambling was. If every stone increased, who would be willing to sell their raw stones? They should all be open to sell bright materials. Moreover, Yu Mingdong's greatest hope was still the number 633 raw stone. He had spent more than 20 million on this raw stone. More than half of the money he had invested this time had been spent on this raw stone. In Yu Mingdong's eyes, the first few were just appetizers. He continued to cut the stone. Other than number 633, there were 4 other raw gemstones of different sizes that were quickly cut out. 2 of them had a small increase in value. One of them had completely gone bankrupt and lost 900,000 yuan. The other one had basically made a capital-breaking profit, but the jade that was taken out could still be processed and made a small profit. Yu Mingdong did a rough calculation. Compared to buying raw materials directly, he had earned 3 million yuan from the first 8 raw stones. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Just as Yu Mingdong was in high spirits and was about to open the last raw stone, Xia Ruofei suddenly said, President Yu, I'm getting a little impatient after seeing you open these pieces one by one. Why don't you open mine first? Yu Mingdong was stunned for a moment. But he still said very readily, all right. No problem. Xia Ruofei then said to He Ping, Old He, can I trouble you to give me some guidance? I don't know anything about this. Through the few raw gemstones just now, Xia Ruofei had a new understanding of Yiping's ability. In addition, he could only sense the jade in the raw gemstones through the spirit map scroll, but he did not know the specific location of the jade. As for how to cut it, he had no idea at all. He had to rely on the guidance of a professional. Logo. Yiping knew that Xia Ruofei was with Yu Mingdong and was also Ma Jiming's friend, so he didn't put on airs. He nodded and started to study Xia Ruofei's raw stone. He frowned and thought for a while. Then, he drew a line on the surface of the raw stone and said to the stonecutter, "Let's cut from here." First, the stonecutter nodded and directed the forklift to place the raw stone on the cutting machine. He also asked Shirley to come over and help adjust the position. After he fixed it, he turned on the cutting machine. This raw stone was quite famous at the public auction today. Many people had an impression of it and even participated in the bidding. However, Xia Ruofei won it in the end. Therefore, everyone was also in high spirits. After all, compared to this raw stone, Yu Mingdong's previous small pieces were not of a high grade. Xia Ruofei stared at the cutting machine intently. He knew that there must be jade in the raw stone. The reaction from the spirit map space was so strong. The jade must be of high quality or in large quantities. He couldn't wait to see what was inside the stone. Amidst the sharp noise, stone chips flew. Xia Ruofei's eyesight was far better than that of ordinary people. While everyone was waiting for the stonecutter to cut the raw stone along the line drawn by Yiping, Xia Ruofei sharply noticed a touch of green at the cut. "Stop!" Xia Ruofei called out subconsciously. Although the scene was very noisy, Xia Ruofei's voice contained a trace of vital energy and was clearly transmitted to the stonecutter's ears. He almost subconsciously stabilized his arm, lifted the knife, and turned off the power. The stonecutter looked at Xia Ruofei in confusion. "Mr. Xia, is there a problem?" Yiping also frowned slightly and asked. "Old." I think I see green," Xia Ruofei said. Yiping frowned and said, "How's that possible?" The cut was so small, and stone chips were flying everywhere, so it was impossible to see what was inside. Besides, I've looked at this raw material carefully. If you cut it along the line I just drew, you definitely won't cut the jade meat. The onlookers couldn't help but start discussing. This young man is too nervous. How could he see what was going on inside the incision in that situation? Besides, he personally drew these lines. How could they be inaccurate? I think he's just too eager to raise the price. He's hallucinating. Ha ha ha, it looks like a rookie. Xia Ruofei did not pay attention to their discussion and only patiently said to Yiping, "Maybe I was wrong. But since we've stopped, let's take a look at the condition of the incision first." Yiping's face was a little dark as he said sullenly, "This raw material is yours. You can cut it however you want." Xia Ruofei smiled and said to the stonecutter, "Master, can I trouble you to bring me some water?" The stonecutter immediately brought a basin of water to wash away the stone chips and powder from the cut. Then, with a smile, he took out a strong flashlight and shone it into the cut that was less than a centimeter wide. He also knew Yiping's name. He did not believe that Xia Ruofei could see the inside of the incision in that situation, and he did not believe that Yiping would draw the wrong line. However, the stonecutter only took one look and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Logo!" The master's shout startled everyone at the scene. Could it really be green? It can't be that weird, right? This thought had just emerged in He Ping's mind when he heard the master of cutting stones shout, "Green! It's green!" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Who cheated on her? Why was she so excited? He Ping's face was filled with disbelief. He rushed over to the master's side in 2 steps, took out a strong flashlight, and shone it into the incision. Then, He Ping was stunned. The onlookers were getting anxious. They saw that He Ping did not move for a long time and could not help but ask, "Old He, how is it?" He Ping straightened his body in a daze and muttered, "There's really green. How is this possible?" It wasn't the first time he had analyzed this raw stone. Yesterday, he had looked at it with Yu Mingdong for a long time during the pre-exhibition. Just now, he had looked at it carefully again. He was quite confident in his heart before he drew that line. Who would have thought that this line would be so wrong? If Xia Ruofei had not called for it to stop, this knife would have cut a good piece of jade into 2. No matter what his previous analysis was, this result had completely overturned it. The moment He Ping's words fell, the surrounding people also couldn't help but stir. It really turned green. The way everyone looked at Xia Ruofei changed. What was with this young man's eyes? He could see it clearly in that situation. Could it be a wild guess? He Ping still found it a little hard to believe. The stonecutter at the side asked awkwardly, "Boss, this raw material. How do we open it next?" Xia Ruofei said, "I don't know anything about this." "Old He, why don't? Could you please take a look?" He Ping couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Old He, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything by that. I really don't know much about stone gambling. I'll need your help with the next step." Initially, He Ping was too embarrassed to stay any longer. However, he could tell from Xia Ruofei's tone that he was not mocking him. In fact, he was rather sincere. Furthermore, he was rather curious about this raw stone, so he nodded shamelessly and started to analyze it seriously. He Ping mumbled some technical terms that Xia Ruofei could not understand. However, he was very sure that there was a valuable jade inside his raw gemstone. The Xuanji painting had never been wrong. He Ping analyzed for a long time, but he was still uncertain. In the end, he drew another line and said after hesitating for a moment, "Master, let's start with this position this time." Then He Ping said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, let me make this clear to you. I'm not very confident this time. If it's really broken, it doesn't matter." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I have good eyesight. If there's really green, I should be able to see it immediately." He Ping's eyelids twitched, but he didn't say anything more. The stone cutter naturally did not have any objections. He quickly adjusted the angle according to the line drawn by He Ping. Then turned on the power of the cutting machine and started to cut from another position. Everyone perked up and wanted to see if Old He, who always had sharp eyes, would make another mistake. Xia Ruofei also stared at the raw stone under the cutting machine seriously, hoping that if He Ping made a wrong judgment, it would be his jade that was cut. It would be money. This time, there was no accident. Stone chips flew in the air, and the raw stone was cut into 2 halves, one big and one small. There was no green at the cut. Old He is still as sharp as ever. That was probably an accident. This is old He's standard. Everyone was also discussing animatedly. He Ping's expression also finally looked much better. After that, He Ping became more confident. He judged that there was no jade in the small half, so he asked the stonecutter to start polishing the big half of the raw stone. At the same time, he also drew a few reference lines. The master also quickly changed the grinding wheel and cut the big half of the raw stone according to He Ping's instructions. However, Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. Intentionally or otherwise, he moved closer to take a look. When no one was paying attention, he casually reached out and touched the other half of the raw stone. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. However, Xia Ruofei did not say anything. He just stood aside and watched the stonecutter quietly. The raw stone gradually shrank under the skillful operation of the stonecutter, and a large amount of worthless stone skin was cut off. Green. It's green. Quick, take a look at the planting water. The onlookers all cried out in excitement. Xia Ruofei also looked over. The stonecutter turned off the cutting machine, found a basin of water to wash the cut, and then wiped it clean with a wet cloth. He Ping had already walked up to check at the first moment. The corners of his mouth curled up into a slight arc as he turned his head and said, "It's a glutinous type with an average waterhead. If it's 8.6 million, it should be a gambled loss." When He Ping said this, everyone sighed. At the same time, many people looked at Xia Ruofei with gloating eyes. They could tell that Xia Ruofei was just a rich young master who did not know anything about stone gambling. If the price rose, he would be extremely lucky. It was normal to lose, especially since many people hated the rich. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had lost a few million at once, they couldn't help but feel happy. Logo. Yu Mingdong looked at Xia Ruofei and consoled him, "Mr. Xia, there's no guarantee of winning in stone gambling. In fact, I've already cut out a good jade, so I don't think I'll lose much money." Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, a middle-aged man with a big belly looked at the half-bright material seriously and raised his head to say to Xia Ruofei, "Little brother, how about you give me this piece of material? I'll take the 3.5 million, and you'll also lose less. I'm sorry, but I don't plan to do anything for now," Xia Ruofei said with a faint smile. Yu Mingdong also glared at the middle-aged fatty and said, "Old Luo. Mr. Xia is my friend, and you dare to take advantage of him? Even if this material is a bit broken from the gamble, it shouldn't be worth only 3.5 million. He Ping, who was at the side, said indifferently, "Actually, President Luo's price is quite fair." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but squint his eyes and look at He Ping. What did this old man mean? Which side was he from? He Ping, however, ignored Xia Ruofei's gaze and said, "President, I didn't think much of this material yesterday. I said that the starting price of 5 million was a little too high and the risk was too high. Now, my judgment has been confirmed." Yu Mingdong frowned slightly and said, "Old He, even so, 3.5 million is." He Ping pouted and said, "This piece of jade doesn't have good penetration. If we continue to cut it, the quality of the jade will be even worse. There might even be cracks. By then, it might not even be worth 2 million, let alone 3.5 million, seeing He Ping belittle this material like this, Xia Ruofei was also quite unhappy. He said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if it's 3.5 million or 2 million, so what if it's worthless? It was only a few million yuan. Master, continue driving." He Ping snorted lightly and stood to the side without saying anything. Boss Luo, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, also smiled. and said, "Little brother, why do you have to fight for money? I'm helping you share the risk and reduce your losses." Xia Ruofei was very confident. Even if this piece of material was really worthless, he didn't care at all. So, he just smiled faintly and ignored Boss Luo. He signaled the stonemonger to continue opening. Everyone thought that Xia Ruofei was young and aggressive. In addition to Yiping's judgment, a few people who wanted to raise the price to compete with Boss Luo also gave up and made up their minds to watch the show. Yu Mingdong lost his confidence after hearing Yiping's words. He wanted to advise Xia Ruofei, but seeing how determined Xia Ruofei was, he could only sigh and continue to watch from the sidelines. The stonecutter rubbed his hands and continued to cut the stone. This piece of material was already half open, so he did not need Yiping's guidance. He directly used the grinding machine to start grinding bit by bit. This kind of work was completely familiarized with it. He had already done it for more than 20 years, so it was not difficult at all. After a while, a complete piece of jade was peeled off. After washing it with water, everyone's eyes naturally fell on this piece of imperial jade. Yu Mingdong stepped forward first, picked up the jade material, and looked at it over and over again. Then, he turned to Xia Ruofei. "Mr. Xia, the situation is not bad. The waxy jade has a good water source. It should be worth 4 to 5 million yuan. The possibility that Yiping had mentioned did not happen, but there was no miracle either. The final result was also considered to be calm. Yiping said coldly, "From the side, our luck is not bad. However, we only lost a little less. This kind of material costs more than 8 million. Only a newbie would have the guts to buy it." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't know what was wrong with this old man today. He didn't seem to have offended him. How could he be so sarcastic? Yu Mingdong was also a smart person. He definitely didn't want to offend Xia Ruofei, but Yiping was also a very capable stone gambling consultant. This time, he had helped him successfully win a lot of raw stones. In the future, he might need his help, so he couldn't offend him. Therefore, Yu Mingdong simply changed the topic and said, "Mr. Xia, our factory can use this material. How about I buy it for 5 million? He was trying to reduce Xia Ruofei's loss. If it was another jade merchant who bought it, they might only be able to pay 4.5 million yuan. However, his own factory needed all kinds of jade raw materials. Moreover, the skills of the masters in his factory were quite good. Even if he bought it for 5 million yuan, he would still make a profit. At the same time, he could do Xia Ruofei a favor. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xia Ruofei's spatial space had already been upgraded. If he continued to use emeralds to upgrade it, it would become a bottomless pit. For the time being, he still hoped to find more world stones. After all, it wasn't very reliable to level up by only relying on jade. In addition, even if he really needed to upgrade with jade in the future, he could participate in other public jade auctions and use the sensing ability of the spirit map scroll to buy raw stones. As long as he didn't open them on the spot and ate them in a nice way, it wouldn't be easy to arouse suspicion. Since this piece had already been opened, selling it was a good choice. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He smiled and nodded. "Sure. If President Yu wants it, then you can have it." Boss Luo and the others were also prepared to bid. Of course, they could not possibly offer such a high price of 5 million yuan. They just wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, this jade was already a clear material, and there was also Yu Mingdong, who knew the industry. In addition, Yu Mingdong directly offered a price of 5 million, so they naturally gave up. Alright. I'll keep this piece of material for now. Yu Mingdong said happily, I'll transfer the money to you later. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly. Yu Mingdong immediately signaled for Shirley to come over and keep the jade. At this time, He Ping said coldly from the side, President Yu, you're really a good person. Yu Mingdong smiled awkwardly. He felt that it was inappropriate to say anything, so he simply didn't say anything. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was even more disgusted. He couldn't help but say, old Mr. He, are you so sure that you've lost this raw stone? He Ping froze for a moment. Then shrugged and said with a smile, isn't it obvious? Everyone also felt that it was a little funny. This was already a clear material, wasn't it clear at a glance whether the bet would rise or fall? This young man couldn't be muddled from anger, right? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, obviously? I don't think this piece of material has been completely cut open. With that, Xia Ruofei pointed at the other small half of the raw stone and looked at He Ping. Everyone immediately roared with laughter. He Ping also could not help but reveal a mocking smile and said, you're not hoping that there's still jade inside, are you? Little brother, you're taking this for granted. You're too naive. That's just a piece of trash. Even the stonecutter couldn't help but laugh and said, boss, there's no jade in this half. I've been in this business for more than 20 years. Although I'm not as good as those gambling consultants, I can see that it's just a piece of leftover material. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, are you all so sure? As the saying goes, even the gods can't see through an inch of jade. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to get the king's green in the other half. He Ping couldn't help but burst out laughing. Emperor green? As long as there's jade in it, even if it's bean type, I'll eat it on the spot, let alone the king's green. Why should I let you eat my jade? Xia Ruofei blinked and said innocently, did you ask for my opinion? Instead of getting angry, He Ping laughed and said, I can't be bothered to get tangled up with you. If you want to play, then play. I'd like to see what kind of flowers can bloom from this piece of trash. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and walked straight to the half of the raw stone. He said to the stonecutter, Master, I'll cut this material myself. Please lend me the grinder, logo. The master stonecutter was in a difficult position. How could he not see that this rich second generation heir in front of him didn't know how to gamble on stones at all? How could he know how to cut stones? What's more, this kind of young master, who couldn't distinguish between 4 bodies and 5 grains, definitely didn't work normally. If he was hurt by the grinder, it would be hard for him to explain. Xia Ruofei guessed the master's thoughts and smiled. Master, just lend it to me. If anything happens, I won't blame you. Don't worry, there are so many people watching. Yu Mingdong, who was at the side, saw that Xia Ruofei had been forced into a corner by He Ping and actually wanted to cut that piece of waste personally. He was also very anxious. If Xia Ruofei were to fly into a rage out of embarrassment after this piece of waste was cut open, it would be even more difficult for him to explain to Ma Jiming. Yu Mingdong also blamed He Ping in his heart. He felt that this old man's skill in stone gambling was not bad, but his temper was too strange. There was no way to get along with him. Yu Mingdong hesitated for a moment before he stepped forward and said, Mr. Xia, why don't we just forget about it? That piece of material, President Yu. Do you also think that this piece of material won't have jade? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. That's not it, Yu Mingdong quickly denied and continued, but there are many people here waiting to cut the stone. We've taken up a lot of time, why don't you take this piece of material back and we'll find a place to cut it later? Yu Mingdong was certain that there was no jade in that half of the material. He said that to give Xia Ruofei a way out. According to common sense, Xia Ruofei just had to go with the flow. Although everyone knew what was going on, at least it was still acceptable for his face. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to ignore him. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, there's always a first come, first served basis. I haven't finished using it yet. I think everyone can still wait, right? The onlookers didn't mind making a big deal out of it. When they heard Xia Ruofei's words, they naturally echoed loudly. Boss Luo also laughed and said, little brother. You're right. We're not in a hurry. You can take your time. We're just waiting to witness the rise of this half of the material. The onlookers also burst into laughter. Yu Mingdong's face darkened. He knew that with everyone's booing, Xia Ruofei was in a difficult position. Xia Ruofei did not seem to hear their sarcasm. He cupped his hands in greeting and smiled. Then, thank you for your understanding. After that, he said to the stonecutter, Master, please give me the grinding machine. Seeing this, the stonecutter simply followed Xia Ruofei. He nodded at him and passed the grinding machine to Xia Ruofei. These grinding wheels have just been changed. You can use them directly, the master said. Thank you, Xia Ruofei said gently. He turned on the power and felt the grinding wheel in his hand tremble. With a loud sizzling sound, the grinding wheel started to spin rapidly. Xia Ruofei stepped on the half of the raw stone with one foot and put the grinding machine close to the surface of the raw stone. Suddenly, a sharp friction sound was heard. A large amount of stone chips were lifted up, and the scene was filled with dust. Ping saw that Xia Ruofei was actually going to cut open that half of the waist and couldn't help but sneer. In his opinion, there was no need to be so careful. He could just use a cutting machine to cut this half of the raw stone. No matter how he cut it, it was impossible to cut out jade. Ping felt that Xia Ruofei was just wasting his time. However, this half of the raw stone was not big. Even if he used a grinder to grind it, it would not take much time, so Ping was too lazy to say so much. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and waited for a good show with a mocking expression. Yu Mingdong was complaining in his heart. He could only watch Xia Ruofei polish the raw stone seriously. He could not think of any way or reason to stop this farce. The onlookers did not care about the progress of the stone. They were all laughing as they watched Xia Ruofei embarrass himself, especially boss Luo. He was discussing loudly with the people he was familiar with, not caring if Xia Ruofei could hear him. The stonecutter carefully stood behind Xia Ruofei. He didn't care what kind of stone could be cut out from this. He was worried that if Xia Ruofei's hand slipped and he really got hurt, he wouldn't be able to answer to Xia Ruofei even if he had said it before. However, after looking at it for a while, the stonecutter was relieved. Although Xia Ruofei looked fair and tender, his hands were very steady. He held the grinder and focused on grinding. He looked like a proper person and did not look like a newbie at all. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not have any experience in cutting stones. He could not tell what was inside this half of the raw stone and could not draw lines like Ping. That was why he chose to use the grinder to polish it bit by bit. With Xia Ruofei's cultivation and strong spiritual power, even if he was a newbie at stone gambling, he was confident that he could stop in time when the jade appeared and not hurt it at all. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that there was jade in the small half of the raw stone. There was no doubt about this. This was because Xia Ruofei had already sensed it through the spirit map scroll. When he touched this small piece of raw stone, the reaction from the spirit map scroll was very strong. Logo. In other words, Xia Ruofei already knew that there might not be any jade in the raw stone Ping picked out. Perhaps the jade inside was very ordinary, which was proven by the facts. Xia Ruofei was very clear that the real essence of this raw stone that he had spent 8.6 million on was in the other half of the material that Ping had abandoned. Xia Ruofei didn't care about everyone's mockery or Ping's mocking gaze. He was very focused on grinding away the stone skin with the hand grinder. Everyone was waiting to see Xia Ruofei make a fool of himself. Time slowly passed, and Ping said a little impatiently, "I think you might as well go straight to the cutting machine. How long are you going to grind like this?" Xia Ruofei stared at the raw gemstone and asked without looking up, "Did I ask you to wait?" Ping was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He snorted coldly and said, "I'd like to see how long you can hang on. You really won't give up until you've reached the Yellow River." Xia Ruofei pursed his lips and ignored the old man. He continued to polish his sword slowly. Just as everyone was feeling drowsy, the sharp sound of grinding wheels suddenly stopped. "Eh?" Fatty Luo looked over. "Little brother, you've finally given up?" "I should have given up long ago. It's meaningless. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself?" Xia Ruofei did not care about their sneers. He went to the side and fetched a basin of water to wash the cut surface that he had just polished. Then, he looked up and grinned at Yu Mingdong. "President Yu, I think I saw some jade meat. Come over and help me take a look. I really don't know about these things." "Mr. Xia, there are wins and losses in stone gambling. There's no need to be too concerned about." "What?" Yu Mingdong only reacted halfway through his sentence. "There's green? This? How is this possible? Did I see it wrong?" "Little brother, are you sure?" The onlookers also asked one after another. Xia Ruofei didn't care about this group of bored people. He directly said to Yu Mingdong, who had already walked over, "President Yu, come and take a look. I trust your judgment." Yu Mingdong walked closer, reached out, and wiped the cut. He leaned closer to take a closer look. Yu Mingdong's eyes were about to fall out. He was dumbfounded and only said after a long while, This, Ping said impatiently, "Chief Yu, what did you see? Why are you so scared? Don't tell me you really believed his words?" "It rose. It's increased." Yu Mingdong's voice trembled as he shouted, "It's rising." Ping's entire body trembled, and he took 2 steps forward. Without caring about his image, he laid on the raw stone and looked at it for a long time. His face also turned red and white. At this time, the onlookers had also guessed what had happened, but they didn't know what it was that could scare Yu Mingdong and Ping like this. "President Yu, is there really jade? What kind? How's the water source?" Old he, tell everyone. Yu Mingdong looked at Xia Ruofei as if he was a monster and said, it's the rare violet jade. It's at least an ice type, maybe even a glass type. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. The onlookers gasped in surprise and looked at Xia Ruofei with envy. Yu Mingdong also felt like he was dreaming. Just this small window alone was worth more than 8.6 million. It could be said that Xia Ruofei's raw stone was definitely worth more than that. Yu Mingdong thought it was unbelievable. Xia Ruofei knew nothing about stone gambling, and even an expert like Yi Ping had come to a conclusion. Yi Ping's judgment was basically confirmed when he cut the stone, so how could the other half of the waste have such a heaven-defying top-level jade? If Xia Ruofei had not been angry, no one would have even looked at this piece of trash. It might have even become a stone for the table. Thinking of this, Yu Mingdong couldn't help but marvel at Xia Ruofei's heaven-defying luck. Yi Ping's face alternated between red and white, and he still stubbornly said, only a small window has been opened. We don't know what's going on inside yet. Maybe there's very little jade meat. After everyone heard Yi Ping's words, they no longer had the sense of authority they had before. Most of these people were jade merchants, and they all looked at Xia Ruofei with burning eyes. Little brother, do you want to sell this material? I'll pay 9 million. Little brother, please. Sell it to me. 9.5 million, I'm taking it. These people seemed to have forgotten how they had mocked Xia Ruofei just now. Now, they were all trying to get close to Xia Ruofei. Even Fatty Luo, who had ridiculed Xia Ruofei the most, was smiling like Mithreya. Boss Luo said, little brother, don't continue to open this material. What if it collapses again? Let's be friends. I'll take the 10 million. Xia Ruofei glanced at the jade merchants indifferently, then turned his gaze to Yu Mingdong and asked, what do you think, President Yu? Yu Mingdong smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Xia, I can't give you any advice on this. If we continue to open it, it may rise sharply, but it may also collapse. If we cash it out now, it's safe, but we may lose some money. Xia Ruofei snapped his fingers and said, then let's continue. Anyway, the experts have already said that this is a piece of trash. If it collapses, so be it. I'll just treat it as trash. When Xia Ruofei spoke, he looked at Yi Ping with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Ping's expression was as ugly as it could be. He wanted to leave, but he still held a glimmer of hope. If Xia Ruofei continued to cut the stones and eventually collapsed, he could at least save some face. Seeing Xia Ruofei's firm attitude, everyone sighed and knew that it was impossible for them to pick up the treasure. Of course, none of them left. After all, this kind of rare high-quality jade was not easy to come across. Everyone was in this line of work, so they naturally wanted to see it. In addition, even if it turned out to be a good material, they still had a chance to buy it. The competition might be a little intense, but once they bought it, it would be very beneficial to their respective jade processing factories. Xia Ruofei politely declined Master Xiaoshi's help. He personally picked up the hand-grinding machine, turned it on again, and continued to grind the raw stone. Everyone knew that Xia Ruofei was a newbie and was afraid that he would slip and wear off the jade. However, they soon realized that their worries were unnecessary. Xia Ruofei's hand was terrifyingly steady. The jade inside the raw stone was definitely irregular, but he could steadily grind off the stone skin without damaging the jade at all. He could even ingeniously use the Angle of the grinding wheel, to remove the stone skin from the irregular parts. It looked like a butcher dismembering an ox, with an inexplicable sense of beauty. Everyone was secretly amazed. As the stone cutting process continued, Ping's heart started to sink. It seemed like it was impossible to lose the bet now. Just the part that had been cut out so far was worth at least 20 million yuan. There was still a small part of the raw stone wrapped in the stone skin. Who knew how much jade was still inside? Ping also cursed in his heart, this kid is really lucky. Xia Ruofei's heart was as calm as water as he focused on cutting the stone. The onlookers did not even dare to breathe loudly as they watched a rare purple jade slowly appear. Finally, Xia Ruofei turned off the hand-grinding machine. Everyone gathered around eagerly, and the stonecutter eagerly brought over a basin of water. Xia Ruofei placed the purple jade into a basin of water. After washing off the stone chips on the surface, the jade revealed its true appearance. Everyone could not help but gasp. Presented in front of everyone was a piece of violet jade. Purple jade was rare to begin with, and the rich color of this purple jade could be said to be rare in the world. When the jade was placed in a basin, it was as if the water in the basin had turned into an intoxicating purple. There were also beautiful floating flowers inside the jade. The unique natural floating flowers seemed to form a scroll. In addition, most of this piece of jade had a strong penetration ability and looked watery. Most of the people present were insiders, and they could almost determine the quality of this jade at a glance. There was no doubt that this was a top-grade violet jade of the glass type. Logo. Everyone's breathing became heavy. They all stared at the huge top-grade violet jade in the basin, their hearts burning. These jade merchants had been very active for a long time. As long as they had the slightest bit of strength, they hoped to buy this top-grade jade. The violet jade was half the size of a wash basin, and the patterns of the flowers were very exquisite. If a master with good craftsmanship could carve it into a decoration, it could definitely be the treasure of a shop. The rest of the materials could be made into rings, pendants, and so on. Everyone looked at Xia Ruofei with a burning gaze. Little brother, Fatty Luo said, his face thick. Without waiting for him to finish, Yu Mingdong said first, Mr. Xia, can you part with this piece of jade? I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Fatty Luo wasn't willing when he heard this. He said unhappily, old Yu, there's always a first come, first served basis. I was the one who said it first. Yu Mingdong pursed his lips and said, President Luo, aren't you certain that this is a piece of junk? Now that you've cut out a top-grade jade, why are you buying it? Hee. That was then, and this was now. Fatty Luo was a businessman, and his skin was thick enough. This little brother looks like a person with great luck. You can't say that he can only sell this jade to you just because you know him, right? Fatty Luo's words were acknowledged by quite a few people. That's right, President Yu. Everyone wants good things. Why don't we all bid? Yu Mingdong also knew that this kind of top-grade jade was hard to come by. These people would not give up easily. It was impossible to buy it from Xia Ruofei easily. Then let's start the bidding. He snorted coldly. Ping, who was at the side, had long been ignored by everyone. His face had become completely pale. Today was not as simple as losing face. This matter had happened in full view of everyone. So it was impossible to keep it a secret. Their line of work had always been based on word of mouth. After this news spread, it could be said to be a devastating blow to Yiping's reputation. After today's misjudgment, who would still ask him to be a stone gambling consultant in the future? Yiping was a little regretful at this time, feeling that he was really looking for trouble for nothing. Why was he competing with a young man? Now, he had shot himself in the foot. These jade stone merchants did not have the time to care about Yiping's feelings. They already could not wait to start bidding. Fatty Luo was the first to be unable to hold back, saying, "Little brother, I'll pay 35 million for this piece of jade." As soon as Fatty Luo finished speaking, someone snorted. "Old Luo, you're bullying this little brother for not knowing the market. You're only offering 35 million yuan for such a large glass, type jade, and it's even the rare violet flower? Little brother, I'll take the 40 million. 42 million. 45 million. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded as he didn't expect the jade to be so valuable. He had spent 8.6 million yuan to buy it. The valuable half of the jade had already earned back 5 million yuan. If this violet jade was sold at the current price, it would be worth more than 40 million yuan. It was equivalent to 5 times the profit. One blade to heaven, one blade to hell. Xia Ruofei had a more direct understanding of the excitement of stone gambling. In the blink of an eye, the price had already reached 48 million. Yu Mingdong, who was at the side, didn't make a bid. He was very clear about the actual value of this jade. In fact, not only him, but all the people present were experts in the jade industry for many years. Everyone knew the value of this piece of jade. Between 50 million and 55 million, this was everyone's common judgment. If it exceeded 55 million, the profit margin would be relatively small. Of course, there was the possibility that some buyers would buy at a premium to expand their high-end product line, but these were the minority. As a result, the number of people bidding gradually decreased after reaching this price. And the increase in the price was no longer as large. When the price reached 50 million, Yu Mingdong finally made up his mind. He looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, I bid 50 million for this piece of jade." When Yu Mingdong said this, Fatty Luo immediately interrupted him and said sarcastically, "President Yu, Oldly has already offered 50 million. Why did you offer the same price? There should be a first-come, first-served basis for this, right?" Fatty Luo was here to take revenge. Just now, Yu Mingdong had also used the first-come, first-served theory to attack him. Yu Mingdong glanced at Fatty Luo and said indifferently, "Am I done?" Why was Boss Luo so excited? People who don't know better would think that the 50 million bid wasn't from Boss Li, but you. You, Fatty Luo huffed. You clearly said you'd offer 50 million. Yu Mingdong couldn't be bothered with Fatty Luo. He looked at Xia Ruofei and continued, "Mr. Xia, don't you need some ordinary jade? I'm willing to pay 50 million for this piece of jade, plus the jade material, that's worth 8 million. I hope you can part with it." Fatty Luo's mouth suddenly opened wide, and his chubby face revealed a shocked expression. He stared at Yu Mingdong as if he didn't know him, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. The other jade merchants who were watching the bidding also gasped in shock. Logo. Fatty Luo came back to his senses and shouted in shock and anger, "Old Yu, you're crazy. 58 million. Is there anyone who raises the price like you?" The crowd was also in a heated discussion. Yup. This piece of jade is only 55 million yuan at most. I can't make much profit from it. Maybe I'll have to pay for the labor. 55 million yuan is not a bad price. After all, this kind of high-end jade can add to the brand's value and can be considered as invisible. However, 58 million is, President. Just because you're angry with old Luo, you can't. Yu Mingdong looked around at the crowd and said lightly, for Donghua jewelry, this piece of jade is more valuable than its actual value, and aren't we bidding today? Don't tell me I'm not allowed to pay a high price? Fatty Luo said resentfully, President Yu, the price of jade is being raised like this. If it's all like this, how can we continue our business in the future? Besides, does your company have that much liquid capital? You must have spent a lot of money on this public bid, right? That's not for old Director Luo to worry about. I, Yu Mingdong, am quite famous in the industry. So I won't go back on my word. Besides, so many of my peers are watching today. If I don't have the money, how am I supposed to survive in this line of work? Yu Mingdong said lightly. Then, he ignored Fatty Luo and looked at Xia Ruofei. He smiled and asked, Mr. Xia, what's your decision? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you're very sincere. We'll do as you say. 50 million in cash, plus 5 million worth of jade. Yu Mingdong was stunned for a moment and opened his mouth. However, before he could speak, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I'm also indebted to President Yu for taking care of me this time. I can't let you suffer a loss. If Boss Yu agrees, then we'll trade according to the plan I proposed. Otherwise, I'll keep it for myself. In fact, Xia Ruofei had successfully upgraded the spirit map space and had no urgent need for jadeite. Besides, he also thought that Yu Mingdong was a good person. Just now, everyone thought that the raw stone had lost and many people were gloating. Only Yu Mingdong was very righteous and bought the jade with 5 million yuan, hoping that it could reduce Xia Ruofei's loss. Although Yu Mingdong would not lose money even if he took 5 million, his way of doing things made Xia Ruofei's impression of him much better. Hence, Xia Ruofei would not let Yu Mingdong purchase this violet jade at a loss. Yu Mingdong looked at Xia Ruofei and said after a long while, Mr. Xia, you're really open. I, Yu Mingdong, have made you my friend. The jade merchants who were watching were very envious of Yu Mingdong. He received this kind of top-grade jade that was hard to come by, and the seller even took the initiative to lower the price. It could be said that many people present were willing to buy it at the price of 55 million, not to mention that the 5 million was deducted with ordinary jade. These jade merchants had a lot of resources. In fact, they wouldn't really spend 5 million yuan to buy a jade worth 5 million yuan. There was a lot of difference in price. Fatty Luo rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say, Mr. Xia, I can also pay 50 million in cash and give you 6 million in jade. Everyone looked at Fatty Luo with some disdain. Didn't Xia Ruofei reject the 8 million yuan jade and lowered it to 5 million on his own? It was obvious that Yu Mingdong was his friend. Why would he care about Fatty Luo's 1 million more jade? As expected, Xia Ruofei only glanced at Fatty Luo indifferently and said, Thank you, Boss Luo, but I've decided to sell this piece of imperial jade to Mr. Yu. Old Yu hasn't agreed to it yet, right? Fatty Luo muttered. When Yu Mingdong heard this, he quickly said, Who said I didn't agree? Mr. Xia, we'll do the deal according to your plan. I want this piece of jade. Happy cooperation. Xia Ruofei smiled and extended his hand to Yu Mingdong. Yu Mingdong shook hands with Xia Ruofei and said, "Thank you. Thank you." His Donghua jewelry had never produced any high-end jade products. Xia Ruofei's top-grade jade was like a timely rain. It could be said that it had helped him a lot. "Mr. Xia, I'll transfer the money to you now." Yu Mingdong said, "I'll take you to the supplier tomorrow morning to pick out the 5 million yuan jade." "There's no hurry," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I want it. Yu Mingdong was also afraid that a long delay would cause more trouble. So he directly asked for Xia Ruofei's account number and then quickly filled out the check. Originally, the check could not be cashed at night, but the government was very supportive of this public auction. The bank had staff stationed here so that money transfers and transactions could be carried out at any time. Shirley took the check and went next door to transfer the money to Xia Ruofei, while Yu Mingdong personally looked at his pile of jade. The most important one was naturally the violet jade that he had just bought from Xia Ruofei. The bank was very efficient. In a short while, Xia Ruofei received a notification on his phone that 55 million Chinese dollars had been deposited into his account. This time, Xia Ruofei had spent about 12 million on the raw stones. In the blink of an eye, he had earned more than 40 million and upgraded the spirit map space by 1 level. This stone gambling was really profitable. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. However, he also knew that it was fine to occasionally do such things. If he gambled correctly every time and the prices rose sharply, even a fool would suspect him. There were certain rules to follow in stone gambling, but after all, the nature of gambling was very big. Didn't he Ping, a well-known expert, make a wrong judgment? Xia Ruofei was a newbie who knew nothing about stone gambling. It would be strange if people didn't suspect him. When everyone saw that this piece of jade had already been taken by Yu Mingdong and Xia Ruofei had even received the transaction fee, they were all dejected and ready to leave the Qingxuan studio to watch the show. They didn't get any benefits, so why not leave? "Old Yu, don't you still have a raw stone that hasn't been opened?" Fatty Luo called out at this time. "Why don't we open them together? I think you're very lucky today." Yu Mingdong was also prepared to open the raw stone that he had spent more than 20 million yuan on tonight. When he heard Fatty Luo say this, he immediately nodded and said, "I was really prepared to cut this piece of material directly." The jade merchants, who were about to leave, stopped in their tracks. Although Yu Mingdong's stone was not today's highest bid, it could still be ranked in the top 5. Xia Ruofei's raw stone just now had opened their eyes. Everyone wanted to see what kind of stone would be opened from a raw stone that was worth more than 20 million. Yu Mingdong rubbed his hands, looked at his own piece of material, and then turned his gaze to He Ping. "Old this material," he said. He Ping said coldly, "President Yu, I won't express my opinion. I've already misjudged you just now. Isn't that little brother of yours on a roll? Let him give you some guidance." After he finished speaking, He Ping actually left Yu Mingdong behind and left. Yu Mingdong couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of person is this? He had received a consultation fee of 2 million from him. He should have been the one to cut the stone, but he actually left after saying a sentence in a strange tone. Yu Mingdong thought about it. After today's incident, He Ping's reputation in this line of work was basically ruined. He probably had nothing left To lose. Yu Mingdong didn't know that although He Ping had left, his reputation was far from the lowest point. No matter if he was there or not, his reputation would soon be hit hard again. He Ping left. But the stone-cutting still had to continue. Without Butcher Zhang, would they still be eating hairy pigs? Yu Mingdong himself had been in this line of work for more than 20 years. Even without He Ping's guidance, he could still cut stones himself. At most, he would just be a little more careful. However, Yu Mingdong still looked at Xia Ruofei first. His eyes were a little eager as he said, "Mr. Xia, why don't you give me some advice, Logo?" Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Chief Yu, don't tell me you really believe that old man's words? I don't know anything about stone gambling. How can I give you any advice?" Yu Mingdong didn't think so. His actions seemed absurd, but in fact, the jade merchants who were watching didn't find it strange. In their line of work, they actually believed in luck. Tao Wu's stone gambling itself depended on a bit of luck. How could there be someone who would win every bet? In their eyes, Xia Ruofei was obviously very lucky today. Even if Xia Ruofei did not know anything about stone gambling, perhaps his random advice would be right? It was just like how some lottery fans would ask someone who didn't buy a lottery ticket to pick a random one. "Mr. Xia," Yu Mingdong said with a smile, "you're in luck today. Just give me some pointers." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly, "I don't know how to give advice. If I cut it, the precious jade inside will be cut in half, that's all on me. I won't blame you." Yu Mingdong patted his chest and said, "Little brother, please help old you." "Yup. You're in luck today, you can bet however you want. We're still waiting to witness the rise of this material. Stop hesitating." The surrounding jade merchants also tried to persuade him. Xia Ruofei looked at Yu Mingdong and felt that he wasn't joking. Helplessly, he could only say, "Then I'll really mess around. Don't blame me if something goes wrong, no wonder, no wonder." "Absolutely not," Yu Mingdong said quickly. Xia Ruofei nodded and walked in front of the raw stone. Yu Mingdong and the surrounding jade merchants all held their breaths and stared at Xia Ruofei. In fact, Xia Ruofei knew that Yu Mingdong had lost this raw stone because of Huan Huan. When Xia Ruofei had checked this raw stone, the reaction of the spirit painting scroll was far less than that of his piece of number 1860. Yu Mingdong's bid price was 3 times that of Xia Ruofei's material. The reason why Xia Ruofei came over tonight was that he wanted to help Yu Mingdong reduce his losses as much as possible. Therefore, he came to the raw stone and began to grope around on it. This raw stone was even bigger than the one that Xia Ruofei had cut out earlier. There was a window in one of the spots. It was precisely because of this window that the jade flesh could be seen under the thin layer of stone skin. The quality of the jade was at least of the ice grade, which was why the price of this raw stone was so high. Usually, when people who often gambled on stones appraised this kind of material, their focus would definitely fall on the window that was opened. This was because the window that saw green allowed them to observe the situation inside the raw stone as much as possible through the strong light of the flashlight. However, Xia Ruofei was different. He kept feeling around the surface of the material and touched almost every part of it. In fact, Xia Ruofei was not pretending that this raw stone was very big. The intensity of the reaction was different in different positions. The difference was very small, but it was Enough for Xia Ruofei to roughly guess the location of the jade essence inside. This judgment was enough for Xia Ruofei. After a long while, he straightened his body and drew a line on a protruding part of the raw stone. He said, "President Yu, why don't you cut off this horn and wipe it inside?" Xia Ruofei's words stunned the jade merchants. Under normal circumstances, such semi-bright materials would be bought from the window that was opened. This was basically common sense. The position that Xia Ruofei was pointing at happened to be the back of the window. It could be said that it was in the opposite direction. Yu Mingdong was also stunned, but he quickly came back to his senses and said, "Good. We'll open it according to Mr. Xia's opinion." The jade merchants immediately started discussing. "Hey! Old Yu is going all out. Who asked that little brother to have such good luck today? I'll bet on it too." The stonecutter received Yu Mingdong's instructions and didn't say much. He directed the forklift to place the raw stone in place, slightly adjusted the position, and fixed it. Then, he turned on the power of the cutting machine. There was a sharp sound of friction, and stone chips flew. Very quickly, the protruding corner was cut off. The cut was white and there was no green at all. Everyone couldn't help but discuss in low voices. However, Yu Mingdong didn't hesitate and said, "We'll start polishing the stone from here." Since he had chosen to believe in that illusory luck, Yu Mingdong had no way of turning back. The stonecutter picked up the hand grinder, changed the grinding wheel sheets, turned on the power, and started to grind from the new cut. Everyone was also watching intently, each with different thoughts. After a while, Xia Ruofei suddenly raised his eyebrows. However, he did not say anything because the experienced stonecutter had also raised his hand and turned off the power of the grinding machine. "Why did you stop? Could it be that there's green again?" While everyone was discussing, the stonecutter wiped the polished part with a wet cloth. After looking at it carefully, he turned back and said with a smile, "Congratulations, boss. It's already green, like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples." The jade merchants who were watching the show became excited. Yu Mingdong revealed a happy expression. He quickly walked forward to take a closer look. He was so happy that his body was trembling. "Logo," he said, "Mr. Xia is indeed a lucky star. The quality of the jade meat in this position is better. If there are no accidents, it should reach the glass type." The jade merchants couldn't help but surround him. The window was right there, and most of them were in this line of work, so it could be seen at a glance. This time everyone was even more envious of Yu Mingdong. Not only did he buy the rare top grade violet jade, but the price of his own raw stone, which he had spent a lot of money on, also seemed to have increased greatly. 2 windows were opened one after the other, and they both saw green. In this case, it was very likely that the jade contained inside was connected into pieces, and the quantity was very large. In addition, the quality of the jade so far was very good. In this case, more than 20 million yuan was too cheap. Although they knew that Yu Mingdong was in the same industry, the jade merchants couldn't help but offer a price to buy this piece of material. "Old Yu, you've gained enough today, so give this piece of material to me. I won't let you suffer any losses." "How about 30 million? President Yu, I'll bid 32 million. 34 million. Yu Mingdong waved his hand proudly and said, "Everyone, I'm still waiting for the rice to be cooked in my own factory. I'm not selling this material." Xia Ruofei opened his mouth, but he saw that Yu Mingdong had already asked the stonecutter to continue polishing the stone, so he closed his mouth again. The stone cutting master was still wiping the cut of the jade that had just been cut a little. After all, there might be a lot of jade under this thin stone skin, so the experienced stone cutting master didn't need Yu Mingdong's instructions and chose this cautious method. Everyone even held their breath and stared at the piece of material without blinking. With the operation of the stone cutter, the stone skin at the cut was ground off bit by bit, and more jade meat was revealed. If it was just a small opening to see the green, then the green jadeite had gradually formed a hole. This made the jade merchants even more anxious, because looking at the situation, they were really aiming for a large piece of complete jade. The stone cracking master turned off the power of the grinding machine. With this kind of continuous grinding, the grinding wheels would wear out very quickly. He needed to change the grinding wheels. At this time, the jade merchants also took the opportunity to take a closer look, and their mouths kept making envious and jealous tsk. Xia Ruofei had already walked to Yu Mingdong's side, intentionally or otherwise. Now that he saw that the jade merchant's attention was on that piece of material, he immediately nudged Yu Mingdong gently. Yu Mingdong turned around with a face full of joy. Before he could speak, Xia Ruofei lowered his voice and said, "President Yu, if the price is right, why don't you just sell this piece of material?" Yu Mingdong was stunned for a moment, then he hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Mr. Xia, is there something wrong with this material?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "How do you expect me to answer your question? I don't even know anything about stone gambling." Only then did Yu Mingdong come back to his senses. He had almost forgotten that Xia Ruofei was a newbie when he saw a high-quality jade on the back of the window. He had blurted out his request for help just now. Yu Mingdong was about to tell Xia Ruofei that he didn't want to sell any raw materials when Xia Ruofei added, "Mr. Yu, although I'm an outsider, I don't have a good feeling about this material. It's purely my intuition." Without any evidence, Xia Ruofei's words made Yu Mingdong shiver, because he felt that Xia Ruofei's luck today was amazing. With his experience, his intuition would often be very accurate in such situations. This was the first time that Yu Mingdong had wavered. He originally wanted to cut it into bright materials and then transport it back to his own factory to use. Xia Ruofei's words made Yu Mingdong lose his resolve. Of course, there was another more important reason, and that was that Yu Mingdong's company's working capital was not much. He had spent 50 million on the materials from Xia Ruofei and another 30 to 40 million on his own. That was almost all of the working capital of his company. In this case, once the price of jade fell or sales went bad, the company was likely to have cash flow problems. And if he exchanged this bright material for money, then the funding problem would be greatly alleviated. In addition, he had cut out good quality jade from his previous raw materials and bought 2 pieces of jade from Xia Ruofei. It could be said that his factory was not short of raw materials for the time being. This raw material could be sold. Once he had this thought, Yu Mingdong felt that he should trust Xia Ruofei's intuition more and more. Finally, when the stonecutter changed the grinding wheel and was ready to continue grinding, Yu Mingdong waved his hand to stop him. Then, Yu Mingdong muttered to himself for a moment and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, I've thought about it. Just now. I still have sufficient raw materials in my factory for the time being, so it's not like I can't sell this piece of material." As soon as Yu Mingdong said this, the jade stone merchant's thoughts became alive again. Old you should have done this long ago. Yup. If you're eating meat, shouldn't you at least let us get some soup to drink? That's right. It's useless for you to hoard so many jades, and you've also bet a large sum of money. Yu Mingdong smiled and continued, but since it's already at this level, then the price, logo. The price will naturally be higher than before. We all know the rules. President Yu, don't say anything else. 42 million. I'm taking this piece of material. 43 million. 45 million. Yu Mingdong didn't need to say anything more. These experienced jade merchants took the initiative to start bidding. Yu Mingdong still looked at the piece of material with some reluctance, but his peers had already started bidding. If he changed his mind, he would undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. If this piece of material was cut out according to everyone's prediction, it would be worth at least 60 to 70 million yuan. However, Yu Mingdong was a little superstitious about Xia Ruofei's luck today. Since Xia Ruofei felt that it was not good, he would not be entangled with it anymore. Fatty Luo couldn't help but join the competition. For a businessman, what was face? Everything was based on profit. 48 million. Fatty Luo raised the bid by 3 million in one go, looking as if he was determined to win. Old Luo, you're such a big boss, so don't fight with us. Someone said unhappily. Fatty Luo said with a smile, fair competition. Everyone here is much richer than me, so don't flatter me to death. Humph, then 49 million it is. The person who had just spoken couldn't help but add a million. Fatty Luo's luck wasn't very good today. And he hadn't managed to get a few good pieces of jade. His demand for raw jade was also very high, so he was very envious of this piece of jade. 49,500,000. Fatty Luo shouted through gritted teeth. I'll round it up to 50 million. Someone else shouted, Director Yu, and everyone else in the industry, don't forget that this is still a half-baked material. This price should be about right. Everyone, please be magnanimous. Our factory is also waiting for the rice to be cooked. Chief Shui, everyone's lacking good raw materials these days. Fatty Luo said. 51 million. I'll just take it as making friends with President Yu. This price was already very high. After all, there was still a risk in semi-bright materials. Once the bet failed, the value might shrink rapidly. The jade merchants began to hesitate because they could see Fatty Luo's determination. If they continued to raise the price, they might not be able to buy this piece of jade. Instead, it would benefit Yu Mingdong for no reason, and at the same time, it would make Fatty Luo hostile. Therefore, the bidding momentum suddenly stopped. However, there were still people who didn't give up and continued to add tens of thousands, but Fatty Luo had his eyes on this piece of material, and in the end, he successfully won it for a price of 53 million. Old you. Fatty Luo rubbed his hands gleefully and said, I'll transfer the money to you now. Thank you for giving away your love. Yu Mingdong nodded slightly and said, we're just helping each other. I still have to. Thank you for taking care of my business. The small unhappiness from before seemed to have disappeared as they closed the business. Fatty Luo eagerly looked for the organizer's staff and signed the transfer agreement under their witness. After all, he did not have any personal relationship with Yu Mingdong. They could not trust each other like Xia Ruofei and Yu Mingdong, so he was more cautious. Fatty Luo then readily transferred 53 million Chinese dollars to Yu Mingdong's account and successfully completed the transaction. Xia Ruofei watched coldly from the side. He had personally seen Fatty Luo defeat all the heroes and finally win this raw stone that he had thought was a hot potato. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. This really confirmed the saying that enemies don't meet. Logo. Xia Ruofei looked at Fatty Luo, who was rubbing his hands in excitement, and said to Yu Mingdong, President Yu, since we're done here, let's go back? Yu Mingdong looked at the raw stone he had already sold to Fatty Luo with some reluctance and asked, President Luo, are you going to open this material on the spot? Fatty Luo waved his hand and said, of course. Today, this master's rate of stone cutting has increased greatly, and that little brother is a gem in front of me. Of course, I have to borrow his luck. Yu Mingdong heard this and said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, why don't we go back after we're done watching President Luo cut the stone? Although this raw stone had been sold, Yu Mingdong had always been a little conflicted in his heart. If he didn't see the stone unraveled with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. Xia Ruofei was in a hurry to go back. On one hand, he knew that Xia Qing had prepared the medicine in the medium and he wanted Song Wei to take it as soon as possible. On the other hand, he knew very well that once this piece of material was completely opened, he would definitely lose the bet, and there was nothing to see at all. Not to mention that Fatty Luo had spent a sky-high price of 53 million to buy it. Even if Yu Mingdong had spent more than 20 million to buy it before, it would definitely have been a loss. However, the guest should suit the host. Xia Ruofei was considered Yu Mingdong's guest. Since Yu Mingdong had said so, and it would not take long to cut a raw stone, Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement. Fatty Luo said excitedly, then I'll have to trouble you, master. Just rub from the position just now. The master of cutting stones was only responsible for doing the work, and did not care who the owner of the raw stone was. He nodded when he heard that. Just as he was about to turn on the power of the grinding turbine, Yu Mingdong suddenly shouted, Master, please wait a moment. At this time, Shirley had already walked in from outside. Yu Mingdong took 2 red packets from his hands, which were obviously prepared just now. He walked to the stone cutter and stuffed them into his hands. Yu Mingdong said, Master, you've worked hard today. This is a little gift from Mr. Xia and me. Take it and buy some cigarettes. This was also an unwritten rule in this line of work. If the price of the raw stone rose, the owner would definitely give a red envelope to the master of cutting the stone, and it was also a good fortune. Xia Ruofei was not clear about this rule, so Yu Mingdong simply did it on his behalf. The stonecutter didn't refuse. He took the red packets and pinched them slightly. He knew that each red packet was at least 10,000 yuan. He immediately smiled and said, Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Xia Ruofei looked at the stonecutter as he kept the red packet. He said to Yu Mingdong in a low voice, How can we let President Yu pay for this? How much did the red packet carry? I'll transfer it to you later. Yu Mingdong pretended to be angry. Mr. Xia, you reduced my price by 3 million yuan for that violet jade just now. You're such a good friend. What's wrong with me giving you a small red packet? Do you need to be so formal? If you say such things again, then you're not treating me as a friend. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Good, good, good. Then I won't regard you as an outsider. President Yu, let's watch the stone cut. Yu Mingdong then revealed a smile and said, yes, 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 let's see how. The stone is cut. Fatty Luo watched eagerly as the stonecutter turned on the power and cut the raw material. Again, fantasizing that this material would be worth 60 to 70 million yuan, or even 70 to 80 million yuan. Of jade. With this big piece of material, the shortage of raw materials in the factory would be greatly alleviated. Fatty Luo thought happily. Just as he was daydreaming, he suddenly heard exclamations from the surrounding jade merchants. Fatty Luo came back to his senses and realized that the stonecutter had already stopped. What's wrong? Fatty Luo chuckled and asked, it can't be the king's green, right? Why are you all so surprised? Everyone looked at Fatty Luo with strange expressions, and the scene was very quiet. Yu Mingdong's mouth was so wide open that he forgot to close it. Fatty Luo saw that the situation was a little off and suddenly looked at the raw stone. At first glance, Fatty Luo's eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen a ghost, and his face turned pale. The green jadeite on the material was getting lighter and lighter, and the place where it was rubbed had mixed jadeite and stone. The stone cutting master polished the newly made cut in the direction of the window opened by the organizer. The best result was that the jade exposed on both sides was connected, and the quality of the jade was very high. This way, it would be worth at least 70 to 80 million yuan. After all, this piece of material was too big. In the worst case, there would be a small fault in the middle of the two cuts, or the quality of the jade would drop slightly. Even in this case, it was still a profit to buy it for 53 million yuan. It was just a matter of how much it would cost. However, the situation was far from optimistic. In fact, it was so bad that it was beyond everyone's expectations, except for Xia Ruofei. It had only been 6 or 7 minutes since the master started cutting the stone again. He had only polished less than 10 centimeters from the position where he had stopped to the old cut, and the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. The mixed, colored jade was basically a waste. Even if it took a lot of effort to take it out, it would still be very small pieces of jade, which could probably only be made into small rings or pendants. Moreover, the quality of the jade was so bad that it would only be a low-end product worth a few hundred yuan. Logo. Although there was a small amount of jade of the glass type near the cut that Xia Ruofei had made, it was estimated to be worth 2 to 3 million yuan at most if all of it was taken out. This was an even higher estimate. The most terrifying thing was that only a small part of it had been opened, and the color of the jade had already dropped to the freezing point. If he opened further in, there would probably only be stones left. As for the direction of the other incision, who knew how much jade could be cut out? Fatty Luo felt the blood in his body turn cold. In his daze, he shuddered and then shouted, "Master, continue driving. I don't believe that there's only this little jade left in such a big piece of material." The master of cutting the stones was already used to the performance of these stone gamblers. They were ecstatic when they gambled, and their bodies went limp when they gambled. Life was full of all kinds of things. "Boss, what's the next solution?" he asked. "Yes," Fatty Luo said, enlightened. "Let's change direction. Start from the other incision." I don't believe it. At this moment, the veins on Fatty Luo's forehead were bulging, and he was gritting his teeth like a gambler who had lost so much that his eyes were red. The stonecutter nodded his head calmly. After adjusting the angle of the raw stone, he continued to polish it from the old cut. Fatty Luo stared fixedly at the raw stone, as if he could produce jade from it this way. The window opened by. The organizer gradually expanded, and the jade inside was slowly revealed. Just as everyone had predicted, the jade on this side had reached the ice grade. The master polished it for a few minutes and pushed about 10 centimeters in the direction of the new cut, but the quality of the jade revealed was basically not reduced. Moreover, the jadeite was hidden relatively shallow. Basically, after the stone skin was worn off, the jade flesh would be directly inside. Some color had also returned to Fatty Luo's face, and he panted as he said, "I knew it. It's impossible for such a huge raw stone to have only a few pieces of rubbish jade." However, before Fatty Luo could finish his sentence, the surrounding jade stone merchants started to stir. "It's not working again. I've ground so much, it's all stone. There's an 80% chance that he's going to lose. President Luo has suffered a huge loss this time." Fatty Luo's whole body trembled slightly. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The ice-type jade that had originally brought him some hope suddenly stopped without any warning after extending more than 10 centimeters. No matter how the stone-cutting master polished it, it was still a cold stone. "I won tea. It can't be." Fatty Luo muttered to himself. "How could this be? I won't." The stonecutter continued to cut the stone with great diligence, and soon the outer layer of the whole raw stone was polished off. The distribution of the jadeite inside the whole raw stone had a rough outline. Coincidentally, only 2 of the incisions had a small amount of jade in the direction of the other party's extension line. The area near the cut that Xia Ruofei had pointed out was mostly glass-type jade, while the other side was ice-type jade. Since there was no jade in the middle, the master of cutting the stone ground it more. Now, the raw stone was roughly in the shape of a mute bell. The big ones on both ends had a small amount of jade, and the relatively fine one in the middle was pure stone. Everyone present was an expert. They quickly estimated that the jade from both heads would be worth at most 6 or 7 million yuan, and that was because there were more ice-type jade. Everyone looked at Fatty Luo with pity in their eyes, some gloated, and the way they looked at Yu Mingdong was more complicated. Today, Yu Mingdong was like God's favorite. Good things kept happening. Not only did he buy the top-grade violet jade, but he also bet more than 20 million on the raw stone that he had misjudged and was about to go bankrupt. Fatty Luo actually spent more than 50 million to buy it. In this way, Yu Mingdong not only didn't lose money, but he also made double the profit. Even something that should have been bad luck could turn into a good thing by chance. This luck was simply heaven defying. Of course, there were also a lot of people who were scared. These were the people who had bid against Fatty Luo just now. The guy who had bid 52.5 million was even sweating. Fortunately, Fatty Luo had added 500,000 in the end, and he had reluctantly given up. Otherwise, he would have been the unlucky one today. While Yu Mingdong felt a wave of fear, he was also extremely grateful to Xia Ruofei. If Xia Ruofei had not reminded him, he would have lost more than 10 million yuan. Although 10 million was not enough to hurt him, who would feel good about losing so much money? Yu Mingdong looked at Xia Ruofei gratefully. He didn't say anything. Ying Luo had secretly reminded Xia Ruofei just now. Everyone's attention was on the material, and no one had noticed it. Naturally, he couldn't say anything now. Otherwise, wouldn't he be drawing hatred to Xia Ruofei? As for Xia Ruofei's great help, Yu Mingdong naturally would not be ungrateful. This kind of thing had to be carried out in action and not just spoken. In fact, Yu Mingdong had already made up his mind. Fatty Luo's heart felt like it was bleeding, and his entire being was in a daze. He had lost more than 40 million just like that. Yu Mingdong's loss of 18 million yuan wouldn't be a big deal, but Fatty Luo's loss of more than 40 million yuan would really affect the capital chain. The key was that if word got out that he had misjudged to such an extent, his reputation would be in tatters. He looked at Yu Mingdong with a pale face, but he couldn't blame Yu Mingdong for this. It was obvious that they were the ones who were rushing to buy it. Yu Mingdong hadn't even said anything, and they had already taken the initiative to bid. Moreover, this transaction had been notarized and an official transfer agreement had been signed, so Fatty Luo could only silently admit defeat. Fatty Luo panted heavily and said as if he had gone crazy, "I don't believe it. I don't believe this is the result." He walked to the raw stone and said loudly, "That young man just now was able to cut out a top grade violet from a piece of scrap. There are still so many pieces of this piece of material that haven't been cut open. Who dares to say that there's no jade inside?" After saying that, Fatty Luo said to the stonecutter, "I'll open it myself." The stone cracking master also knew that it was best not to add fuel to the fire at this time. He only nodded slightly and then silently retreated. Fatty Luo switched on the cutting sheet, turned on the power, and cut directly into the middle of the mute, bell-shaped material. Everyone looked at Fatty Luo with a hint of pity in their eyes, as if they were looking at a drowning man trying his best to grab onto a life-saving straw. In fact, everyone knew very well that the material was no different from being fully cut to this extent. This was even different from Xia Ruofei's situation. Xia Ruofei's piece of material had not been touched after it was cut, but Fatty Luo's piece had been completely polished. It was obvious whether there was jade in it. In fact, Fatty Luo was just unwilling to accept this reality in his heart. He cut the material like crazy, but when he didn't see any green, he changed positions very quickly. Except for the two pieces of jade that had basically been completely dug out, the rest had been cut off by Fatty Luo bit by bit. There was nothing. Even if Fatty Luo crushed these stones into powder, there was no extra jade. Looking at the ground full of small pieces of stone and two extremely dazzling jadeite, Fatty Luo finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his legs went soft as he sat on the ground. "It's over. It's all over," Fatty Luo muttered. Xia Ruofei watched coldly from the side. This Fatty Luo was actually a little utilitarian, but his mouth was a little mean. Seeing him like this, although he knew that he had asked for it, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. Yu Mingdong, who was beside Xia Ruofei, also showed a look of pity. He hesitated for a moment and walked towards Fatty Luo, who had a dazed look in his eyes. "Logo." Yu Mingdong said, "President Luo, these two pieces of jade are not bad. My factory just happens to be short of jade of this grade. How about you transfer them to me? I'll take the 8 million. The jade." Merchants all started discussing in low voices. Those with discerning eyes could naturally see that Yu Mingdong was a little reluctant and wanted to help Fatty Luo reduce his losses. These two pieces of material were estimated to be worth about 7 million yuan at most. Yu Mingdong was already very kind to buy them back at this price. Most people thought that Yu Mingdong was a good person. Although Fatty Luo had lost a lot of money because he had bought the raw stone from him, this was a mutually willing business, so it couldn't be blamed on Yu Mingdong. On the contrary, many people were gloating over Yu Mingdong's misfortune. Yu Mingdong's actions made everyone think more highly of him. Fatty Luo was a little muddle-headed, but after hearing Yu Mingdong's words, he came back to his senses and said with a bitter smile, "Old Yu, you're just pitying me, don't say that. This is business." Yu Mingdong said, "Our factory is very short of ice-type materials. As for you, I think it's good to withdraw some funds. There will be a new batch of raw stones on display tomorrow. Who knows, maybe things will turn out well." Thus, this is a win-win situation. A hint of shame appeared on Fatty Luo's face. He had been blinded by profit, so he had rushed to be the scapegoat. In the end, the situation was like this. At that moment, he must have had complaints about Yu Mingdong in his heart. He didn't expect Yu Mingdong to be the first person to stand up and help him. Old Luo, we're all in this line of work, and victory and defeat are common in the military. Yu Mingdong said, "Who here hasn't lost a raw stone before?" "Old Yu," Fatty Luo said with a wave of his hand, "I won't say anything else. I'll remember this favor of yours." Fatty Luo wanted to refuse, but he really did need money right now. If it was in the past, 1,000,000 yuan or less would not have mattered to him. However, he had put all his eggs in one basket and used almost all of his cash flow. If the stone went bankrupt, it might even affect his entire company's operations. The two pieces of material could be sold for more than 1,000,000 yuan. The key was that he could get 8,000,000 yuan in funds at once. Then, he had hoped that Dongshan would rise again in the next public bid. Yu Mingdong smiled and nodded, signaling Shirley to call the public bid staff over. Soon, both parties signed a transfer agreement, and Yu Mingdong transferred another 8,000,000 yuan to Fatty Luo on the spot. At the same time, he put away the two pieces of jade. Tonight, all of Yu Mingdong and Xia Ruofei's raw stones had finally been cut open. The jade merchants who were watching the show dispersed reluctantly. To them, it was a thrilling, intense, and dramatic show. Xia Ruofei and Yu Mingdong were undoubtedly the biggest winners. Needless to say, Xia Ruofei was a newbie who had just come into contact with cutting stones for the first time. He had actually bought a raw stone that had a huge increase in price by accident and made tens of millions. On the other hand, Yu Mingdong had the lucky halo. He bought the raw stone for more than 20 million yuan, for more than 50 million yuan. In the end, he bought the jade and the raw stone for another 8 million yuan. It was equivalent to him getting two good pieces of material for free and earning more than 30 million yuan at the same time. He was a big winner. They had opened a lot of raw stones today, especially the violet jade, which was priceless, so Yu Mingdong naturally hired a car from the escort company to transport these raw stones back to the hotel. He had already made a call back home. Tomorrow, his family would send more people to transport the jade back to his jade processing plant. The jades were expensive. Yu Mingdong naturally couldn't trust the people of the escort company completely, so the three of them took the escort car back to the hotel together. On the way, Yu Mingdong said to Xia Ruofei gratefully, "Mr. Xia, you've really saved me this time. If you didn't remind me, that piece of material would have fallen into my hands. Now that I think about it, I'm still scared." Yu Mingdong wasn't exaggerating. If it wasn't for Fatty Luo's dramatic acquisition, he would be the one with financial problems now. After all, he had spent more than 50 million to buy Xia Ruofei's jade. Now, not only did he not lose anything, but he also had more than 30 million in cash. Starting tomorrow, there would be new raw jade stones on the public auction. With this money, Yu Mingdong could make a big gamble. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're too kind, Chief Yu. I'm just following my feelings, I don't know anything about stone gambling." Yu Mingdong quickly said, "It's based on my feeling." It was based on good feeling. Stone gambling was all about relying on a little intuition. The rules that everyone had concluded were often not the case when it came to actual combat operations. Those experts had a clear and logical explanation, but not many people had made a fortune from stone gambling. Just like that, he pinged today. "I'm so angry. He took my 2 million yuan consultation fee, and in the end, this is his standard." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Forget it. After tonight, he won't be able to continue in this line of work." If he had misjudged Xia Ruofei's raw stone before, he could still explain it as a rare accident. However, He Ping had no way of explaining Yu Mingdong's raw stone that was later taken over by Fatty Luo. He had strongly suggested Yu Mingdong to bid for it at a high price. There were so many jade merchants present tonight. He Ping would probably receive the news of the raw stone being cut into pieces soon. He just didn't know if he would vomit 3 liters of blood. Logo. "That's true," Yu Mingdong said. "I made a small fortune with Mr. Xia today. I'm in a good mood. I won't look for him. Otherwise, he would have to return a portion of the money." "You actually quit halfway. Then," Yu Mingdong said, "Mr. Xia, thank you so much for today. Let's go have some supper later. I didn't have time to entertain you in the afternoon, so I'll give you a toast later." Xia Ruofei was still worried about Song Wei. How could he be in the mood to have supper? He quickly waved his hand and said, "It's too late. I'm so sleepy right now. I think I can fall asleep as soon as I touch the pillow. Let's forget about having supper. Besides, this piece of jade is worth a lot of money. It's impossible to just leave it in the hotel." Yu Mingdong thought for a moment and said, "All right. Then I'll treat you to a meal after I'm done processing these jades tomorrow." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Yu Mingdong asked again, "By the way, Mr. Xia, there's still the last batch of raw stones for this public jade bid. The exhibition will start tomorrow, and the bidding will start the day after tomorrow. Do you want to buy a few more for fun? I think you're very lucky." Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Let's see how it goes. I can't decide for now. It would depend on Song Wei's condition. If Song Wei could wake up, Xia Ruofei might participate. Otherwise, he would not be in the mood." "All right, have a good rest today." Yu Mingdong said, "By the way, Mr. Xia, I've made an appointment with a jade distributor I'm more familiar with tomorrow morning. I'll accompany you to pick some jade." This was Xia Ruofei's main purpose for this trip. Besides, he had used jade as a mortgage for the violet jade he had traded with Yu Mingdong. So, even though the problem of upgrading the space had been solved, Xia Ruofei still nodded in agreement. Yu Mingdong smiled and said, "Mr. Xia must be someone who does great things. If an ordinary person earned tens of millions from stone gambling, it would be a wonder if they could sleep at night." Xia Ruofei laughed, "I'm a big-hearted person." The hotel was not far from Jadeite Street. After chatting for a while, the escort vehicle arrived. As usual, it was still the escort who brought the imperial jade upstairs. Yu Mingdong's room was on the same floor as Xia Ruofei's. For safety reasons, a big boss like him had actually booked a standard room. He and Shirley were staying in the same room. Everyone said goodnight to each other in the corridor. And then Xia Ruofei returned to his room impatiently. As soon as he entered the room, Xia Ruofei locked the door as usual and began to check the situation in the room. At the same time, he had already communicated with Xia Qing using his divine sense. Xia Qing, how are the preparations? Everything is ready, master, Xia Qing said calmly. All right. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he could not help but worry about the gains and losses. If the heart, concentrating grass, still could not wake Song Wei up, he did not dare to think further. Xia Ruofei checked the bedroom as fast as he could. Then, he locked the doors and windows, pulled the curtains, summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm, and entered the medium mountain and sea realm. Outside the cave where the stone room was located, Xia Qing was waiting with a bowl. Xia Ruofei's figure flashed and appeared beside Xia Qing. He took a look at the bowl of medicine in Xia Qing's hand and saw that it was half filled with a black medicinal soup. Master, I've already made a medicinal soup with the heart, concentrating grass, and a few other supplementary herbs. Xia Qing handed the bowl to Xia Ruofei. This is an internal medicine. You can just feed it to Miss Song. Only Xia Ruofei could enter the stone room, so Xia Qing handed the bowl to Xia Ruofei outside the cave. This medicine. How confident are you in saving Song Wei? Xia Ruofei asked. I don't know, Xia Qing said. You don't know? Xia Ruofei's eyes widened. You spent so much effort to upgrade the space, and now you have the heart, concentrating grass. You, master, the damage too. The soul is very troublesome, Xia Qing said with a bitter smile. I'm afraid even the previous master of the spirit map world wasn't confident that he could save Miss Song. However, if even a high-grade spirit herb like the heart, concentrating grass that specializes in nourishing the soul is not effective, then I'm afraid. Xia Ruofei felt a burst of frustration. He waved his hand to stop Xia Qing from continuing. However, Xia Qing's meaning was very clear. If the heart concentrating grass couldn't wake Song Wei up, then even he couldn't think of a better way. Xia Ruofei sighed and entered the cave with the bowl of medicine. In the stone room, Xia Ruofei stared at Song Wei, who was lying quietly on the stone bed with her head on a jade futon. He prayed to the gods in his heart and hoped that they would bless Song Wei to wake up as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei walked over and gently helped Song Wei up. He let her lean on him and lay down. Then, he gently pinched Song Wei's mouth to make her open her mouth. Then, he slowly fed her the half bowl of medicine. Song Wei was in a deep coma and could not swallow instinctively. Hence, Xia Ruofei wrapped the liquid with his essential qi and sent it into Song Wei's stomach. After feeding Song Wei all the medicine, Xia Ruofei laid her down slowly and looked at her nervously. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 5 minutes passed, and there was still no reaction from Song Wei. Xia Ruofei's heart started to sink. At this moment, Xia Ruofei, who had been observing Song Wei's situation with his spiritual power, suddenly noticed that Song Wei's eyelashes seemed to tremble slightly. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed, but he managed to remain calm. His first reaction was to use his mind. And an invisible spatial force wrapped around him and Song Wei. They disappeared from the stone room at the same time and came to the outside world. If Song Wei woke up and found herself in a cave, Xia Ruofei would not be able to explain. He placed Song Wei flat on the bed in the bedroom and at the same time, he waved his hand to retrieve the painting. Then, Xia Ruofei went over to draw the curtains and opened the door and windows to let in some fresh air. After that, Xia Ruofei turned around and saw Song Wei's fingers trembling slightly. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. Xia Ruofei almost burst into tears. He rushed to the bed and looked at Song Wei. He said excitedly, "Song Wei, you're finally awake." Song Wei's eyes were filled with confusion as she asked weakly, "Where am I?" "We've already left the underground palace." Xia Ruofei said excitedly, "You're very safe now." "It's all right. It's all right." Song Wei nodded her head slowly. Xia Ruofei stared into her eyes. He was excited but also a little complicated. This was because he had accidentally read the contents of Song Wei's diary at the airport. Initially, he was very calm in front of Song Wei. However, ever since he found out about Song Wei's secret, he could not help but feel uncomfortable. When Song Wei was unconscious, Xia Ruofei was not in the mood to think about this. Now that Song Wei was awake, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt troubled. However, when Xia Ruofei looked into Song Wei's eyes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He was very familiar with Song Wei, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that her gaze was strange. This was not Song Wei. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he released a powerful divine thought and charged towards Song Wei. As expected, the spirit body's unbridled laughter rang out in his mind. Xia Ruofei's heart trembled. He didn't expect this spirit to be so persistent. Wasn't she clearly expelled by the senior in the coffin? How could it still be in Song Wei's body? Could it be that she was able to separate her soul? Xia Ruofei had no time to think. His spiritual will had already entered Song Wei's mind. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, the spirit body seemed to be much weaker than the one in the underground palace. Under the impact of Xia Ruofei's spiritual will, it almost collapsed in one blow and dissipated into pieces. Logo. Xia Ruofei was also stunned. He had thought that he was in big trouble. After all, he had fought with the spirit body in the underground palace and knew that there was a huge gap between his strength and the other party. Xia Ruofei did not expect this to happen. The spirit body was much weaker than he had imagined. Was it really just a remnant soul? As soon as this thought appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind, he suddenly became alert. At this moment, the remnant soul had completely dispersed, revealing the pink mist it had been wrapped in. The pink smoke quickly spread in Song Wei's body. A portion of it even split off and followed Xia Ruofei's spiritual will to invade his body. The spirit body's wild laughter rang in Xia Ruofei's head. "This is a gift I left for you. Enjoy it." Then, the voice of the spirit body completely disappeared, and the wisp of remnant soul quickly turned into nothingness. Xia Ruofei's expression changed drastically. Years of being in the special forces had trained his calm mind and quick reaction. He subconsciously used his true energy to stop the strange pink smoke from entering his body. However, Xia Ruofei's expression quickly turned even uglier. That was because the true energy had little effect on the pink smoke. It seemed to be pervasive. Even if it was wrapped in true energy, it would still quickly seep out. Xia Ruofei immediately switched to using his spiritual power to surround and intercept them. His mental power cultivation had already reached the spirit throb stage, which was several levels higher than the cultivation of true qi. In addition, it seemed that his mental power had a stronger restraining effect on the pink smoke, so the spreading momentum of the smoke was gradually controlled. As Xia Ruofei tried his best to deal with the strange pink smoke, he quickly recalled the cultivation books he had learned from the human-shaped jade talisman. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. Xia Ruofei hoped to find the answer in those books. Once he knew what the pink smoke was, it would be much easier to deal with it. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt Song Wei approaching him. He quickly opened his eyes and saw that Song Wei's face was as beautiful as a peach blossom, and her eyes were filled with endless madness. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's head felt like it was about to explode. The pink smoke that had been suppressed seemed to come alive again. He even felt his heart becoming restless. Xia Ruofei bit his tongue and pushed Song Wei away while he was still conscious. Song Wei's movements were completely dominated by the pink smoke. After being pushed down by Xia Ruofei, she quickly got up and pounced on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was already struggling with the pink smoke and the evil thoughts. If Song Wei were to tease him, the consequences would be unimaginable. While he was still conscious, he quickly thought of something. Then, without hesitation, he chopped at the back of Song Wei's neck. Song Wei fell limply on the bed. Even though she had fainted, the blush on Song Wei's face did not fade, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Xia Ruofei took a look and quickly closed his eyes. Right now, he could not take this kind of stimulation. If he did not get rid of the pink smoke quickly, he was afraid that he would become like Song Wei and completely lose control of his own actions. At that time, it was self-evident what would happen when a man and a woman were alone in the same room. Xia Ruofei quickly gathered his energy and directed it towards the pink smoke. At this moment, Xia Ruofei already knew what the pink smoke was. There was an ancient book that recorded the anecdotes of the cultivation world. It mentioned something called the peach blossom miasma. Xia Ruofei guessed that the pink smoke was most likely the peach blossom miasma. Although the name was very tacky, the peach blossom miasma was indeed very vicious. Once it entered the human body, the peach blossom miasma would even taint the soul. Unless one's spiritual power was cultivated to a very strong degree, it was possible to expel it. Otherwise, one would be dominated by desire. Of course, the spirit did not have good intentions. It did not just want Xia Ruofei and Song Wei to have a good time. It was not plotting against Xia Ruofei and Song Wei. It was doing something good. In fact, the peach blossom miasma was not that simple. The records in the ancient books showed that people who were poisoned by the peach blossom miasma would be affected by the poison unless they could expel the poison on their own. Even if they were chaste and strong women, they would gradually become a person with a very rotten private life. What was more terrifying was that he could not control his own actions at all. This was the most vicious intention of the spirit body. She had invaded Song Wei's soul and could naturally sense Song Wei's feelings for Xia Ruofei. So, at the last moment when she was forced to retreat, she split a wisp of her remnant soul at the cost of her damaged cultivation. She wrapped the peach blossom miasma and hid in Song Wei's sea of consciousness. Once Song Wei's soul recovered and she regained her consciousness, the remnant soul would be activated and she would release the peach blossom miasma. Xia Ruofei had ruined the spirit body's plan. She could not take revenge on Xia Ruofei directly for the time being, so she thought of using this method to make Xia Ruofei's woman promiscuous. Her intentions were indeed vicious. Xia Ruofei's expression turned even uglier after he learned this information. He didn't have any other way for the time being, so he could only concentrate on getting rid of the peach blossom miasma in his body. Logo. The spiritual body did not expect the miasma to have any effect on Xia Ruofei. For a cultivator whose spiritual power cultivation had reached the spirit palpitation stage, it was only a matter of time before the miasma was completely removed. Xia Ruofei sat cross-legged on the bed, and time passed. Xia Ruofei finally opened his eyes. When the clock on the wall pointed to 1 in the morning, the peach blossom miasma in his body had been completely destroyed by the double strangulation of his mental power and genuine qi. His mind had naturally recovered. Although the evil poison in his body had been completely expelled, Xia Ruofei was still in great trouble. It was not difficult to get rid of the peach blossom miasma in his body, but it was troublesome for Song Wei. The peach blossom miasma was different from ordinary poisons. The essential qi had little effect on it. Moreover, it could infect the soul. Even if he used his own spiritual power, he must use his own spiritual power. If someone else's spiritual power seeped in from the outside, it would never be completely synchronized with the soul. This meant that even if Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was stronger, it would be difficult to completely expel the peach blossom miasma from Song Wei. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think hard. The hands of the clock on the wall moved quietly. Time passed by, but Xia Ruofei still could not come up with a feasible plan. In the end, he still decided to discuss it with Xia Qing. After Song Wei was poisoned by the peach blossom miasma, Xia Ruofei sealed off the spirit map space from the outside world almost immediately. Although Xia Qing was only a spiritual puppet, Xia Ruofei saw her as no different from a normal human being. Furthermore, there was a mischievous realm fox in the medium. He did not want Xia Qing or the realm fox to see Song Wei's seductive look. Xia Ruofei used his divine sense to communicate with the space and explained the situation in a few words. Then he asked, Xia Qing, you should also help think of a good way to deal with this peach blossom miasma. Xia Qing couldn't help but reveal a trace of embarrassment as she fell into deep thought. Xia Ruofei also knew that this matter would not be so easy, so he did not disturb Xia Qing. He also quietly thought of a solution. Master, Xia Qing said after a long time, the plan now can only be done from 2 aspects. Oh? What 2-pronged approach? Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with hope. First of all, it is naturally to expel the peach blossom miasma from Miss Song's body as much as possible. Xia Qing said, the main trouble of this thing is the poison that has contaminated the soul. As for the other peach blossom miasma that is distributed in the body, with Master's spiritual power cultivation, he should be able to expel it. Xia Ruofei nodded. That's not a problem. It's just a temporary solution. The peach blossom miasma had a strong regenerative ability, so it was meaningless not to get rid of it completely. Xia Qing said, that's why we have to work on 2 fronts. In addition to getting rid of the peach blossom miasma as much as possible, Master can try to think of a way from the array Dao. Xia Qing's words enlightened Xia Ruofei. His eyes lit up and he said, the 3 stinky leathers are indeed better than Zhuge Liang. Why didn't I think of array Dao? Let me think. I can set up a double formation that can suppress the poison in the soul while calming the mind. Xia Ruofei had studied such array patterns in the ancient Array books. However, it was slightly more difficult. To perfectly combine two arrays, it was basically as difficult as a Level 3 array. With Xia Ruofei's current array skills and spiritual power cultivation, it was not a problem to set up a Level 2 array. It would be difficult for him to set up a Level 3 array. However, Xia Ruofei was not afraid. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. As long as there was a way to solve this peach blossom miasma, what was a little difficulty that couldn't be overcome? If the first time didn't work, he would try twice. At most, he would set up a time array with array flags and keep trying. However, Xia Ruofei quickly recovered from his excitement. He smiled bitterly and said, "Xia Qing, in the end, this is the same as treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Blindly suppressing him would not solve the problem. Besides, the miasma can regenerate. If I can't get rid of it completely, I'll have to expel the miasma from Songwei regularly." Xia Qing also frowned. This was the best solution he could think of at the moment. To completely get rid of the peach blossom miasma that had been contaminated by the soul, there was no other way except for Songwei herself. Because everyone's soul was unique, outsiders could not achieve complete synchronization. And Songwei herself did not have any cultivation at all, so she was in an endless cycle. Wait a minute, Xia Qing suddenly felt as if she had missed out on some crucial information. Xia Ruofei's divine sense had been in the space the whole time, and he could clearly feel the change in Xia Qing's expression. He immediately felt a trace of nervousness and realized that Xia Qing might have thought of a solution. Sure enough, after frowning and thinking for a moment, Xia Qing said happily, "Master, there's a way we can try. Hurry up and tell me." Xia Ruofei said impatiently. "Do you still remember the absolute beginning heart sutra in the human-shaped jade talisman?" Xia Qing asked. Xia Ruofei quickly searched through his memories. The human-shaped jade talisman contained a large number of ancient books, including cultivation techniques, medical divination, and so on. It could be said that it was all-encompassing. With such a large amount of information, other than the medical knowledge that could be used, Xia Ruofei could not possibly digest all of it. As for the cultivation technique, Xia Ruofei already had the top cultivation technique, the Great Tao technique. Naturally, he could not cultivate any other techniques. Therefore, he only learned the fierce yang scripture and did not know anything else about these cultivation methods. He had learned the fierce yang scripture in order to pass it on to his first disciple, Tang Haoren. After Xia Qing's reminder, Xia Ruofei quickly found the absolute beginning heart sutra and quickly browsed through its contents. The joy on Xia Ruofei's face became more and more obvious. Xia Qing was like an encyclopedia. There were so many ancient books and techniques, and he had really found a technique that had a high chance of solving the problem. The level of the absolute beginning heart sutra was definitely not as high as the Great Tao Sutra. But it was kept in the human jade talisman by the previous owner of the space, so it naturally had its own unique points. The biggest feature of this cultivation method was that two people could cultivate it together, and at the same time, both spiritual power and true qi. Every time they cultivated, the two of them had to be together, and the circulation route of the cultivation method was also connected with each other. The true qi would flow from one person's body to the other, and through a specific meridian, it would make a circle. This cultivation technique seemed to be of little value because it had too many limitations. Unless it was a couple or husband and wife who lived with each other all day long, it was really inconvenient to cultivate it. After all, it could not be done without anyone. One person could not cultivate it alone. It was impossible to even complete a qi circulation. However, for Xia Ruofei and Song Wei, this technique had an irreplaceable advantage, even the great way of Tao. After they had successfully cultivated it, they could circulate the technique together and their souls would gradually synchronize. Although it was impossible to be absolutely synchronized in theory, it should be enough to get rid of the peach blossom miasma. And if Song Wei cultivated the absolute beginning heart sutra, she would also have her own spiritual power cultivation. To expel the peach blossom miasma, it would be another layer of protection. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Xia Ruofei quickly made up his mind. He knew that the only hope to completely get rid of the spirit's last vicious move was on this scripture of the primordial heart, logo. Food had to be eaten one bite at a time, and things had to be done step by step. After thinking of a solution, Xia Ruofei was not so anxious. He quickly calmed down and thought about his next step. Expelling the peach blossom miasma in Song Wei's body was naturally a top priority. Otherwise, with so much poison accumulated in her body, and it would continue to regenerate, even in a coma, she would always be suffering from the torment of desire. However, the first thing that came to Xia Ruofei's mind was the problem of setting up the formation. For the formation to be effective for a long time in the future, it needed a suitable carrier. Jadeite was a good medium for drawing runes. Moreover, it was easier for Song Wei to carry the runes on her jade. The problem now was that Xia Ruofei did not have any more jade. After the last raw stone of the swan and I was upgraded, there was still some jade left inside, but it was already badly damaged and had completely deformed. Hence, Xia Ruofei simply let the space absorb the energy of the jade essence. It would be great if he didn't sell the jade he cut out to Yu Mingdong. Xia Ruofei was a little annoyed. Even if it was the glutinous jade, it would have been better. Thinking of Yu Mingdong, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. Yu Mingdong had cut out a lot of jade today, and he even bought 2 of his own. All the jade was in his room now. He had helped Yu Mingdong a lot today. If he asked him to buy a piece of jade, he would definitely not refuse. Xia Ruofei thought. It was already close to 2 in the morning, but it was an urgent matter. Xia Ruofei decided to look for Yu Mingdong directly. Of course, he didn't go out immediately. Instead, he took out the array flag and organized it. Since it was already so late, he didn't care if he was a little later. Song Wei's situation couldn't be waited, so he decided to get rid of the peach blossom miasma for Song Wei as much as possible. Besides, with the help of the time array, it wouldn't take long. Xia Ruofei climbed onto the bed and sat beside Song Wei. Then, he waved his hand and threw out the array flag. He quickly set up a time array that was accelerated to about 80 times. He grabbed Song Wei's hand. Song Wei's body was very hot and her skin was a seductive red. Even in a coma, her face revealed an irresistible charm. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself to calm down and cursed under his breath. The spirit was too vicious. If Song Wei's situation was not resolved, it was unimaginable that this elegant and beautiful woman would be completely controlled by her body's instincts in a short time and become a promiscuous public bus. This was worse than killing Song Wei. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath. Then, he released his spiritual energy and true qi into Song Wei's body. The main target of the peach blossom miasma was Song Wei. At this moment, the meridians in her body were already filled with the lecherous pink smoke. Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy and genuine qi worked together to surround and block the pink smoke. This was a huge consumption, but Xia Ruofei did not care about it. His only thought was to try his best to destroy all the miasma. That he could. Because of the time flow, Xia Ruofei had been in the formation for more than a minute. And the second hand on the wall clock outside had only moved by 1 second. After a while, Xia Ruofei's forehead was covered with sweat and his body started to tremble. He retracted his hand and took out the solution of the spirit heart flower petals from the space. After gulping it down, he adjusted his breathing for a while. And immediately threw himself back into the difficult battle. Finally, more than 2 minutes had passed in the outside world. In reality, Xia Ruofei had experienced 3 hours before he had completely eliminated the peach blossom miasma in Song Wei's meridians. However, Xia Ruofei had no way to deal with the miasma in his soul. He did not dare to penetrate into Song Wei's sea of consciousness with his spiritual power. Xia Ruofei observed Song Wei's condition and noticed that the flush on her face had faded and her body was not as hot as before. However, she still had a charm that came from her bones even though she was unconscious. It was the peach blossom desire that came from the depths of her soul. A woman whose soul had been contaminated by the peach blossom miasma would not only become lewd, but also greatly increase her attraction to men. It was as if she was born with a bewitching bone that could arouse the most primitive desires of men. Xia Ruofei did not dare to look at her for too long. He quickly checked on Song Wei's condition and realized that she would not wake up in a short period of time. Hence, he waved his hand and kept the array flag. Xia Ruofei stood up and quickly set up a time deceleration array around Song Wei. This also slowed down the flow of time around Song Wei's position and prevented her from waking up when he went to look for Yu Mingdong. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei carefully locked the door and left the room. He walked straight to the door of Yu Mingdong's room. Xia Ruofei raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. After 2 knocks, Xia Ruofei heard a rustling sound coming from the room. A vigilant voice asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" Xia Ruofei was also impressed. Shirley was indeed from the special forces. He was very alert even when he was sleeping. "I am Xia Ruofei," he said. After Xia Ruofei said this, he heard a sound from inside the house. Shirley had woken Yu Mingdong up and then came to open the door. Shirley peeked through the peephole and opened the door a little too. "Take a look." When he saw that Xia Ruofei was indeed outside alone, he quickly opened the door. "Logo. Please come in, Mr. Xia," Shirley said respectfully. Xia Ruofei walked into the room, and Yu Mingdong sat up from the bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He had just slept for an hour or 2, and it was the time when he was in the deepest sleep, so he was still in a daze when he was woken up by Shirley. When Yu Mingdong saw Xia Ruofei, he rubbed his eyes and said, "Mr. Xia, you're up so early." Shirley could not help but smile bitterly. Xia Ruofei also pointed at the clock on the wall awkwardly and said, "President Yu, I'm really sorry to disturb your rest so late at night, only then did you Mingdong notice that it was only 2 in the morning?" He suddenly sobered up. Xia Ruofei had come to look for him in the middle of the night. Did something happen? Yu Mingdong quickly asked, "Mr. Xia, what happened?" "Lazy." Take a look at our jade. Shirley did not sleep much the entire night. He was always alert. After all, there were jades worth tens of millions in the house. If they were lost, it would be his responsibility. Boss, all the jade is here, no problem, Shirley answered immediately. President Yu, I'm looking for you at this hour, because I need your help with something, Xia Ruofei said quickly. What's the matter, Mr. Xia? Yu Mingdong asked, puzzled. It's like this, I'm in a hurry to use jade, right? Xia Ruofei said, I wanted to buy it tomorrow morning, but it seems a little too late now. Didn't President Yu cut out a lot of jade today? So, Yu Mingdong immediately understood. Although he didn't know why Xia Ruofei wanted the jadeite overnight, he still said readily, no problem. Mr. Xia, which one do you want? It's best if it's above the ice grade. Xia Ruofei said, it doesn't matter if it's small. Since he was going to use jade to inscribe the array patterns, Xia Ruofei naturally hoped that the jade's quality was better. That way, it would have a better carrying capacity and the effect would not be reduced in the long run. Yu Mingdong immediately went over to open the box and said, Mr. Xia, you can choose whatever you want. Xia Ruofei walked over and picked up a fist-sized ice type jade. This one. President Yu, how much is this? I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. No need, no need. This piece of material isn't big. Just take it as a gift from me. Yu Mingdong said readily. That won't do, that's a separate matter. Xia Ruofei said, why don't we do it this way? I'll take it as if you're accompanying me to buy the jade. We don't have to buy it tomorrow. How can that be? Yu Mingdong quickly said. This piece of material was not worth 5 million. Besides, Mr. Xia, you've already deducted 3 million from the 5 million yuan of jade. How can I take advantage of you? No, no, no. Xia Ruofei was in a hurry to go back and carve the array runes. He didn't want to reject Yu Mingdong anymore, so he said, I'll take the stuff first. Mr. Yu, if you think it's not enough, just prepare some ordinary jade for me next time. I won't buy it tomorrow. Good, good, good. Yu Mingdong said. Of course, he hoped that Xia Ruofei would want ordinary jade. He did not have many channels for high-end jade, such as ice-type and glass-type jade. Otherwise, he would not have participated in the public jade bid. It was not easy to get them, so he naturally wanted to keep them for his own factory. Xia Ruofei took the jade, bid Yu Mingdong and Shirley goodbye, and left the room. Yu Mingdong looked at the time on the wall clock and looked at Shirley. Didn't he say that he was extremely tired and wanted to go back to his room to sleep? This, Shirley couldn't help but laugh. Boss, you should sleep a little longer. There's still a long way to go before dawn. Yes, 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 I'll go back to sleep. Yu Mingdong said, lazy, you should be more alert when you sleep. This is a large part of our assets. Don't worry, boss. Shirley said, nothing can escape my ears. When Shirley said this, he was also a little suspicious. He was only in a light sleep earlier and did not notice Xia Ruofei approaching their room. He only woke up when Xia Ruofei knocked on the door. Could it be that after leaving the army for a long time, his vigilance had also lowered? Sure. Lei shook his head. Xia Ruofei returned to his room and checked on Song Wei. Due to the time Slowing formation, Song Wei only experienced a few seconds in the formation. Naturally, there were no changes. Without further ado, Xia Ruofei immediately summoned the spirit map. He had already given Song Wei the array flags of the Archean realm that had entered the spirit map space. In the Archean realm, time would flow 30 times faster, which would increase the efficiency by a lot. Xia Ruofei took out a carving knife. After pouring his genuine qi into it, he cut the ice, type jade, as if it was tofu. Since he wanted Song Wei to wear it, it had to be carved into a jade pendant. Xia Ruofei hesitated for a moment. He did not know what style he should use. In theory, the style would not affect the carving of the array pattern. However, girls love to look pretty. Xia Ruofei could not just carve a pendant for Song Wei to wear. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. He remembered that Song Wei's phone case was from Doraemon and the desktop of her phone was also Doraemon's picture. She must have liked this cartoon character logo. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to carve a Doraemon-shaped pendant. With the help of his spiritual power, Xia Ruofei could accurately control the carving knife. In this sense, his carving skills were not inferior to those jade carving masters. Soon, a lifelike jade Doraemon was born in his hands. Xia Ruofei put the pendant aside after he was done. Xia Ruofei still needed to practice in order to combine the two array patterns perfectly. Otherwise, the success rate would be too low. First, he sat cross-legged on the ground with a calm mind. His mind was spinning quickly as he silently deduced the array in his heart. Now, Xia Ruofei's array Dao cultivation had improved by a huge margin compared to before he entered the underground palace. Naturally, his understanding of array patterns had become more thorough. Array patterns were constructed in his mind, and every stroke and drawing was filled with endless mystery. After a long time, Xia Ruofei finally opened his eyes. He drew in the air with his finger and lines that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in front of him out of thin air. They were shining with a faint golden light. Each and every experiment resulted in failure. However, Xia Ruofei was not discouraged. He remained calm and continued to adjust his plan. Finally, the golden light in front of him flashed slightly, and those seemingly chaotic array patterns seemed to have suddenly combined together. As the light swirled, an aura that calmed one's mind was emitted. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He checked it carefully a few times, but did not find any problems. It was a success. Xia Ruofei clenched his fist in excitement. The next step was to practice continuously and increase his proficiency to increase his success rate. This was close to a level 3 formation, and Xia Ruofei was not confident. However, he had no lack of patience. He waved his hand to disperse the array pattern and started to carve again without even taking a breath. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Xia Ruofei couldn't even remember how many times he had practiced it. He could feel that his understanding of this self-created formation was getting more and more thorough. He could draw the formation patterns more and more smoothly. Finally, Xia Ruofei reached out and picked up the Doraemon-shaped jade pendant. He first felt it silently and then drank a bottle of spirit heart flower petal solution to recover some of his spiritual power. He then took a deep breath and released his psyche from his body. His fingers quickly drew on the surface of Doraemon's pendant, and rays of golden light continuously penetrated into the jade pendant, forming complicated and profound array patterns inside the jade. It was almost done in one go. Xia Ruofei spent less than a minute before he finally heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his spiritual energy. There was no need to check. The moment the formation was completed, the jade pendant seemed to have an additional spirituality. At the same time, when Xia Ruofei held it in his hand, he could feel his heart calm down. He naturally knew that he had successfully drawn it. Xia Ruofei picked up the jade pendant and left the spirit map space. In a flash. After he returned to the outside world, he kept the array flag and went to the bed to check on Songwei's condition. Songwei was wearing a thin platinum necklace with a small pendant. Xia Ruofei removed the necklace and replaced the pendant with this Doraemon jade pendant. Then, he put it on Songwei again. Miraculously, after Songwei put on the jade pendant, her unconscious expression became much more peaceful. Most importantly, the seductiveness that came from deep within her bones was reduced by a lot. Although she still looked very attractive, at least it did not make men want to commit a crime. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and took out a bottle of the Spirit Heart Flower Petal solution from the spirit map space. Then, he helped Songwei up and carefully fed her the solution. Just now, Xia Ruofei's hand was not light. There was a dark wound on the back of Songwei's neck. Moreover, she had been unconscious for so many days. Xia Ruofei felt that feeding her another bottle of the petal solution would help her recover. As Songwei was not in a deep coma, she would subconsciously swallow the water when Xia Ruofei fed her. This saved Xia Ruofei a lot of trouble. At the end, Songwei even subconsciously stuck out her tongue to lick the bottle's mouth, which made Xia Ruofei's heart burn with passion. This peach blossom miasma was really too evil. She had already been suppressed to this extent, but she could still turn a dignified and intelligent beauty into a sexy stunner. Xia Ruofei kept the bottle and the array flag in the medium and looked at Songwei uneasily. Under normal circumstances, Songwei would wake up very quickly after taking the solution. After Songwei woke up, Xia Ruofei was confused about how to explain to her what had happened. Besides, Xia Ruofei found it hard to talk about Songwei's current situation. However, he had to say it. Besides, the two of them had to practice the scripture of the primogenitor together. This involved cultivation and it was not something that could be explained in a few words. Xia Ruofei naturally hoped that Songwei would wake up soon. At the same time, he was afraid that she would still be in the same state when she was poisoned by the peach blossom miasma. He was very conflicted. However, no matter how conflicted Xia Ruofei was, the wound on the back of Songwei's neck disappeared quickly after she drank the solution. Her eyelashes moved a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Ruofei, Songwei called out weakly. Songwei, you're finally awake. Xia Ruofei smiled guiltily and said that he was the one who knocked Songwei out. Where is this place? Songwei said, I remember. I seem to have woken up once just now. You also told me that we've already left the underground palace, right? Xia Ruofei looked a little embarrassed and said, It's good that you're awake. Don't think too much. Oh right, Songwei, how are you feeling, Logo? Songwei was a little confused and said, I feel like I had a very long dream. Ruofei, what happened? He asked. Xia Ruofei looked at Songwei and did not know where to start. However, he was glad that Songwei looked normal now and did not pounce on him like she did before. A lot of things happened. You were unconscious for a few days, Xia Ruofei said. We were separated in the underground palace that day. How did you end up in that stone room? A stone room? Song Wei was at a loss. She said, I saw you suddenly disappear from the altar. I was very scared at that time. After waiting for a while, I didn't see you, so I walked over. There was still a trace of fear in Song Wei's eyes as she said, after I stepped onto the altar, I felt my vision blur, and then I appeared in a dark corridor. I was even more afraid, and I shouted your name while running forward. And then I felt a cold wind blowing, and then I lost consciousness. All my memories stopped. There, Xia Ruofei's face showed a strange expression. It seemed that Song Wei did not remember what happened after she woke up, or did she really treat it as a dream? When Song Wei recalled what had happened in the underground palace, she looked very scared. Her delicate body could not help but tremble. Xia Ruofei leaned over and patted her shoulder, saying, It's all right, it's all right. We're safe now. Song Wei felt Xia Ruofei's body approaching her. A strong masculine aura hit her in the face. Then, she could not help but feel hot and dry. Her face showed a coquettish look, which was very different from her usual appearance. Xia Ruofei felt that Song Wei's breathing was strange. He turned his head and looked at her. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly kept a distance from her. Song Wei did not know why she was so sensitive. She thought that it was because she had special feelings for Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei was well aware that it must be the peach blossom miasma's doing. Xia Ruofei felt a headache coming on. The miasma was too strange. If he could not get rid of it as soon as possible, what would happen to Song Wei? If she met someone with ulterior motives and was slightly teased, she might not be able to control her emotions. Song Wei blushed and asked in a low voice, By the way, Ruofei, where is this? Are we still in Xiangnan province? She realized that she was in a hotel room and her body was very sensitive. She could clearly smell Xia Ruofei's scent on the bed and blanket. Could it be that in the few days that he was unconscious, Ruofei had been sleeping in the same bed as him? Song Wei could not help but think. Xia Ruofei said, It's a long story. We've already left Xiangnan province. In order to wake you up, I need to find a medicinal herb. This medicinal herb can only be found in Dian province, so I took you out of Xiangnan province that day. We're now in Ruizhou city in Dian province. It seems like you found the herb. Thank you, Ruofei. Song Wei nodded. Xia Ruofei quickly said, You're injured, because you helped me. I should be the one thanking you. Right. I was afraid that your family would be worried, so when you were unconscious, I used your fingerprint to unlock your phone and sent your mother a WeChat message. Ah? Song Wei shrieked in shock. Her phone contained her own secret. And this secret was one that even her best friend, Shui, did not know. Song Wei hurriedly took out her phone from her pocket. As she unlocked it, she carefully asked, Ruofei. You. Other than WeChat, do you have? Xia Ruofei felt awkward too. He knew what Song Wei wanted to ask, but he would never admit it. Hence, Xia Ruofei immediately denied it. No, no. I opened WeChat and didn't look at your chat history. I just found your mother's WeChat and told her that she was safe. Only then did Song Wei let out a sigh of relief. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei and said, It's been a whole day. Why don't you reply to your WeChat first? There were probably quite a few unread messages. After you reply. I still have some things to tell you. Yeah. Songwei nodded. Tell me what happened in the past few days. Xia Ruofei left the bedroom and went to the small living room to smoke a cigarette, giving Songwei some space. Songwei touched her face and felt that it was still a little hot. When she said that she could not remember anything, that was not the case. Songwei felt that she was in a dream, and the dream was very charming. She was too embarrassed to mention it in front of Xia Ruofei. Songwei clutched her phone tightly, her heart beating fast. Even though Xia Ruofei said that he did not open any other applications on her phone, she still felt that she had no secrets in front of Xia Ruofei. She couldn't tell why, but it was a woman's intuition. Songwei shook her head to get rid of the distracting thoughts and lit up her phone screen. Sure enough, there were a lot of unread messages, from family, classmates, and friends. Logo. Songwei picked a few important messages and replied to them. She saw that Xia Ruofei had used her name to reply to her mother's messages on WeChat. After that, her mother sent her a few more messages. Wei thought for a while and replied with a selfie so that her parents would not worry. It was already 2 in the morning, so no one replied to her. Songwei kept her phone and got out of bed. She went to the living room outside. Xia Ruofei was smoking, his expression conflicted. Seeing Songwei come out, Xia Ruofei quickly put out the cigarette and ran to open the window for ventilation. Songwei sat down on the sofa opposite Xia Ruofei and smiled. It doesn't matter, you can smoke if you want. It's fine to smoke second hand smoke occasionally, it's impolite to smoke in front of a lady. Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly. Songwei smiled and looked at Xia Ruofei. Tell me. I know you have something to say to me. Xia Ruofei stopped smiling and sat down on the sofa. He looked into Songwei's eyes and asked, what I'm going to say next might be beyond your understanding, and might even make you feel that it's unbelievable, but it doesn't matter. As long as you say it, I'll believe it. Songwei interrupted Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, let's start from when we were separated in the underground palace. When I saw you again, you were in a stone room, other than the existence of the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei did not hide anything else from Songwei. He told her everything that happened after he saw Songwei's spirit body in the stone room. Even though Songwei trusted Xia Ruofei completely, her mouth was still wide open when she heard such a bizarre story. Especially when she heard that her body had been taken over by another powerful soul and that this soul had even launched a fierce attack on Xia Ruofei. She could not help but cry out. Compared to soul possession, cultivation, and other things that were impossible in real life, Songwei was more concerned about Xia Ruofei's safety. Even though Xia Ruofei was right in front of her, and it was obvious that she was safe in the underground palace, Songwei's heart still beat a few times. Songwei only heaved a sigh of relief when Xia Ruofei said that the senior in the coffin had come out and suppressed the spirit. He had forced her to give up on Songwei's body and escape. The senior had also sent the two of them out of the underground palace. After Xia Ruofei said this, he felt that his mouth was dry. He took a sip of tea and continued, when the spirit took control of your body, it injured your soul. After the spirit left, you fell into a deep coma. How should I put it? It's very similar to a vegetative state. You have no reaction to any external stimulation. Wei felt a little scared. She looked at Xia Ruofei and said, Ruofei, I didn't expect this trip to the underground. palace to be so dangerous? It seems that we're really lucky to be able to keep our lives, Xia Ruofei asked, curiously. Do you accept supernatural things, like soul possession and cultivation, so easily? You don't suspect anything at all? We've been through so much in the underground palace, what's there that we can't accept? Song Wei smiled. You just disappeared. From the altar. Can this be explained by science? And for myself, my vision blurred and I was in another place. Can this be explained by science? So, Song Wei shrugged and said, there's nothing that I can't accept. Besides, I believe you. You would never lie to me. Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly to himself. He did keep some things from Song Wei, including the diary that she had written on her phone. He did not dare to say it out loud. Then, in order to wake me up, you brought me here and found the medicinal herbs I needed, right? Song Wei continued. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Song Wei, things aren't that simple. When you woke up, a small accident happened. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei and asked, You really can't remember anything? Song Wei immediately thought of that charming dream. In the dream, she was so bold. She threw away all restraint and hugged Xia Ruofei tightly. Song Wei's face turned red at the thought of it. She quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and said in a low voice, I really can't remember. Xia Ruofei noticed Song Wei's expression. He immediately knew that it was not that Song Wei could not remember, but that she could not believe it was true. Seeing Song Wei like this, Xia Ruofei was even more embarrassed to speak. After all, something like the peach blossom miasma was too sinister for a girl. There was a difference between a man and a woman, and Xia Ruofei knew that Song Wei had special feelings for him, so he could not open his mouth. However, in order to solve the problem of the peach blossom miasma, he needed Song Wei's cooperation. Xia Ruofei hesitated for a long time and finally decided to tell her everything. He chose his words carefully and said, Song Wei, I'm still not vigilant enough. Although that spirit was forced to give up your body, she separated a wisp of her soul before she left. It's wrapped in a very evil poison and is hidden in your sea of consciousness. The moment you woke up, this soul fragment suddenly appeared. After I destroyed it, the poison quickly spread. Song Wei's face turned pale. She did not expect to experience such a dangerous scene when she woke up. Xia Ruofei quickly added, You don't have to be afraid. I've already controlled the poison. Also, it won't be life-threatening. Song Wei's mind kept replaying the scenes in her dream that made her blush and her heart race. She took a deep breath and asked, Are you au fait? What kind of poison is this? Xia Ruofei hesitated and said, This poison is called peach blossom miasma. It can be said to be very evil. If it is allowed to wreak havoc, it will make the poisoned person lose their sense of shame. Their body will be completely driven by primitive desires. In terms of sexual relations, they will become very casual. Even though Xia Ruofei had thought of the right words, he still found it difficult to say. It was indeed difficult to talk about such a topic in front of a beautiful lady, especially a virgin. Xia Ruofei felt even more tired than the first time he ran a 10-kilometer cross-country with a heavy load when he was a soldier. Song Wei's face turned pale and her eyes were filled with fear. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if she became that kind of person. She might as well just die. Then, Song Wei finally confirmed that the scene was not a dream. It was real. She did such an embarrassing thing in front of Xia Ruofei. At the thought of this, Song Wei's pale face turned red again. She did not even dare to look in Xia Ruofei's direction. Xia Ruofei quickly explained, Song Wei, don't be stressed. It's not your fault. It's the peach blossom miasma. And I didn't even do anything to you. I'll knock you out at the first moment. This was an emergency, don't blame me. Song Wei blushed and said with her head lowered, don't say any more. Xia Ruofei said, I just wanted to explain to you. I'm afraid you'll misunderstand that you still dare to say that. Song Wei raised her head and glared at Xia Ruofei. Then, she quickly lowered her head. Her teeth bit her red lips and her hands clutched the corners of her clothes tightly, twisting them unconsciously. Okay. I won't say it, Xia Ruofei said. Then, he patted his head and said, I can't not say it. To solve this problem, I'll need your cooperation, logo. When Song Wei heard Xia Ruofei's words, she raised her head and pulled her collar subconsciously. She blushed and asked, What? What are you doing? Xia Ruofei was confused and said, to help you get rid of the peach blossom miasma, of course. You're not thinking of becoming that kind of person, are you? Song Wei's heart was in a mess, and she asked in a low voice, Is there no other way? Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows in confusion. I didn't even say it. How do you know what method to use? Song Wei felt shy and did not dare to raise her head. She bit her lower lip and said, Isn't it just two people doing that? Although Song Wei had feelings for Xia Ruofei, she was still a conservative girl. She was born in a high-ranking family and her upbringing was very strict. Therefore, she could not accept this so quickly. However, her body seemed to have a strong desire. If it wasn't for the cool air that came from her chest, from time to time, she would probably throw herself into his arms. For the first time, Song Wei felt the terror of the peach blossom miasma. After Xia Ruofei heard what Song Wei said, he could not help but widen his eyes and said, Who said that? This? Song Wei, did you read too many novels? Song Wei was dumbfounded. Looking at Xia Ruofei's expression, she realized that she had misunderstood him. After thinking about it, she realized that if the peach blossom miasma could be removed so easily, it would be no different from the love potion in the bars and nightclubs. Seeing Xia Ruofei's funny expression, Song Wei was embarrassed and annoyed. She glared at Xia Ruofei and said, Who asked you to not speak clearly? Where did I not make myself clear? Xia Ruofei asked innocently. You. What did you say about needing my cooperation? Song Wei stomped her feet and said, It's very easy to. 'Cause a misunderstanding, you know? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. He raised his hands and said, All right, I was wrong. I didn't make myself clear. Song Wei blushed and looked at Xia Ruofei. Quickly say it. This. How should he solve the peach blossom miasma? I don't want to become that kind of woman. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, While you were unconscious, I did two things. The first is to clear the peach blossom miasma poison in your meridians as much as possible, leaving only the poison in your sea of consciousness that has already contaminated your soul, which cannot be cleared for the time being. The second is that I've set up a formation and engraved the formation patterns on a jade pendant. It can keep your mind clear to the greatest extent, and at the same time, it has a certain suppressing effect on the poison in the soul. You should be able to feel it. When Song Wei heard this, she immediately remembered the cool feeling that came from her chest. She curiously pulled out her necklace and immediately saw that the pendant on her necklace had been replaced with a doraemon-shaped jade pendant. Xia Ruofei's doraemon pendant was very lifelike, and the quality of the jade was quite good. So, when Song Wei saw it for the first time, she couldn't help but praise, "What a beautiful doraemon." Xia Ruofei was speechless when he saw Song Wei playing with the jade pendant. This girl's heart was really big. Just now, he was at his wit's end because of the poison. He was still in the mood to admire the jade pendant. If it was Xia Ruofei himself, as long as he could make use of the formation, he didn't mind even if he had to look like a pile of shit. This was the difference between the brain circuits of men and women. Xia Ruofei was also secretly glad that he had put in some effort to choose this style. Now it seemed that this decision was very correct. "Are you au fait? Did you carve this?" Song Wei asked. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yeah. The formation needs to be engraved on the carrier of the jade. I saw that the protective case of your phone has this pattern, and the desktop of your phone also has this pattern. I think you will like this design. I like it very much." Song Wei nodded her head and said. After knowing that Xia Ruofei had personally sculpted it, Song Wei felt a sweetness in her heart and held the jade pendant even tighter. She was even secretly glad that she had been poisoned by the peach blossom miasma. Otherwise, how could she have the chance to get such a thoughtful gift? Xia Ruofei said, "All right, let's get back to the main topic. Although with the suppression of the formation, you won't be affected too much by the peach blossom miasma, it's just a temporary solution. Moreover, the peach blossom miasma can constantly regenerate itself. After a long period of suppression, once it bursts out, I'm afraid the consequences will be more serious." Song Wei finally shifted her attention back from Doraemon's pendant. She also realized that she was in a bad situation. She furrowed her brows and asked, "Then what should we do? I really don't want to become like what you said. If there's no other way, I'd rather die." "What are you talking about?" Xia Ruofei was furious. "I will not let anything happen to you." Song Wei's heart was filled with sweetness. She smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, "Whatever you want to do, I'll listen to you." It was very important to get rid of the peach blossom miasma, so Xia Ruofei explained patiently the reason why the peach blossom miasma can't be completely removed is that it hides in the sea of consciousness, and the spiritual power of outsiders can't easily enter the sea of consciousness. Because the soul frequencies of two people are not synchronized, it is easy to cause soul damage, so I thought of a way. Then, Xia Ruofei introduced the absolute beginning scripture to Song Wei and said, "As long as you practice the first layer of the absolute beginning scripture to perfection, when you operate the cultivation method, both of your souls will be infinitely close to the state of synchronization. In this way, I can try to remove the poison in the sea of consciousness. By then, you also have a certain cultivation base, and your own spiritual power can also suppress the poison. In this way, even if you can't remove it all at once, the effect of the peach blossom miasma on you will not be great." Song Wei's eyes lit up when she heard that. She asked, "Training? Are you saying that I can also cultivate?" "Of course," Xia Ruofei said, "but This technique can only be cultivated by two people, dual cultivation technique? Song Wei blurted out, and her face turned red. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "What are you thinking?" However, it was almost the same. If two people cultivated together, wasn't that dual cultivation? This understanding was also correct. Anyway, I'll guide you during the cultivation process. I believe the progress won't be too slow. If it was in the past, Xia Ruofei would not have dared to make such a promise. The spiritual qi on earth was very poor. For cultivators, the environment was too harsh. No matter what technique they practiced, their progress would be very slow. However, Xia Ruofei had just obtained a lot of spiritual crystals from the underground palace. They were formed by pure, solid spiritual qi. The spiritual qi contained in one spiritual crystal was comparable to the spiritual qi in the spirit map space. He had more than 100 of these spiritual crystals. Even if he stacked them together, he could increase Song Wei's cultivation. Song Wei nodded her head and asked curiously, "Are you au fait? Did you start cultivating a long time ago?" Xia Ruofei nodded slightly. "It's not too early, but I've been cultivating. In fact, when I treated you previously, I used cultivation methods. Otherwise, the unknown poison would have been difficult to remove." Xia Ruofei felt a sense of relief. Qian had finally explained it to him. There were many things about the peach blossom miasma that Xia Ruofei found hard to say. "I see," Song Wei was excited. To her, this was a mysterious and unknown field. "So, when do we start?" Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "I think there's no rush. I have to be prepared, right? Besides, look at what time it is now. Hurry up and take a rest, the sky will be bright soon." Song Wei had no experience in cultivation, so Xia Ruofei had to familiarize himself with the absolute beginning scripture first. He had to guide Song Wei when she cultivated to increase the efficiency. "I'm not sleepy at all," Song Wei said. "Maybe I slept for too long." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I still have to sleep. You have to get over your jet lag. Otherwise, I'll become a night owl." Song Wei was a little embarrassed as she smiled and said, "All right then." Xia Ruofei stood up. "You sleep in the bedroom. I'll deal with it on the sofa." "That won't do, it's decided, ladies first." Xia Ruofei said, "We might have to stay in Ruizhou for another 2 or 3 days. I'll go and get another room tomorrow." Xia Ruofei then explained, "You were unconscious for the past few days. For the sake of better care and safety, I only booked one room." "I know," Song Wei said softly. "Ruofei, then I'll go back to my room." N. Xia Ruofei nodded. Song Wei got up and went back to her bedroom. After a while, she opened the door and came back with a blanket. "I found a blanket in the cabinet. I'll cover you with it." "Oh. Thank you." Xia Ruofei smiled. In fact, it was almost dawn and Xia Ruofei was not ready to sleep. Song Wei put down the blanket and walked back to the bedroom. She turned around when she reached the door and asked, "Are you au fait? Can I sleep with the door open?" "I'm a little scared," Xia Ruofei nodded and smiled. "No problem. I'll always be outside to protect you, so don't worry and sleep." Of course, Song Wei would not be worried about Xia Ruofei. He could control himself even when she threw herself at him. How could he possibly do something to violate her at this time? She smiled sweetly at Xia Ruofei and went straight to the bed to lie down. Then, she looked up and saw that Xia Ruofei was sitting on the sofa. She then lay down with peace of mind and closed her eyes. At 8 in the morning, Yu Mingdong knocked on Xia Ruofei's door. Shirley didn't follow him. He was probably guarding the batch of jade. Yu Mingdong walked into the room and said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, since you're not going to buy jade today, you can walk around Ruizhou in the morning. After I'm done with this batch of jade, we can go to the public market together." Speaking of this, Yu Mingdong was suddenly stunned. Because at this time, he saw someone lying in the bedroom through the open door. Although he couldn't see the face and the figure under the blanket, the long black hair on the pillow was enough to prove that the person lying on the bed was a woman. Logo. Yu Mingdong couldn't help but be stunned. His first reaction was that Xia Ruofei had called a prostitute last night. He thought to himself, young people are so aggressive. What good stuff could a small place like Ruizhou have? He was actually so desperate. Yu Mingdong thought about how Xia Ruofei went to his room in the middle of the night to ask for a piece of jade. He couldn't help but mumble in his heart. He thought that Xia Ruofei couldn't have been satisfied with the jade and specially gave it to the woman on the bed. That would be a huge investment. Xia Ruofei also realized that something was wrong. He quickly explained, "President Yu, that's my friend. She came to visit me yesterday, but because it was too late, I let her stay over. I slept on the sofa." When he said this, Xia Ruofei even pointed at the quilt that was spread out on the sofa, afraid that Yu Mingdong would not believe him. Yu Mingdong naturally didn't believe it. As for the quilt on the sofa, who knew if they had fun last night and specially took it out from the bedroom? Didn't young people nowadays like to play something different? Yu Mingdong revealed a smile of understanding and said, I understand, Mr. Xia, I'll wait for you outside. Let's have breakfast together later." Xia Ruofei was speechless. He couldn't clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. At this time, Song Wei heard the sound and sat up from the bed in a daze. In fact, she had tossed and turned in bed last night and couldn't fall asleep. Anyone would be too excited to fall asleep after so many bizarre things happened to them. Song Wei only managed to fall asleep when the sun started to rise. She had not slept for long. She rubbed her drowsy eyes and was shocked when she saw that there was an unfamiliar man standing outside beside Xia Ruofei. Even though she was sleeping with her clothes on, she still pulled the blanket up subconsciously. "Song Wei, you're awake." Xia Ruofei quickly called out, Come. Let me introduce you." Only then did Song Wei realize that she was wearing clothes. However, girls loved to look pretty. How could she show her unkempt face when she had just woken up? "Ruofei, help me close the door first. I'm going to wash up," she said. Xia Ruofei then came back to his senses and walked over to close the door. Then, he said to Yu Mingdong, "He's really my friend. Don't get the wrong idea." Yu Mingdong laughed and said, No. How could he have thought wrongly? "Mr. Xia, why don't I leave for a moment? Don T." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "You should stay here. Otherwise, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River." Yu Mingdong couldn't help but laugh. He simply walked to the sofa and sat down. Xia Ruofei passed a cigarette to Yu Mingdong. Yu Mingdong took it and looked at the specially supplied cigarettes without any labels. His eyes brightened, but he did not say Anything. He took out the lighter without a sound and took the initiative to light Xia Ruofei's cigarette. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Song Wei opened the door and walked out. When Yu Mingdong saw this, he knew that he had really misunderstood just now. Let's not talk about whether the relationship between this girl and Xia Ruofei was really as pure as he said, but at least she definitely did not have the natural temperament of the Ruizhou's local prostitute, Song Wei. It was something that girls from ordinary families could not imitate. Xia Ruofei said, Song Wei, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Yu Mingdong, President Yu. He's in the jade industry. President Yu has helped me a lot when I came to Yunnan. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Yu Mingdong, Mr. Yu, Song Wei is my friend. She just arrived in Dian province yesterday. It's quite late, so I let her stay in my room for the night. I'll have to trouble you to get another room for her later. When Xia Ruofei spoke, he gave Song Wei a look. Song Wei was smart and naturally knew how to cooperate with Xia Ruofei. No problem. No problem. Yu Mingdong quickly said. Nice to meet you, Miss Song. He said to Song Wei. Good day, President Yu. Song Wei smiled at Yu Mingdong. Sorry for the trouble. No, no, no. Yu Mingdong quickly said, Miss Song, you're too kind. Mr. Xia has been a great help to me. Xia Ruofei laughed and waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. President Yu, you have something to do in the morning. Let's go to the public jade bid after lunch. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Song Wei, there's a public jade bid in Ruizhou. I'll take you there in the afternoon. Sure. Song Wei nodded obediently. Yu Mingdong took it all in and said, Mr. Xia, Miss Song, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll have them send breakfast to the room. Also, after you've checked in, I'll have someone send the room card over. I'll be taking my leave in the morning, please make yourselves at home. Good. We'll contact each other at noon. Xia Ruofei stood up and sent Yu Mingdong to the door. After they returned to their room, Xia Ruofei said to Song Wei, Mr. Yu is in the jade business. I took an ice-type jade from him too. Make your Doraemon pendant. I carved it myself. The public jade bid should be interesting, right? Song Wei nodded. Xia Ruofei briefly explained the stone gambling situation to Song Wei and said, for people like us who have no experience, to put it bluntly, it's just a matter of luck. If we're lucky, we might be able to earn 10 or 20 times more. Of course, if we're unlucky, it's very likely that we'll lose hundreds or even millions of dollars. Logo. Song Wei couldn't help but feel a little excited and said, it's said that there's good fortune after surviving a great disaster. I think my luck shouldn't be too bad. I also want to buy 2 pieces to try. By the way, why did you have to wait until the afternoon? Isn't it better to go in the morning? Yesterday, President Yu bought some jade. He needs to deal with it first and transport it back. Otherwise, it's not safe to leave it in the hotel. Xia Ruofei asked, why are you in such a hurry? We still have something to do in the morning. What's up? What else do you have to do this morning? Song Wei asked. 2. Cultivate the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra. Xia Ruofei said. Ah? Song Wei was dumbfounded. Isn't the morning a little too short? Xia Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, I have my own plans. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll start cultivating after breakfast. After a while, the service staff pushed the dining cart to Xia Ruofei's room. At the same time, he brought a room card. This was personally arranged by Yu Mingdong. The new room was right opposite Xia Ruofei's room. The two of them finished their breakfast and the waiter left the room after cleaning up. Xia Ruofei went over to lock the door and lit up the do not disturb light. Business was more important, and he couldn't care less about what Yu Mingdong would think if he saw them in the room with a do not disturb light hanging on it in broad daylight. The two of them sat opposite each other on the sofa in the living room. Song Wei asked nervously, "Ruofei, how do I cultivate?" This was related to whether or not they could completely eliminate the peach blossom miasma. Moreover, even if there was no such meaning, Song Wei had once dreamed of being a heroine when she was young. Now that she could come into contact with the mysterious cultivation field, she was naturally nervous and excited. Xia Ruofei smiled. "There's no hurry. I'll make some arrangements first." In order to conceal the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei went back to his bedroom and took out the array flag from the space. He held it in his hand and walked out. He also took out 2 spiritual crystals and put them in his pocket. Xia Ruofei moved the coffee table to the side and pulled Song Wei to the middle of the room. He gestured for her to sit cross-legged on the carpet and Xia Ruofei sat opposite her. Then, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and the array flags flew in different directions. They landed accurately in their respective positions and a time-accelerating array was set up in an instant. Although it was not the first time he had used array flags, Xia Ruofei was still impressed by this convenient method of setting up the array. Song Wei did not feel the change in the flow of time. She looked at Xia Ruofei blankly. She did not know why Xia Ruofei had thrown the flags out. The amazing thing was that the flags were standing straight on the ground and would not fall down. It was like magic. If he wanted to achieve something in a short period of time, he had to use the time formation. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not plan to hide the time formation from Song Wei. "Did you notice any changes?" he asked with a smile. "Change? What kind of change?" Song Wei asked. In confusion. Xia Ruofei pointed to the clock on the wall behind him and opposite Song Wei. "Look at that clock." Xia Ruofei tried his best to compress the area of the time formation. This time formation only covered 2 people, so the time flow was about 90 times faster. About 1.5 minutes inside the formation was only 1 second outside. So, Song Wei looked up and found that the second hand was still. She said subconsciously, "Eh? Is the clock broken?" Xia Ruofei was speechless. Just as he was about to explain the time formation, he suddenly saw a fly flying in not too far away from them. This fly was definitely also flying around randomly, but because of the difference in the flow of time inside and outside the formation, from their point of view, the fly's movements were extremely slow, as if it was frozen in the air. Xia Ruofei pointed his finger and said, "Look at that fly." Song Wei looked up and could not help but open her mouth slightly. This was the first time she had seen such a magical scene. Since when could flies hover? What's going on?" Song Wei asked. Xia Ruofei laughed. "Can't you tell? There is a huge difference in the flow of time between where we are and the other parts of the room. That's why the flies you saw seemed to be frozen. The wall clock wasn't broken, but from your perspective, it would take more than a minute for the second hand to move 1 square. Wow. Song Wei could not help but exclaim, there's actually such a magical thing. Ruofei, this must have something to do with the flags you just threw out, right? You finally guessed it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's right. These array flags can set up a time array. The area we are in knows 90 times slower than the outside world. In other words, 3 months here is only 1 day in the outside world. Xia Ruofei paused for a moment before he continued, now you don't think that 1 morning is not enough to do anything, do you? Song Wei was dumbfounded. After a while, she said, there's really such a magical formation. Ruofei, if you stay in the formation, won't you be able to do a lot of things? For example, the third-year students have 90 times more revision time than others. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If I didn't need to save time, I wouldn't have used the time formation so casually. You should know that the time you spent in the time formation was normal. If you used the time formation for a long time, wouldn't you look much older than your peers when you go out? It had to be said that this was indeed the thing that girls were most afraid of. Song Wei could not help but stick out her tongue when she heard this. Xia Ruofei continued, however, it doesn't matter if I use it occasionally. This time, I need to cultivate it in a short time. That's why I used the array flags. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Let me explain to you about this absolute beginning heart sutra first. After Song Wei went to rest last night, Xia Ruofei had been studying the absolute beginning scripture of the heart. The information in the human-shaped jade talisman was directly passed into his mind, including a lot of cultivation experience. Hence, Xia Ruofei only needed to read through it once, and it was much easier than learning a cultivation technique. He first explained to Song Wei the key points of cultivating the scripture of the primogenitor. The most important thing for this technique was for both of them to be in sync. Song Wei was quite lucky, because Xia Ruofei had already achieved a certain level of cultivation and had a thorough understanding of the scripture of the primogenitor. With Xia Ruofei's guidance, it was much easier to get started. Xia Ruofei explained for a long time, but Song Wei still did not fully understand. He knew that the cultivation terms were too obscure for Song Wei. Hence, he simply said, how about this? You might not be able to understand the theory of optics, so I'll take you to run a full cycle first. You can feel the feeling. The introductory section of the scripture of the primogenitor required one to be able to sense qi. However, with Xia Ruofei around, he could let Song Wei experience the feeling of genuine qi circulation first. It would be much easier to cultivate after that. Song Wei followed Xia Ruofei's request and raised her hands. They sat cross-legged with their palms against each other. Don't be nervous. Remember the circulation route of your genuine qi later. I will explain it to you as I drive the genuine qi. Xia Ruofei said gently. Then, he released the true qi in his palm. A small wisp of true qi entered Song Wei's body from Xia Ruofei's palm. It followed the first level of the scripture of the primordium and advanced. Song Wei had never cultivated before and her meridians were narrow. Xia Ruofei carefully pushed his genuine qi forward while explaining the names of the meridians and acupuncture points to Song Wei, so that she could remember them as much as possible. Soon, the genuine qi had circulated through Song Wei's body. Xia Ruofei did not continue with the circulation in his body. Instead, he retracted his genuine qi. That was the true qi circulation route of the first level of the cultivation technique. Try your best to remember it. Xia Ruofei said, our first goal is to let you find the sense of qi. Then, Xia Ruofei took out the spiritual crystal from his pocket. Logo. Xia Ruofei said, Song Wei, you've already felt the genuine qi circulating in your meridians. What you need to do now is to feel it according to the introductory heart technique of the absolute beginning scripture. Only when your dantian forms a wisp of genuine qi that truly belongs to you can we start cultivating together. Song Wei nodded her head and said, I know, I've already memorized the mantra. I'll work hard next. Xia Ruofei smiled. I forgot to tell you. The spiritual qi on earth is very poor. Besides the 2 hours of midnight and dawn, we can't cultivate at any other time. The process of cultivation was, in fact, to absorb the free spiritual energy in the air and transform it into true qi in the dantian. If the spiritual energy in the outside environment was too chaotic and violent, it was naturally impossible to absorb it, and there was no need to talk about cultivation. Ah? Song Wei was dumbfounded. What should we do then? In this case, the time formation is meaningless. Xia Ruofei chuckled, don't you have me? What I said was under normal circumstances, but now that we have this, we can cultivate without time constraints. With that, Xia Ruofei flashed the spiritual crystal in his hand. What is this? Song Wei asked curiously as she looked at the crystal. You're lucky. I got this in the underground palace. Xia Ruofei said, it's called a spiritual crystal. It's the product of the solidification of spiritual qi after it reaches the extreme concentration. Xia Ruofei briefly introduced the crystals to Song Wei and smiled. What you need to do now is to hold this spiritual crystal in your hand and sense the spiritual qi in it. Then, use the introductory cultivation technique of the scripture of the primordium origin to absorb the spiritual qi into your body and transform it into true qi in your dantian. As long as you can do this, we're already half done. The introductory manual of the scripture of the primordium origin could cultivate true qi on its own. This was also in consideration of the needs of beginners who cultivated the scripture of the primordium origin. However, this beginner cultivation technique was very ordinary. It could only cultivate a small amount of true qi. If he relied on this cultivation technique to cultivate alone, the efficiency would be so low that it would make one's hair stand. Therefore, the correct way to operate it was to start the two-person cooperation after the cultivator had produced true qi. The same cultivation method, under the situation of two people cooperating. The effect of 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. This was also the magic of this cultivation method. Song Wei nodded her head and carefully took the spiritual crystal. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, you stay in the formation and study it. I'll go out and prepare something for you to eat. Due to the time formation, even though they only had one morning, Song Wei might actually spend many days in the formation. Xia Ruofei naturally had to prepare some food. When he was in Hunan province, he bought some biscuits, instant noodles, and other food that were easy to store. He had been storing them in the spirit map space. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not need to go out. He went straight to his bedroom and took out the outdoor backpack from his interspace. After he carried it to the living room, he rummaged through the backpack and found the food. He put it in a plastic bag and returned to the array. It took Xia Ruofei at most 2 to 3 minutes to finish all these things. In other words, Song Wei should have spent more than 4 hours in the array. When Xia Ruofei entered the array, he noticed that Song Wei was still sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She was holding the spiritual crystal in her hand. Perhaps she had heard the sound of Xia Ruofei entering the formation. Song Wei opened her eyes and said with uncertainty, "Ruofei, I think I've cultivated a trace of true qi." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but widen his eyes and cry out, "So fast?" Even if the spiritual crystal contained a huge amount of spiritual qi, Song Wei had not even started cultivating it. If one were to look at it alone, the cultivation technique of the absolute beginning scripture was also very ordinary. However, she could actually sense qi in just over 4 hours and even cultivate a trace of true qi. This speed was a little shocking. "Is there a problem?" Song Wei asked nervously. "I just followed the introductory mantra and focused on sensing it. I seem to have produced true qi in a daze. Did I cultivate it wrong? Will I go crazy?" "Don't be nervous. Let me take a look," Xia Ruofei said. Then, he grabbed Song Wei's hand and sent a wisp of true qi through his body to his dantian. In the next moment, Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei in shock and was speechless. For a long time. It really was not Song Wei's imagination, nor was it that she had taken a wrong path in her cultivation. There was indeed a new wisp of true qi in her dantian. Although it was still very weak, it really existed. This cultivation speed was even faster than Xia Ruofei's proud disciple, Tang Haoren. Seeing Xia Ruofei's shocked expression, Song Wei could not help but feel more nervous. She quickly asked, "Ruofei, what's the situation? Don't scare me." Xia Ruofei came back to her senses and hurriedly said, it's fine. Don't be afraid, you've indeed cultivated true qi." Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei strangely and said, "Song Wei, you really don't show your true self. I didn't expect you to be so talented in cultivation, logo." Song Wei was a little embarrassed and said, "Is it very powerful?" "I don't know either. I just followed the chant step by step. There was no movement at the beginning, so I thought I couldn't cultivate." Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you think cultivation is like eating and drinking? Some people couldn't even sense qi for months. Even the most talented people would rarely be able to cultivate their first wisp of qi in such a short time. If word of this gets out, those with average talent would probably find a rope and hang themselves." Song Wei blushed and said, "I don't know either. It's mainly because I don't have a reference." Xia Ruofei said, "Since you're talented in this area, our chances of defeating the peach blossom miasma will be higher. I didn't expect you to have such a strong affinity with spiritual energy. It's really an unexpected surprise." At this point, Xia Ruofei suddenly had a flash of inspiration and realized a possibility. Heart, concentrating grass. Xia Ruofei immediately thought of the pained expression on Xia Qing's face when she heard that he was going to use the heart concentrating grass to save Song Wei. Xia Ruofei clearly remembered that Xia Qing had said that after Song Wei took the heart concentrating grass, her soul would be greatly nourished and might be stronger than ordinary people's soul. The path of cultivation was difficult. Physical conditions were one aspect, but in the end, it still depended on one's soul talent. The stronger one's soul was, the greater one's affinity with spiritual qi would be. Naturally, one would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating. It seemed like Song Wei had profited from her misfortune this time. The heart concentrating grass had changed her talent to a large extent. From this, it could be seen that the heart concentrating grass was indeed a very heaven-defying spiritual medicine. However, Xia Ruofei did not feel any heartache at all when he used this spiritual herb on Song Wei. Xia Ruofei didn't reveal his guess. It's better to let her think that I'm gifted. This way, I'll be more confident in my cultivation. Xia Ruofei thought to himself. Naturally, Song Wei was very happy. She asked, "Are you au fait? What should we do next?" Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "The true qi in your dantian is still very weak. It'll be difficult to complete a full circulation with this trace of true qi. If the two of them were to enter a coordinated cultivation state, the amount of true energy that Xia Ruofei released would have to be about the same as the amount of true energy in Song Wei's body. Otherwise, the balance would be broken and they would not be able to achieve the effect of cultivation. In the process of cultivation, the meridians that the true energy passed through would also absorb the true energy to a certain extent and continue to grow. The true qi in Song Wei's body was still too weak. It would be completely absorbed by her meridians before she could even complete a qi circulation. Without completing the qi circulation, the genuine qi would not be able to grow endlessly, and the cultivation would not be able to continue. Xia Ruofei continued, "So, you should continue to use the primogenitor scripture to absorb the spiritual qi in the spiritual crystal. Try your best to strengthen this trace of true qi. Then, we can cultivate together." When Song Wei heard the word combine, she blushed for no reason. Xia Ruofei didn't notice. Seeing that Song Wei didn't say anything, he continued, "Sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. Moreover, you're so talented in cultivation. This process won't waste too much time." Song Wei quickly adjusted her mood and said, "I know. I'll continue cultivating then." She closed her eyes and then opened them again. She looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Why don't you wait outside the formation? You don't have to stay here with me. Besides, I'm a little uncomfortable with you watching me. I'm afraid it's not easy for me to calm down." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Okay, okay, okay. Then cultivate well, and if you're hungry, eat something. You must remember that haste makes waste, and if you're too eager for success, you might really go crazy." Xia Ruofei was also worried that Song Wei was in a hurry to solve the hidden danger of the peach blossom miasma, which would cause problems in her mentality when she cultivated, so he gave her a small scare. "Don't worry." Song Wei nodded. "We are from the archaeology department. And we are very patient." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He stood up and walked out of the formation. After taking a step, he stopped and turned back, smiling. "But you just said that you would feel uncomfortable with me by your side. You have to overcome this as soon as possible. The Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra is mainly cultivated by two people. How will you enter the cultivation state then?" Song Wei blushed and said, I know. You can leave now." "Oh right, you might as well go to the bedroom and rest for a while. You're not allowed to watch me cultivate." Xia Ruofei laughed and waved at Song Wei. Then, he stepped out of the array. He walked into the bedroom as he was told. However, the time inside and outside the formation was 90 times slower, so Xia Ruofei could not stay outside the formation for too long. He walked to the window, lit a cigarette, and took a short break. It had only been about 10 minutes. In reality, Song Wei had already spent 15 to 16 hours in the time formation. Xia Ruofei returned to the living room and walked into the time formation. He saw that Song Wei was still cultivating with her eyes closed, so he didn't disturb her. He Waited until Song Wei opened her eyes before he said, "Don't tell me you haven't rested and have been cultivating all this time?" Song Wei avoided Xia Ruofei's gaze and said weakly, "I stopped to eat something in the middle." After saying that, she pointed to the biscuit packaging beside her and said, "You see, I ate half a box of biscuits. You can't do this. Your body won't be able to take it," Xia Ruofei said. "You have to sleep for a while now." Counting the time before, Song Wei had been cultivating for a day and a night without rest. Even Xia Ruofei could not take it. One should know that cultivation was a very boring thing. Perhaps the body did not feel tired, but the spirit could not take it. "I think I'm in a pretty good state," Song Wei said. She didn't want to stop so easily. On one hand, she wanted to solve the problem of the peach blossom miasma as soon as possible. On the other hand, it was her first time stepping into the realm of cultivation. She was like a child who had just gotten a new toy. Everything was full of novelty for her. That's supported by willpower. "This definitely won't do," Xia Ruofei said. "I've said it before. Haste makes waste. If you can't strike a balance between work and rest, it's easy for problems to arise in your cultivation. I'm not trying to scare you, then you should check the results of my cultivation first," Song Wei said expectantly. Xia Ruofei said, "Let's not worry about that for now. You must sleep for 8 hours. I will plan your next cultivation." "You can't be so persistent." "All right," Song Wei said, feeling wronged. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei smiled. "I will maintain this time formation. 8 hours is equivalent to 5 or 6 minutes in the outside world. It won't waste much of your time." Then, Xia Ruofei pulled Song Wei up and spread the blanket on the sofa. "I won't be setting up the array again, you can sleep here." Song Wei's heart was filled with warmth. She nodded and said, "I know." Song Wei lay on the sofa obediently and let Xia Ruofei cover her with the blanket. She felt happy, as if someone was taking care of her. Xia Ruofei said, "I will wait for you to fall asleep before I leave the array. Then, I will wait outside until the time is up. I will wake you up. You are not allowed to cultivate secretly." In fact, Xia Ruofei had already confiscated the crystals so Song Wei could not cultivate, even if she wanted to. Song Wei nodded her head lightly and closed her eyes. Xia Ruofei sat at the side and watched. In fact, Song Wei was already very tired. So, her breathing became very stable very quickly and she quickly entered a state of deep sleep. Xia Ruofei stood up carefully and tucked Song Wei in. Then, he left the time formation quietly. Logo. Xia Ruofei stayed outside the formation for more than 5 minutes. He calculated that it should have been 8 to 9 hours inside the formation, so he walked in again. Song Wei was still sleeping soundly. It was clear that she had expended a lot of energy during her previous cultivation. It was only under such circumstances that she entered a deep sleep. Xia Ruofei did not wake Song Wei up. Instead, he sat down beside her. Anyway, Song Wei's cultivation speed had already exceeded his expectations. With the help of the formation, there was enough time. There was no need to rush. After another 20 minutes, Song Wei woke up naturally. She rubbed her eyes and sat up on the sofa. "Ruofei, how long have I been sleeping?" Song Wei asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and replied, 8 to 9 hours. "How do you feel?" "You're in good condition." I feel like I'm filled with energy. Song Wei said. Go. Wash up and have something to eat. Xia Ruofei said, I'll put away the time formation first. Ah? It's better to keep it. Song Wei said, this will save us a lot of time. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, this is not the time to be anxious. Besides, you can't really think that 1 minute is equivalent to 90 minutes, right? You've actually experienced 90 minutes of it. If you use it for a long time, you'll age 90 times faster than others. Don't try to scare me. Song Wei chuckled. To give the most extreme example, if I stay in the formation all the time, to the outside world, I may look like 100-year-old woman in less than a year, but in reality, I have also experienced 80 or 90 years of life in the formation. It's just that the time dimension is different for everyone. Alright, you're the most thorough. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, but you should go wash up and eat now. Also, your mother must have replied to the WeChat message you sent last night. You should at least reply to her, right? Alright then. Song Wei said, but you have to quickly test the results of my cultivation. I can't help but shiver at the thought of the evil poison in my body. Xia Ruofei chuckled and nodded in agreement. Then, he waved his hand and kept the array flag. Song Wei saw Xia Ruofei wave his hand and the array flag flew to his hand. She could not help but look envious. It was 9 in the morning, not too early or too late. Hence, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei did not go downstairs to look for food. While Song Wei was washing up, Xia Ruofei made himself a bowl of instant noodles. He had not been in the array for long, so he did not feel hungry. Song Wei called her mother as she ate her noodles, to let her know that she was safe. At around 9:30 p.m., Song Wei finished her work and said, Ruofei, let's start. Xia Ruofei nodded and set up the time formation again. Then, he pulled Song Wei to sit down with him. He first checked on Song Wei's cultivation. She had been cultivating for almost an entire day and night, and the results were still very obvious. The true qi in Song Wei's dantian had strengthened by a lot. It was at least a few times stronger than when she had just produced true qi. Of course, this was also related to the continuous supply of spiritual qi from the spiritual crystals. Even if an ordinary person had the talent, it was impossible for them to cultivate so quickly in the current environment. How is it? Song Wei asked expectantly. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, the strength of my true qi is already not bad. I should be able to try a joint training with him. That's great. Song Wei couldn't help but clench her fist and exclaim in excitement. Calm your mind. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Wei and said, how are you going to cultivate in your current state? Oh, Song Wei couldn't help but stick out her tongue and laughed in embarrassment. After Song Wei had calmed down a little, Xia Ruofei sat down cross-legged opposite her. The two of them pressed their palms against each other, and at the same time, both of them placed the spiritual crystal in their dantian. Xia Ruofei said calmly, now, move your true qi to your right palm. Song Wei nodded her head with a serious expression and began to use the true qi in her dantian. Xia Ruofei also transferred a wisp of true qi from his dantian. He had already checked the strength of the true qi in Song Wei's dantian, so the amount of true qi he transferred was about the same. This was the only way to reach an equilibrium. The Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra placed the most emphasis on balance, and the two people had to have a very good understanding of each other. Soon, Xia Ruofei also transferred the genuine qi to his left palm. Transfer your Xinqi over. Xia Ruofei said, this process might be a little difficult. Don't be in a hurry. Try it slowly. The process of circulating genuine qi in the body and releasing it out of the body were two completely different difficulties. Song Wei had never tried it before, so Xia Ruofei was preparing for a rainy day. He didn't want Song Wei to lose her confidence after one or two failures. Song Wei's talent was outstanding. After a while, Xia Ruofei could feel qi coming out of Song Wei's palm and merging with the qi that he had stored in her palm. The next moment was the most crucial. Xia Ruofei's voice was steady. Next, let's merge the two strands of true energy together. Then, I will first guide the true energy to circulate in my body according to the route of the technique. Then, this strand of true energy will pass through my right palm and return to your body through your left hand. You will be in charge of the second half of the process. So, you have to pay attention to your feelings for the first half of the journey. Logo.